Eternal. The two words quietly appeared in Yifeng's mind. It was the mysterious fire dragon who told him in secret. After all, a treasure of the void vine tree level is extremely attractive to any cultivator. If Lin Xuanqi or the ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace knew about it, maybe they would take action to snatch it, but in the rules of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there is no rule against doing so. Before the trainees of the Dragon Sword Inheritance become the masters of the Dragon Sword, they are not really considered as members of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace only forbids their own people to fight, and does not prohibit their disciples from snatching other people's treasures. It turned out to be of the eternal grade. Yifeng nodded, thinking, most of the cultivators who went to the ancient ruins this time were for the purpose of obtaining an eternal treasure. And when Yifeng entered, he possessed an eternal treasure. Its advantage is self-evident. If the void vines are released in the ancient ruins, Yifeng believes that among the cultivators who can enter, absolutely no one can resist. In this way, in the ancient ruins, there are also many treasures at the same level as the void vine trees. It would be fine if I could get one or two. If not, the advantage compared with other young geniuses will be gone at once. Yifeng thought in his heart that he probably had a goal after entering the ancient ruins. It's almost time, let's go. Xuanhuan Shenlong counted the number of people, and then sent everyone towards the cross-boundary transmission channel in the center of the hall while talking. Soon it was Yifeng's turn. The surrounding space was distorted, and with a flash in front of his eyes, before Yifeng could react, the surrounding scene had suddenly changed into a dense forest. Yifeng looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that Yuechan and Zhang Xinyu were closely following him. Except for the three of them, Xuanhua Shenlong turned into a man with flames all over his body, and even his face and facial features were completely made of flames. Originally, the body of the Xuanhua Shenlong was too big, and it was not suitable to appear in a crowded place, but now such an image does not matter. Behind the Xuanhua Shenlong, there were the 13 ordinary disciples following the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, all of whom had a 100-year cultivation base, and looked around the environment. Obviously, these ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace have never been to this world of dawn. After all, there are too many worlds under the sky, and any high-level world cannot be entered at will by practitioners who have not comprehended the power of Earth-level space. The world of dawn is a third-class world. There are space barriers on the edge of the world. Even Yifeng, who has comprehended the power of space at the mysterious level, cannot enter it by himself. Only Xuanhua Shenlong can carry it. Lin Xuanqi and his two dragon sword maids also looked around curiously, and found that this morning world is indeed a third-class world, and the aura of heaven and earth contained in the air is much richer than that of the world where they are. The caves and treasures in the lower worlds may not be as effective in accelerating cultivation as the ordinary places in these third-class worlds. It's no wonder that in the high-level world, it is more likely to have high-level powerhouses. Yifeng also felt the rich aura of heaven and earth around him. Although it is not as good as the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace in the second-class world of Dragon Sword Realm, compared with the realm of cultivating immortals, the realm of the royal family, and the earth, the aura of heaven and earth in the world of dawn is much stronger. Yifeng couldn't help but glanced at the 13 ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. No wonder, it doesn't look like they started practicing for a long time, but each of them has cultivated for hundreds of years. This is because the Dragon Sword realm is a high-level world, in which the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is too abundant. If Yifeng had cultivated in that environment since he was a child, it would not be impossible for him to reach 1,000 years of cultivation. Because of this, Yifeng could see that the selection of the Dragon Sword wielder really didn't place much emphasis on cultivation, but more on the talent, will, dexterity, and other aspects of the cultivator. With the conditions created by Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, it is not difficult to improve his cultivation. But if you want to comprehend the power of space, power of time, etc., it is absolutely impossible without talent. For example, among the younger generation present, only Yi Feng has comprehended the power of mysterious space. None of the ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace who had cultivated for more than 100 years failed to comprehend the power of the mysterious space, which shows how difficult it is to comprehend the power of the mysterious space. In a short time, Yi Feng will not think about comprehending the power of Earth-level space. With his cultivation base, it is too ambitious for him to comprehend the power of Earth-level space now. Let's go. When Xuanhuan saw everyone coming together, he asked them to follow him. Go all the way in the dense forest. Soon, everyone came to a very wide clearing in the dense forest. Surrounding this clearing were towering trees hundreds of meters high, but in the clearing with a radius of several kilometers, there were only some moss and weeds growing, covered with traces of the years. Under the moss and weeds, one can see an extremely huge stone slab, covering the entire forest clearing below. Under this giant stone slab, is the ancient ruins that will be opened soon? Yi Feng observed for a while, not knowing why. He shook his head, and turned to carefully sweep away his spiritual thoughts towards other places around. He had to be cautious, because he could clearly feel that many cultivators from other worlds and sect forces had gathered around here. If someone offends someone by sweeping up his divine sense and scrupulously, I am afraid that even the xuanhuan may not be able to protect him. Yi Feng quietly explored his divine sense, and quickly understood the surrounding situation like the palm of his hand. There were tens of thousands of young practitioners present who wanted to enter the ancient ruins. This number far exceeded Yi Feng's expectations. According to the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, if one faction sends 15 disciples into it, the ancient ruins will attract thousands of sects. And each of these sects has extremely strong strength. At least, there are existences in the sect who have comprehended the power of the earth-level space, otherwise it would be impossible to come to the entrance of the ancient ruins in the world of dawn. Such a sect, anyone who comes here at random, can sweep any lower world. There is still a short period of time before the opening of the ancient ruins, Yi Feng observed carefully from the side, and found that more and more sects gathered around. Originally, there were more than 10,000 practitioners who wanted to enter the ancient ruins, but now, after a rough calculation, it has reached 20,000. And this number is still increasing. Among the 20,000 people, Yi Feng could feel through his intuition that there were many young geniuses with deep cultivation and strong strength, and he couldn't help thinking to himself that the competition for the ancient ruins this time was far more intense than he imagined. And so many geniuses of the younger generation stayed within the sphere of influence of their own sects, and did not step out of their sphere of influence even half a step. In such a place surrounded by powerful people, no one dared to say that he could suppress the whole audience, so every sect force was cautious. Before the opening of the ancient ruins, it is best not to have any unnecessary conflicts. At this important moment, even some sect forces that were sworn enemies in the past have restrained their desire to attack. Once the fight started and spread to other sect forces around, they would be too unbearable to walk away. Due to the importance of the ancient relics, many influential sect forces in the world came, and even Yi Feng saw a group of people who seemed to be related to him. These people were dressed in green clothes, depicting sky-blue flying birds, as if they were soaring in the sky. There were 18 people in total. One of them was a young man with a vermilion bird mark between his eyebrows. As if sensing Yi Feng's observation, the young man with the vermilion bird mark between his brows glanced at him with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. That's a member of the Sky Clan. The divine sense of xuanhuan came into Yi Feng's mind. Originally, Song Sheng, the young master of the Sky Clan, was also one of the trainees of the Dragon Sword Inheritance, with extraordinary talents, but it's a pity that the Sky Clan competed with despicable methods, so they were expelled. As soon as Yi Feng heard it, he thought of the killer Sha Xing from the Soul World that he met at Yanqing University. Song Sheng, the young master of the Tsangqiang clan, was expelled from the trainees of the Dragon Sword Inheritance, probably because of that one time. Thinking of this, Yifeng was a little puzzled. If you said that he violated the rules, why don't you just kill him? Songxing, the young master of the Zhangqiong clan, is still alive. Isn't this just a way for him to draw his opponent? Of course, with the strength of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there is still no need to be afraid of forces like the Sky Clan. To Yifeng, the Sky Clan is a gigantic monster, but to Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, any strong man can wipe out the Sky Clan, so he doesn't take it seriously at all. Thinking of this, Yifeng continued to look around, and soon finally found the target. Soul World, Killing Stars. The young man who wanted to kill Yifeng on Earth last time was waiting outside the ancient ruins at this time. This young man has cultivated for 450 years now, and his progress is faster than Yifeng. It seems that the other world, the Soul World, and the aura of heaven and earth are much richer than places such as the earth. Sensing Yifeng's divine thoughts, the soul cultivator Shaxing condensed his soul body, and looked towards Yifeng. Seeing that it was Yifeng, Shaxing waved his hand as a greeting, and then his soul body dissipated and turned into nothingness again. In normal times, soul cultivators are of course invisible. If it wasn't for saying hello to Yifeng just now, Killing Star wouldn't have condensed his soul body at all. Good guy, from the fluctuations on his body, I can feel that this Killing Star has also comprehended the power of mysterious space. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his heart was extremely solemn. The random two geniuses in the field, Songxing from the Sky Clan, and Soul Cultivator Killer from the Soul Realm, are both so tyrannical. It seems that there are too many young geniuses in this world. Of course, among the tens of thousands of people around, Shaxing and Songxing could be regarded as very talented existences. Others, such as the 13 ordinary disciples on the side of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, are far less dazzling than them. However, these disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace are indeed ordinary disciples, and there are a lot of them in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, while Shaxing and Songxing are the best in their respective forces, and all kinds of cultivation resources are allocated to them through it. 18 people from the Sky Clan came, and 9 people from the Soul Realm. Although these two forces have two peak existences, Songxing and Shaxing, their overall strength is still inferior to the 13 ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Some of the more talented disciples in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace don't need to take risks in the ancient ruins. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace alone can reward them with a lot of eternal treasures. The ancient ruins are full of dangers. If one dies in them, the damage to Dragon Sword Immortal Palace will be too great. Therefore, Yifeng and Lin Xuanqi will appear here. If they can successfully compete for some rare treasures in the ancient ruins and finally come out alive, then it is also an affirmation of their abilities. Yifeng looked around, and of course he also found some younger generation disciples sent by sect forces, who were stronger than Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. There are not many such sect forces, and there are only a few in the audience, but few people dare to approach each such sect, because such sect forces come from the strongest first-class world. Among them, there are even who have cultivated for 100 years and have comprehended the existence of the power of space at the mysterious level. You must know that although Songxing, the young master of the Sky Clan, has almost reached the level of 1,000 years of cultivation, his understanding of the power of space is not yet advanced. The power of mysterious space has not been comprehended by the common people, which makes him one less trump card than the top powerhouses in the competition of ancient ruins. Although in the ancient ruins, it is definitely impossible to use the power of mysterious space to escape and teleport, but even if it is used in battle, it can exert a very large effect, and the combat power will be greatly improved. There are so many strong. Yifeng thought silently in his heart. Moreover, these young geniuses present here are not the most talented in this world. Just like Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, the stronger younger generation of disciples will not come to participate in this ancient relic. But even among the tens of thousands of younger generation disciples around here, Yi Feng's comprehensive strength can only be regarded as moderate. Of course, that was without the void Fujiki. If the void vinewood was brought out, none of the younger disciples in this battle would be able to resist it, including Yi Feng himself. If he doesn't control the void vines, the void power of the void vines will also have super destructive power against him, but if he controls them, the void vines will not harm his own people, but the power they can exert is much smaller. How to use it depends on the situation at the time. Yi Feng didn't think much about it. With the reminder of the xuanhuan Shenlong, he knew that there was still a little time before the opening of the ancient ruins. All the sect forces present are all ready to go. This ancient ruin in the world of dawn is opened every 100 years, and when it opens, it will produce various colored light balls on the stone slab in front of it. Xuanhua Shenlong began to explain, cultivators with more than 1,000 years of cultivation will be bounced away by mysterious power when they touch these light spheres, while practitioners with less than 1,000 years of cultivation can enter the interior of the ancient ruins through these light spheres. Xuanhua Shenlong didn't explain what kind of power it was that bounced them away, but Yi Feng felt that Xuanhua Shenlong knew it clearly, but the explanation was too complicated, so he didn't say much. Yi Feng remembered the words of the xuanhua Shenlong in his heart, and soon felt that the huge stone slab in the forest clearing in front seemed to emit a dangerous aura, and then a mysterious force swept out. Swish! Everyone present, including the existences with terrifying cultivation bases such as the xuanhua Shenlong, were all retreated several steps by this mysterious force. In the entire dense forest, everyone was fully focused, waiting for the light ball to appear above the stone slab, and immediately rushed out to seize the opportunity. Quietly, one by one faintly flickering light balls appeared in the clearing in the forest. Each light ball has a mysterious force connected to the ancient ruins under the stone slab. At this moment, everyone around moved. When everyone moved, Yi Feng was no exception. The power of space below the mysterious level cannot be used in this vicinity, but the movements of many young geniuses are as fast as lightning, and they quickly approach the various colored light balls that appear above the stone slab. Each light sphere has a different color. Entering the ancient ruins from different colored light spheres seems to have different effects. Seeing the situation ahead, Yi Feng couldn't help observing Lin Xuanqi beside him. In this operation, he and Lin Xuanqi had better act together, otherwise there are tens of thousands of young talents in this place, and he can't deal with just a few of them. If they were together with Lin Xuanqi, the two of them would already have a positive combat effectiveness. As for the final result, it would depend on their brains and luck. Blue, let's go. Lin Xuanqi noticed that Yi Feng was watching him, so he immediately nodded and said a few words, then rushed towards a blue light ball in front of him. His two dragon sword maids who were not high in cultivation followed closely behind, and together with Lin Xuanqi, they touched the blue light ball, and then disappeared in a flash, disappearing from Yi Feng's eyes. Let's go. Yi Feng didn't hesitate, he greeted Zhang Xingyun and Ruichan, and rushed towards the blue ball of light. The two women followed his footsteps, and soon came to the blue light ball, but at this time, many other people rushed towards this blue light ball at the same time. So far, the overall strength of the cultivators entering from this blue light sphere is the weakest. That's right, if you enter from this blue light sphere, you will have the highest probability of getting the treasure in the end. Obviously, a group of people regarded Yi Feng and Lin Xuanqi as rotten persimmons, and felt that the six of them were the best to bully. As for Yi Feng and the others, no one else entered the blue light ball. Yi Feng didn't care about this either. When the ancient ruins were opened, there were thousands of balls of light in total, but there were tens of thousands of young people who were about to enter the ruins. On average, 20 or 30 people will enter each light sphere, and it is normal for them to compete with each other. Among the crowd, several people from the Sky Clan also saw Yi Feng's movements. It went into the blue light ball. Someone said to Zhongxing, the young master of the Sky Clan. The young master Zhongxing looked coldly at the direction of the blue light ball that Yifeng entered, and wanted to follow it, but when he looked sideways, he saw the flame figure transformed into the mysterious fire dragon watching from the side. The young master Zhongxing stopped, turned his eyes to other places, and said, "Don't pay attention to him, we will find opportunities by ourselves. The purpose of this time is not to trouble others, but to strengthen ourselves, understand?" Understood. A group of people from the Sky Clan nodded in agreement. In fact, the young master Zhongxing is jealous of the mysterious fire dragon. Although he hates Yifeng, it is impossible to chase and kill Yifeng in front of the mysterious fire dragon and enter the blue light ball. Otherwise, if the dragon sword inheritance becomes angry, their entire sky world will be destroyed. There will be no good times. Therefore, the young master common people intends to find another way. Anyway, if they want to obtain treasures of the eternal level and above in the end, everyone will meet again, and it will not be too late to deal with Yifeng at that time. With the experience of previous generations of the Zhongqiang clan, the young master Zhongxing felt that it would be no problem for him to make it to that level. As for Yifeng, he believed that as a dignified dragon sword inheritor, he would definitely not give up too soon. Who wouldn't want an eternal treasure? Of the tens of thousands of younger generation disciples present, more than half of them came here with the goal of obtaining eternal treasures. Soon, the young master Zhongxing led a total of 18 people from the Sky Clan, and chose a yellow light ball that few people go to. Disappear in front of you. In less than half a minute, most of the tens of thousands of young geniuses in the field entered the ancient ruins, leaving only a few who moved slowly. Seeing this situation, Xuanhuan Shenlong turned around, turned into the soul of Shenlong soaring in the sky, and soon broke through the space barrier and returned to the dragon sword realm. It will take at least 10 days and half a month for everyone to enter the ancient ruins. There is no need for the Xuanhuan Shenlong to wait here. It is better to go back and do some of your own business. With cultivation base at the level of xuanhuan Shenlong, there are not many things to do every day. On the contrary, it must be much more than Yifeng. Being able to spare time to take care of Yifeng and the others, xuanhuan Shenlong is already very good. Swish! Yifeng stepped on the blue light sphere, his figure flashed, and he appeared in a ruined palace surrounded by silver. The walls around the hall are completely made of silver material, which looks extremely solid, and can shield the cultivator's spiritual consciousness and power of space. According to the previous description of the mysterious fire dragon, I am afraid that even the power of the earth-level space cannot penetrate this layer of silver walls. Yifeng raised his head and found that the silver ruins hall was in the shape of a cube, with a length, width and height of 100 meters. There were 6 gates on top, bottom, left, right, front and back, which seemed to lead to other places. I'll. Swish. Swish. 2 voices sounded, and Ruchan and Zhang Xinyan appeared beside Yifeng. The 3 of them looked around and found that more and more young practitioners appeared in the ruins hall, and Lin Xuanqi also appeared in the hall with his 2 dragon sword maids. A total of 32 people came to this silver relic hall one after another, and then felt that the mysterious power around them weakened, and it seemed that no one else would come in. A strange and mysterious light sound swept from the depths of everyone's souls, and then spread out, making everyone present stand still on the spot. A second later, everyone came back to their senses, and each of them found that their bodies were better than usual, and there were some obvious differences. Blue light ball. Thinking in Yifeng's mind, he raised his right hand and moved his divine sense, and found that a blue ball of light appeared in his hand, like a dream, crystal clear. Yifeng only discovered at this moment that he had an extra ability to condense a blue light ball, but he didn't know what the blue light ball was for. The 2 girls Zhang Xinyan and Ruchan at the side also imitated Yifeng's appearance, and sure enough, each of them condensed a blue light ball, secretly admiring the strangeness. This ancient relic seems to be an extraordinary place. The power of these blue light balls in front of them is far beyond the comprehension of cultivators at their level. Be careful, the ancient ruins haven't been officially opened yet, it's just a preparation stage. In the Silver Relic Hall, not far from Yifeng and others, a small group of 9 people started to discuss. Listening to their remarks, it seems that their power has a lot of understanding about this ancient relic. It should be that the seniors of their sect forces have visited many times. Regarding this, Yifeng was quite puzzled. Obviously the seniors of the Dragon Sword inheritance must have visited the ancient ruins many times, but he didn't tell them anything about it. He and Lin Xuanqi didn't even tell him and Lin Xuanqi that they were going to enter the ancient ruins through these light spheres. It can be seen that the xuanhuan Shenlong is making it more difficult for the 2 trainees to move in the ancient ruins. This is not fair to Yifeng, but there is nothing absolutely fair in this world. Yifeng thought to himself, with the existence of void vines, he doesn't need to be afraid of other young genius disciples competing in the ancient ruins. The only thing he needs to consider is how to reach the deepest layer of the ancient ruins and obtain treasures of the eternal level. Boom! Suddenly there was a strange sound, and then a virtual influence appeared in the mid-air in the middle of the Silver Relic Hall, where everyone was. It was an inverted pyramid-shaped building, which was divided into tens of thousands of grids, each shining with different colors of light. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple, a total of 7 colors, are intertwined in this inverted pyramid-shaped building, forming an extremely complex picture together. These 7 colors are exactly the colors of the balls of light they passed through when they entered the ancient ruins. Is this inverted pyramid-shaped building the whole of the ancient ruins? Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he could see some clues from the phantom of the inverted pyramid-shaped building that suddenly appeared. The entire ancient ruins seem to be divided into 7 floors. There are nearly 10,000 halls on the top floor, and they should all be rooms like the Silver Hall, where it is currently. Each hall has 6 doors connected to other halls, and each hall has its own logo color. Yifeng looked around, and found that in the Silver Hall where he was now, there were several blue light spots flashing, indicating that the logo of the hall he was in was blue. And what does this represent? There are too many halls marked in blue on the first floor of the entire ancient ruins. The xuanhuan Shenlong didn't tell Yifeng and Lin Xuanqi any news about the ancient ruins, which made them a little confused. Soon, however, they saw something in the actions of the others. When the phantom of the inverted pyramid-shaped building appeared, all the other young geniuses present were staring at the phantom, as if they were trying their best to remember something. Seeing this, Yifeng was not to be outdone, and easily recorded the entire phantom scene in his mind. As the genius selected for Dragon Sword inheritance, Yifeng's memory is the best among all others. When he memorized the entire phantom scene, he found that everyone else present was still desperately remembering. Hey, it seems that my memory is still very strong. After all, those present were all talented youths in the cultivation world. Being able to surpass these people in terms of memory gave Yifeng a sense of accomplishment. In the phantom image, the halls on the top floor of the inverted pyramid-shaped building have only 1 color, and the second floor from the top to the bottom has 2 colors. The third layer has 3 colors. Yifeng didn't know what this meant, but soon, he found that some other young people in the hall he was in started to move. Among them, the force of the 9 people moved the fastest. Those 9 people didn't even think about it, they flew directly towards a door above their heads, then opened that door, and flew into it one after another. When the 9 people from that force opened the door above their heads, Yifeng found that all 9 of them had condensed a blue light ball. Those 9 people all passed the door with blue light balls in their hands, and after the 9 passed through one after another, the door above their heads was closed tightly again. Yifeng observed carefully, it seemed that this group of people used the blue light ball in their hands to open the door. Lin Xuanqi, let's go. Yifeng probably understood some of the situation, greeted everyone, and prepared to choose one of the 6 doors to lead the Silver Relic Hall. On the first floor of the ancient relics, as long as you hold the light ball of the color corresponding to the Relic Hall, you can open the 6 doors of the Relic Hall. On the second floor, you must have 2 colored light balls to open the door, but Yifeng doesn't know how to hold 2 colored light balls. Do you want to cooperate with other people who entered the ancient ruins? Or do you want to snatch other people's light balls? Yifeng thought it should be the first type. After all, before entering the ancient ruins, Xuanhuan Shenlong said that in this ancient ruins, the focus is not on the battle between practitioners, but on the battle of wits and courage between the practitioners and the institutions of the ancient ruins. By analogy, if you want to enter the 7th floor of the ancient ruins, you must have a team with 7 colored light spheres to be able to descend into it. This is not the most difficult part of this ancient ruins. Yifeng just remembered the phantom of the inverted pyramid-shaped building firmly in his heart, and found that from the relic hall where they are now, it is already extremely difficult to find the entrance to the 2nd floor. The entire ancient ruins are composed of countless such halls, connected by passages, and each hall has 6 doors. The first floor of the ancient ruins is a cube composed of tens of thousands of halls. If you want to go to the 2nd floor, you need to involve the power of space to be able to go there. On the first floor, there are a total of 7 places that lead to the 2nd floor. Yifeng thought about it. He wanted to reach the 2nd floor of the ancient ruins. The shortest route had to go through hundreds of ruin halls. And among these relic halls, some are the starting places of cultivators, similar to the hall where Yifeng is now. There is no danger, and the number is the same as the number of 7 colors that appeared at the previous entrance. However, the hall at the starting location only accounts for 1/20th of all the halls on the first floor. In addition to the starting point, other halls have various organs, guards, or treasures. Although this ancient ruins has been opened many times in a row, every time it is opened, the treasures in it will reappear. Therefore, just on the first floor of this ancient ruins, you can get a lot of heaven-defying treasures. On the 7th floor of the ancient ruins, you can get immortal treasures through the test. The 6th floor corresponds to the reincarnation level, and the 5th floor is the eternal treasure. It is very difficult to go down to the 5th floor. Of the tens of thousands of young practitioners here, at most only 1% can enter the 5th floor and have a chance to obtain eternal treasures. That is, a treasure equivalent to the level of Void Fujiki. On the 4th floor, you can get high-grade fairy artifacts. On the 3rd floor, you can get middle-grade fairy artifacts, and on the 2nd floor, you can get low-grade fairy artifacts equivalent to the colorful dragon bow and blood shield. Of course, these treasures are not only magical treasures, but also corresponding levels of heavenly and earthly treasures, refining materials, and materials for condensing yangshan, etc. And on the first floor of this ancient ruins, you can get treasures of the Taoist level, including various materials. Of course, Yifeng is not very rare in Taoist level items, but if he can get some, he can also take them back to arm other people in Peach Blossom Island and other places. Yifeng's own goal, of course, is to go down to the lowest level as much as possible, so as to try to get the treasure of the immortal level. This section of the road is full of difficulties, but Yifeng will naturally face the difficulties. Soon, together with Lin Xuanqi, he selected a route leading to the nearest 2nd floor of the ancient ruins. Go down the door. As Yifeng said, his figure flickered, and he flew to a door on the ground in front of him, and then with a thought, he condensed the blue light ball in his hand. Swish! The door opened directly, and a strange force sucked Yifeng in. Seeing this, Zhang Xinyun and Ruichan followed without any hesitation. Condensed blue light balls one after another, passed through the door and reached a downward passage. Lin Xuanqi followed with 2 dragon sword maids, and soon the 6 of them appeared at the top of this vertical passage, each suspended. The entire passage can accommodate 10 people in parallel, and the 6 of Yifeng and the others do not seem crowded. But soon, many other people chose the nearest route and entered this vertical passage one after another. Go down. Yifeng looked down, and there was a door 100 meters away, which should lead to other relic halls, and that hall was also marked in blue. On the first floor of the ancient ruins, Yifeng and the others could only reach the entrance to the second floor by following the route marked in blue. Soon, the 14 people, including Yifeng, set off towards the ruins hall below, and the distance of 100 meters was reached in an instant. The blue light ball flashed, Yifeng and others opened the gate one after another, and entered the next ruin hall. Yifeng only felt his figure flash in, and then a gust of heat rushed towards his face, which made him urge the whole body of true energy reflexively. Dragon Sword Ju, keep swordsmanship. Yifeng was surrounded by several layers of snow-white sword energy barriers, and then Yifeng opened his eyes and looked around, only to see that this is indeed a palace completely enveloped in flames. Fortunately, under Yifeng's defensive swordsmanship, these tens of thousands of high-temperature flames can't do anything to him at all. On the side of Yifeng, Yuechan also used the sword-guarding technique to protect herself from these high-temperature flames, while Zhang Xinyun activated her true energy to activate the low-grade fairy artifact, the Blood Shield. A blood-red defensive infuriating mask appeared around Zhang Xinyun, which also blocked those high-temperature flames. And among the 14 people who followed Yifeng into this relic hall, one of them only had a cultivation level of over 400 years, and he seemed to have no means of defense. Just entering this hall full of flames, there was a scream instantly, and then the whole person was burned to death in tens of thousands of degrees of heat. After taking a step, someone was already dead. Yifeng shook his head and ignored the others. Taking time to take a look, Lin Xuanqi on the side also used his swordsmanship to defend, while his 2 maids relied on the soul of the dragon condensed by him to support them. Although Lin Xuanqi's 2 maids were not high in cultivation, their dragon souls were well maintained, otherwise, even the high temperature in the ruins would make them unable to hold on. I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. Lin Xuanqi's complexion turned ugly, and he took the first step. He was fine, but his 2 maids, who had been trained for more than 100 years, almost couldn't hold on. Seeing Lin Xuanqi's expression, Yifeng secretly smiled in his heart, being this kid's maid is really a hard life. Lin Xuanqi began to doubt, for the first time, is his development direction wrong? Dragon Sword Maid is not just a tool to increase his strength, but should be his right-hand assistant, like a good friend? Just like Yifeng. Lin Xuanqi looked at Yifeng, and found that although Yifeng's own cultivation was not as good as his, but together with the 2 maids, he was much stronger than the 3 of him. At least, it was easy for Yifeng's 2 maids to resist the flames in this relic hall. Except for the poor young man who was burned to death, the other 13 people who entered the hall used their own methods to defend themselves from the flames that surrounded themselves in the hall. Among them, there are 3 people who only rely on their own cultivation to fight hard, and they are 3 strong men who have reached 900 years of cultivation. Compared with those 3 people, Yifeng's combat power alone is not enough, unless he summons the Void Vine, but this trip to the ancient ruins has just begun, so naturally he will not expose his trump card so early. The entire hall was filled with flames, but this did not affect the vision of the 13 cultivators. There are natural treasures. Yifeng's eyes lit up very quickly, and he saw that in the middle of this hall full of flames, there was actually a treasure of heaven and earth. According to the rules, the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth that appeared on the first floor must be of the same level as Taoist artifacts. Yifeng took a rough look and felt that the magical fruit in the middle, that was burned by the flames, could increase one's cultivation for 25 years. If she got this fruit, Yuechan could raise her cultivation to the upper limit, and her overall strength would increase by 4 or 5 times. Yifeng looked around and found that there were not many cultivators coveting this miraculous fruit that was burning in the flames. First of all, for the 3 cultivators with the highest cultivation bases are not a factor that restricts them from becoming stronger, but rather the upper limit of their cultivation bases, which is above everything else for them. For them now, in the state of natural cultivation, the improvement of the upper limit of the cultivation base is already slower than the improvement of the cultivation base, which makes them not need these fruits of improving the cultivation base. As for the treasures of heaven, material and earth that raise the upper limit of cultivation, although they exist, they are extremely rare, and the value of each piece is comparable to a middle-grade or even a high-grade fairy weapon. Even a tyrannical force like Dragon Sword Inheritance can't produce many treasures that can increase the upper limit of cultivation. If you want to find it in the ancient ruins, you have to go to the 3rd floor or even the 4th floor to find it, and those places are no longer accessible to ordinary practitioners. Other than Yi Feng, there were 3 other practitioners with 500 or 600 years of cultivation, Lin Xuanqi, who coveted that strange fruit in the field. For Lin Xuanqi, as soon as he entered this hall full of flames, he knew that his current shortcoming lies in his 2 dragon sword maids. Now, if he got this strange heavenly material and earthly treasure fruit and let his dragon sword maids absorb it, one of them would be able to enhance his cultivation for 25 years, which would be like sending charcoal in a timely manner. It seems that there will still be some competition. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he immediately arranged with Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun secretly for a later action. Although it could be seen that Lin Xuanqi wanted this fruit very much, Yi Feng would not give it to the other party. Although the other party was considered his partner now, he was still a competitor in the end. There is no reason for Yi Feng to give up the opportunity to strengthen his own strength to others. Action. Yi Feng's whole body was like a whirlwind, instantly swept towards the flame fruit in the center, trying to get it into his bag. At the same time, the power of the mysterious space was activated by him, and a mysterious space barrier was formed around his body, covering the flame fruit together. In this way, others would have to spend a lot of energy trying to break through the mysterious space barrier, and when they reached the center of the hall, Yi Feng had already taken away the flame fruit. The power of mysterious space. A cultivator with more than 500 years of cultivation was shocked when he saw Yi Feng's movements, and stopped his movements, knowing that he would definitely not be able to compete with this strong man with mysterious space power. What's more, Yi Feng was obviously not fighting alone. Another young man with a cultivation base of nearly 700 years condensed his whole body's true energy into a long knife, and slashed towards where Yi Feng was. However, before the long knife reached Yi Feng, Zhang Xinyun thought about it, and the remnant soul of the ink python that had been subdued before flashed instantly, and a burst of black aura spread out, easily blowing away the long knife made of true energy. The actual combat power of the ink python's remnant soul is enough to compare to a strong man with 800 years of cultivation. The young man with 700 years of cultivation in front of him naturally couldn't break through his defense. Succeed. Yi Feng held the flame fruit in his hand, his eyes flashed brightly, seeing that Lin Xuanqi was still behind, he didn't have time to make a move. It was right to think about it, even if Lin Xuanqi wanted to snatch it, facing Yi Feng's mysterious level space barrier, he would not be able to break through, and could only watch helplessly as the flame fruit fell into Yi Feng's hands. Walk. Yi Feng greeted, took Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, and walked straight towards a door in front. A blue ball of light condensed out, opened the door. With a flash, the flames around Yi Feng and the 2 women finally disappeared, and the 3 came to another safe passage. Give. Yi Feng threw the flame fruit to Yuechan and asked her to absorb it. Yuechan wasn't too polite, knowing that Yi Feng's cultivation base limit was already full, so she didn't hesitate, and immediately began to absorb the natural materials and earthly treasures. Yi Feng waited for a while, but he didn't see other people appearing behind him, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. After waiting for a while, still no one followed, his face was full of doubts. What was Lin Xuanqi thinking? Maybe they feel that if they go the same way with you, I'm afraid there is no benefit to be gained, so they won't go the same way with you. Zhang Xinyan on the side lightly brushed her delicate short hair, and said with a chuckle. Maybe, we don't need to care about it, just move on. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Lin Xuanqi didn't follow him. It seemed that he really wanted to act on his own so that he could get more good things, but in Yifeng's opinion, this was not a good choice. After all, this road is full of dangers, and now that they are separated again, it will be difficult to meet again in the future. Instead of entangled with some ordinary treasures here, it is better to work together to break through the difficulties and quickly reach the lower level. But people don't think so. Yifeng can't help it. Soon, Yuechan absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the flame fruit, and raised her cultivation level to 425 years. Her tyrannical strength has surpassed that of Yifeng. Let's go, next one. Yifeng looked forward, and in a blink of an eye the blue door was waving towards him. The three flew over quickly, the blue light sphere condensed in their hands, and the door opened again, sending them into the next hall. Yifeng, together with Yuechan and Zhang Xinyan, quickly entered the second relic hall. After passing through that door, another passage appeared in front of the three of them. After a moment of astonishment, Yifeng immediately came back to his senses. It seems that this palace is a maze. Let's go. Yifeng frowned slightly, and led the two girls into the maze. This maze is not complicated, but it is still very difficult to find the exit you want to go to. There are a total of 6 doors to leave this maze, and Yifeng can only go through a specific door. After about half an hour, Yifeng finally walked out of the maze with Yuechan and Zhang Xinyan, and continued his journey. In the maze, they did not encounter any enemies, nor did they get any treasures, but met several other practitioners who also entered the maze. The two sides did not interfere with each other, and there was no conflict. The goal of every cultivator who comes to the ancient ruins is to obtain more precious treasures. If it is not necessary, no one will do useless work on the first floor. Next one. Since it took half an hour in the maze, many practitioners should have dispersed in the first floor of the ancient ruins. As for going to the second floor, it should not be so fast. After all, there are at least hundreds of halls leading to the second floor. And Yifeng has only passed 2 so far. In the third hall, Yifeng and the 2 women entered it, and at a glance, they could see in the center of this blue-marked relic hall, a war-wolf exuding thunder all over his body, which seemed to be sleeping. The thunder wolf sleeps quietly in the center of the ruins hall, floating in the very center, and around the hall, there are many other practitioners flying around the thunder wolf, as if they are waiting for something. Yifeng didn't know the situation, so he frowned slightly. Looking back, he saw that the door behind him was tightly closed after he entered, and it was difficult to open even with the condensed blue light ball. Could it be that only by killing the thunder wolf in the middle? Yifeng was thinking in his heart, but seeing other cultivators around him frequently looking at the thunder wolf in the center, it seemed that they were also trapped because they came to this palace. Let's not act rashly. Yifeng could feel that the thunder wolf in the center had a cultivation base of 999 years. There was no doubt that this was the guard placed here by the ancient ruins. If they strike first, they may become the first target of this thunder wolf after waking up, and they will be absolutely hard to resist. Just at this time, 2 practitioners suddenly appeared in the door 100 meters away from Yifeng, both of whom Yifeng did not know, but as soon as these 2 entered the hall, the situation in the hall changed immediately. The thunder wolf in the center seemed to be disturbed by something, and immediately opened Thunder's flickering eyes. At this time, a total of 50 practitioners came to the entire hall. It seems that when the number of people reaches 50, the thunder wolf will wake up automatically. Yifeng's heart moved, knowing that this was another difficulty. Although it is only the level of the first level of the ancient ruins, the strength of thunder wolf is not a joke. Most importantly, most of the 50 practitioners in the hall do not know each other, and only a few of them are accompanied by 3 or 2, such as Yi Feng, like Yue Chan and Zhang Xinyun. It's quite difficult to cooperate with each other, and they have to be wary of each other, so they can't concentrate on dealing with Thunder Wolf. Fortunately, Yi Feng's luck didn't seem to be too bad. As soon as the Thunder Wolf woke up, he turned his lightning eyes to the 5 cultivators beside him. Those 5 practitioners were wearing the same yellow clothes, so they should be disciples from the same sect. Be careful, defend. The 5 people were startled. They activated their true chi one after another, and displayed their respective defensive fairy arts. Colorful true chi shields appeared around them, trying to resist the attack of the Thunder Wolf. Roar! Thunder Wolf let out a roar, and his figure was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the purple Thunder Wolf flashed in front of the 5 people, and its claws flashed out, piercing through the Jinchi defense shields cast by the 5 people like cutting tofu. Puff! The person in the front was crushed by the Thunder Wolf's claws, and his infuriating shield was crushed. Before he could react, his lightning claws pierced through his chest. This scene shocked the other 4 people, and made the other 45 people in the hall react. We must do something, otherwise, with the attack power of this Thunder Wolf, none of them can leave here alive. Thinking of this, more than half of the cultivators unanimously condensed their true energy, wanting to use the strongest attack magic on the Thunder Wolf. Yi Feng, Yue Chan, and Zhang Xinyun were no exception. Sword fighting! Sword fighting! Ink rain pierces stone. The remnant soul of the ink python subdued by Zhang Xinyun suddenly appeared beside her, gathering strength and blasting a jet of water towards the Thunder Wolf. At the same time, there were 20 or 30 other attacking immortals, blasting towards Thunder Wolf. With this attack, an infuriating shield was automatically formed around the Thunder Wolf, resisting all the attacks. Immediately afterwards, the Thunder Wolf struck down the person lying in front of him with another paw, and the lightning turned the person's body into scorched black again. Jinchi mask, Yue Chan, broken swordsmanship. When Yi Feng saw this, he immediately changed his mind, said something to Yue Chan, and then performed the dragon control technique. Swish! Zhang Xinyun's 3 souls and 7 souls condensed into the soul of the dragon, which was collected by Yi Feng, and then condensed into a dark black long sword. The ghost dragon soul, condensed into the dragon soul sword, is as mysterious and dark as a ghost, exuding a breathtaking aura. Yi Feng's gaze is like a torch, dragon sword art, breaking sword technique. A burst of tyrannical true energy condensed from the ghost dragon sword, and Yi Feng also integrated the power of the mysterious space into it, making it the most tyrannical existence in the entire hall. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black sword energy swept out towards the Thunder Wolf. Breaking swordsmanship, specializing in breaking true energy defense. Puff! With just one sword strike, the true chi shield around the Thunder Wolf's body was defeated, and then the attacking spells of other people around him came one after another, hitting the Thunder Wolf. Roar! The Thunder Wolf let out an angry roar, as if he was being beaten in pain. He turned his gaze to Yi Feng, who was at the side. The destructive power of breaking the sword technique on the true chi mask is more than 10 times higher than that of ordinary fairy arts. It is natural for the Thunder Wolf to target Yi Feng, the guy who broke its true chi mask. This guy has never been beaten, let's do it again. When Yi Feng opened his eyes, he saw that the aura of the Thunder Wolf was weakening under the bombardment of the crowd. He should not have been beaten very much, so he immediately held the ghost dragon sword in his hand. Sword fighting. The pitch-black sword energy reappeared, sweeping towards Thunder Wolf like a sharp arrow. Although the current Yi Feng has only cultivated for more than 320 years, but his sword has surpassed the destructive power of all other practitioners present. The Thunder Wolf's head was attacked by 30 or 40 people around, and finally it was blown apart by Yi Feng's sword, turning into thousands of thunderbolts, attacking every corner of the hall. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately reacted, and turned the edge of the ghost dragon's sword in his hand. Keep swordsmanship. There were layers of pitch-black sword lights, protecting him, Yuechan, and Zhang Xinyun. Boom! Thunder hit the pitch-black sword light of Shoujian, but couldn't penetrate an inch, which showed the defensive power of this pitch-black sword light. Using Zhang Xinyun's ghostly dragon soul to condense the long sword and perform the sword guarding technique, its defensive ability is several times higher than that of using the dragon sword. Yi Feng was secretly delighted. The Yang God condensed by Zhang Xinyun is the Yang God of the Earth system, which is already strong in defense, and it will also strengthen her 3 souls and 7 souls. In this way, the ghost dragon soul will naturally also be strengthened. Yi Feng uses the long sword condensed from the ghost dragon soul to perform sword skills. The power is naturally much stronger. The thunder and lightning in the hall disappeared quickly, and several people died in this wave of thunder and lightning, and their bodies became scorched black. It seems that the level of cultivation is not enough, even if this is a level to test the attacking ability of everyone. Those practitioners with low cultivation level will not be able to survive in troubled waters unless someone helps them defend themselves. There were only 42 people left in the hall, and a total of 8 people died at the hands of Thunder Wolf. This made the remaining people gasp. If the levels on the first level of the ancient ruins are so difficult, how can the lower levels be passed? Fortunately, after Thunder Wolf died, his whole body turned into 5 magic weapons, which flew towards several directions in the field. Among them, a battle armor shining with thunder light, and a claw blade shining with thunder light flew towards Yi Feng and the 2 women respectively. Yi Feng stretched out his hand to grab them. 2 Taoist artifacts. Yi Feng's eyes brightened. He never thought that there would be such a harvest in this level. Although in the ancient ruins, the magic weapon of the Taoist level is already the lowest level, but it is still a very rare magic weapon for the people around Yi Feng outside. What's more, there is a battle armor among them. Wolf Warrior Armor, Wolf Warrior Thunderblade. The names of these 2 Taoist artifacts came to Yi Feng's mind, and then he threw the Warrior Wolf Armor to Yuechan and the Warrior Wolf Thunderblade to Zhang Xinyun. Yi Feng's own defense is sufficient, and the most important thing is that he has Void Vine as protection, so he doesn't need armor, but Yuechan still needs it. At least it can give her a chance to save her life when she is in danger. As for Zhang Xinyun, besides the Ink Python's remnant soul, Zhang Xinyun's own attack method is only a half-baked dragon sword art, which may not be able to be used in critical moments. For this reason, Yi Feng threw the Warrior Wolf Thunder Blade to her. When she was caught off guard and in danger, he could just slash out with a tyrannical thunder force, which was much more convenient than her own swordsmanship. Of course, the Warrior Wolf Thunder Blade is just a Dao weapon, and its power is definitely not as powerful as Yi Feng's low-grade fairy weapon, but it is still good for emergency situations. The other 3 treasures are also at the Dao level. One of them is a pair of boots with the power of thunder, and there are Thunder Wolf Heart and Thunder Wolf Eyes. Yi Feng doesn't know what each is useful for. He found that these 3 Taoist weapons flew into the hands of the 3 cultivators who had done the most to kill the Thunder Wolf just now. It seems that these Dao artifacts are distributed according to contributions, which is fair and saves a lot of competition. Yi Feng thought in his heart, waved his hand, and brought Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun to the door beside him. The blue light sphere shone, and the 3 of them passed through the door and went to the passage of the next hall. After the figures of the 3 people disappeared, many people looked at the door where they disappeared with some surprise, and everyone was a little curious about the 3 people. There is no doubt that in the performance against the Thunder Wolf just now, even the many 700 to 800-year-old practitioners in the field were far less eye-catching than those 3. And the man among them has only been cultivated for more than 300 years. It was nothing short of a miracle. I'm afraid only those first-class sect disciples in the world can have such strength. Yi Feng led the 2 women through the halls, getting closer and closer to the entrance to the 2nd floor. Along the way, there are many barriers in the ancient ruins, but for him, it is safe and sound. In addition to his actual combat effectiveness, what is more important is that he has a strong adaptability and a very fast reaction speed. React quickly and come up with countermeasures. And even if it was only the first floor of the ancient ruins, Yifeng traveled all the way, walked through hundreds of halls in a few days, and harvested many valuable treasures. For example, a Tiankati bow with a 5-year cultivation limit. Although it only increases the 5-year cultivation limit, its value is almost the same as a Tiankati bow with a 25-year cultivation limit. Before this, Yifeng didn't know that there were many other treasures that raised the upper limit of cultivation in this world. However, this kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure is obviously very rare. Even the heavenly material and earthly treasure that has been cultivated for 5 years is as precious as a Taoist artifact, which can be seen from this. Along the way, Yifeng also inquired about some news, such as this kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can increase the upper limit of cultivation, can only be born in the high world, and it is formed by the condensation of extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual energy. In the lower worlds, there are only very few possible cases. Yifeng couldn't help but think of those 2-winged giant dragons killed in the Menghuang realm. The dragon core of each giant dragon is a treasure of heaven and earth that can increase the upper limit of cultivation, and the amount of improvement is still a lot. It can be seen that it is a batch of extremely precious wealth, but it is a pity that there are no more dragon pills left. Otherwise they can make a lot of money by buying and selling them. If you encounter this kind of double-winged dragon in the future, don't miss it, the dragon pill is too precious. Yifeng thought in his heart, and soon brought the 2 girls to another hall. As long as you pass this hall, you can go to the 2nd floor of the ancient ruins. Be careful, let's go. Yifeng gave an order, and the 3 entered the hall ahead at the same time. As soon as Yifeng took a step, he felt that he had entered the next hall, when he suddenly felt a viscous force completely surrounding him. When I opened my eyes, I saw that this palace was actually the lair of a giant spider. The entire hall is covered with dense and sticky spider webs, which trap the practitioners who have just entered the hall and cannot break free. In the entire hall, Yifeng saw that giant spider at a glance. Like the previous Thunder Wolf, it had the same cultivation level of 990 years, but this spider had already been awakened before. Dozens of cultivator corpses were already stuck to the spider webs that filled the hall. The giant black spider was resting quietly in the center of the hall, as if it had just eaten its fill. From the spider's mouth, there seemed to be a human thigh hanging down. When Yifeng and the 2 women entered the hall, they didn't disturb the giant black spider in the center, but they were also entangled by the acquaintance spider webs all over the hall, making them unable to move. In the hall, the undead cultivator who was entangled in spider webs like Yifeng, and more than a dozen other people all looked terrified. It can be predicted that when the central spider wants to feast, they will be the most delicious food. This is a level similar to Thunder Wolf. Yifeng knew in his heart that only by getting rid of the giant black spider in the center can he reach the 2nd floor. Although he was entangled in the spider web, the true energy in his body could still be used. Swish! He took out the colorful dragon bow from the storage space, held it in his hand, and a tyrannical force of earth-level space spread out. This aura immediately attracted the eyes of the giant black spider, and a dangerous and frightening aura rushed towards Yifeng, as if reminding him that he was in danger. Too slow, shoot. The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, his whole body was stimulated with Xinqi, and a multicolored arrow shot out immediately, sweeping towards the giant black spider in the center. Although it is only a low-grade fairy weapon, because it is personally refined by the blood dragon, it has the power of earth-level space that ordinary low-grade fairy weapons do not have. As soon as the colorful arrows came out, even the giant black spider with a cultivation base of 999 years was trapped by the power of the earth-level space, unable to move, watching the arrows rush towards him helplessly. There was a loud bang. The multicolored arrows exploded with the power of space, but the giant black spider in the center was protected by a layer of jet black true energy shield and did not suffer much damage. Yifeng's arrow actually only destroyed the jet black chi shield, leaving the body of the giant black spider unscathed. Immediately afterwards, the giant black spider was furiously shot by Yifeng's arrow, its 8 hairy legs moved quickly, and its huge body quickly rushed towards Yifeng's direction. Seeing this scene, the pretty faces of Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun behind Yifeng turned pale with fright. As women, they are born with a fear of such creatures. And since Yifeng dared to make a move, of course he wouldn't let him get close to him. Come out, Void Fujiki. With a thought in Yifeng's mind, the void vines stored in the abnormal space burst through the void, and one of the branches appeared to block Yifeng. Under Yifeng's control, the power of the void swept forward. The giant black spider didn't expect Yifeng to have such a trump card, but he couldn't stop it at all. A majestic void force completely enveloped it. Swish swish swish. Under the inconceivable gazes of the other surviving practitioners around, the giant black spider was quickly corroded by this tyrannical and majestic force, and the 999-year-old true energy was unable to resist this attack. Half of the strength. Yifeng knew in his heart that although this giant black spider had the same 999-year cultivation base as the Thunder Wolf, the two had similar characteristics, both being extremely powerful in attack and relatively weak in defense. Therefore, he dared to take a risk, summoned the Void Vine directly, controlled it directly with his own true energy, and tried to kill the giant black spider. Puff! As if destroyed, the body of the giant black spider was disintegrated into void fragments and dissipated in the hall. In front of Yifeng, a branch of a void vine exuded a breathtaking aura, shaking gently. Kill them all. A trace of unbearableness flashed in Yifeng's eyes, but there was no way. The people in the hall in front of him saw him controlling the void vine. It was impossible for them to leave alive. Fortunately, the remaining surviving cultivators are all entangled in spider webs and unable to move, which provided Yifeng with an excellent opportunity to destroy corpses and traces. The power of the void vine spread to the entire hall at once. Those cultivators who survived just thought they had escaped a catastrophe, but who would have thought that this powerful young man who killed the giant black spider would destroy his body and wipe out all traces? Facing the power of the void controlled by Yifeng, none of these cultivators could escape, including the powerful beings with more than 800 years of cultivation. They couldn't hold on for even a second under the power of the void. Not only that, but even the entire space of the ruins hall began to be eroded by the power emanating from the void vines, and void holes appeared one after another. Yifeng accepted it as soon as he saw it. The branch of the void vine was withdrawn by him to the abnormal space, and the terrifying power of the void finally disappeared. Before that, the power of the void had completely destroyed the spider webs in the entire hall. Yifeng and the two girls regained their freedom. It's a pity that the power of the void is too powerful, otherwise there must be many good things on so many practitioners. Yifeng felt a little regretful. Looking around, he saw that the entire hall space had become riddled with holes, and apart from him and the two women, there was not even a single person in the hall. Swish! Where the giant black spider died, 5 jet black rays of light appeared, flying towards Yifeng alone. And the loopholes corroded by the power of the void in the entire relic hall have begun to be repaired quickly. It can be seen that the existence of this ancient relic is far beyond the existence of the void vines. Void vines are only eternal treasures, but in the ancient ruins, there are immortal treasures that are 2 grades higher than it. With the void power of the void vines, it is naturally impossible to completely corrode the space in the ancient ruins. Even if it is corroded, it will be repaired quickly without leaving any traces. Those 5 white lights were indeed 5 Taoist artifacts. Since the giant black spider was killed by Yifeng alone, so it is only natural that he took these 5 Taoist artifacts away. 4 of them were of no use to Yi Feng. He directly threw them to the 2 women behind him. Maybe they would be of some use in a critical moment. And there is another one, a poisonous long sword. Yi Feng can take a cold shot and stab someone else. It contains the strong poison of a giant black spider, enough to put anyone to death. After all, none of the cultivators who have entered the ancient ruins has reached 1,000-year cultivation level, and this poisonous long sword has the poison of a giant black spider that has been cultivated for 999 years. After collecting the spoils, Yi Feng took the 2 girls to the next hall. Through that door, the 3 of them entered a passage, and further forward, they entered the passage on the 2nd floor of the ancient ruins. The void vines were used on the 1st floor. It seems that we must be more careful on the 2nd floor, otherwise we will encounter dangers that even the void vines cannot deal with. Yi Feng was vigilant in his heart, condensed a blue light ball and opened the door in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a hall that also had 6 doors, but there was no danger in this hall, only a bright white ball of light in the center. From this ball of light, a burst of powerful space power came out. In Yi Feng's perception, it was even stronger than the power of Earth-level space. It's the power of heaven-level space. Yi Feng immediately thought that from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor of the ancient ruins, he had to use the power of heaven-level space to reach it. From this it can be seen that the level of the ancient ruins is probably higher than that of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Let's go. Yi Feng looked around, but he didn't see anyone else. After all, his speed was still fast. With Luotian Shui on his body, he didn't have to rest for a few hours every time he passed a level like others. The 3 of them moved forward one after another, walking into the center of the ball of light exuding the power of heaven-level space. Yi Feng only felt as if he had passed through a layer of water curtain. The next moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He found himself in another silver hall, and this silver hall also had 6 doors, but there is not only one color code on each door. Blue-purple. This is a 2-color hall, which means that practitioners who have entered the ancient ruins from the blue or purple light sphere before can come to this hall. Yi Feng looked back. There was a relatively dim white light ball behind him. The power of the sky-level space in it was relatively weak. It seemed that he could only enter the 2nd floor through this light ball, and he could not return to the 1st floor. Layer went. Yi Feng recalled the memories in his mind, and found several routes leading to the 3rd floor, but he frowned slightly. The 2nd floor is not easy to walk. Unlike in the 1st floor of the ancient ruins, just walk directly along the blue-marked hall. This 2nd layer requires 2-color light spheres to condense together to open those doors. In other words, Yi Feng had to wait for other people to come over before he could move forward, and the same was true all the way down. There was not even a route completely marked by blue and purple 2-color halls. Yi Feng had to keep changing partners on the way, otherwise he would not be able to reach the entrance of the 3rd floor. So troublesome. Yi Feng thought in his heart, but because of this, it is extremely difficult to enter the lower floors to obtain treasures of the eternal, reincarnation and immortal levels. He didn't wait for long. The white ball of light in the center of the hall suddenly flashed, and 2 more people appeared in the hall. They were also young practitioners who passed through the 1st floor and came to the 2nd floor. Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts spread over. He couldn't help being stunned. It turned out to be an acquaintance, a killer from the soul world. The 2 people who came over were all soul cultivators, young cultivators from the soul world. After Xing came down, they were taken aback when they saw Yi Feng, and then laughed. Oh, it's you. The thought of killing the star came, and then condensed into a soul body and floated towards Yi Feng's place. Xing and his companions are both 400 or 500 years old, and they have purple logos on their bodies. It seems that they can cooperate. But Yi Feng was not careless. In a place like the ancient ruins, no one could trust anyone except his own people. You are here too. It seems that we can cooperate. Yi Feng transmitted his divine thoughts and remained vigilant. That's right, I'm a purple logo, and you are both blue logos, so we can walk for a while together. Shaoxing nodded, stretched out his hand and condensed a purple light ball. Come on, exchange. When Yi Feng heard this, his face showed doubts. Exchange? Yi Feng came to the ancient ruins for the first time, but he didn't know what the specific rules of this place were. He just tried. Just now the blue light ball alone couldn't open the door of this hall. Seeing Yi Feng's appearance, Shaoxing was slightly stunned, and then smiled. Starting from the second floor of this ancient ruins, your personal monochromatic light sphere can no longer open the gate of the temple, and each practitioner can condense more light spheres of their own color, and share with other practitioners. Make an exchange. As Shaoxing spoke, he condensed a purple ball of light in his hand and handed it to Yi Feng. In this way, a cultivator who holds two colored balls of light can pass through the halls on the second floor. 3 layers, you need 3 colors of light balls. When Yi Feng heard this, he thought to himself that the ancient ruins are really complicated. What's the use of doing such a thing? Of course, in addition to exchanging, cultivators can also obtain other people's light spheres by beheading other cultivators. When Shaoxing said this, he changed the topic and said with a murderous look, it should be noted that if it is an exchanged light ball, it can only be used once before it will become invalid. But if it is a light ball obtained by beheading others, it can be used 10 times. Yi Feng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. It seems that in this ancient ruins, practitioners are more supportive of fighting each other. From the map in memory, it can be seen that if you want to go from the second floor to the third floor, you need to advance a total of 20 to 30 halls. In this way, if you kill 3 practitioners and snatch their light balls, you will be able to move forward. Enough to go down to the third floor. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to pass all the checkpoints along the way. And the levels on the second level of the ancient ruins must be much more difficult than those on the first level, and the death rate of practitioners must be much higher. It's worth noting. Killing Star showed a smile again. If there are too many struggles among practitioners this time, then there will not be too many practitioners who will finally descend to the 5th floor. If you want to pass the test of the 5th floor, only one person will definitely impossible. Wanting to obtain eternal treasures will become empty talk. The implication is that in the previous period, it is best for the cultivator to pass through the gate of the palace by exchanging. If it is murder and robbery, there will be few people going down to the deep level, and it may be difficult to pass a casual level, let alone get it. What eternal treasure? Then let's exchange. Yi Feng nodded, also condensed a blue light ball, and handed it to Shaoxing. As soon as the light spheres of the 2 parties came into contact, Yi Feng found that his light sphere had turned into 2 colors, and a touch of purple blended into his blue light sphere, making it look extremely coquettish. Immediately afterwards, the 2 daughters, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, also condensed blue light balls one after another, which were absorbed into the purple and could open the gate of this palace. His name is Han Xing, and he is my elder brother. Immediately, Shaoxing introduced the soul cultivator next to him, with a cultivation base of 500 years, 50 years higher than Shaoxing. 500 years of cultivation is nothing among the young geniuses who participated in the ancient ruins, but the key point is that both the Killing Star and the Soul Star are powerful existences who have comprehended the power of mysterious space. The fighting strength of these 2 people definitely greatly surpassed that of ordinary people. Soul Star's purple light sphere soon incorporated the blue part, which could open the door. According to the experience of the elders of Sherman, there are a total of 19 types of levels on the second floor of the ancient ruins, the most difficult of which is the appearance of powerful beasts guarding the level, but relatively speaking, this is the easiest for us. Killing Xing introduced, with a faint smile on his face, obviously knowing that Yi Feng's combat power is not bad. With us, if there are fierce beasts guarding the level, we can go up and kill them directly, and there are exactly 5 trophies. The trophies on the second floor of this ancient ruins are all low-grade fairy-level treasures. In other words, it is equivalent to the 5-colored dragon bow and blood shield in Yifeng's hands, magic weapons of that level, or heaven, material and earth treasures of the corresponding level. Of course, the colorful dragon bow and blood shield in Yifeng's hands both contain the power of earth-level space, which is incomparable to ordinary low-grade fairy artifacts. But if you get something from the second floor of this ancient ruins, it is already huge. Harvested. If there is a monster level, there will be a total of 5 trophies after the event is completed. There are 5 of them in total, and logically, each of them can have one, but in fact, they still have to see how they fight the beasts guarding the checkpoint. Only by performing better in the battle can you get the distribution of spoils, otherwise you can only work in vain. This point, the 5 people present are very clear in their hearts, so if the next hall is really a beast level, they need to use the strongest attack method as soon as they come up. Yifeng also believed that with the attacking abilities of the 5 of them, existences like the giant black spider and thunder wolf had no ability to fight back. Let's go. The 5 of them walked together towards the door leading to the 3rd floor. Each raised the 2-color light ball in their hands. The door did not open, but a burst of bright white light, which turned out to be the power of heaven-level space. Under the shroud of the power of heaven-level space, the 5 of them were teleported to the next hall together. Yifeng opened his eyes, stretched out his divine sense, saw clearly the situation of the surrounding palaces, and relaxed his tense body all of a sudden. In the whole hall, there seems to be no danger. Only in the center of the hall is a piece of soil floating in the air, and a plant exuding a strong aura of heaven and earth is planted on the soil, which seems to be some kind of natural treasure. It's the heavenly soul grass, which can increase the upper limit of cultivation for 10 years. Xing could tell the type of the plant at a glance, and couldn't help being surprised. It seems that luck is not bad, but it's a pity. As important figures in the soul realm, Killing Star and Soul Star are no less important to the 3rd-class world of the soul realm than the heirs of the dragon sword are to the inheritance of the dragon sword. So they had already taken the heavenly soul grass before, raising the upper limit of their cultivation for 10 years. Yifeng, the soul grass is yours today. Xing said casually, and then observed the other 5 gates of the palace. Yifeng put away the heavenly soul grass, facing the generosity of Killing Star. He also guessed the reason, most likely the other party has already used it. Then I won't be polite, but next time I get something similar, I'll let it go to you guys. While talking, Yifeng handed the Sky Soul grass to Zhang Xinyun, who was beside him. Now that Zhang Xinyun's cultivation level is the lowest, it is most important to improve her. How far their combination can go in the ancient ruins does not depend on how strong the strongest is, but how far the weakest can persist. Just like a wooden barrel, it is not the longest plank that determines how much water it can hold, but the shortest plank. Zhang Xinyun was a little surprised. She didn't expect Yifeng to just give her the Sky Soul grass. But she didn't hesitate, but took the Sky Soul grass directly, and absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in it on the spot. With the expansion of the meridians, Zhang Xinyun increased the upper limit of cultivation for 10 years, raising the upper limit of cultivation to 210 years. Immediately afterwards, the 5 exchanged their light spheres again, and turned their attention to the next door. The other 5 gates of this hall have different color markings. On each door, in addition to blue and purple, yellow, green, and red have become one of the color combinations of these doors. Fortunately, there is still a door with blue and purple signs. Yifeng and the others can move on. When you reach the 2nd floor of the ancient ruins, which route to take is not up to the practitioner, but depends on the situation at the time, because the signs of the gates on the 2nd floor are too complicated. When there is no door in the surrounding area that is blue and purple, it is time for Yifeng and Xing to part ways. But now, there are not many practitioners who have come to the 2nd floor of the ancient ruins, and it will definitely take a lot of time to finally reach the third floor. When the five of Yi Feng opened the door to the next hall together, what caught their eyes were 5,999 blood pigs. 5 ferocious wild boars with blood-red bodies were sleeping leisurely in various parts of the hall, and none of them were awake. Yi Feng knew that these wild boars would wake up automatically after the number of cultivators in the hall reached a certain number. There are actually 5 dead wild boars. Yi Feng's face changed slightly. Such a Nirvana wild boar is definitely not weaker than the thunder wolf on the first floor of the ancient ruins, but now there are 5 of them when they appear. On the first floor, a total of 50 practitioners dealt with such a fierce beast together, which was relatively easy. But now, if 50 people also came in to activate the 5 extinct wild boars, it would be an average of 10 people to deal with one, and the difficulty increased several times. Even Yi Feng, without using the void vines, would probably not be an easy task to kill such a Nirvana wild boar. Of course, Yi Feng, Sha Xing and others are all arrogant. If 5 people can pass such a level, it is naturally the best thing to see. After all, the reward after clearing the level is 5 low-grade fairy artifacts. Pieces. Most of the cultivators who came to the ancient ruins, their ultimate goal is to obtain such a low-grade fairy weapon to enhance their strength. As for the deeper ancient ruins, they didn't even dare to think about it. 1 head per person? Yi Feng quietly cast his eyes on Zhang Xinyun and Wu Chan, and found that the expressions of the 2 women became extremely dignified. After all, they have never faced such a ferocious beast alone until now. You can do it. After Yi Feng encouraged the 2 women, he looked towards Sha Xing and Han Xing, and found that there was no surprise in their eyes, but calm as before. It seems that in the eyes of these 2 people, the 5 Nirvana blood pigs in front of them are completely a piece of cake. Let's go together, pick one yourself. After Sha Xing finished speaking to Yi Feng, he turned his gaze to the Nyemya blood pig in the corner, with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Killing Xing and Han Xing from the Soul Realm, both of them are killers. Not only are they not afraid of killing, but they have an unusual excitement. Soon, the 5 of them each chose their targets. The remnant soul of the ink python. With a soft drink, Zhang Xinyun summoned the ink python's remnant soul from the alien space, and guarded it by her side. If only relying on the ink python's remnant soul, Zhang Xinyun would definitely not be able to defeat a Nirvana blood pig with a cultivation base of 999 years, so Yi Feng must deal with his opponent as soon as possible, and then go to help Zhang Xinyun. Fortunately, Killing Star knew about Yi Feng's possession of void vine trees, so there was no need for Yi Feng to hide it from him. Directly summon the void vines, and use the power of the void to kill the Nirvana blood pig with one blow. The battle started in a surprise attack by Soul Star. Since Soul Star is a soul cultivator, its concealment ability is quite terrifying. If these Nirvana blood pigs were facing ordinary people, they would probably be able to react if they approached them 10 meters away. But Soul Star approached directly behind a Nirvana blood pig, and the beast couldn't find this guy who would kill it. 9 Heaven's Soul Kill. Han Xing let out a soft drink, his soul body condensed, and a green glow was drawn from the dark green dagger in his hand, which directly penetrated the head of the entire Nirvana blood pig. Puff. Fresh blood burst out from the brain of the Nirvana blood pig, and such a terrifying existence, with a cultivation base of 999 years, fell to the ground in an instant. Soul Star's formidable combat power made Yi Feng's heart tremble. This guy is too terrifying. The guard beast with 999 years of cultivation is not even a single enemy. However, as a killer, Soul Star was originally good at one-hit kills. If he gave his opponent a chance to resist, he would no longer be a qualified killer. 1 Jimia blood pig was killed, and the other 4 Jimia blood pigs moved immediately, opening their bloodshot eyes. Void vines. Yi Feng let out a soft cry in his heart. A majestic force of the void instantly spread throughout the entire hall, and then Yi Feng manipulated the power of the void vines to condense it into a sword. Sword fighting. An invisible sword energy rushed out, and the body of a Nirvana blood pig was directly blasted into nothingness. In comparison, Yi Feng's attack was more direct and violent. Compared with Soul Xing, he was fighting head-on, while Soul Xing was just attacking secretly. The most important thing is that Yi Feng's cultivation is only 320 years old, which is a full 180 years behind Soul Star. At that time, there was still no way to kill the Nirvana blood pig with one blow. Eternal treasure, it really defies the sky. Han Xing's eyes were a little surprised. Treasures of this level are very precious in the entire soul world, so he and Sha Xing naturally don't have them. And the purpose of the two of them coming to the ancient ruins this time is for the eternal treasures. On the 5th floor of the ancient ruins, there are powerful treasures, comparable to void vines. In a blink of an eye, the 3 Nirvana blood pigs were killed by Yi Feng, Huanxiu, and Sha Xing. Although Sha Xing's cultivation base was only 450 years old, which was 50 years lower than Huanxing's, his strength was still the same. Fear. The same move, 9 Heaven's Soul Kill, a Nirvana blood pig's head burst and fell to the ground. Only Zhang Xinyun and Yuechan were left in the field, and they seemed to be in some trouble. Although Zhang Xinyun's ink python remnant soul can display the strength of a cultivator with more than 800 years of cultivation, it is still far behind the Nirvana blood pig. Just a face-to-face meeting, Mo Meng's remnant soul was almost completely defeated. Fortunately, Zhang Xinyun knew Mo Meng's fighting methods very well, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to deal with the Nirvana blood pig. The ink python's mysterious sword technique that Mo Meng practiced before he was alive was still very subtle, but even so, Zhang Xinyun could only last for 3 seconds at most. Seeing the fighting style of Mo Meng's remnant soul, Sha Xing and Han Xing beside him were a little surprised. A member of the ink painting family? Obviously, Sha Xing and Han Xing recognized the faction of Mo Meng's sect. After all, Mo Meng was still a strong man with 2,000 years of cultivation before his death, so it is impossible for him to be unknown in the world. The ink painting family? Yi Feng mobilized the power of the void to help Zhang Xinyun kill the Nirvana blood pig, and asked with some doubts. The Ink and Wash family is a first-class sect in the third-class world, which is equivalent to your Dragon Sword Immortal Palace's status in the Dragon Sword world. Sha Xing explained, simply put, this is a sect force that is no less than our soul clan in the soul world. It is really lucky that your maid can get the soul of their disciple. If I am not wrong, this time you have been cultivated for 2,000 years, before you were born, and this maid of yours is actually a rare congenital ghost spirit? Good. The void vines have been seen by Sha Xing. Yi Feng doesn't mind if the secrets of the girls are known to him. Such information, Sha Xing will not spread it everywhere, otherwise Yi Feng will know that it must be one of Sha Xing and Soul Xing it's out. After Sha Xing finished explaining, Yi Feng swallowed a drop of Luotian water, and once again condensed a sword infused with the power of the void. Sword fighting. The Nirvana blood pig that was dealing with the ink python's remnant soul couldn't even let out a miserable howl, and was exploded into smoke and dust fragments. On the other side, Yuechan used her own 3 souls and 7 souls as a sword, and she seemed to be on par with the Nirvana blood pig. Of course, if you look carefully, you will find that Yuechan is still at a disadvantage. With Yuechan's current cultivation base of 425 years, her true chi strength is much stronger than Yi Feng's, plus the increase of Yuechan's Dragon Soul Sword condensed from 3 souls and 7 souls, and the defense of the blood shield, plus the wolf armor she got before, it made her more powerful than Zhang Xinyun. Yi Feng dropped a drop of Luotian water as usual, and then a burst of sword energy swept over, blasting the last Nirvana blood pig into pieces as well. So, it shouldn't be a problem for me, Yuechan, Xiao Zhang and the others to deal with at most 3 guardian beasts at the same time. Yi Feng thought in his heart, after all, the 5 ferocious beasts were activated at the same time. If he didn't have the killing star and the soul star to kill them with one blow, it would be difficult for him to deal with the 3 nirvana blood pigs at the same time. It's even more impossible for Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun to hold back one more beast. Calculated, Yi Feng's current strength can deal with 3 such beasts at most. The 5 nirvana blood pigs were all beheaded, and it was time to harvest. Swish. 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 5 blood-red rays of light appeared from the place where the 5 nirvana blood pigs were killed, and then flew towards the 3 people in the hall, Sha Xing, Huanxiu, and Yi Feng. Among them, Yi Feng obtained 3 low-grade immortal artifacts alone. Leaking blood tooth pendant, leaking blood rain flower needle, leaking blood boots. 3 low-grade fairy artifacts, each of which is very useful. Yi Feng observed for a while, and found that the bleeding tooth pendant is not small, and it will definitely play a big role in the subsequent exploration of the ancient ruins. As long as true qi is injected into the bleeding tooth pendant, the power will increase from the bleeding tooth pendant and pour into the user's body. Activation. Yi Feng activated the Li Shuifeng pendant, and soon felt a violent and bloodthirsty force rushing into his meridians. At this moment, a strong killing intent suddenly surged in his body, which made him want to hold the sword and kill all the humans and beasts you see. However, in an instant, the dragon's heart and his pill core exuded a cool breath, which made him calm down. The bloodthirsty desire in his body disappeared, but Yi Feng discovered that after activating the bleeding tooth pendant, a powerful force was injected into his body. At this moment, his cultivation has actually increased by 50 years out of thin air. Yi Feng was greatly surprised by this discovery, that is to say, this bleeding tooth pendant has greatly enhanced his temporary combat power, and the side effects will be offset by the dragon heart. If it is used by others, it may suddenly fall into a state of rage and kill anyone at sight, which will be very troublesome. You must know that in a place like the ancient ruins, any irrational behavior will cause you to lose your life. Yi Feng can't just lose his life in a daze. After the bleeding tooth pendant is activated, the power in it seems to be continuously passing away. Judging from the current situation, the effect of improving the cultivation base seems to last for half an hour, which is very effective. For the time being, Yi Feng didn't think about how to supplement the bloodthirsty power in the Li Shuifeng pendant, but turned his attention to the other 2 low-grade immortal artifacts. Leaking blood rain flower needle. This is a low-grade magic weapon of the hidden weapon type. As long as you inject true energy into it, you can activate it and launch a silent sneak attack on other people without anyone noticing. Yi Feng was overjoyed. This thing was useless when dealing with guardian beasts, but if he released it abruptly in a conflict with other cultivators, it would be able to secure the victory in an instant. The remaining leaking blood boots also contain the power of earth-level space. After activating the leaking blood boots, the cultivator can grasp the power of space more keenly. Even in a small-scale relic hall, you can rely on this pair of bleeding boots to dodge some powerful attack spells. Even if Yuechan just put on these bleeding boots, the Nirvana blood pig might not be able to do anything to her. More importantly, wearing this pair of bleeding boots has a very obvious effect on the comprehension of the power of space. Even after leaving the ancient ruins, this is a very useful magic weapon. Good harvest. Yi Feng handed the Li Shui combat boots to Zhang Xinyun, and the Lexi Yuhua needle to Yuechan, to enhance the fighting power of the 2 women. As for the bloodthirsty tooth pendant, Yi Feng must have brought it himself. If it was given to the 2 women, the 2 women may not be able to resist the violent bloodthirsty killing intent. The heart of the dragon is really a good thing. Yi Feng thought to himself, raised his head to observe the other 5 doors around him. There are 2 doors with blue and purple 2-color logo. Yi Feng discussed with Sha Xing, chose one of the doors, exchanged 2-color light balls and walked over. Stand ready to defend. Yi Feng reminded the 2 women, and then he stepped through the door and came to a passage. There is no danger in the passage, but after entering the passage, it is time to prepare for the next level. With Killing Star and Soul Star present, Yi Feng would be very happy to see the level of guarding beasts. That way, he could easily harvest 5 low-grade immortal artifacts. Not tall. Soon, the 5 of them came to the entrance of the next hall together. Let's go. Yi Feng stepped in, and immediately prepared to use the sword guarding technique. After all, based on the experience of the first floor of the ruins, many checkpoints are the type of being attacked immediately after entering the door. On the first floor of the ancient ruins, such as the first hall that Yi Feng entered, it was completely filled with flames. If he didn't use defensive magic, he might be directly burned to death by the flames, like one of the cultivators. After passing through hundreds of halls, many of them are pure trap levels without any treasures. So after Yi Feng came to the second floor of the ruins, he became more cautious, for fear that he would fall into some trap and die before he could react in time. Stepping into the gate of the next hall, Yi Feng's thoughts moved, and his subconscious chi moved. Dragon Sword Ju, keep swordsmanship. Yi Feng quickly displayed this sword technique. In desperation, only the xuanhuan in his hand could be used. Although the power of the xuanhuan was comparable to that of a low-grade fairy weapon, it was definitely not as powerful as the 2 women's dragon souls when used for swordsmanship. The sword comes strong. But at this moment, I can't care so much. Bang, a loud noise. Yi Feng only felt that the several layers of sword energy barriers he had condensed encountered some kind of strong attack, and then layers began to shatter. The attack on the second floor of this ruin is so strong? No, Xiao Zhang and Yuechan can't resist such a powerful trap. Yi Feng felt terrified in his heart, his divine sense probed the surroundings, and at the same time the white light transmitted around finally dissipated, allowing him to see clearly the details of this palace. The truth is different from what he imagined. He didn't encounter any trap level, but was attacked by other practitioners. He raised his head, and saw a group of 13 practitioners not far away, wearing green clothes, depicting sky blue flying birds, as if soaring in the sky. The leader was a young man with a vermilion bird mark between his brows and a playful smile on his handsome face. It turned out to be a member of the Sky Clan. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to meet the young master Tsongxing of the Tsongqiang clan here, and more importantly, behind the young master Tsongxing, there were 12 young masters from the Cheongqiang clan. Yi Feng remembered that 18 members of the Sky Clan entered the ancient ruins, and the other 5 died or went elsewhere. In the entire hall, besides the 13 members of the Sky Clan, there were 4 other corpses of cultivators. It could be seen that those 4 cultivators were all wearing red light balls. People kill. And everyone in the Sky Clan wears a yellow logo. Except for the young master Tsongxing, who has a cultivation base of 970 years, the 12 people behind him should not be underestimated. All of them have a cultivation base of 600, 700, or even 700 or 800 years. As the young master of the Tsongqiang clan, it is impossible for Tsongxing's strength to be as long as 970 years on the surface, just like the current Yi Feng can defeat 999 years of cultivation with 325 years of cultivation. Like beasts. When the real combat power of the common people is displayed, I am afraid that even a tyrannical existence, with a cultivation base of 1,200 to 300 years, is no match for it. Yi Feng's complexion suddenly became uneasy. The group of Sky Clan in front of him obviously acted together and quickly reached the second floor of the ruins to seize the opportunity. Its overall strength is definitely stronger than the current 5 Yi Feng. Adding Killing Star and Soul Star, they couldn't last long in front of Tsongxing and the others, and facing such a tyrannical Sky Clan team, it was hard to say whether Killing Star and Soul Star would continue to stand by Yi Feng's side of. Ha ha ha, look, who did we catch? Tsongxing, the young master of the Sky Clan, laughed, with a contemptuous smile on his handsome face. he glanced at Yi Feng. Isn't this the guy who is said to be very likely to become the successor of the dragon sword? It seems that this guy's talent is stronger than mine. Then how is it possible? Our young master is very talented and has unparalleled bones. How can any bum be compared? That's right. Besides, this guy is about to turn into a pile of bones. No matter how talented he is, he's just trash. A group of young disciples of the Xuanhuan clan looked at Yi Feng as if they were looking at a poor creature, as if they would fall under their attack after only a while. That's right. How could the weak and pitiful wretches who are only 325 years old be the opponents of these elite youths of the Sky Clan? Yi Feng looked at them sneering and sarcastic, and thought in his heart, it seems that he can only summon the Void Vine in a while, and he must release the control, otherwise he might still not be the opponent of Sanxing, but he would snatch the Void Vine away. However, there is a prerequisite that Yi Feng, Yuechan, and Zhang Xingyun cannot be in this hall, otherwise they will definitely be smashed to pieces by the power of Void Vine. At this time, Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun finally stepped through the door and came to this palace. Hey, there are two more girls. It seems that they are the legendary dragon sword maid. What kind of dragon sword maid? As long as this Yi Feng dies here, his two maids will become our maids, haha. TCH, I don't want a maid, I only need two playthings. A group of people booed again, looking at Yi Feng and the others with even more fiery eyes. Experienced practitioners of the dragon sword inheritance, you must know that such an existence, if you encounter it outside the ancient ruins, how would they dare to kill it easily? At that time, when Dragon Sword Immortal Palace gets angry, the entire sky world will be turned upside down, and the Sky Clan may be wiped out. It was only in this ancient ruins that they dared to attack Yi Feng without anyone noticing. If he died in the ancient ruins, no one would know how Yi Feng died, so he could only assume that something happened to him. Yi Feng didn't have any affection for this group of young people from the Sky Clan. At this moment, Killing Star and Soul Star finally stepped through the door and entered the hall. As soon as he saw the situation in the palace, Shaxing understood what was going on almost immediately. Regarding the grievances between the Sky Clan and Yi Feng, he, who was once paid by the Sky Clan to help, couldn't be more clear. Seeing Shaxing, Songxing, the young master of the Xuanhuan clan, was stunned for a while on his handsome face, and then burst out laughing as if seeing a scene that surprised him. So it's you, brats from the soul world. There was a shadow of hatred on Songxing's face. Songxing couldn't hate the Killing Star more. Because it was the Killing Star, the fact that the Sky Clan invited them to kill Yi Feng was exposed, and thus he was disqualified from continuing to practice the dragon sword inheritance. People in the soul world are just unreliable. Some elders of the Sky Clan are already preparing for this matter, and they want to deal a severe blow to the soul world. After all, after accepting the reward, the task of killing Yi Feng was not completed, and instead, the fact that they hired an assassin was exposed. This is too disreputable as an assassin. Don't let it go. The Killing Star must die. The young master Songxing thought so in his heart, and with a wave of his hand, the 12 youths of the Sky Clan behind him moved quickly. When the people of the Sky Clan started to move, Yi Feng also activated his Xinqi at the fastest speed. Ghost Dragon Soul. Yuechan Dragon Soul. With a soft shout in Yi Feng's heart, 2 Dragon Soul swords were instantly condensed in his hands, and then he combined the 2 swords into one. The Dragon Soul Sword condensed from the 3 souls and 7 souls of the Dragon Sword Maid can temporarily fuse multiple swords together to exert stronger power. At most, 9 swords are combined into one, and 9 swords are combined into one. Its power is beyond the imagination of others. It's a pity that the current Yi Feng can only condense 2 swords together at most. Facing a strong enemy, Yi Feng had no choice but to use all the skills of pressing the bottom of the box. The 2 swords merged into one, and layers of black and white sword energy barriers appeared in front of Yi Feng. Get back! Yifeng turned his head and sent divine thoughts to the two women, Killing Star and Soul Star, and at the same time a blue ball of light condensed in his hand. Walk. Killing Xing and Han Xing looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they condensed a purple ball of light in their hands. After quickly exchanging with Yifeng and the others, the two soul cultivators backed away. Since the checkpoint trap in this hall had already disappeared, it was feasible to go back directly. Obviously, Killing Xing and Han Xing just thought of Yifeng's plan for a moment, so they backed away directly. The two women, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, also knew Yifeng's whole cards very well. They nodded at the same time, took the 3 souls and 7 spirits back into their bodies, and then stepped back to pass through the gate. Want to run? Several young disciples of the Zhangqiang clan bypassed the barriers of sword energy released by Yifeng, trying to attack from the side to stop the 2 girls and 2 soul cultivators. Court death. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of Sha Xing and Han Xing, 9 heavens soul kill. The tyrannical aura emanated out, and those young disciples of the Zhangqiang clan who wanted to stop them were taken aback. They didn't expect these 2 soul cultivators with only 400 or 500 years of cultivation to unleash such a blow. Several beams of nether sword light hid their aura and spread out towards the surroundings, scaring away those young disciples of the Sky Clan who had cultivated for 800 or 900 years, followed by the 4 daughters Sha Xing, Han Xing, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun. Without wasting time, he retreated directly to the back door. With a flash of white light, the figures of the 4 finally disappeared from the hall. And ahead, where Yifeng was, the layers of black and white sword energy barriers were finally broken by the young master Zhangxing and others, but in fact, only a second has passed. Those people run away, don't let this guy run away. The young master Zhangxing looked at the blue and purple 2-color light ball in Yifeng's hand, and immediately arranged for people to block the door he retreated from. Can you stop it? Yifeng laughed out loud. There were no other friends present at the scene, so he had no scruples. Void Fujiki. A green branch of a void vine shattered the void and landed in this hall, and the terrifying power contained on it was mastered by Yifeng. Dragon Sword Ju, Broken Sword Technique. Yifeng didn't hesitate at all, and directly swept his sword towards the 4 or 5 Sky Clan disciples who blocked his retreat. Those people didn't condense their true qi shields, but Yifeng still used the sword-breaking technique, because he could foresee the next situation. Seeing Yifeng summoning the void vines, the disciples of the Zhangqiang clan couldn't help being shocked, and quickly reacted. As Yifeng expected, seeing a wave of sword energy sweeping towards him, those 4 or 5 people almost reflexively displayed their own defensive magic at the same time. Several layers of infuriating masks appeared in front of them, trying to resist Yifeng's sword. However, the broken swordsmanship sword chi fused with the power of the void smashed through the true chi shields cast by the 4 or 5 people, and then a sword-fighting sword chi struck, and it seemed that they were all about to be beheaded. Hide! Those 4 or 5 Sky Clan disciples' true chi shields were shattered. Knowing that they couldn't resist the fierce sword chi, they all turned pale with shock, and when they moved their steps, their figures moved towards the surroundings. Bang! After the loud noise, Yifeng's sword-fighting skill bombarded the gate of the hall, without even a single ripple. Void vines. Seeing the situation in front of him, the young master Zhangxing in the center of the rear hall couldn't help but see a burst of greed in his eyes. This is actually an eternal treasure. If he can obtain this treasure, he can use this treasure to go to the lower floors of the ancient ruins more easily, thereby obtaining more precious treasures and making his own strength a qualitative leap. Kill him. The young master Zhangxing immediately ordered that the 13 members of the Zhangqiang clan attack Yifeng at the same time, and the true energy in the whole hall poured down like a torrential rain, and Yifeng was enveloped by all kinds of powerful attacking spells. Seeing this, Yifeng unleashed his mysterious space power, forming a barrier around his body. At the same time, he performed sword guarding technique again, and several barriers of sword energy appeared to protect him. Time to go. Yi Feng controlled the void vines, and incorporated the power of the void into his sword shujitsu. Boom! There was a sound of shattering, which was the shattering of the mysterious level space power barrier he condensed. After all, the young master Zongxing also comprehended the power of the mysterious level space and could easily break it. But immediately afterward, the sword guarding technique integrated with the power of the void completely resisted other attacks at once. Yi Feng seized the opportunity and galloped towards the door he came from. It's not that easy to leave. The young master Zongxing pursued closely, and threw out a large net with one hand, which unexpectedly condensed the powerful power of the earth-level space, and covered Yi Feng all at once. It turned out to be a middle-grade fairy weapon. Yi Feng's heart trembled. It's over. He poked out his consciousness at will, and felt that the young master Zongxing's big net contained a tyrannical binding force, and then the true energy in his body was restrained, making him unable to move even a bit. The branch of the void vine was still hanging on top of Yi Feng's head, but at this moment it was also suppressed by the great net power of the young master Zongxing. It's not that the void vines are lower than that big net, but that Yi Feng's cultivation is really much lower than the young master Zongxing. I'm still caught. How can a little bastard like you break through this medium-grade fairy weapon, the Ying net? The young master, Zongxing, snorted softly, with a smug expression on his face. He approached Yi Feng step by step. The other 12 Sky Clan disciples around also approached Yi Feng with greedy expressions on their faces. Void vines, eternal treasures. In addition, this guy is also a practitioner of the dragon sword inheritance, so he must have a lot of good things on him. It seems that everyone has earned something. If the young master and the common people get the eternal treasure, they will definitely be rewarded greatly after returning. It seems that there is only one fight. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with determination. He clenched his hands into fists as he watched the surrounding Sky Clan people approaching. The power of the void vines explodes. Although Yi Feng himself would not be able to control the power of void vine if it erupted, and he was the closest to void vine, so he might be the first to suffer. However, he couldn't help thinking about the current situation. Exploding is death, not erupting is the same as death. It is better to explode the people of the Sky Clan present to death. Yi Feng didn't think much about it. In the current situation, if he didn't take any action, his life would be here. The moment his mind moved, the power of the void, contained in the void vines finally burst out. Like a torrent, the power of the void instantly submerged the nearest Yi Feng. He only felt a burst of terrifying power quickly enveloped him, making him feel as if he was about to be torn apart. It turns out that this is how it feels to be killed by the power of the void. Yi Feng felt that his whole body was about to be exploded into pieces. Although he knew he couldn't resist the destructive force, he still gritted his teeth to support it. However, Yi Feng's strength was too insignificant in the face of the void vines bursting out from the void power. Even with the 2,000 years of cultivation of the remnant soul of the ink python, he couldn't get close to the completely erupted void vines. Once he got close, he would only be destroyed and turned into ashes. Yi Feng is no exception. In the blink of an eye, before the power of the void overwhelmed the disciples of the Sky Clan around him, he couldn't support himself. Under the shroud of the power of the void, his body suddenly disintegrated and turned into pieces. In that abnormal space, the growth speed of this void vine is really too fast. At the beginning, this vine was not yet mature, and there was no danger at all. After a short period of time, it has become so terrifying now. With this last thought in mind, Yi Feng finally lost consciousness. It seems that after a long time, and it seems that only in an instant, Yi Feng suddenly felt that he had come to a dark and dim place. It was dark all around, and I couldn't feel the existence of anything. Where is this? Wasn't I killed by the power of the void? Yifeng was a little strange, but no matter how hard he tried, he found that he couldn't feel the existence of his body. It seemed that his body had completely collapsed into void in the previous explosion of void power. Hey, is this the power of the void? Suddenly, he seemed to feel that this space was filled with such a trace of void power, and this trace of void power was getting weaker and weaker. Subconsciously, he wanted to grasp this ray of void power in his hands. As soon as this idea appeared, a green light spot condensed by the power of the void suddenly appeared in this space, and immediately illuminated the entire space. The entire space suddenly glowed brightly, and the green light was dazzling. Yifeng hurriedly wanted to observe what kind of situation he was in now, but he suddenly realized that he did not have a body now. In this space, he didn't know why his consciousness could exist. All in all, it seemed that only his consciousness survived. Green void power. Yifeng thought in his heart, and then shifted his consciousness to the extreme distance of this space, until the green light emitted by that ray of void power was almost gone. The space in front once again turned into dead darkness, and Yifeng concentrated on his perception, once again feeling that there was a trace of strange power in front of him that was gradually weakening. It's a bit similar to the blue light ball condensed in the ancient ruins. After Yifeng had this feeling, a burst of blue light shone in this space again. It's so gentle, I don't know what kind of power it is. Yifeng could only feel that this burst of blue light contained extremely soft power. Even if he only had consciousness here, he felt very comfortable because of that burst of light. Then he had a thought. Although I don't know what's going on now, it's obvious that the only ray of void power and blue soft power left in this space is constantly decreasing. At the same time, Yifeng could also feel that his consciousness seemed to be getting dimmer. Only when the power of the void and the soft blue power were lit up, his consciousness seemed to improve a bit. This made him want to search even more, to see if there were other similar forces in this space. Soon as his consciousness turned, he came to the distance of the blue soft light again. When it was pitch black, Yifeng was contemplating with all his heart. Found it! Yifeng was overjoyed, and then a ray of crimson light spread out towards the surroundings, like a cluster of flames suddenly lit up. A burst of heat instantly enveloped Yifeng's consciousness, making him feel a warmth. Continue. Yifeng's consciousness changed, and he moved forward again. In the entire space, in a clockwise direction, ray after ray of light of various colors were lit by Yifeng, from the green of the power of the void, to the strange power of soft blue, to the power of scarlet red. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of orange power. When the light was on, Yifeng felt as if he was in an endless misty illusion. Then came the cyan light. At this moment, another tearing feeling different from the power of the void enveloped the whole body. Fortunately, he is conscious now, and was not torn to pieces by this force. Followed by the power of yellow, the moment the light shines, it is like the rising sun. Finally, there is the power of purple. When he reached the last dark area in this space, Yifeng only felt that his consciousness was about to dissipate, which made him work harder to feel the strange power in this space. This was the most difficult moment for him to feel the power in this space. It wasn't until the moment before his consciousness was about to disappear that he finally grasped the existence of a ray of strange power, and then a faint purple light spread towards the surroundings. With Yifeng's consciousness, he could roughly discover that the entire space was illuminated by 7 colors of light, and it was no longer the darkness it was before. And his consciousness seemed to be getting clearer and clearer, and the dissipated 3 souls and 7 souls and the physical body seemed to be reassembling at an extremely fast speed. What's happening here? Yifeng didn't know why, he was in doubt. Immediately afterwards, he found that his consciousness was moved to the center of this strange space by an unknown force, where the surrounding 7 color rays of light converged into a central point. At this central point, there is a little off-white light that is gradually expanding. Gray-white, trunk? Yifeng's consciousness felt the gray-white light expand, gradually forming a tree trunk, and then continued to expand, and soon a dry gray-white huge ancient tree appeared in front of Yifeng's consciousness. And the turning light around this space was immediately absorbed by this gray-white ancient tree, and completely gathered into the gray-white ancient tree. You are welcome, young man. A burst of ancient consciousness suddenly appeared from Yifeng's sea of consciousness. Yifeng's consciousness felt that burst of ancient consciousness, and he couldn't help being stunned. Who was communicating with him? Could it be the gray-white ancient tree in front of me? It's me, I'm Gumu. That ancient consciousness reappeared in Yifeng's sea of consciousness, making Yifeng puzzled for a while. Qiao ancient wood? What is this thing? With Yifeng's knowledge, he has never heard of the existence of this level. Now Yifeng, what he wants to find out the most is not what is this gray and white ancient tree in front of him, but what happened to him. Wasn't he blasted by the power of the void? Why does consciousness still exist? Also, where is the space? It's a long story, let me tell you. Gumu's consciousness was introduced into Yifeng's sea of consciousness, and he gradually told him about this series of events. Soon, Yifeng finally understood what was going on in the scene in front of him. After understanding the whole truth, he was stunned for a long time. This gray-white 7-yao ancient tree turned out to be the source of the void vine. The void vine, the magic weapon known as the eternal treasure in the outside world, turned out to be just a branch of the 7 luminous ancient wood in front of him. He has already thrown hundreds of branches out of the whole world. As for the goal of throwing out the void vines, there is really only one goal: to find a reliable host. As long as it is a cultivator who is strangled by the power of the void, after his body and soul are dispersed, the remaining wisp of consciousness will be sent back to the consciousness space of Gumu by the power of the void. If one can light up the power of all 7 colors like Yifeng, then it is a qualified host. Don't look at Yifeng's seemingly easy doing just now. In fact, since ancient times, a total of hundreds of millions of practitioners have died from the power of the void, but none of them can light up all the 7 colors. If you want to light up the power of the 7 colors, the most important thing is to be able to feel the existence of those powers in a short period of time, which has extremely high requirements for the talent of the practitioner. And Yifeng, after possessing the destiny of the little spirit root, finally managed to meet the requirements, lighting up all 7 colors of power at the last moment. Under this world, you are considered a genius among geniuses. Gumu finally made such an evaluation of Yifeng: your 3 souls, 7 souls, and body, I will help you recast them and integrate them into the power of Qiao. And I will use you as the host to absorb the power of the world. Reiki, I hope it can be restored to its former state as soon as possible. Past state? You mean you are now? Yifeng was a little strange. That's right, I'm the 7 luminaries ancient tree, but it's a severely damaged 7 luminaries ancient tree. If I can't find a suitable host, I will disappear from this world in tens of thousands of years. Gumu said with some gratitude. Yifeng was speechless when he learned the truth. So, is he saved? Not only that, but it was a blessing in disguise, and got a 7-yao ancient tree? But having said that, the Qiao ancient tree uses his body as its host, so there may be some big troubles in the future, and if it goes wrong, it will suck his whole body or something. Of course, Yifeng is lucky to be able to recover his life now, and the next thing can only be considered later. So, you created this ancient ruins to attract practitioners? Yifeng asked immediately. No. Gumu replied, I was just placed in the ancient ruins as a reward for the last floor, but hundreds of millions of years have passed, but no one has been able to break into the 7th floor of the ancient ruins. I really can't wait. Just through some void vines to catch people in. The Qiao ancient wood must be placed on the last floor of the ancient ruins, so it cannot move freely. If you want to get out of trouble, you can only rely on others, and if you are a cultivator with insufficient talent, you are not qualified to be the host of Qiao Ancient Wood. After all, the host's talent directly affects the time it takes for Qiao Ancient Wood to return to its full state. Tell me again, if I become your host, will there be any harm? Yifeng asked again. Yes, your cultivation speed will be reduced to half of the original. Qiao Guma said without hesitation, but the benefits you get are even greater, and the power I have mastered is undoubtedly the most powerful among you. Under the clear sky? Yifeng was puzzled. It seemed that the existence of the 7 luminaries ancient wood was older than the dragon sword Immortal Palace. This made Yifeng even more curious. Before Yifeng, he only knew that there were first-class worlds to 7th-class worlds in this world, but he never knew about the clear sky. Under the clear sky is the world you live in. Qiao Guma said bluntly, simply put, the whole world is an uninfluential world. The proportion of your cultivators in Qingshan who can become immortals is even less than 1 in 10 million, which is really too weak. Even if it is in Qingshan, one level above you, 1 out of every 100 cultivators can become an immortal, and the difference in strength is extremely huge. Yifeng was stunned when he heard that. What about going to the sky and going to the sky? After a long time, it turned out that the first-class world he knew before was actually not the strongest world. According to Qiao Gumu, in the Shangqing heaven, 1 out of every 100 cultivators can become an immortal, and that is 10,000 years of cultivation. But in the clear sky where Yifeng lived, even the dragon sword Immortal Palace couldn't reach this ratio. That's still average. In this way, isn't it true that the top sect forces in Qingshan are all immortals? Correct. Yifeng suddenly realized, could it be that compared to the world he lived in, Qingshan was equivalent to the existence of the fairy world? There really is a fairyland in this world. How can I go to Qingshan? Yifeng couldn't help asking. I can't go now, the passage to Qingshan is destroyed, even I can only stay in this lower Qingtian. Qiao Guma said with some regret, it was in that year and that battle that I was almost completely destroyed, and that's why I was reduced to this point. Yifeng didn't say much. The most important thing for him now is to quickly improve his cultivation and pass on the dragon sword to his hands. No matter how awesome the 7 luminaries ancient wood is, it is still broken. Even if Yifeng is the host, it can't give him too much strength. Because the 7 kinds of power mastered by Qiao Ancient would all need to be cultivated to grow. But cultivating those 7 kinds of power is infinitely more difficult than comprehending the dragon sword soaring to the sky map, the power of mysterious space, etc. Under Yifeng's questioning, Qiao Gumu explained in detail the 7 kinds of power he had mastered one by one. Regarding the power system in this world, Yifeng didn't know very well. He only knew that what a cultivator cultivates is true qi, and what a cultivator on earth without a pill core cultivates is called inner qi. And there are a series of strange forces such as the power of space, the power of time, and the power of the void under the sky, each of which has its own unique effect. Every time you master more power, you will become more powerful. But now, Yifeng has mastered 7 kinds of powers that are extremely terrifying to ordinary people at once. Under the explanations of Qiao Gumu one by one, Yifeng finally knew which 7 kinds of power Qiao Gumu possessed, and also knew what the various lights that lit up before represented. The power of the red real fire, mastering the power of the real fire, can use itself as an oven to burn out the strongest flame that belongs to Qingshan. The power of orange time is the power used to control time, but this power cannot be used alone. From Qiao Gumu's explanation, Yifeng knows that unless he comprehends the power of heaven-level space, he can further use the power of time. Otherwise, it is impossible to practice and comprehend more power of time. However, now that Yifeng has comprehended a little power of time, he can actually use it in battle. Sometimes when the clock is ticking, using the power of time can bring a decisive advantage at once. Followed by the yellow power of the sun. As we all know, the sun is only a kind of star, and Yari is the largest and strongest star in the Shangqingshan world, where Qiaogumu is located. The power generated by the sun, even other stars, can't resist it, and it is easily burned by it. The green power of the void is a powerful force born out of the power of space. After comprehending the power of the mysterious space, one can initially grasp the method of using the power of the void. The so-called void is nothing. In the universe around the Earth, even the starry sky still has the nature of space, but in the void, there is nothing. That is to say, the power of the void is strong enough to turn everything into nothingness. The power of the cyan tide. Tidal force is also said on the Earth, referring to the tearing force caused by the difference in the gravitational field between objects. Mastering the power of tides, practitioners can create some objects with great gravitational force, and even condense themselves into a black hole-like existence, tearing all objects close to them into pieces. The power of the blue true water is Yifeng's second lighted soft power. It is opposite to the Qiao true fire. The power of the Qiao true water is to restrain all flames. The power of any flame in the lower sky is scum in front of the Qiao true water. Same existence. Of course, if he reached the Shangqing heaven, he might not be sure, but now Yifeng has no chance to go to the Shangqing heaven. One must know that even the existence of Qiao ancient wood can't go back for a while. The power of purple annihilation, this is the strongest power of Qiao ancient wood, and Yifeng has also mastered it in such a way. Even just this wisp of extinction power, at some point, it can produce extremely terrifying power, capable of destroying any object and returning it to silence. The power of the seven luminaries, combined together, condensed into the seven luminous ancient wood. And the void vine tree that Yifeng raised before was just a branch of the Qiao ancient tree, which shows how strong the Qiao ancient tree's real power is. It's a pity that the current Qiao ancient tree is just a gray-white dead tree, and it is difficult to have too much power. Especially after taking Yifeng as the host, Qiaogumu's whole body strength must be used to restore itself, not to fight. This is Qiaogumu's instinct. Even in a critical moment, it is impossible for the seven luminaries ancient wood to help Yifeng fight, because once its existence is exposed, with Yifeng's current strength, it cannot be preserved at all. And once it is robbed by others, it will be difficult for the Qiao ancient wood to return to its full glory and return to the Shangqingshan where it was originally located. Having mastered so much power, logically speaking, I should be ecstatic, but why can't I be happy no matter what? Such an idea came into Yifeng's consciousness. His 3 souls and 7 souls and his physical body gradually began to condense, exactly the same as when he was blown to death by the force of the void, without any change. The only change is probably that there are 7 more light balls of different colors in his body. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple each represent that he has mastered different powers. But at this moment, these 7 light spheres of different colors are extremely weak. Even with Yifeng's current cultivation level, he will not be afraid of any kind of attack from these powers. Because the power in it is too weak. Weak enough to be equivalent to a cultivator who has just started cultivating, and only then can he condense true energy in his body. Although the 7 kinds of power sound very bluffing, Yifeng needs to spend a lot of time to comprehend the 7 kinds of power in his body to play a role in actual combat. And that gray-white Qiao ancient tree, after explaining the details of Qiao's power, retracted into Yifeng's body, successfully treating Yifeng as the host. I will send you back to the place where you died. The time has not changed, but with me in your body, you will not be harmed by the power of the void. After Qiaogumu finished speaking, Yifeng felt the surrounding space suddenly change. The sight he finally regained allowed him to see the scene in front of him, which turned out to be the time and place where he was besieged by the 13 members of the Sky Clan. Void Fujiki's void power exploded. In the hall of the ancient ruins, terrifying power swept across, and the 13 young disciples of the Sky Clan who were about to besiege Yifeng were taken aback. Not good, How can the power of this void vine be so powerful? Songxing, the young master of the Zhangqiang clan, was taken aback, and immediately wanted to back away. He had heard of void vine before, and it is said that although a cultivator who possesses this eternal treasure will become very powerful, it is impossible for Yi Feng to be able to defeat him with more than 300 years of cultivation. The strength that has been cultivated for nearly 1,000 years. What is going on here? Immediately afterwards, he saw Yi Feng's body shattered by the power of the void, and then turned into nothingness. It was only then that he suddenly realized that this Yi Feng was so clever that he would try his best to pull them as a backup. It seems that the power of this void vine is far beyond his imagination. However, the problem facing the common people now is not how powerful the void vines are, but what he is more concerned about is how to escape from this tyrannical destructive force. Walk. Songxing turned around and left. At the same time he pulled back too with one hand, pulling several other young disciples of the Zhangqiang clan behind him with his tyrannical aura. The power of the void bombarded those young disciples of the Zhangqiang clan, and there was a short stagnation. And this also gave the common people a chance to escape. It's just that at this time, Yi Feng's dissipated figure reappeared silently at the center of the explosion of void power. Yi Feng returned to the palace where the power of the void erupted. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Songxing, who was fleeing fast in front of him. That Songxing held several other young disciples of the Sky Clan to resist behind him, and then ran to a gate with a yellow and red two-color logo without looking back. Activate the door and escape. Even if Yi Feng just came back and his strength has increased, there is no way to stop the common people. After all, the distance of 100 meters was approaching in an instant, and by the time Yi Feng realized it, Songxing's figure had disappeared from this hall. However, the other disciples of the Zhangqiang clan who were captured by the Songxing to die for them were all broken into pieces by the burst of void power. They could only hear their terrified cries before they died, but they didn't hear any sounds when they died. Screams. Because they died under such violent void force, they didn't even have the chance to scream. Almost in an instant, apart from Yi Feng, there was not even a single living person in the entire hall. Even the space was eroded by the power of the void, turning it into an illusory place. Fortunately, Yi Feng was protected by the 7 luminous ancient wood in his body, so that he who had just come back from the dead was not affected in any way. Soon, the automatic repair function of the ancient ruins began to activate, and the absorbed spaces were restored in a short while, and the entire hall was restored to its original state. It's just that at this time, except for the escaped young master Songxing, the other 12 members of the entire Zhangqiang clan are already dead and cannot die anymore. In the center of the hall, Yi Feng, who had been resurrected from the dead, was suspended, looking at the surrounding scenes with some emotion. It's such a pity. I died under the power of the void, and I didn't have anything left on my body. Otherwise, so many young disciples of the Sky Clan would make me a lot of money. Yi Feng shook his head. Now that there is no one around, he can try the 7 new powers he has mastered first. Except for the power of orange time, Yi Feng can use the other 6 kinds of power, but according to the reminder given to Yi Feng by Qiao Gemu, each of Yi Feng's powers is only 1 year's worth of cultivation. Compared with Yi Feng's current 320 years of cultivation power, these 7 kinds of power are like a drop in the ocean. Even if the level of these 7 kinds of power is extremely high, but the number is too small, it is difficult to exert any great power. Strong power comes. If you want to increase the 7 kinds of power in your body, you have to rely on time to comprehend it, which makes Yi Feng a little puzzled. Right now, he just lacks time, and there are still many things he needs to comprehend. Of course, at present, comprehending the power of these 7 luminous powers is obviously much more important than comprehending other things. After all, these 7 kinds of power are all invincible powers in the sky. Even in the first-class world, I am afraid that no one can master one of the powers of the 7 luminaries. As for the power of the void, perhaps some cultivators have mastered some of it because they obtained the void vines, but the power of the void is useless to Yifeng. In Zi Chen, the power of the void that can be used basically comes from the void vines released by the Qiyao ancient wood. The power from the same source has no effect at all on Yifeng, who currently has the 7 luminous ancient wood in his body. If it is used to deal with Yifeng, it will be absorbed by the 7 luminous ancient wood in Yifeng's body instead. The power of true fire. Yifeng gave it a try, mobilizing the scarlet power in his body. The power of the real fire from the upper sky is the strongest flame in the lower sky. Yifeng condensed a small flame in his hand, and felt that the surrounding space would be burned by it. It's really powerful. Even though it was just a smoldering flame, Yifeng's eyes lit up. It was a surprise. Such a small flame actually shows signs of being able to burn the space. If more real fire power is gathered in the future, wouldn't it really be able to burn the space completely? The power of the sun. Yifeng immediately tried the yellow power, and suddenly a burst of bright light radiated from Yifeng's hand, containing infinite light and heat. Although they are both extremely hot powers, there are still obvious differences between the power of true fire and the power of the sun. The power of the real fire is relatively concentrated, and the power is concentrated at one point, thus producing the most powerful destructive power. But the power of the sun is divergent. The yellow light emitted from Yifeng's hand gradually turned into a golden color, and the power of the sun's rays spread throughout the entire hall in an instant. On Sunday, you need to shine and give off heat, so that your heat can be felt by the people around you. It seems that before mastering the power of the sun, it is better to use it sparingly. If you are not careful, you will hurt your own people. Yifeng thought in his heart, and then his mind moved again. Cyan, the power of the tide. The force of the tide is the tearing force that relies on gravity. In front of him, Yifeng relied on the power of the tide to create an irregular sphere, which was completely composed of the power of the tide. And this irregular sphere produced an extremely strong gravitational force, and immediately began to scatter towards the surroundings. Yifeng threw out any material from his storage space. It was an unknown material obtained in the first layer of the ancient ruins, and it was of no use to Yifeng now. But seeing that black stone was thrown out by Yifeng, it was suddenly attracted by the tidal sphere, and then the terrifying tidal force tore the material into pieces. Yifeng was startled. It was a refining material of Dao level. If there were enough auxiliary materials, a Dao weapon could be refined. But this level of material was torn into pieces by Yifeng's tidal force. When the tidal force is better understood in the future, shouldn't it be able to create black holes? Yifeng thought in his heart and shook his head. Even if a black hole can be condensed, it will be a matter of the future, so don't think about it now. Then there was the blue power of true water, which seemed to be nothing to experiment with. Yifeng condensed that trace of true water power and tried to cast a lay on hands on himself. Swish! An unexpected surprise appeared. Yifeng discovered that the power of true water could be used to replenish the true energy he had consumed. After thinking about it, right, isn't Luotian water just a kind of water? But true water is the most powerful water power in Zi Chen, and it is only normal to have the effect of restoring true energy. In this way, what is Luotian water? When I realize the power of true water that is strong enough, I don't have to worry about the consumption of true energy at all. Yifeng laughed, counting. He had already used up half of the Luotian water he got before, and was worrying about it, but he didn't expect to get such an easy-to-use power of true water. As for the last purple power of annihilation, Yifeng also casually threw out a piece of Dao item-level material. Silently, I saw that the material was completely destroyed by the extinction force of the purple light. Not even a single scum was left. This is the real power of extinction. Although the effect produced is similar to the previous sun's power, Yifeng can personally feel that this nirvana's power is far more terrifying than the sun's power. The power of extinction is exactly the power at the bottom of the Qiyao ancient wooden box. It is even more difficult to comprehend and use it than the power of time in orange, which shows its horror. Yifeng knew in his heart that if the power of the sun and the power of nirvana collided with each other at the same strength, the power of nirvana would definitely be stronger. Even the stars and the brilliance of the sun will be turned into nothingness by the power of nirvana, and even the power of the void is not enough to look at in front of the power of nirvana. Even the Qiyao ancient would itself said bluntly that it has not fully grasped the power of nirvana. If Yifeng can comprehend a sufficiently strong power of nirvana, it will undoubtedly be stronger than the Qiyao ancient would in its prime. One force breaks everything. The power of extinction is such a force. Of course, in Xiaqing Tian, no matter which one of the 7 powers of the Qiyao ancient wood is the strongest, Yifeng only needs to choose one to comprehend and practice first. After all, he can't eat too much. If he comprehends multiple powers at the same time, the speed of comprehension will naturally drop. When he encounters a strong enemy, the addition of the 2 powers will not be stronger than cultivating one power exclusively. For example, 2 cultivators with 500-year cultivation bases are no match for a practitioner with 1,000-year cultivation base. It's almost time to decide. Let's choose the power of real fire. The condensed Xeon real fire is enough to burn all opponents in the sky. Yifeng chose the red power of real fire, and made it his main comprehension power in the future. Now, of course, the experience of the ancient ruins must continue. This ancient relic was not created by Qiyao Gumu, but by other strong men from Shangqingshan. As for why such a relic was created, it is not important. What is important is that there are indeed countless treasures in it. Be careful, this ancient relic seems to have a slight connection between the ancient formation and the upper clear sky. Every 100 years, some treasures will reappear in each hall of this ancient relic. Heaven is extremely precious, but it can be seen everywhere in Shangqing heaven. Qiyao Gumu reminded, over the years, although I haven't found a suitable host, there are indeed some young people with extremely outstanding talents who mysteriously disappeared in this ancient ruins. Mysterious disappearance? Yifeng was surprised. That's right, I suspect that because those young people are talented, they might have been teleported to the Shangqing heaven. It's a pity that I haven't felt the slightest bit of power from the Shangqingshan in this ancient relic, which shows how deep it is hidden. Qiyao Gumu is very wary of the ancient ruins. So, this ancient relic is a certain sect in the upper Qingtian, and it was built in the lower Qingtian to select talents? Yifeng suddenly realized. This guess must be correct, but it's a pity that the people who built the ancient ruins must not know that Qiyao Ancient Wood can rely on throwing out Void Vine to transfer other talented practitioners into their consciousness space. Although I don't know how many years have passed, Void Fujiki was finally able to escape. Any cultivator who enters the ancient ruins can leave the ancient ruins directly through the passage between the halls of the ruins as long as he wants to exit. So now as long as Yifeng leaves the ancient ruins, Qiyao Ancient Wood will also leave. Suddenly, Yifeng thought of something, his eyes lit up. Since this ancient relic can be teleported to Shangqingshan, wouldn't it be possible for you to return to Shangqingshan? No. Qiyao Guma shook his head. Don't say we can't find the teleportation array to go to the Qingtian. Even if we find it, if we go back to the Qingtian from this ancient ruins, it will definitely appear in that powerful sect. Shall I throw myself into the trap again? That's right. Yifeng chuckled, nodded, and didn't say much. It's a good thing for him that Qiyao Guma dared not go back to the sky from here, otherwise, wouldn't he lack such a powerful booster in his body? Although Qiyao Guma used him as the host, which would reduce his cultivation speed to half of the original one, but the improvement in strength that Qiyao Gumu brought to him was far inferior to this half of the cultivation speed. After all, the power of Qiyao is a power that cannot be possessed in this clear sky. Going forward, I just need to be more careful. Even if there is any teleportation formation to go to the sky, it will definitely not be on the first few floors. As long as I get an eternal treasure, I will be satisfied with this ancient ruins. Yi Feng asked while talking. Gu Mu, you should be very familiar with this ancient ruins, right? Can you give me a way to quickly go to the 5th floor of the ruins? No. Qiao Guma said unhappily. Obviously, it doesn't want Yi Feng to continue in this ancient ruins. After all, it is an immortal treasure. What's the use of Yi Feng looking for any ancient treasure? The void vine tree, which is an eternal treasure, is just a branch of its Qiao ancient tree. As for such branches, it has already thrown out hundreds of them. If Yi Feng wants it, it can give Yi Feng hundreds more. The power of the void vines is the power of the void, and I have been able to comprehend the power of the void by myself. What is the use of the void vines? Yi Feng sensed Qiao Gumu's thoughts, and he smiled, but if you give me a few hundred, I will definitely still want it. I can give it to my friends so that they won't be bullied in the future. No problem, as long as you can bring me out of this ruin, hundreds of void vines are nothing. Qiao Gumu said generously. Almost to Qiao Gumu, the void vines are equivalent to the hair on the body. Sending out hundreds of void vines is like sending out hundreds of hairs to humans. Compared with my own freedom, these hundreds of hairs are worthless. Yi Feng laughed when he heard the words. Then I will thank you on behalf of my friend first. Immediately after that, it was time for him to step back to the front hall to join Yue Chan and Zhang Xinyun, so the two women could not be too worried. As soon as he thought about it, he saw that the door of the previous hall suddenly lit up with white light. After the power of heaven-level space flickered, two anxious figures rushed in. Yi Feng, are you okay? They were Yue Chan and Zhang Xinyun. When the two women entered the hall, their expressions were originally nervous and anxious, but after seeing Yi Feng suspended in midair, they suddenly became surprised. Is Yi Feng all right? Seeing the expressions of the two girls, Yi Feng laughed. You guys are here, everything is fine here. I have dealt with the disciples of the Tsangqiang clan, but let the young master Tsangxing run away. At this time, Sha Xing and Hu Xing also teleported over. When they heard what Yi Feng said, they couldn't help but look at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. How strong is this Yi Feng? It seems that Yi Feng is still hiding very deeply in front of him. Before, they thought that if Yi Feng left alone to deal with so many young disciples of the Sky Clan, he would definitely die, unless he could take a few steps back before the power of the void erupted, and go outside this palace. They had waited for so long and didn't see Yi Feng appearing. They all thought that Yi Feng had died inside, but they didn't expect. The members of the Sky Clan are gone, which is predictable. After all, the power of the void erupts, and young cultivators with a cultivation base of less than 1,000 years will definitely not be able to resist it. But Yi Feng was able to survive without leaving this palace, which is inconceivable. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to hide your secrets. You are really a master. Sha Xing took a step forward and praised Yi Feng. In the past, he only thought that Yi Feng might be the next generation of Dragon Sword's successor, so he had some intentions to make friends with him, but he was not too enthusiastic. After all, Yi Feng's experience is only half past now, and what will happen after that is still completely uncertain. But now, seeing that Yi Feng's real strength was able to kill all the young disciples of the Sky Clan who had lived for 100 years, it seems that Yi Feng's real strength is much stronger than what he showed. The most important thing is that Yi Feng's current cultivation base is only in the early 300 years. To be able to achieve this level of strength with such a small amount of cultivation, it is obvious that Yi Feng's adventures are far beyond ordinary people. However, Sha Xing certainly didn't know that after the scene just now, Yi Feng's strength and potential were much greater than before, and he was even regarded as the youngest generation with the most potential in those first-class worlds. Where is it? Luck is a little bit better. Yi Feng smiled lightly and shook his head, didn't say much, just continued, let's continue down, but from here, there will be no blue and purple two-color gates. It seems that we have to separate for a while. hope to work with you on the next level. After finishing speaking, Yifeng took out 12 yellow light spheres, and handed 2 of them to Killing Star and Soul Star. This is the light spheres of the 12 Sky Clan disciples. You can go through the purple and yellow 2-color gates, my people, and I will go through the blue and yellow gates, and there will be a period later. Seeing these 12 yellow light spheres, Killing Xing and Han Xing still couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. This Yifeng really killed those 12 Sky Clan guys. The two took the 2 yellow balls of light from Yifeng's hands and nodded. There will be a time later. The 2 of them really hoped to have some time with Yifeng. After all, Yifeng's combat power is quite good. If they go to the lower floors, they can increase their possibility of passing the relic level if they go all the way with Yifeng. Moreover, Yifeng is also a practitioner of the Dragon Sword inheritance. Now it seems that Yifeng is very likely to get the Dragon Sword inheritance in the end. The 2 found the door with the purple and yellow 2-color logo, dispersed their souls, approached the past without a trace, and were transported out of the palace by the power of heaven-level space. Only his own people were left. Yifeng relaxed a lot, and said to Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun, "We can go any way we want, we don't have to worry about the light ball." Yifeng said easily, because the 7 colored light balls in the ancient ruins were originally transformed from the 7 powers of the Qiyao ancient wood, but the level is much lower than the Qiyao's power. Now, Yifeng can directly open the door with the power of Qiyao in his body. Although there is very little Qiyao power in his body, it doesn't take much power to open the gates of these relic halls. In other words, Yifeng will have a huge advantage over the others. He can choose the shortest path to the next floor in the ancient ruins. If it weren't for the power of Qiyao in his body, according to the original walking method, with the blue light ball of the 3 of them, if they want to go to the shortest path to the 3rd floor, they have to pass through at least 20 or 30 halls, and have to wait and distress others came to send the light ball. But now, Yifeng discovered that as long as he passes through the 4 main halls, he can reach the nearest entrance to the 3rd floor. Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun were a little surprised when they heard what Yifeng said, but they didn't ask any questions. The 2 women just felt a little stunned. No wonder Yifeng was still alive in this situation just now. He must have had other adventures, maybe it was related to this ancient ruins. The 3 picked an orange and cyan logo and walked through it. The power of orange time and the power of blue tide condensed in Yifeng's body, and in the next moment, the bright white light of the power of heaven-level space flashed past, taking the figures of the 3 away. In this way, it is much more convenient to act in the ancient ruins than before. Obviously, no one has been to the next hall. Just as Yifeng entered this hall, he felt a burst of strong aura of heaven and earth blowing towards his face. Then he opened his eyes and saw that there were 4 treasure chests in the center of this hall. It turned out to be a treasure chest hall. Let's open it. Yifeng's eyes lit up and said. Treasure chest hall. He had encountered it before on the 1st floor of the ruins. Such a treasure chest hall. Every practitioner who entered this hall could only open 1 treasure chest, and the treasure chest was 100% full of good things. In other words, there will be no monsters popping out suddenly after opening the treasure chest. Let's go, one by one. Yifeng stepped forward and randomly opened one of the golden treasure chests. Swish! A burst of rich aura of heaven and earth spread out, embellishing the palace that was already filled with aura of heaven and earth even more like a fairyland on earth. It turned out to be another material, to increase the upper limit of 10 years of cultivation. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help being surprised. I advise you to absorb it by yourself. Your 2 maids can't accompany you to the last level of the ancient ruins. Your own strength is still the most important. The consciousness of Qiao Gumu resounded in Yifeng's mind. Indeed, Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun's strength is still too weak after all, compared to Yifeng before, let alone the current Yifeng, who has obtained the Qiao power of Qiao ancient wood. Oh well. Yifeng nodded, and absorbed the 10-year cultivation base limit in this material. Immediately afterwards, Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun each chose a treasure chest and were about to open it, but at this moment, a white light lit up from a door beside it, and two practitioners appeared from it. Stop! Seeing that it was the palace of treasure chests, those two people's eyes lit up immediately, and then their expressions flashed fiercely, and they rushed over with a loud shout. Yifeng heard the loud shouts, and couldn't help turning his head to look, but saw that they were two young cultivators with a cultivation base of 700 or 800 years. They also seemed to be from a large sect. They were wearing brocade clothes, which were quite eye-catching. Probably because they felt that Yifeng and the two girls had low levels of cultivation and were easy to bully. Without any hesitation, these two young practitioners directly mobilized the whole body's true energy, and the two tyrannical fairy arts swept towards the location of the two girls. Snort. Seeing this, Yifeng snorted softly. These two guys are really daring. They directly attacked the two women. Did they think that with 700 or 800 years of cultivation, they are invincible in this ancient ruins? Without even thinking about it, he waved his hand, turning the 3 souls and 7 souls of the two women into swords of dragon souls, which floated beside him from left to right. The power of real fire, Ning. There was a gleam of fire in Yifeng's eyes, and 2 weak powers of real fire condensed on the tips of the 2 dragon soul swords. Dragon Sword Ju, sword fighting technique. Yifeng activated the 2 dragon soul swords, and simultaneously released 2 beams of sword fighting chi, each facing the true energy of the 2 cultivators. Seeing that Yifeng wanted to resist their attack with his own strength, the 2 cultivators were overjoyed. This kid is really too arrogant. He has only cultivated for more than 300 years. He dares to resist the attack of our 2 brothers. He doesn't know how to live or die. However, even with our random blow, we have killed many young powerhouses with the same level of cultivation as us. This guy in front of him is like a cart, and he is beyond his control. The 2 of them just had such an exchange, and then the scene in front of them stunned them all of a sudden. They opened their mouths wide enough to stuff an egg. The 2 attacking chi they condensed randomly were easily defeated by the young man's 2 sword chi in the middle, and then followed by a wave of hot waves. The 2 sword lights did not stagnate at all. Run to their faces. Scoff. After 2 strange noises, the 2 young cultivators were instantly submerged by Yifeng's 2 sword chi, and then the power of real fire attached to them burned their bodies completely, leaving no trace of ashes. Down. The power of real fire is too domineering, even if it is just a trace. Combined with Yifeng's swordsmanship, it can easily kill a guy with more than 700 years of cultivation. The current Yifeng, even if he faced Songxing, the young master of the Sky Clan head-on, he would surely win. After all, having the power of Qi Yao is equivalent to directly improving his cultivation base for more than 100 years. This is the strongest power in Xiaqing Tian, invincible. If he comprehends enough powerful Qi Yao power, he will be a god in Xiaqing Tian God, the Buddha blocks, and kills the Buddha. Snapped. 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 A series of applause came from behind Yifeng. Yifeng had already sensed that another cultivator had come to the rear gate, and his clothes were somewhat familiar, a bit like Lu Ling from Yunhuang Academy when he snatched the fragments of space rules. Could it be someone from Yunhuang Academy? Yifeng turned his head and saw a young man who looked like a scholar, smiling and applauding, as if he appreciated Yifeng's fight just now. Friend, well, water does not violate river water. We have a treasure chest left, you can take it yourself. Yifeng said calmly, turned his face to look. Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun had already opened the 2 treasure chests and put away the contents. With the last treasure chest left, Yifeng didn't need to fight with those from Yunhuang Academy. According to what Shaxing said, he might have to cooperate with these powerful people who came faster when he got to the lower floors of the ancient ruins. Otherwise, how could an eternal treasure be so easy to get? My friend is pretty good, And what's even more rare is that she still protects her own woman to come into such a dangerous place. The scholar of Yunhuang Academy also smiled faintly, and glanced at Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun. It seems that my friend is very confident and can protect them well. What does it matter to you? Yifeng asked with a chuckle. I know you. The scholar didn't answer Yifeng's question. Instead he changed the subject and looked at Yifeng with a sparkle in his eyes. Yifeng was taken aback by the other party's gaze, and then he laughed. Did Lu Ling from your academy tell you? Good. The scholar smiled faintly, took out a fan, and shook the folding fan lightly. This fan turned out to be a low-grade fairy-level magic weapon. Senior brother Lu Ling once said that you snatched his rule fragments, and you also have treasures such as void vines and trees. The scholar stared at Yifeng and said, why don't we work together, and we will definitely be able to reach the next level of the ruins before the others. Sorry, no need. Yifeng shook his head, we are leaving, you can do what you want. After speaking, Yifeng stood up, greeted the two women, and then walked towards the gate beside him. This time, he walked through the gate marked with orange and yellow colors. Yifeng has the power of Qiyao in his body, he can pass freely, there is no need to walk the same way with other people. And according to what Qiyao Guma said, with Yifeng's current strength, as long as he is careful, it is not difficult to pass through the first 3 floors of the ancient ruins alone. It wasn't until the 4th floor that it was possible to encounter some very difficult levels that he couldn't pass alone. But in the first 3 floors, the treasures that Yifeng got also improved him. Maybe on the 4th floor, he can start to pass the level alone. Anyway, the experience of Dragon Sword inheritance is to obtain a treasure in the ancient ruins. As for what kind of treasure it is, Xuanhuan Shenlong did not say, but Yifeng guessed that the higher the quality of the treasure, the more likely it is to get the Dragon Sword appreciation from the seniors of Asgard. If Yifeng directly showed them the 7 luminaries ancient wood, it would definitely surprise them, but it's a pity that the 7 luminaries ancient would reminded Yifeng not to let it be exposed to anyone in Xia Qingshan. Not even the people around Yifeng. Because of this, Yifeng didn't tell Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun about the matter related to Qiyao Ancient Wood just now. Seeing the 3 of Yifeng pass through the gate and disappear from the treasure chest hall, the scholar of Yunhuang Academy had a playful look in his eyes. Such a kid can actually take away the rule fragments from Lu Ling. He has only cultivated for more than 300 years, and it seems that he has mastered a lot of secret killers. The scholar thought to himself, judging from his method of killing just now, it is clean and neat. If you encounter him later, you must be careful. While thinking, he walked towards the last unopened treasure chest in the treasure chest hall. What did you get? Yifeng took the 2 women out of the treasure chest hall, went to the passage leading to the next hall, and asked. They are all treasures of heaven and earth to improve one's cultivation. Yifeng, why don't you absorb them? Yuechan took out 2 treasures of heaven, material, and earth. These are 2 treasures of heaven, material, and earth that can improve your cultivation for more than 30 years. Their value is no less than 2 low-grade immortal weapons. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are not enough conditions to produce such things, and they can only be found in the high-level world. Opportunity to see. Both Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun knew that the lower floors of the ancient ruins were definitely not for them to go. Their duty is to protect Yifeng to reach the lower floors, and after that, they must leave the ancient ruins first, otherwise not only will they not be able to help Yifeng, but they may be delayed. Now they opened the treasure chest and found the treasures of heaven and earth to improve their cultivation. Naturally they gave them to Yifeng. The 2 treasures of heaven, materials, and earth together can increase their cultivation by 70 years, which is of great help to Yifeng. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yifeng can find other treasures of heaven and earth that can raise his upper limit of cultivation, otherwise the meridians are not wide enough to accommodate so much spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yi Feng accepted two treasures of heaven, material and earth. Some time ago, he helped the two girls improve a lot. Yi Feng should also consider his own cultivation. Okay, let's go. Yi Feng continued to move forward with the two girls. It didn't take long for the three of them to break through the next 3 checkpoints. They didn't encounter too much danger, but they didn't get any treasures. They easily reached the teleportation hall leading to the 3rd floor of the ruins. Yi Feng has the power of Qi Yao in his body, so he doesn't need to wait for others to activate the teleportation array. This teleportation array also needs to have 2 colors of light spheres to be turned on together, no matter which 2 colors are available. If it was someone else, he would definitely have to wait for other people to come here, but for Yi Feng, it was a trivial matter. Let's go straight in. Yi Feng condensed light balls of several colors and handed them to Yue Chan and Zhang Xingyun respectively. The power of Qi Yao can directly condense into a light ball of the corresponding color, which is simply a unique advantage in the ancient ruins. Bright white light flashed past, and under the teleportation of the power of heaven-level space, Yi Feng and the 2 women came to the 3rd floor of the ancient ruins together. The teleportation had just ended. Yi Feng felt the surrounding situation, and felt that the 3rd floor of the ancient ruins was significantly different from the previous 1st and 2nd floors. Every door on the 3rd floor of the ancient ruins is indeed marked with 3 colors, which means that every step forward on the 3rd floor of the ancient ruins is quite time-consuming. Just because they knew this, the tyrannical existences such as Xuanhuan Shenlong did not wait outside the ancient ruins, but left directly and came back after a while. Because even in the smoothest situation, if you want to go down to the 5th floor of the ancient ruins and obtain the eternal treasure, it will take at least a month. This is still the smoothest situation. If you encounter some accidents in the middle, or encounter some particularly difficult levels, it is normal to not be able to get out for a few months. However, the ancient ruins are only open for 1 year at a time. If you haven't gone out for more than a year, you can only be trapped in it. Go straight ahead. Yi Feng took the 2 girls, selected one of the doors, and decided to take the shortest route to the 4th floor of the ruins. Due to the power of Qi Yao in his body, he only needs to advance 6 halls to get down to the 4th floor of the ancient ruins. Otherwise, he would have to walk at least 25 halls to reach the entrance of the 4th floor. The 2 women followed closely behind Yi Feng, and the 3 quickly passed through the door. Swish! After transmitting the light, Yi Feng only felt a burst of strong and rich heaven and earth spiritual energy blowing towards his face. He quickly spread his consciousness away, and then he was taken aback. This hall turned out to be another treasure hall, and an extremely precious treasure of heaven, material and earth was placed in the very center. It was a fruit that looked like a peach, but it was much larger than ordinary peaches. Judging from the aura of heaven and earth in it, after absorbing this peach-like fruit, the upper limit of the cultivator's cultivation level could definitely be reached. Growth for over 20 years. Yi Feng's eyes couldn't help but shine. What he needs now is the treasures of heaven and earth to increase the upper limit of his cultivation. However, he noticed that the peach-like fruit was not the only one in this hall. Around the fruit, there is also a very hidden formation. If Yi Feng is not sensitive to the formation, he might be hit by it all at once. It's a phantom array. If you get caught in it, you may never be able to get out again. Yi Feng was afraid for a while. Fortunately he was not obsessed with money, otherwise no one would be able to save him. What to do? Zhang Xingyun followed behind, her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. I research and research. As Yi Feng said, he gathered his true energy and rushed into the formation in front of him. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Yi Feng was startled when he saw it, because when his true energy rushed into the phantom formation in front of him, he realized that there was a person on the opposite side trying to break through the phantom formation. Who is it? Yi Feng became vigilant. Due to the phantom array, Yi Feng, who had just entered this hall, did not realize that there were other practitioners in this hall. But now it seems that there are others who came earlier than him. This phantom array, the opponent has already broken half of it. This is a competition on the attainment of the phantom array. Although Yi Feng had personally arranged a powerful illusion array like Qianxiang Mirage, compared with the illusion array in front of him, it was like a child's play. There is no way, Yi Feng can only start to comprehend slowly, there is no rush for this kind of thing. Time passed quickly. An hour passed quickly. Yi Feng discovered that he had already cracked 1/10 of this phantom array, while the opponent's crack of this phantom array had already reached half and more than 5%. My speed at cracking this phantom formation is twice as fast as the opponent's. Yi Feng discovered a piece of good news, which lifted his spirits. Originally, he had no hope of getting that peach-like fruit, but now it seems that there is still hope. He can break through the illusion at the same time as the other party. And then it depends on who is stronger. 10 hours, nearly half a day passed. Yi Feng's progress in cracking the phantom array has come to an end, and the same is true for the opponent. Just when Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun closed their eyes and rested their minds, Yi Feng let out a soft cry, and then his true energy condensed and mobilized, and the phantom formation in front of him shattered. With a poof, the phantom burst. The scene of the whole hall became clear, and in front of Yi Feng, the cultivator who broke the phantom array with him finally appeared in front of him. Seeing the opponent's appearance, Yi Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was him. At this moment of stupefaction, the other party had already moved, and with lightning speed, his figure reached the center of the hall in an instant. With one hand, he took that peach-like fruit in his hand. After the opponent succeeded, he looked at Yi Feng with some doubts, as if he didn't want to understand why Yi Feng didn't fight with him since he broke through the illusion formation at about the same time as him. But smile instead. This kid has only been cultivated for more than 300 years, so it's completely normal not to dare to snatch it. The other party directly snatched away the treasures of heaven, material and earth, and then jumped to the side, looking at Yi Feng and the two women behind him with great interest. Yi Feng was also sizing up the other party. His face was a little gloomy. This guy in front of him is the enemy of Master Yi Feng, Su Feiying, Luo Guangdu. Speaking of which, a large part of the reason why the Star Tomb sect has fallen to this point is because of this Luo Guangdu. Otherwise, at least it can become a sect, and it is the kind that is stronger than the Nanling Mo family. Luo Guang was in the same generation as Su Feiying's master, that is, Yi Feng's master, and at least he was in his 50s or 60s. Of course, in Yi Feng's eyes, the guy in front of him who stole the treasures of heaven and earth is completely a young man in his 20s. The age of a cultivator cannot be seen from the surface at all. However, Yi Feng could clearly know that the other party was the man who killed Su Feiying's master, and also contemptuously spared Su Feiying's life, making Su Feiying hold grudges to this day. In the current situation, Yi Feng recognized Luo Guangdu, but Luo Guangdu didn't know Yi Feng's identity. If he knew that Yi Feng was Su Feiying's disciple, he would definitely be surprised. After all, few people in the 6th-class world of cultivating immortals have the opportunity to reach this wider world. Luo Guangdu has always been proud of it. Only when you leave the world of cultivating immortals will you know how vast this world is. Boy, your skill formation is good, and it will be useful on the 3rd floor of this ancient ruins. How about it? How about following me? Luo Guang laughed lightly, and extended an invitation to Yi Feng. At the same time, he looked at the two women behind Yi Feng, with a playful look in his eyes. Yi Feng looked at Luo Guangdu. At this time, Luo Guangdu was wearing a snow-white shirt with a gourd pattern drawn on it, and he didn't know which sect it represented. Yi Feng can be sure that only through some powerful sects can Luo Guangdu leave the world of cultivating immortals, come to this higher world and gain the opportunity to enter the ancient ruins. 992 years of cultivation. Luo Guandu's cultivation base can almost reach 1,000 years. If he is still in the world of cultivating immortals, he can be regarded as the strongest king without a doubt. I heard Su Feiying mention it by chance. Luo Guandu's talent is very great. At that time he competed with Su Feiying's master for the head of the Star Tomb sect, but unfortunately lost to Su Feiying's master. As a result, Luo Guan hated Su Feiying's master, and even beheaded Su Feiying with his own hands. If the talent is good, it is enough to become an ordinary disciple of some ordinary sects in the third-class world. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Although I don't know how this Luo Guan came into contact with this level of sect forces, but since he met here, Yi Feng didn't want to make things easier for him. Yi Feng imitated the other party's tone, and said playfully, "Old guy, your skill in formation is pretty good, and it will be useful on the 3rd floor of this ancient ruin. How about it? How about following me?" The same words, the same tone, except that the address "boy" was replaced by "old guy" by Yi Feng. When Luo Guandu heard this, his hair exploded immediately, and anger appeared on his handsome face. This brat with more than 300 years of cultivation dared to tease him like this. He simply didn't want to live. With 992 years of cultivation, he was almost able to cultivate for 1,000 years and entered the realm of Taoism. How can this kind of brat, with 300 years of cultivation, be able to play around at will? Although Luo Guan admitted that Yi Feng and the two girls must have some strength to break through to the 3rd floor of the ancient ruins so quickly, but they are definitely not as good as him. "Stinky boy, since you are so rude, I will teach you a lesson. Give me the ball of light in your hand." Luo Guandu let out a cold snort, and took a step forward, his whole body condensed with true energy, like a killing god. "Old guy, since you are so anxious to die, I'll let you go. Why don't you thank me soon?" Yi Feng retorted, and then waved lightly with one hand. The 2 dragon soul swords of Yuechan and Guiling were held in his hands instantly. The 2 swords merged into one. To deal with the existence of the 992 years of cultivation, Yi Feng must be careful. This Luo Guandu is definitely not as difficult to deal with as the young master of the Sanqiong clan, Sanxing, but with his cultivation base, it is by no means easy to deal with, not to mention that the opponent has come to the 3rd floor of the ancient ruins so quickly, which also shows the strength of the opponent. But Yi Feng has the power of Qi Yao in his body, so he is not afraid of the opponent. "Die." When Luo Guan heard Yi Feng's words, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He had never been ridiculed so much by a brat whose cultivation level was more than 600 years lower than his. He just felt that his whole body was about to explode with anger, and he wished he could smash the brat in front of him to pieces. True Qi condensed in his hands, and a pair of hot wheels appeared at his feet, instantly igniting raging flames. Immediately afterwards, under the urging of Luo Guandu, 2 clusters of fire snakes swept towards Yi Feng quickly. "Well done." Yi Feng laughed out loud, bleeding teeth, activated. A burst of powerful 50-year cultivated power rushed into Yi Feng's limbs and bones, and at the same time, the dragon's heart felt cool, offsetting the side effects of bleeding teeth for Yi Feng. At the same time, the 2 swords are combined into one, and the swordsmanship is guarded. Layers of black and white sword energy barriers appeared in front of Yi Feng. Although he only had a cultivation base of 325 years, these layers of sword energy barriers actually blocked the opponent's 2 fire snakes. Luo Guandu's complexion suddenly changed. He never expected that Yi Feng's combat power was so strong that he could resist his blow with a cultivation base of 325 years. Although the 2 fire snakes were only cast at will by him, any other practitioner with a cultivation level of 325 years would absolutely be unable to resist them. Luo Guandu suddenly paid attention to it, and the hot wheels turned under his feet. Fire Python Universe. A huge python made of flames opened its huge flame mouth and enveloped Yi Feng's position. The high temperature emitted from its body would vaporize even steel in an instant. Beads of sweat dripped from Yifeng's forehead, but he didn't panic. The power of red true fire. With a thought in Yifeng's mind, he activated the power of real fire that was not much in his body, condensed it into the yuechan and ghost swords in his hands, and then activated his sword skills. Dragon Sword Ju, sword fighting technique. Yifeng swept across with the sword in one hand, a black and white sword aura with scarlet red charged towards the huge python formed by the flames above. In Xiaqing Tian, the power of real fire is the strongest flame. No matter what kind of fire Luo Guan casts, he can only be defeated by the power of real fire. The flame maniac python and the true fire sword Qi instantly strangled together. You're overestimating your strength. With your strength alone, you can't compete with my Huamain Qian Kuan. Luo Guandu was full of confidence at first, but after a moment, his face turned pale. What's going on? No, it's impossible. The fiery universe he displayed was defeated by Yifeng's sword, and the huge python formed by the flames was burned out by the flame power of Yifeng's sword. Flames extinguished by flames? What a strange thing. To Yifeng, the scene in front of him was not surprising at all. The power of real fire is the strongest level of flame power in Xiaqing Tian, not to mention a Luo Guandu, even a powerhouse from a first-class world. It is impossible for the quality of the flame to compare with Yifeng's real fire power. If Yifeng comprehended the power of true fire more, he could be said to be invincible in Xiaqing Tian. Of course, that requires him to have a stronger cultivation base, otherwise, with such a little power of real fire, it is still not enough to compete with the strong cultivators who have attained the Tao and become immortals. Stinky boy, you're pretty smart. Seriously, how about our cooperation? Luo Guandu finally felt a bit of fear towards Yifeng, and no longer thought that this kid was a weak person who got here by luck. The sword fight just now gave Yifeng the qualification to talk to Luo Guandu on an equal footing. However, it is just an equal dialogue. Yifeng knew very well in his heart that his cultivation level is too low now. It is still not enough to deal with this Luo Guandu. He may even be injured by Luo Guandu. What's more, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun may die here. This is far from being acceptable to Yifeng. What's more, Su Feiying hated Luo Guan to the bone. If Yifeng killed him here, wouldn't Su Feiying lose her target? Su Feiying's enemy, let Su Feiying solve it by herself. Yifeng must give Su Feiying this chance, otherwise this matter will become a demon in Su Feiying's cultivation process, making her face many difficulties in her future cultivation. It's fine to cooperate, let's talk about it next time. Yifeng spoke lightly, greeted Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, turned around and left. Quietly, he condensed a 3-color light ball and handed it to the two women. The three came to a door and went directly through the door to the passage leading to the next hall. Luo Guang saw this situation in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I didn't expect this guy to be quite decisive. It seems that he killed many people on the second floor. He also thought that the ball of light in Yifeng's hand was snatched by killing other people on the second floor, and it could be used 10 times. This can't be blamed on Luo Guandu. After all, no one would have thought that Yifeng would have such existences as Qiyaogumu in his body. As for Luo Guandu, he could only watch Yifeng leave. He didn't have enough colored light balls, so he could only continue to wait in this hall. Why don't you take back the treasures of heaven and earth in his hands? After leaving the palace, Zhang Xinyun asked Yifeng with some doubts, with your strength, it's easy to kill him by summoning the void vine, right? You don't know something. Yifeng smiled wryly, now I can't summon void vine tree, the specific reason is not convenient to say, but now we have to be more careful along the way. After Qiyaogumu took Yifeng's body as the host, he took back the void vines. It is absolutely impossible for him to help Yifeng fight. As for the fact that he said he would give Yifeng hundreds of void vines, that was after leaving the ancient ruins. Among the ancient ruins, Yifeng can only rely on himself the most. After all, from the perspective of Qiyao ancient wood, I am not very happy to see Yifeng continue to take risks in the ancient ruins. Hearing what Yifeng said, Zhang Xinyun suddenly understood why Yifeng let go of that peach-like fruit and didn't compete with Luo Guangdu. The next palace. A bright white light flashed in front of Yifeng, and the scene that appeared in front of him turned out to be 10 guard beasts with a cultivation base of 999 years. Those are 10 giant cheetahs with wings, each as big as 3 or 4 human beings, resting in the hall one by one, closing their eyes and meditating. Oops, it's the beast level. Yifeng frowned slightly. Now he can't summon the void vines, and it is extremely difficult to deal with so many fierce beasts. Even if he could summon the void vines, he could only deal with 3 at most at the same time. If more guard beasts attacked together, he would definitely not be able to resist. You know, these 10 guard beasts were originally for 50 practitioners like Yifeng to deal with, but now Yifeng only has 3 people. Do you want to wait here for the arrival of other practitioners? On the 3rd floor of the ancient ruins, there are not many practitioners who can come down. If there are 50 people, who knows how long it will take? Stupid, stupid, stupid. Suddenly at this time, the consciousness of the 7 luminous ancient wood in Yifeng's body came over, and he scolded unceremoniously, since you can't fight against 10 fierce beasts together, then you can deal with them one by one, isn't that all right? Yifeng was taken aback when he heard that. Head to head? He couldn't help returning to the past, consciously. The guard beasts in the ancient ruins level, didn't they all wake up when they moved? How can we deal with them one by one? It's very simple, use the power of time to separate. The consciousness of Qiyao Guma came easily, although you can't use the power of time to speed up or slow down the passage of time, the power of time can have the effect of separating perception. Before you do it, use the power of time to seal off this small area, so that you won't disturb other ferocious beasts when you do it. I see. Yifeng suddenly realized, his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the power of time in orange would have such an effect. Yifeng was instantly as happy as if he had discovered some rich treasure. So, in the future, you can also use the power of time to shield others from their detection and other perceptions? The power of time is an existence of a higher level than the power of time mastered by the seniors of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. In Xiaqing Tian, if Yifeng shielded himself with the power of time, no one would be able to break through his shield. It's a big profit. Yifeng immediately took action. Since the power of time still has such an effect, the guarding beast level in front of him is simply a food delivery for him. All 10 fierce beasts are eliminated, and 5 middle-grade fairy weapons are obtained. This will be Yifeng's biggest gain since coming to the ancient ruins. Yifeng led the 2 women to one of the giant cheetahs quietly, and then spread the power of orange time around the giant cheetah, completely surrounding the surrounding area. Yifeng doesn't have much power of time, it can only cover such a small area, but it is enough to shield the perception of other giant cheetahs. Up. Yifeng snorted lightly. Yuechan and Ghost Dragon Soul Swords were already in his hands. The 2 girls, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, were not idle either. At the same time, they mobilized their true qi, preparing to unleash their most lethal move. What Yuechan prepared was naturally sword fighting. What Zhang Xinyun prepared, of course, was to summon the remnant soul of the black python to attack, and let the remnant soul of the black python condense out of the soul body, blocking the front of the 3 of them, preventing the opponent from counterattacking. Superior. The sword in Yifeng's hand danced lightly, and the sword energy flew across in an instant. The 3rd floor of the ancient ruins, guarding the palace of the beast level. Yifeng, Yuechan, and Zhang Xinyun were resting in the center of the hall together, while observing the middle-grade fairy artifacts obtained after cleaning up the 10 giant cheetahs in the hall. This is a set of 5 middle-grade immortal artifacts, which greatly enhanced Yifeng's combat power. blood leopard armor, blood leopard helmet, blood leopard legs, blood leopard wrists, blood leopard boots, a total of 5 pieces, all of which are middle-grade immortal artifacts, and any one of them can be placed in the immortal cultivation world and other worlds. Big fortune. Even in third-class worlds like Chensi World, Soul World, and Sky World, this set of middle-grade fairy weapons is extremely powerful. Even in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there are not many disciples who can have such a luxurious configuration of magic weapons. If other people came to the 3rd floor of the ancient ruins, they would definitely not be able to defeat those 10 giant cheetahs alone like Yifeng did. For others, the more they go down to the bottom, the more afraid they are to see such a guarded monster level, because they cannot pass such a level. They can only wait for the arrival of others, and wait for the number of cultivators in the entire hall to reach a certain level before starting the war. In the chaos, it is normal for a few people to die. The last 5 middle-grade immortal weapons must be snatched. It's up to you. After all, this is no longer a Dao weapon, but a middle-grade fairy weapon. In the end, it's pretty good to get a middle-grade fairy weapon. Yifeng, on the other hand, easily obtained 5 middle-grade immortal artifacts, forming a suit. With this set of fairy artifacts, my defense ability has increased by at least several times or even 10 times. Yifeng's eyes were full of confidence. Apart from the blood leopard boots, the other 4 fairy weapons were all defensive weapons. When the 5 middle-grade fairy weapons were combined together, they could also use the blood leopard's shield. The defensive power was self-evident. Even Yifeng's sword guarding technique is no match for the blood leopard's shield in terms of defensive ability. After all, his cultivation base is too low, and he can't exert the strong power of sword guarding skill. After 1,000 years of cultivation and reaching the Dao realm, the defensive ability of Shoujin can be comparable to this blood leopard shield. Before that, this will be my strongest defense method. In addition, these 5 middle-grade immortal artifacts each have some special functions, which may be useful in certain places. For example, the blood leopard boots can absorb the surrounding space power, reducing other people's perception of space power, while enhancing Yifeng's own perception of space power. In the battle of cultivators at this level, the perception of space power largely determines whether the battle is won or not. All in all, these 5 celestial artifacts have increased Yifeng's strength by at least 10 times, which is equivalent to improving his cultivation for 40 or 50 years. This is still a middle-grade fairy weapon. If you go to the next few floors and get the Eternal Treasure, or even the Reincarnation Treasure, Yifeng can defeat the existence of 1,000-year cultivation with his current cultivation. Move on. After Yifeng had a good rest, he took the 2 girls and continued to move forward. The entrance to the 4th floor of the ancient ruins is only 4 halls away. Since Qiao Guma said that Yifeng can handle all the levels of the 3rd floor of the ruins, then Yifeng doesn't have to be afraid. Soon, the 3 came to the next hall. It's the maze level again. Yifeng pondered for a moment, and soon he led the 2 girls to walk the maze. Different from the maze on the 1st floor of the ancient ruins, there are often some beasts and some treasure chests in this maze. Yifeng opened 3 treasure chests along the way, 2 of them were empty, and a peach fruit like before appeared in the other. 30 years of cultivation, breakthrough. Yifeng swallowed this fruit, as well as the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he obtained earlier, which raised his cultivation level to the upper limit, and then absorbed the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that raised his cultivation level by 35 years. Soon, his cultivation level in the labyrinth increased for 35 years, reaching 360 years. He also has a treasure of heaven and earth that can improve his cultivation for 35 years, but unfortunately the upper limit of his cultivation is not enough, so he can only wait for the next time. The 3 of them continued to move forward, and the next 2 halls were the trap mechanism and the treasure chest level. It's not bad luck. After passing through the Hall of Traps, Yifeng came to the treasure chest checkpoint, smiled slightly, and opened the treasure chest. The three of them opened 3 treasure chests, which were Tiankatibo, which raised the upper limit of 20-year cultivation, and 2 high-level materials for condensing Yangshan. If we collect some high-level materials for condensing the Yang God, it will be enough to condense a Xian-level Yang God of the same level as Yifeng's new Lei Yang God. Yangshan can be refined again. If I can get higher-level materials, I can try it to see if I can condense an Earth-level or even a Sky-level Yangshan. Thinking in Yifeng's mind, he absorbed the heavenly materials and earthly treasure that raised the upper limit of his cultivation, and then took the 2 women into the entrance leading to the 4th floor of the ruins. Next is their last hall on the 3rd floor of the ruins. If there is no accident, they will directly enter the 4th floor of the ancient ruins. Along the way, he didn't meet anyone else. After Yifeng possessed the Qiyao ancient wood in his body, he was already far ahead of other practitioners. Until now, he had entered the ancient ruins for less than a week, but he had already reached the entrance to the 4th floor of the ruins. Let's go. The next palace. As soon as he stepped through the gate, a burst of extremely rich aura of heaven and earth rushed towards his face. Hey, it's a practice level. Yifeng's spiritual sense detected the surroundings, and then he became surprised. The practice level is one of the relic levels that Qiao Guma told Yifeng, but Yifeng has never encountered it before. Only by cultivating in this hall, raising a certain level of cultivation, and comprehending some mysterious powers, can you pass this level. Yifeng wasn't nervous. This level most tested the cultivator's cultivation talent, as well as the cultivating mentality, Yangshan quality, and so on. In these aspects, Yifeng did not lose at all to other cultivators who came to the ancient ruins. The cultivation level on the 3rd floor of the ancient ruins, the requirement to pass is to improve the cultivation level for 5 years, and to comprehend a trace of the power of the mysterious space. The faint consciousness of Qiao Guma came, you have already fully comprehended the power of mysterious space. As for 5 years of cultivation, it is more than a month for you. It is useless to absorb the aura of heaven and earth in the treasures of heaven, material, and earth through the practice level. Although it can improve the cultivation level, it cannot pass the level. Only through self-cultivation can one meet the requirements for passing the practice level. The reason for such restrictions is because this hall is an extremely rare holy place for cultivation. I want to practice here for a while. Yifeng greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, cultivating in this palace. The speed of cultivation is even more terrifying than in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Practicing here for 1 year is equal to 10 years in Peach Blossom Island, 5 years in Dragon Sword Tomb, and 3 years in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. This is an extremely rare holy place for cultivation. If he was on Peach Blossom Island, Yifeng would be able to improve his cultivation level every year for about 7 or 8 years, and in the meditation space, it would also not exceed 10 years. But if you practice in this relic hall, the speed of cultivation can be 10 times faster. Of course, after taking into account various factors, in this palace, the cultivation level that can be improved every year is not 7 or 80 years, but about 30 or 40 years. And this is already a cultivation speed that will drive people crazy. Even in those first-class worlds, this can definitely be regarded as the best holy place for cultivation. Because of this, Yifeng didn't want to leave when he came here. I can't pass through the 4th floor of the ancient ruins alone. As for the 2 daughters, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, it's time to leave. Yifeng thought in his heart, it's better to practice in this hall while waiting for other practitioners to come to the entrance leading to the 4th floor of the ruins. For Yifeng's idea, if Qiao Guma had eyes, he would definitely roll his eyes. Although this training hall is not bad, it is still far from being a top-level training, holy place. However, considering that Yifeng was born and raised in Xia Qingshan, it is completely normal that he has never seen such a good training holy place. Xiaogumu not only didn't say anything, but instead had a sense of superiority. Now the cultivators who came out from Qingtian are indeed all bumpkins. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng stayed in the hall with the two girls and began to practice. If you want to leave this hall, you must first improve your cultivation here for 5 years. With Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun's cultivation speed, it will take about 2 months. I will stay here with you for 2 months. By then, other practitioners should come over. Yi Feng arranged to say. Before other cultivators came here, Yi Feng had already obtained enough treasures from heaven and earth. The 5 middle-grade fairy weapon sets alone could be called incomparably precious treasures. If Yi Feng met Luo Guandu again now, he would definitely not talk so much nonsense, but directly beat the other party to death. Although he didn't want to kill Luo Guandu just like that, after all, it would be too cheap for him, but Yi Feng couldn't let the other party continue to advance in the ancient ruins and obtain other natural and earthly treasures. In this hall, only Yi Feng and the 2 women existed, accompanied by an extremely strong aura of heaven and earth. If you practice here, you can feel the meridians being broadened every day, and the upper limit of your cultivation is increasing rapidly. After 2 months, you should be able to reach 400 years. Let's absorb the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth that we got before. Yi Feng's eyes shone brightly. I can break through 400 years of cultivation in one fell swoop. 400 years of cultivation, this was something he never even dared to think about in the past. And now, this checkpoint is already in front of him. When Yi Feng was cultivating in that cultivation hall, the number of cultivators in the entire ancient ruins had been reduced to less than 1/10 of what it was at the beginning. In other words, tens of thousands of people entered the first floor of the ancient ruins at the beginning, but now, only a few thousand practitioners are still continuing. Some of them died in various levels of the ruins, while others thought they had received enough benefits, or left the ancient ruins for other reasons. The time for the ancient ruins to leave is limited to 1 year. If you don't leave the ancient ruins for a year, you can only be trapped in it. Although cultivators at this level have magic weapons for storage, they are not afraid of starving to death in it, but after 1 year, all the halls in the ancient ruins will be destroyed. Closed, space annihilated. This is also what Xiaogumu said to Yi Feng, otherwise he wouldn't know about this kind of thing. Although many cultivators were given 1 year, most of them left in only 1 month, because 1 month is basically enough for them to break into the 2nd floor, or even the 3rd floor, and get a few low-grade or even a medium-grade fairy weapon has already made a lot of money. If you stay in the ancient ruins, the danger is too great, and it won't be worthwhile if you die in it. At this time, there are not many cultivators remaining on the 1st floor of the ancient ruins. Almost tens of thousands of 1st-floor halls have been emptied, and all the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth at the level of Taoism have long been taken away. Now thousands of cultivators are mostly concentrated on the 2nd floor of the ruins, and a small number of elites can go down to the 3rd floor of the ruins. This part of the cultivators probably accounts for about 1/10. In other words, there are about 500 or 600 people on the 3rd floor of the ruins. However, there are a total of several entrances leading to the 4th floor on the 3rd floor of the ruins. If they are evenly distributed, there are only 100 or so people who can finally come to Yi Feng's hall alive. Moreover, among the 500 or 600 people on the 3rd floor, there must be many practitioners who want to get a vote and leave. In the end, it is not bad to have 100 people who can go down to the 4th floor. There are about a dozen people who can reach the 5th floor. Calculated in this way, there are still too few who can really reach the 6th and 7th floors of the ancient ruins, and it is extremely difficult to obtain reincarnation level and immortal level treasures. Time passed bit by bit. In the ancient ruins, thousands of people are tense, trying their best to get more treasures in this opening of the ruins. Many of them can't wait for the next opening of the ancient ruins in 100 years. because by that time, their cultivation had already reached 1,000 years, so they could not enter this hall. In fact, some people tried to enter twice, but in the end it was discovered that the same cultivator was only allowed to enter the ancient ruins once. This is natural. After entering it once, the creator of the ancient ruins knew that it was not talented enough, and had already excluded it. 1 month later, 3 practitioners finally came to the training hall where Yi Feng was after going through untold hardships. One of them turned out to be the scholar of Xuanhuan Academy, who had met Yi Feng before. "We meet again." The scholar smiled faintly. Just as he was teleported over from the gate, he raised his head and saw the scene of Yi Feng, Yue Chan, and Zhang Xingyun meditating. "This is the practice level." Yi Feng raised his head, glanced at the scholar, and then reminded, "Either you retreat now, or stay here for a while and practice for 5 years. Since the scholar from Yunhuang Academy came here, it means that he definitely wants to go to the 4th floor of the ancient ruins. Yi Feng reminds me, maybe we can cooperate with him in the next level." The scholar was taken aback for a moment, then he felt the rich aura of heaven and earth in the hall, and took a deep breath. If he has been cultivating in such an environment from beginning to end, wouldn't it be like riding a rocket to improve his cultivation? There were 6 people in the training hall. Yi Feng, Yue Chan, and Zhang Xingyun occupied one corner, the scholar from Yunhuang Academy occupied a corner, and the other 2 who came in with the scholar chose another corner. The scholar and those 2 were not in the same group, but the cooperation of the 3 of them was able to pass through the 3rd floor of the ruins and come to this place. The cultivation hall fell into silence. Everyone knew that the entrance to the 4th floor was just ahead, but they had to practice in this hall and improve their cultivation for a full 5 years. 5 years of improvement in cultivation can also increase their strength by nearly half. During this period, the scholar and the 2 who came in with him often looked at Yi Feng. Except for the scholar who probably knew a little bit, the other 2 couldn't figure it out at all. "How did you get to the entrance from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor of the ruins? Could it be that this guy is a heaven-defying cultivator, who can display the strength of a 1,000-year-old cultivator after 400 years of cultivation?" They don't know, but now they don't need to guess too much. If there is a chance to meet and cooperate in the 4th layer of the ancient ruins, then they will naturally know how strong Yi Feng is. In the following month, other people came to this hall, one after another. 2 months later, there were already more than a dozen practitioners in this training hall, each occupying a position and practicing. The most eye-catching person in the whole hall is naturally Yi Feng's side, not because there are 2 beauties beside him, but because the 3 of them generally have the lowest cultivation. The other cultivators who have come to this hall have 800 years of cultivation, if not 900 years old. They are all experienced in hundreds of battles and have a strong aura. It is not like Yi Feng and the 3 of them who have only 300 or 400 years of cultivation. 4. Strange, so strange. Especially when they heard that Yi Feng and the others were the first to come to this cultivation hall, their expressions were even more surprised. Undoubtedly, in the minds of this group of elite cultivators, they already had a certain impression of Yi Feng, and they might cooperate with them in the subsequent exploration of the 4th floor of the ruins. One day after 2 months, Yi Feng's upper limit of cultivation finally reached 400 years. He took out the treasures of heaven, material and earth that he had obtained before, and absorbed the aura of heaven and earth in it directly under the eyes of everyone. With the heart of the dragon, he absorbed the aura of heaven and earth in it very quickly. After a while, swish! A burst of tyrannical power erupted from Yi Feng's body, and his cultivation finally broke through the limit of 400 years. 400 years is nothing. If it reaches 500 years, you can start to comprehend the 3rd map inherited by Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and learn new sword skills. Yi Feng thought to himself and stood up. He looked around for a while, then turned his head sideways, and said to Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun behind him, "It's almost time for you to go back, it's more dangerous here. Senior Xuanhua Shenlong should be waiting outside. Well, go ahead and be careful yourself." Both women were a little worried, but they knew that they would not be able to persuade Yifeng, and they also knew that it was imperative for Yifeng to go on. The better the results in the ancient ruins, the easier it is to win the favor of many seniors in the dragon sword inheritance. Yifeng must not miss such an opportunity, and the ancient ruins are still an excellent place to improve his strength. If Yifeng could obtain another eternal treasure in this ruin, it would be easy for Yifeng to single-handedly challenge the existence of the royal clan lord, without any effort at all. Of course, all cultivators came to this ancient ruins for eternal treasures, and it is not so easy to get one. On the 4th floor of the ancient ruins, what everyone will be able to get is a high-grade fairy weapon. Others haven't cultivated well yet, you can go down and explore the way first. The consciousness of Qiyaogumu was conveyed to Yifeng. Yifeng nodded. Although with his current strength, it is difficult to go all the way through the 4th floor of the ancient ruins and directly reach the 5th floor, but after owning the 5 middle-grade fairy weapon suits, there is no need to be afraid of any danger. The main purpose of the checkpoints in the ancient ruins is to select talented practitioners, so their lethality is not very strong. Some previous checkpoints are just to eliminate some obviously unqualified guys. Even if he fails, Yifeng will not die. At most, he will spend some time waiting for others to arrive, and then cooperate together. Thinking of this, Yifeng took Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun and walked towards the entrance of the 4th floor of the ancient ruins. The reason why I took the 2 women with me was because when I left the ancient ruins would give some rewards. As for the amount of rewards, it depends on which floor you have reached. So if Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun can go down to the 4th floor, maybe they will get a high-grade fairy weapon. When I just went down to the 4th floor, that hall must be safe, so since I came to the last hall on the 3rd floor, it would be a foolish behavior not to go down to the 4th floor. 3 bright white rays of light flashed, urged by the power of heaven-level space, and the figures of Yifeng and the 2 women disappeared from the training hall. As soon as the 3 of them left, the rest of the practitioners in the hall couldn't help but began to communicate with each other, and the topics they talked about were nothing more than Yifeng's identity. He is a trainee of this session of Dragon Sword Inheritance. He owns a void vine tree, and he once snatched the rule fragments from senior brother Lu Ling of our Yunhuang Academy. The scholar from Yunhuang Academy at the side saw the discussion among the people, and reminded him lightly. This sentence exploded in the crowd. A practitioner of the Dragon Sword Inheritance? No wonder he dared to go down to the 4th floor of the ruins after only 400 years of cultivation. Hey, I think he and those 2 chicks are just going down to the 4th floor to fight for one more reward. That's not necessarily true. To be able to snatch the rule fragments from Lu Ling, the most talented younger generation of Yunhuang Academy, Yifeng's strength and mentality are terrifying. In comparison, this year's Dragon Sword Inheritance is not enough for another trainee. Before coming here, the guy with nearly 500 years of cultivation was beaten to the bum by me, and finally wanted to use Dragon Sword Immortal Palace to suppress him. Me, haha. How could I be afraid of him? Blow it, didn't you let him go? Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is a big force, not that our sect can compare with it, even though sects in the first-class world dare not provoke existence. A group of people were discussing, but at this time Yifeng and the 2 women had finally descended to the 4th floor of the ancient ruins. This is exactly the same hall as before, the only difference is that the 6 doors of the hall have become a mixture of 4 colors, which means that 4 people must cooperate to pass through the 4th floor of the ancient ruins. Of course, Yifeng didn't take this matter to heart at all. The power of the 7 radiances in his body can condense a 7-color light ball, and open these doors easily. Finally came to the 4th floor of the ruins. You can leave here first, I will take you to the front passage. Yifeng said to Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, then condensed a 4-color light ball and handed it to the two women. The two women nodded respectively, obeying Yifeng's words. Among the people who practiced in the former cultivation hall, they have all 7 colors, and they will be randomly assigned to each starting point on the 4th floor of the ruins after they come down. Yifeng thought for a while, and then made a decision. Let's go this way. Yifeng chose a door marked in 4 colors of orange, purple, yellow, and cyan, and walked in with the 2 girls. According to his estimation just now, after those people came to the 4th floor, they would have the greatest chance of going through this door. Of course, everything still depends on luck. The reason why he chose to go where there might be a lot of people is because Yifeng is afraid of encountering some checkpoints that require the cooperation of many people, so that he can save some waiting time. Soon, the 3 of them passed through the door and came to the passage leading to the next hall. Goodbye, send my regards to Senior Xuanhuan Shenlong. Yifeng smiled at the 2 girls. Yes, you can do it yourself. Yuechan was a little bit reluctant, but there was no other way. Now it was time for her to leave. If she stayed, it wouldn't do anything to Yifeng, but might hold him back. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Yifeng nodded solemnly. After searching for a while in the passage, the 2 women found 2 raised mechanisms and pressed them down respectively. The next moment, a bright white sky-level space power flashed. The 2 beautiful women's shadows gradually disappeared. Yifeng looked at the shadows they left in his mind, and made up his mind that he must get enough high-level treasures in this ancient ruins. He couldn't let these women around him become other people's handmaidens, even worse than handmaidens. He wants to control his own future and pave the way for those around him to practice safely. He clenched his fists and continued to move forward. Swish. Bright white light flashed, and Yifeng's figure appeared in the first hall after he reached the 4th floor of the ruins. Good luck, it turned out to be a treasure chest level. Yifeng's eyes lit up. In the center of this hall, there were 3 quaint treasure chests floating, exuding an ancient and timeless atmosphere. Starting from the 4th floor of the ruins, the number of treasure chests in the treasure chest level becomes less and less, until the last level has only 1 treasure box. Fortunately, you called your mate away. A sense of gratitude from Qiao Gumu spread into Yifeng's mind. The treasure chest in this level can only be opened when you are alone in this hall, and you cannot advance to the next hall without opening the treasure chest. In other words, if you and your mate enter here at the same time, there must be only 1 left alive. What? Yifeng's expression changed. There are still such rules in the treasure chest checkpoint on the 4th floor. Good thing he's alone now. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward and opened one of the quaint treasure chests. Afterwards, without looking at what was in the treasure chest, he reached in and scooped it up, before rushing towards the next hall. If you stay here, if someone else comes in, you will have to fight to the death, before you can leave. That is not the situation Yifeng wants to encounter. Safe. When Yifeng came to the passage leading to the next hall, he heaved a sigh of relief, and had time to look at the things he just got from the treasure chest. A secret book? Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, then opened the cheap book. Unexpectedly, there is such a secret book made of paper in this ancient ruins, which surprised Yifeng. Made money. Soon, Yifeng closed the cheap book, his eyes lit up. The Qiao ancient wood in his body was also surprised. I didn't expect the creator of this ancient ruin to put all these cheats in it as a reward for you. What's the matter? Is this Return to Zero sword cheat book very strong? Yifeng was a little puzzled. Although it feels good, after all, it is equivalent to a high-grade fairy weapon, but it shouldn't surprise you, right? What do you know? Qiao Gumu despised him bitterly. Guiling sword qi comes from a very powerful sect in Shangqingshan. If you can cultivate it to the level of Deshang, it will be hundreds of times stronger than the sword fighting skills you are learning now. What, so strong? Yifeng was startled. It is hundreds of times stronger than fighting swordsmanship, that is to say, he can kill others with 60 or 70 years of cultivation. If he comprehends the zero sword energy now, and then integrates one of the 7 luminous powers, Yifeng alone can sweep the entire royal family. But now he has only cultivated for 400 years, which shows the tyranny of the immortal technique of returning to zero sword energy. Of course, the book in your hand seems to be only the first chapter of returning to zero sword chi, and it can only let you comprehend the Xiaoqing realm of returning to zero sword chi. Qiao Guma said immediately. Yifeng immediately stopped talking. That is to say, how can the 60 or 70 years of cultivation be so easy? However, the zero returning sword chi of Xiaoqing realm alone seems to be quite powerful. Although it is not 100 times stronger than fighting swordsmanship, it can be 10 times stronger. In other words, it can also make Yifeng's real strength stronger for about 30 years. If he can comprehend it, it is still a good swordsmanship. Most importantly, it is written in the cheat book Returning to Zero Sword Chi that comprehending this sword energy is not very difficult. As long as Yifeng spends some time, it is not difficult to comprehend this sword technique. I picked up a bargain, let's move on. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, and then moved on. The next palace. Yifeng was trapped in this hall in the formation barrier, and in the center of the entire hall was suspended a medicinal herb exuding a strong aura of heaven and earth. Miraculous delicate grass. Qiao Gumu immediately sent a conscious reminder, it can increase your cultivation limit for 30 years, even in Shangqingshan, it is an extremely rare treasure. Hey, this is strange, I always feel that the treasure in the ancient ruins this time much better than the time 100 years ago. Perhaps the creator of this ancient ruins destroyed some sects in Shangqingshan and got some better treasures. Yifeng made a random guess. Qiao Gumu pondered for a moment, and then came to his senses, it is really possible, otherwise, how could a swordsmanship cheat book of the level of Guiling Sword Chi appear in Xiaoqing Tian? Could it be that Guiling Sword sect was destroyed? Yifeng shook his head and didn't think much about it. The most important thing for him right now is to break through the formation in the palace in front of him. This formation is at least 10 times more difficult to crack than the previous one. Yifeng estimated that if he wanted to break through this formation alone, it would take at least half a month. Yifeng began to try to break through the formation in this palace. This is a phantom formation, but it is composed of hundreds of phantom formations. The cultivators who have just entered this hall can only see the divine machine exquisite grass suspended in the center, and they don't know the rest. Yifeng also only knew that he had entered this hall alone, it seemed that no one else had visited. It seems that all these hundreds of small phantom arrays must be cracked. Yifeng frowned quickly, it seemed that the half-a-month period mentioned at the beginning was too optimistic. Among them, any small phantom array is as difficult to crack as the one he broke through before, not to mention that there are hundreds of small phantom formations in this hall. There is such a difficult level on the 4th floor of the ruins. If you go to the lower 3 floors, how difficult will it be to encounter the magic array level? It's hard for Yifeng to know, all he can do now is try his best to quickly decipher the formation in front of him. After 3 days. It seems that other people have come to this hall, and the small phantom formations in other corners have begun to be broken one by one. Yifeng was surprised for a while, it seems that the hundreds of small phantom formations in this hall can be destroyed by multiple people at the same time, this way saves Yifeng a lot of time. Of course, the new cultivator's attainment in formations is obviously not as good as Yifeng's. For every 3 small phantom formations that Yifeng breaks, the opponent can only break 1 small phantom formation. But at this moment, Yifeng didn't know who the other party was, and of course the other party didn't know who he was either. 10 days later. The small phantom formations in the entire hall were finally almost destroyed, and there was also a jumping passage between Yi Feng and the other practitioner. You can know who the other party is. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he bypassed a small phantom formation, and finally saw the cultivator who had cooperated with him for the past 10 days. It's you. Yi Feng looked at it and was shocked. That person turned out to be Songxing, the young master of the Sky Clan. It's just that the young master Songxing at this time seemed a little embarrassed, as if he had suffered a lot during the journey not long ago. It's you? The young master Songxing also saw Yi Feng at a glance, and couldn't help being shocked. Yi Feng, you were smashed to pieces by the power of the Void Vine before, why didn't you die? How can I die so easily? Yi Feng snorted softly. He had already tightly grasped the xuanhuan sword in his hand, his true energy was mobilized, and a trace of real fire power wrapped around the sword, ready to attack at any time. Now, he consciously has enough strength to deal with the young master and common people. Not only his own strength has been raised to 400 years of cultivation, but also because he has the power of Qi Yao, although it is only a little bit now, it can also enhance Yi Feng's combat power by a large part. Again, Yi Feng has 5 middle-grade fairy weapon suits on him, which can guarantee invincibility at the worst. You must know that the 5 middle-grade fairy weapon suits are all defensive in nature. The colorful dragon bow and the blood shield are all low-grade immortal artifacts, and their attack and defense capabilities are so outstanding. One can imagine how terrifying the defense power of these 5 middle-grade immortal artifacts is. Alright, since you're not dead, I'll let this young master give you a ride. The young master Songxing laughed out loud, and at some point he put on a dark blue armor, which seemed to be a middle-grade fairy weapon, but this dark blue armor seemed a bit tattered at this time, as if it had been worn out before. Was damaged during the battle. In his eyes, Yi Feng only had a cultivation base of 400 years until now, and now this hall is full of small phantom formations. Even if Yi Feng summons the void vines, his common people can use these phantom formations as cover, calmly escape. You must know that the power of these phantom arrays was exerted by the creators of the ancient ruins, and the power of the void cannot penetrate them. Do whatever comes to mind. A tyrannical blade light swept towards Yi Feng's location. Well done. Seeing the other party laughing and making a move, Yi Feng naturally didn't have any timidity, he was really angry, and the 5 fairy weapon suits were put on him at the same time. Immediately, Yi Feng became majestic, with the blood leopard armor on his body, he was like a blood-stained god of war. Blood leopard shield. Stimulated by Yi Feng's true energy, he easily displayed the special abilities of the 5 middle-grade immortal artifacts, and Yi Feng's whole body was instantly covered in blood. Boom! The tyrannical knife light swung by the young master Songxing cut off instantly, but there was only a loud bang, and then the bloody shield around Yi Feng was unharmed. Huh? The young master, Songxing, looked at it and couldn't help but be amazed. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to get together such 5 middle-grade fairy artifacts. It seems that I underestimated you. A young genius who can possess void vines is certainly not a simple existence. However, the life of the young master is also not simple. Blade glow, raging flames, burn the gods. The young master Songxing danced with a long knife in his hand, not far from Yi Feng, like a burning god of war, he slashed down towards Yi Feng vertically. The power of this saber is more than 10 times that of the saber light just now. The sword that the young master Songxing used with all his strength was enough to kill all those who had attained the Dao realm with a cultivation base of 1,200 to 300 years, let alone Yi Feng, who had only cultivated for 400 years. Puff! The sword light cut down, and the bloody shield split instantly, and then it was cut in two. The bloody shield dissipated into a blood mist and spread, but there was no sign of anyone in it. Oops! As soon as the young master Songxing saw this, he immediately knew it was not good, and quickly withdrew the long saber in his hand, intending to use defensive saber techniques. But at this moment, a terrifying sword light, condensed with the power of real fire, descended from the sky. When Yifeng had just condensed the bleeding leopard's shield, he used the small phantom formations around him to hide, and when the young master Songxing had finished performing one move and his breath hadn't returned, he immediately launched a sneak attack. Fighting swordsmanship. Yifeng shouted loudly in his heart, and the sword energy swept down. At this time, the young master, Songxing, didn't even have time to condense his true energy shield, so he faced this sword energy from Yifeng. Subconsciously, he put the long knife in his hand across the top of his head, trying to block Yifeng's sword. However, under the power of real fire, his long saber couldn't stop Yifeng's sword energy for half a second at all. In an instant, the long knife was burned into powder by the power of real fire. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng's sword energy was printed in the pupils of the young master Songxing, who was cut in two by a single sword, and flames ignited all over his body. The power of real fire ignited on him, and no one could save him. In an instant, the young master Songxing's body was reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace of existence. It's such a pity, the cultivators who died under the power of Qiyao will disappear from top to bottom, and I won't leave any spoils of war. Yifeng shook his head regretfully, his figure descended, and put away the legendary dragon sword. Being able to kill Songxing, the young master of the Songqiang clan, although it was due to the location of the relic hall, it undoubtedly proved Yifeng's strength. Next, I will surely win the divine machine Linglong grass. Yifeng cast his eyes on the precious medicinal herbs in the center of the hall. The upper limit of cultivation is 430 years. Yifeng cracked all the small phantom formations in the formation hall, and finally got his hands on the magic machine Linglong grass, quickly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and raised his upper limit of 30 years of cultivation. Keep going. Yifeng didn't stop, and quickly condensed 4-color light balls with the power of the 7 lights in his body, and began to enter the next hall. Passing through 2 halls one after another, Yifeng knew that the distance between him and those practitioners who were still in the 3rd floor cultivation hall behind him had started to grow. What's more, he can ignore the conditions of the 4-color light ball passing through the hall, which makes his progress far faster than others. Songxing, the young master of the Songqiang clan that he just met, probably became so embarrassed because he had a fight with a few of his colleagues. I don't know what happened to the young master Songxing in the previous hall, so that he killed all the other collaborators. Yifeng didn't know why the young master Songxing killed people, but what was certain was that it was either caused by the young master Songxing's own greed, or the palace barrier forced him to kill. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that the young master Songxing has already died under Yifeng's sword. Only those who are alive can continue. It seems to be going well. After 4 halls, you can enter the 5th floor. If you can be the first to reach the 5th floor of the relic, you can get a chance to enter the treasure house of the relic. The consciousness of Qiao Gumu passed into Yifeng's mind. The treasure house of relics? Yifeng was a little curious. This was the first time he had heard of it. Before coming in, Xuanhuan Shenlong didn't tell him much about the various ancient ruins. Yes, the cultivators who can enter the 5th floor of the ancient ruins are undoubtedly the elites among the young people, the geniuses among the elites, so in order to improve their strength, the first cultivator who reaches the 5th floor of the ruins is eligible to enter the ruins once. Treasure House. Qiao Gumu has been in the ancient ruins for tens of thousands of years, and he is very familiar with all kinds of them. He explained, not only that, the first practitioner who reaches the 6th and 7th floors of the ruins can also enter the treasure house of the ruins once, but the number of layers entered is different. I probably understand the meaning of the treasure house of the ruins. It is to go in and pick out treasures, right? Yifeng was puzzled, but what does the number of layers mean? The treasury of the ruins is divided into several layers. The first cultivator who reaches the 5th floor of the ruins only enters the treasure house of the 1st floor, and can directly choose an eternal treasure as a reward. The first cultivator who reaches the 6th floor of the ruins practitioners can enter the 2nd floor of the treasure house of the ruins and choose a reincarnation-level treasure. Xiaogumu continued to explain, as for the 7th floor of the ruins, no one has ever reached it so far, but that's because there are only a few practitioners who can reach the 6th floor each time. Reach the gate of the 7th floor. If you can reach the 7th floor, as the first cultivator ever to enter the 7th floor of the ruins, you can enter the treasure house of the 4th floor relics and get something more precious than immortal treasures. Of course, I don't allow you to go to the 7th floor. The consciousness of Xiaogumu suddenly turned serious. Once you enter the 7th floor, you must attract the attention of the builders of this ancient ruins. At that time, my existence will be exposed, you know? Yifeng nodded. It was a pity. It seems that my journey can only reach the 6th floor of the ruins. Of course, it's too early to say this now. Yifeng's goal now is to enter the 5th floor of the ruins. To see if he can be the first one to enter, it would be good to choose an eternal treasure first. Soon, Yifeng came to the next hall. With luck, this is a rest and initiation hall, that is to say, when a practitioner comes down from the 3rd floor, it is possible to appear in this hall. Yifeng didn't stop, and continued to the next hall. I don't know what kind of palace it is, but it has been destroyed. Yifeng passed through the teleportation gate. The scene in front of him made him frown slightly. Unexpectedly, someone was one step ahead of him. If Yifeng didn't have the power of the 7 luminaries in his body, he would definitely give up his idea of being the first to enter the 5th floor of the ruins. The group of people who passed through this hall should have gone to the gate on the left. Judging from the color of the light ball they have, there is only one way to go. However, that road is far from the entrance of the 5th floor of the ruins. But there are still 9 halls. Yifeng guessed the actions of other people, and at the same time, analyzed his own situation, and I take a shortcut, and only need to go through 2 more halls to go down to the entrance of the 5th floor. Compared with other people, the power of Qiao in the body is too great. Yifeng continued to the next hall. A tyrannical coercion struck Yifeng the moment he entered the hall, which shocked him and immediately wanted to use his defense. But soon, he discovered that this tyrannical force did not harm him. It's a guard beast. Yifeng's heart was awe-inspiring, and when he looked around, he saw a body as strong as a hill in the center of the hall. It was a fierce guardian beast with a cultivation base of 1,500 years. The body, which is hundreds of meters long, is completely entangled together, and is composed of a pair of dragon skeletons, with raging flames on every bone. These flames, even Yifeng, who possessed a sliver of real fire power, would feel terrible. Probably the power of flame is second only to the power of real fire. The dragon head's eyes are shining with dark and deep light, as if it contains infinite mysterious power, which makes people shudder just by looking at it. It's the flame skeletal dragon demon. Xiaogumu said lightly, this is a juvenile flame skeleton dragon demon. It is a fierce beast that only the geniuses of the Qin dynasty can have. After adulthood, it will naturally have a cultivation base of 10,000 years and reach the realm of immortality. The young ones have 1,500 years of cultivation. Wouldn't it be impossible for me to pass? Yifeng frowned slightly. Does he have to wait for other practitioners to arrive here? He would not dare to single out a fierce guardian beast with a cultivation base of 1,500 years. One must know that Songxing, the young master of the Sky Clan who was killed by using many small illusions just now, has only been close to 1,000 years of cultivation. The flame skeletal dragon demon in front of him definitely has more than 1,500 years of real strength. It may even be possible to exert a destructive power of 16 or 700 years in a fight. To put it simply, Yifeng must have been instantly killed, which made him unable to think of confronting this thing at all. That's not necessarily true. If it's other guard beasts, maybe it's not easy to handle, but if it's the flame skeleton dragon demon. Ha ha. Xiaoguma laughed contemptuously twice. Yi Feng was a little strange. This flame skeleton dragon demon looked extremely powerful. How could he pass this palace level alone? Xiaoguma's faint consciousness came. If you want to pass this checkpoint, you don't have to kill this flame skeletal dragon demon. On the contrary, if you can subdue it, you can also pass this checkpoint. What? Conquer? Yi Feng suspected that he had heard wrongly. Now he can't even defeat the flame skeleton dragon demon. How can he subdue this beast? As we all know, taming a wild wolf is much more difficult than killing a wild wolf. Others may not be able to, but you are different. You have 7 powers in your body, one of which is the power of real fire. Xiaogumu explained, for the flame skeleton dragon demon in front of you, the power of real fire is a great tonic. If it can swallow enough power of real fire, it will evolve to another level. Therefore, as long as you show the power of real fire in front of it, it will not hurt you, but will obediently follow you. Even so, it's not that easy to make it listen to me, right? Yi Feng was a little puzzled. He didn't expect that the power of real fire was so high that even the flaming skeleton dragon demon in front of him would follow him. But if that's the case, Yi Feng didn't subdue the flame skeleton dragon demon, he just let the other party follow. That's right, it's not that simple to subdue this beast. Even if you have the power of real fire, if you really want to subdue it, you need to defeat it. Xiaogumu's consciousness continued to spread. Of course, as long as this flame skeletal dragon demon does not attack you, it will naturally be able to open the door of this hall, and you can go to the next hall. Wait until your strength is strong enough, and then move to the next hall. Wouldn't it be enough to defeat and subdue it? Yi Feng nodded upon hearing this. If Xiaoguma said so, then things should be feasible. Yi Feng had already felt that the level of flames wrapped around the flame skeletal dragon demon's body was not comparable to the power of real fire, but he never thought that the power of real fire could attract the flame skeletal dragon demon to follow. From ancient times to the present, among the young cultivators who have entered the ancient ruins, Yi Feng is probably the only one who can do this. After all, the power of real fire is not the power possessed by Xia Qingshan. Those who can get in touch with the existence of Shang Qingshan, even if they have it, will definitely not go there much. Is one of the few. Even fewer happen to come to the ancient ruins. After a little calculation, Yi Feng quickly decided to act according to the plan Xiaoguma said. The power of true fire. A small red flame condensed from Yi Feng's hand. With the power of real fire, he had comprehended, it was already the limit to condense such a small flame. Immediately afterwards, with a movement of his body, he slowly approached the flame skeleton dragon demon located in the center of the entire hall. As the distance between him and the flame skeletal dragon demon got closer and closer, the huge body of the flame skeletal dragon demon seemed to start to move, and there were flames in those dark and deep eyes, as if smelling the breath that made it invigorate. It is the power of real fire. The flame skeleton dragon demon thought in his heart, and suddenly stood up. The entire flame skeletal dragon demon's body, which was hundreds of meters long, stretched out all of a sudden, surrounding Yi Feng like a long dragon. Surrounded by the body of the flame skeletal dragon demon, Yi Feng was like an ant under a big tree, inconspicuous at all, but only the power of the real fire condensed in his hands shone with an attractive red light. Especially the flame skeleton dragon demon was attracted by the power of this ray of real fire. Roar. The flame skeleton dragon demon let out a low growl, and the air flow in the whole hall instantly surged, and the ray of real fire powering Yi Feng's hand was absorbed by the flame skeleton dragon demon like air. Call. The flame skeletal dragon demon let out a low growl in comfort, and then stared at the tiny humans surrounded by it with a little curiosity. Only 400 years of cultivation, really weak, but the power of real fire he possesses is really great. It's a pity that there is too little power of real fire now, and it's not enough to see at all. If this human being grows up, it will be fine. It didn't move, so that's it? Surrounded by the body of the flame skeleton dragon demon, Yifeng did not show any signs of panic, but instead stared curiously at this 1,500-year-old guard beast. What was devoured by the flame skeleton dragon demon just now was the kindling seed he condensed with the power of real fire. The power of real fire that he really comprehended is still in his core, but if he wants to condense that kind of fire again, he needs some rest time. If the real fire power he comprehended was stronger, Yifeng would be able to condense more real fire seeds at once, but now he can't. Now in Yifeng's eyes, the flame skeleton dragon demon in front of him is clearly not satisfied at all, but he still has endless aftertaste for that trace of true fire. Okay, you can negotiate with it. At least, such an existence can still protect you in most cases in the ancient ruins. If you follow it, you don't need to cooperate with other people to go down. We have reached the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. The consciousness of Qiaoguma came. Yifeng nodded, and then sent out his divine thoughts to the flame skeleton dragon demon. Brother, how about our cooperation? I will give you the power of real fire to devour me, and you help me pass these palace levels and reach the 6th place in the ancient ruins. Layer, how? Hey, a small human being, dare to talk to me like this, but, I like it. The flame skeletal dragon demon's divine thoughts were intermittent, but fortunately, Yifeng could still understand it. You're done, just like that, a powerful flame skeletal dragon demon became Yifeng's follower, but what made Yifeng a little unhappy was that this guy's size was really too big. If it weren't for the fact that the flame skeletal dragon demon was long, it might not be possible to pass through the teleportation gate of the hall and enter the next hall. Soon, Yifeng condensed light balls of 4 colors for the flame skeleton dragon demon, threw them on its body, and then walked towards the next hall. The flame skeletal dragon demon followed closely behind him, afraid of being lost by him. The power of real fire is related to its evolution, so don't be careless. In Shangqingshan, all the flame skeletal dragon demons that can devour enough power of real fire have evolved to another level. If it had comprehended the power of real fire before, how could it be caught in this relic under the clear sky to be a guardian beast? Even if it is caught by someone, it will be carefully raised and become a war beast for high-level immortal cultivators. Swish! The bright white sky-level space power flashed past, and Yifeng passed through the teleportation gate first, and arrived at the passage leading to the next hall. Immediately afterwards, the flame skeletal dragon demon passed through the teleportation gate, and then the entire 100-meter-long passage was filled by its huge body. Yifeng almost didn't even have a place to stand, a drop of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Is it really good to have such a big guy as a follower? The last hall, leading to the 5th level of the ancient ruins. Yifeng first walked in through the teleportation gate, followed by the huge body of the flame skeleton dragon demon, occupying a small half of the entire hall in an instant. It's the trial stone level. Yifeng took a quick look and saw a cube of stone in the center of the portal, with mysterious symbols appearing on the surface, faintly visible. This is a trial stone about the size of a human being, which can test the true strength of the practitioner. This trial stone, as long as you can exert the power of 1,100 years of cultivation, you can pass it. Qiaoguma reminded. Not everyone can exert the power of 1,100 years of cultivation. You must know that the cultivators who can enter this palace cannot exceed the maximum of 1,000 years of cultivation. If one is promoted to a 1,000-year cultivation level in the ancient ruins, he will be sent away by the power of the sky-level space in the ancient ruins immediately, and cannot stay in the ancient ruins. To exert the power of 1,100 years of cultivation with no more than 1,000 years of cultivation is definitely not something everyone can do. Yifeng traveled all the way, and there were only a few people he met who could pass the trial stone level. and Yi Feng is one of them. Counting the power of Qi Yao, and shooting arrows with the colorful dragon bow, the power Yi Feng can display is just around 1,100 years of cultivation. If you can comprehend the return to zero sword Qi, you won't need that colorful dragon bow. Qiao Guma said with some regret, "It's a pity that even with your talent, it is not something that can be achieved in a short time if you want to comprehend the zero sword energy." Return to zero sword energy, let's talk about it after leaving the ancient ruins. Yi Feng put his mind away, knowing that the ancient ruins are not a good place to learn swordsmanship. After all, there are dangers everywhere, and no one knows when an enemy will appear in front of him. He took the 5-colored dragon bow and held it in his hand, pouring his whole body's true energy into it, and at the same time incorporating a trace of purple annihilating power into it. Swish! The arrow flew out and hit the trial stone instantly. Hearing the sound of buzzing, the multicolored arrows shot by Yi Feng disappeared without a trace, and the trial stone seemed to have no change as a whole, as if it hadn't been shot. However, Yi Feng felt a burst of bright white sky-level space power surround him, and then the surrounding scene changed instantly. Yi Feng's figure disappeared, and the flame skeleton dragon demon who was following behind him suddenly became irritable. "What's going on? The kid with the power of real fire has disappeared." It seems that the kid disappeared because he attacked that strange stone? It was furious, and a flame was sprayed on the trial stone in the center of the hall. The tyrannical power suddenly made the trial stone realize its strength, and a burst of bright white sky-level space power surrounded the flame skeleton dragon demon, and then teleported it away from the palace. After a while, the flame skeleton dragon demon found himself in another hall that was exactly the same. The surroundings of the hall were silver, and there was nothing in the entire hall. "There is nothing, even the boy who had the power of real fire before is gone." The flame skeleton dragon demon was shocked. Where did that kid go? Could he have run away? There are 6 doors in this hall, each of which requires 5 colored light spheres to pass through. Of course, it is impossible for the flame skeletal dragon demon to leave this hall. It suddenly became frenzied. Of course, the flame skeletal dragon demon didn't know. It was the second one to enter the 5th floor of the ancient ruins after it was opened this time. As for Yi Feng, he was the first to enter the 5th floor of the ruins, so he was teleported to the treasure house of the ruins at that moment. At this time, Yi Feng was in a magnificent palace, looking at the dazzling array of treasures in the entire palace. His mind was a little bit overwhelmed. This is the treasure house of relics, the 1st floor. The treasures in this layer are all ancient treasures. At a glance, there are hundreds of them, ranging from extremely rare materials, to magic weapons with excellent combat effectiveness, and extremely rare cultivation methods. Here are all the cultivation methods of immortality. Here are magic weapons for battle. Here are other magic weapons, such as alchemy furnaces, refining furnaces, etc. And here, all the magic weapons are placed here. It is a treasure of heaven and earth related to improving cultivation. Qiao Gumu's consciousness kept explaining to Yi Feng. Obviously he knew the treasure house of relics very well. After all, it has been in the ancient ruins for tens of thousands of years. When it didn't meet Yi Feng, it was imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the treasure house of the ruins. It couldn't understand the pattern of the treasure house of the ruins. Entering the treasure house of relics again, Qiao Ancient would has a sudden feeling. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, now finally a young man with fairly good talent can take it out and help it restore its power in its heyday. Yi Feng acted in the treasure house of the ruins, carefully checking every item. Eternal level treasures of heaven and earth. Everything Yi Feng saw at a glance was full of aura, enough to improve a cultivator's cultivation level for more than 100 years. It can be called a god. Even the upper limit of cultivation has the precious existence of a one-time increase of 50 years. However, Yi Feng would not take this kind of natural treasures. After all, he could only take one item from the 1st floor of the relic treasure house. Although this kind of natural material and earthly treasure can improve his cultivation, it only depends on time to achieve the same effect. What Yifeng needs more is a powerful weapon like Void Vine, which can help him more in battle. He made his way to the place where the combat magic weapon was placed. Everything is tempting. In Yifeng's eyes, there were all kinds of eternal magic weapons. One of the battle armors that exudes the power of the endless sun can make you burst out like a little sun when you wear it on your body, and instantly kill all the practitioners around you who have the same level of cultivation as yourself. If it is against a stronger opponent, the armor made of the power of the sun will have an extremely terrifying defensive ability. Such a battle armor magic weapon can only be refined by a genius. In Qingshan, even the power of the sun does not exist. How can such a powerful magic weapon of armor be refined? There was also a pair of bells, which looked inconspicuous, but contained an extremely mysterious aura, hidden deep in the mystery. Yifeng couldn't see any use at a glance, but he knew it was extremely extraordinary. All kinds of battle magic weapons, the total number is about 100. Soon, Yifeng caught a glimpse of a jet-black scabbard in the corner. The scabbard was not very eye-catching, but Yifeng could tell that the scabbard should have been forged with a trace of nirvana power. If I get the scabbard that incorporates the power of nirvana, and if I accompany it day and night, it will be much easier to comprehend the power of nirvana in the future. Moreover, even if it is used in battle, it will definitely also useful. Yifeng's eyes lit up. He was finally able to get one of the eternal treasures. Guma didn't seem to expect that there would be such an ancient scabbard in the treasure house of the ruins, so he couldn't help being a little surprised. Among so many magic weapons, this scabbard should be considered the best. Although the quality is not up to the reincarnation level, it is not far behind. The consciousness of Guma gradually came. You just pick this scabbard, it can provide you with a helping hand to comprehend the power of nirvana in the future. At least it can save you half the effort. Moreover, this scabbard seems to be incomplete of. Not yet complete? Yifeng was a little surprised. Even if it wasn't complete, it was already an ancient magic weapon. If it was complete, what level of magic weapon would it be? Moreover, Yifeng didn't see anything incomplete in that scabbard. Each of the ancient treasures has its own soul. Even the void vines I threw out have a trace of consciousness. But this scabbard has no consciousness at all. Obviously it was erased artificially. Gumu's consciousness came from a bit dignified. If you choose this scabbard, you have to be careful in the future. This scabbard definitely has a historical origin. It must have belonged to a strong person in the Upper Qingtian. If I guessed correctly, there should be two other parts of this scabbard. One part is the soul consciousness of this scabbard, and the other part is the condensed power of nirvana within it. Every time you find this scabbard with a part of the scabbard, this scabbard can be upgraded by 1 grade. After finding all of them, it must be an immortal treasure. Immortal level treasures are at the same level as the heyday of Qiyao ancient wood. And this level of treasure, even the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace does not have one, which shows how precious this scabbard is. Not to mention. Hey! Even a scabbard is of the immortal level. What level should the fairy sword that matches this scabbard be? Guma sighed. The owner of this scabbard is stronger than me in my heyday. Yifeng didn't expect that just a scabbard in the treasure house of relics would have such an awesome background. He couldn't help being a little shocked, but this is naturally a good thing for him. Then I will choose this scabbard. Yifeng smiled, and went forward to hold the pitch-black scabbard in his hand. This scabbard is fused with a very powerful power of nirvana, so let's call it the scabbard of nirvana. After finishing speaking, he took the xuanhuan sword out of the storage space and wanted to put it into the scabbard. But suddenly, a burst of nirvana power gushed out from the nirvana scabbard, instantly enveloping the entire xuanhuan. Not good. Qiyao Ancient Wood exclaimed, but before it could make a move, it heard a click, and a crack appeared on the xuanhuan sword. This long sword of yours doesn't even reach the quality of a fairy weapon. It seems that it is not qualified to be equipped with this scabbard. It will make the scabbard of Nirvana angry, thus destroying your long sword. Qiao Guma said with some regret. Yifeng opened his mouth wide at the side. He couldn't believe it. Darling, Xuanlongjian was suddenly cracked by this Nirvana scabbard? It seems that the dragon sword cannot be used in the future. Yifeng threw the cracked Xuanlongjian back into the storage space, and then stared at the Nirvana scabbard in his hand. From the Nirvana scabbard there was a faint force of resistance, but under a certain tyrannical force, this force of resistance was completely weakened to the point of being powerless, unable to resist Yifeng's movements at all. It seems that this scabbard is very arrogant, and ordinary people can't control it at all. Fortunately, the creators of the ancient ruins expected this situation and suppressed it by force. The consciousness of Qiao Gumu's tisk tisk came, obviously admiring the scabbard. You really made money by coming to the 5th floor of this ruins. With this scabbard, your next journey will be much easier. Yifeng nodded. Although I don't know if the Chuanlong sword is broken and will be said by the Xuanhua Shenlong when he goes back, but now he can only use the Nirvana scabbard as a sword in the ancient ruins. Perhaps it was because Yifeng also had a trace of Nirvana power in his body. The resistance of the Nirvana scabbard to Yifeng gradually weakened until it disappeared, as if he had accepted his new master. Although the consciousness of this scabbard has been artificially expelled, it still retains the arrogance instinct of the strong, and will not easily bow to the weak. Being able to possess a trace of the power of extinction is barely enough to become his temporary master. When Yifeng and Nirvana's scabbard finally reached an agreement, the bright white sky-level space power descended again, covering Yifeng and Nirvana's scabbard together. Swish! Yifeng returned to the rest preparation hall on the 5th floor of the ruins. Before the surrounding bright white sky-level space power completely dissipated, he heard a violent fighting sound coming from this hall, which made him startled. Isn't this the Temple of Rest and Preparation? How could anyone be fighting? When the power of the sky-level space around him completely dissipated, he finally saw that nearly half of the space in this hall was occupied by huge flame skeletal dragon demons, and in the rest of the space, several practitioners were besieging flame skeleton dragon demon. It can be seen that the current flame skeleton dragon demon is in a state of anger. But those cultivators who besieged the flame skeleton dragon demon were all somewhat baffled, and extremely cautious and vigilant in their hearts. They obviously passed the last hall level on the 4th floor of the ruins, and they should have arrived at the rest and preparation hall on the 5th floor of the ruins. Why did a furious beast attack them as soon as they appeared? This ferocious beast is still a terrifying powerhouse with a cultivation base of 1,500 years. The 8 of them were divided into 2 groups and went down to the 5th floor of the ruins at the same time, but they were bombarded and killed by the angry flame skeleton dragon demon immediately. The remaining 5 formed in formation and hugged each other tightly, and finally barely resisted the attack of the flame skeleton dragon demon. The strength of this flame skeleton dragon demon is really too strong. Even if the 5 of them join forces, it will be difficult to escape this time. After all, the original intention of this flame skeletal dragon demon is to challenge 50 people to guard the beast level. Even if there are 50 people, but they are all people with less than 1,000 years of cultivation, they may not be able to kill the flame skeleton dragon demon, because the level difference between the 2 sides is really too big, and the difference in strength is tens of thousands of times. If it weren't for the fact that the cultivators who can come here are all elites among young people, the 5 people in front of them would not be able to last for such a short time. But persisting for such a short while is already their limit. Seeing a flash of white light and Yifeng appearing, the 5 people were overjoyed, and one of them turned out to be Luo Guangdu, whom they had seen before. When Luo Guang saw Yifeng, his whole eyes lit up, as if he saw a savior. Although he felt that Yifeng's cultivation base was very low, his attainments in formation were really top-notch, and most importantly, his combat power was not necessarily inferior to him. In the current situation, one more person would give more strength. Luo Guan was naturally delighted to see other practitioners coming. "Come and give me a helping hand." Luo Guan shouted at Yi Feng unceremoniously. Yi Feng looked at him strangely. Why is this guy so thick-skinned? Obviously the relationship between the two parties is not good. Oh right, this guy must think that now that Yi Feng is here, the only option is to fight against the flame skeleton dragon demon together with them, right? It's a pity that no one knows that Yi Feng and the Yankee dragon demon are together. When Yi Feng appeared, the 5 cultivators who were fighting against the flame skeleton dragon demon were obviously a little happy. Because under normal circumstances, no one can go down to the 5th floor of the ruins alone, and now there is Yi Feng, which means there are other people behind him. With more people together, the chances of fighting the flame skeleton dragon demon will be greater. Although there is still little hope, it is better than the 5 of them working together to deal with it. Friend, come quickly, let's resist this guardian beast together. Otherwise, each of us can pass through this palace, and we will all die in its hands. One of the young men with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks immediately shouted at Yi Feng, and at the same time waved quickly, hoping to pull Yi Feng into the battle group. He was full of confidence and felt that the situation in front of him was obvious. If the new kid didn't join the battle, he would all die in the hands of this beast. No matter what, he would definitely join the battle. He felt that the new boy must be very clear about the stakes. If the new kid joins the battle group, first trick him into being the first target of the guarding beast, and then the rest of them will wait for the opportunity to kill the beast. As for the new boy being used as bait, whether he is dead or alive, what does it have to do with them? It's a pity that his thoughts were not wrong to other people, but what he was facing was Yi Feng. When Yi Feng's figure appeared in this hall, the flame skeleton dragon demon's figure obviously paused. This guy didn't expect Yi Feng to appear suddenly after disappearing for so long, which made him very happy. As long as it can follow this weak human being, it can absorb the power of real fire. As long as it absorbs enough power of true fire, it can evolve into a higher level existence, and even return to the world where it was originally living in, which is extremely rich in aura. For a moment, the flame skeleton dragon demon became excited. But the other 5 cultivators in the hall, including Luo Guandu, were confused. What was the matter with this guard beast? Could it be that they were scared when they saw the new boy? No, there seemed to be a pause at the beginning, and then the beast seemed to become excited. What exactly is going on? Just when they were thinking this way, the flame skeletal dragon demon suddenly launched a tyrannical attack, and its body with the power of tyrannical flames rushed towards them in an instant. Not good. Someone immediately exclaimed to remind others, but it was too late. In this level of battle, every minute and second will produce great changes. Although the elites who can reach the 5th floor of the ruins are all elites, there is still a big gap between them and the level of the flame skeletal dragon demon. Under this negligence of a few tenths of a second, the flame skeleton of the flame skeleton dragon demon has swept towards all of them. The entire hall was filled with flames, and in an instant, 2 cultivators died from the attack of the flame skeleton dragon demon. The remaining 3, including Luo Guandu, kept retreating towards Yi Feng's direction, wanting to unite stay together for a while longer. As long as Yi Feng's companions come over, they still have a chance to persevere. After all, if you want to go down to the 5th floor of the ruins, you have to exchange light spheres with 4 people to get down. However, what happened next surprised the 3 women. The extremely fierce flaming bone dragon, when he saw the 3 of them running to the side of the new boy, suddenly became quiet, and did not continue to attack, but looked a little embarrassed, and the whole huge body came to a standstill. Could it be that this flame bone dragon is afraid of this new boy? This is not scientific. Especially Luo Guandu couldn't figure it out, why Yi Feng was not only so skilled in formations, but now even a guard beast seemed to be afraid of him. This makes no sense at all. Once Luo Guan thought about this, he felt that Yi Feng was a mysterious person. Now that the opportunity was before him, he must make friends with him. Is this beast scared? Seeing this, a young female cultivator breathed a sigh of relief. Although she has a cultivation base of 980 years and her real strength can explode for more than 1,200 years, when facing the flame skeletal dragon demon, the strength is still too weak. Seeing the huge body of the flame skeletal dragon demon pause, the young female cultivator patted her full chest, then glanced at Yifeng, and found that she was just a young cultivator with a cultivation base of 400 years. There is nothing special about it. On the contrary, the jet-black scabbard hanging around his waist seems a little weird. Go ahead, I'm just passing by. As soon as Yifeng came back from the treasure house of the relics, he saw such a scene and couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Naturally, it is impossible for him to reveal the relationship between the flame skeleton dragon demon and him. In this case, it is better to lure this big guy away earlier. As for the guard beast, let me lead you away. After Yifeng finished speaking, without waiting for the other three to answer, he immediately rushed out towards the flame skeleton dragon demon. Seeing this, the young female cultivator immediately exclaimed and covered her mouth lightly. No way, this young man with more than 400 years of cultivation is actually so brave? This is unscientific. How can you give up your life so easily after you have worked so hard to get to the 5th floor of the ruins? Luo Guang, who was beside her, also showed surprise on his face. At first, he thought that this kid had some skills, and after a long time, he wanted to lure this big guy away. It's all up to the little brother. Luo Guangdu looked very touched on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. Sure enough, although this kid was very talented, he was still too young after all. In the current situation, it is extremely stupid to even plan to run out to die by yourself. This kid doesn't even think about it. With his 400-year cultivation base, even if he runs out to die, what can he change? I'd better stay away at ease, and wait for the people with him to come down and talk about it. Luo Guang was full of ridicule, waiting to see Yifeng being slapped to death by the flame skeleton dragon demon. But then, he saw 5 colored light balls flashing in Yifeng's hands, passing by the flame skeleton dragon demon in an instant, and then entering a door next to it. This scene left the three of Luo Guangdu dumbfounded. This kid actually has 5 colored balls of light at the same time? It seems that this kid has killed many people before. No, this kid ran away. The faces of the three of them changed slightly, but then something that shocked them happened. Originally, they thought that the three of them would soon become the dinner of the flame skeletal dragon demon, but seeing that the huge flame bone dragon turned a blind eye to them, and directly condensed a multicolored ball of light, passing through the gate that Yifeng just passed. How is this going? The three of them couldn't figure out why such a powerful guardian beast would leave with a weak monk with 400 years of cultivation. Could it be that there is something special about that young man? The beautiful female cultivator, Luo Guangdu, and another strong man with a beard were stunned when they saw the situation in front of them. They didn't expect it to end in such a scene. Who is he? A hint of interest flashed in the beautiful female nun's eyes. Haha, is it possible that our little goddess has a heartbeat? Hearing the words, the bearded man on the side laughed, but that kid only has 400 years of cultivation, which is too low. Although it seems a bit weird, the gap with us is still not small. If I expected it, that kid can't even leave the ancient ruins alive. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? The beautiful female nun gave him a blank look. Even if he is in danger, he has passed through this rest hall now, and has gone to the passage leading to the next floor. He can leave at any time if he wants to. I just don't know. What is the origin of the 1,500-year-old beast? Indeed, it's a bit unusual for that fierce beast to appear in the Hall of Rest. The handsome Luo Guangdu said in a deep voice, but there was a hint of hidden viciousness in his eyes. He has coveted this beautiful female cultivator beside him for a long time, not only because this female cultivator is beautiful and powerful, but also because this female cultivator is from a large sect in a first-class world. If he can get in touch with this beautiful female nun, his future achievements will definitely be even more unimaginable. Originally, coming out of the world of cultivating immortals, Luo Guang has already realized the vastness of this world. If he does not seize the opportunity, he will have to wander in the lower world all the time. That is not his style. It's a pity that now this beautiful female cultivator seems to have a different feeling for the young man before. No, next time you see that kid, you must get rid of him. Luo Guangdu thought bitterly in his heart. And now Yi Feng is bringing the flame skeleton dragon demon to the next hall leisurely. Although he could have easily killed Luo Guangdu if he wanted to just now, but Yi Feng decided to give Master Su Feiying another chance. Of course, there are only 3 things. If there is a third time to see Luo Guangdu in the ancient ruins, then Yi Feng will definitely not show mercy. This big guy is really irritable. Yi Feng clicked his tongue and walked forward, while observing the flame skeletal dragon demon that almost occupied the entire passage. Just now in the rest hall, the fighting power displayed by this flame skeletal dragon demon is really astonishing. Just one breath of fire killed 2 cultivators with 100 years of cultivation. Those who died were all elites who could reach the 5th floor of the ancient ruins, and each of them could display the power of at least 1,100 years of cultivation. Yi Feng was a little surprised that Luo Guangdu was able to display the power of 1,100 years of cultivation, but it's normal to think about it, who hasn't tapped the secret of the bottom of the box these days? Yi Feng shook his head, and stepped into the next hall. It's the Palace of Treasures. Yi Feng looked at it with a glance, his eyes were shining, but he saw that it was an ancient treasure of heaven and earth, absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth in it. It can directly improve one's cultivation level by 110 years. The most important thing is that this hall is a pure treasure hall, that is to say, no matter who comes to this hall, then this natural material and earth treasure will be given away without any other conditions. Yi Feng happily rewarded him and put the green fluorescent stone into the storage space. At this time, the flame skeletal dragon demon followed Yi Feng again, and at the same time growled twice in dissatisfaction. It seems to be hungry. Yi Feng was a little puzzled, although the flame skeletal dragon demon looks cool, but this guy is really too dangerous. Before Yi Feng subdued it, he had to feed it with the power of real fire to stabilize it. If Yi Feng hadn't made any moves when the flame skeleton dragon demon was dissatisfied, no one would know what this flame skeleton dragon demon would do. Yi Feng activated the power of real water in his body, recovered the power of real fire that was consumed not long ago, and condensed a trace of real fire again. The flame skeleton dragon demon devoured it happily, and was still unsatisfied after it was over, looking at Yi Feng like a cash cow. Yi Feng shrugged, and could only continue to move forward. His goal is the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. Now that the flame skeleton dragon demon is following him, at least he can guarantee that he will not die. If he is the first to enter the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, then obtaining a reincarnation level treasure will become inevitable. Even more than one. It turned out to be guarding the beast level again. When he arrived at the next hall, Yi Feng was surprised to find that there was a silver-toothed dragon with a cultivation base of nearly 1,600 years in this hall, and he was falling into a deep sleep. If you don't get rid of this silver-toothed dragon, you will definitely not be able to open the other gates in this hall. Yi Feng's expression became serious. Even if the flame skeleton dragon demon fights with all his strength, this fierce beast with a cultivation base of 1,600 years might not be a match for it, right? Hey! Qiao Gumu smiled disdainfully. What kind of existence do you think the flame skeletal dragon demon is? A beast with a very low level like the silver-toothed Tingjiao. No matter how high its cultivation base is, it is difficult to match the flame skeletal dragon demon at a similar level. The current flame skeletal dragon demon can defeat an opponent with a cultivation level of 1,800 years. However, if he confronts someone with a cultivation level of 1,800 years, the flame skeletal dragon demon will probably be seriously injured. 1,800 years. Yifeng felt awe-inspiring. At this moment, a burst of bright white sky-level space power appeared in the entire hall, and the flame skeleton dragon demon finally followed Yifeng and teleported over. Roar! The flame skeletal dragon demon instantly surrounded the silver-toothed Tingjiao resting in the center, let out a roar that shook the sky, and a ball of flame sprayed over. The silver-toothed flood dragon woke up almost the moment the flame skeleton dragon demon descended, and it intuitively made it feel that other tyrannical creatures had invaded its territory. Hiss! Inya Tingjiao stretched out his body all at once, but found that his body was far inferior to that of the flame skeleton dragon demon. And the flames of the flame skeletal dragon demon had already enveloped the body of the silver yam Tingjiao, and the sound of sizzling continued, burning the silver-toothed Tingjiao until it was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Inya Tingjiao did not concede defeat, especially for dragon creatures. This kind of Tingjiao fierce beast is the most hated, even at the expense of death to make the opponent pay the price. Before the flame skeletal dragon demon's final attack came, Inya Tingjiao instantly activated the inner alchemy in his body. All the Zhenqi was gathered together by Inya Tingjiao, and when it condensed the Zhenqi to the most powerful state, it would explode immediately. Dangerous! Seeing this, Yifeng's heart trembled, and in an instant, the power of the 7 lights in his body condensed a 5-color light ball, which flashed out towards the door. Swish! Yifeng's figure flickered, and he was teleported to a hall in front of him. I didn't expect that silver Feng Tingjiao would explode. I'm afraid that the flame skeleton dragon demon will be injured. Yifeng had lingering fears in his heart. If he retreated a moment too late, he might die in Inya Tingjiao's self-explosion. You kid, your reaction speed is quite fast. Qiao Gumu was very satisfied with Yifeng's actions, and then his consciousness came. If the flame skeleton dragon demon is seriously injured later, you can seize the opportunity and subdue it directly. Take advantage of people's danger. That guy will definitely not accept it. Yifeng shook his head. Let's wait until later to subdue the flame skeleton dragon demon. If you want to subdue a war beast, you need the other party to be convinced. Even if it is subdued now, the flame skeleton dragon demon may rebel against Yifeng in the future, which is not what Yifeng wants to see. What's more, it doesn't make much difference to Yifeng whether he subdues the flame skeleton dragon demon or not. You kid, really? Qiao Guma didn't quite understand Yifeng's thoughts, so he simply ignored it. Anyway, it took Yifeng as its host and didn't need Yifeng to become more powerful. The power will do. After waiting for 5 seconds, Yifeng condensed a 5-color light ball again, and entered the palace where Inya Tingjiao blew himself up just now. What a powerful force! Yifeng was taken aback when he entered the hall. He never thought that the silver-toothed dragon's self-explosion power would be so terrifying. Looking around, the space of the entire hall was blown out one after another, which is not much worse than Yifeng's eruption of all the power of the Void Vine before. And the mighty flame skeletal dragon demon, who was curled up on the side of the hall, seemed to be really injured. Yifeng ignored the flame skeletal dragon demon, but stared at the center of the hall. Because Inya Tingjiao died by self-explosion, the magic weapon that was supposed to be rewarded to cultivators in this level directly appeared in the center of the hall, floating quietly. It was a claw of silver Feng Tingjiao, shining extremely dazzling silver light. This is an eternal magic weapon. Yifeng glanced at the flame skeleton dragon demon next to him. It was obvious that this guy had no interest in the Tingjiao's claw. Of course Yifeng would not be polite. He stepped forward and held the Tingjiao's claw in his hand. It was a magic weapon in the shape of iron chain. At the top was a claw of Tingjiao, and there seemed to be some other strong material. This claw looks pretty handsome, and as an ancient magic weapon, its power is definitely not small, but compared to the scabbard of Nirvana, it is not as good. Yi Feng put away the Tingjiao's claw, and temporarily threw it into the storage space. If such an ancient treasure is obtained by other cultivators, it will undoubtedly become their strongest trump card. But given to Yi Feng, this thing can only be used in some special occasions. In this magic weapon, Tingjiao's claws are just shaping materials, which can make it an eternal magic weapon. The most important thing is that it incorporates the divine stone of heaven. The consciousness of Qiyao Guma came quickly, with a touch of playfulness. When Yinya Tingjiao just died, I can grab one of its claws as quickly as possible, and blend it with other materials to refine it into an eternal magic weapon. This process, into the power of time and space, so in the eyes of cultivators at your level, it is almost fleeting, and once Yinya Tingjiao dies, this magic weapon will appear in the palace. So, there is still an operator behind this ancient ruin? Yi Feng was a little strange. If that was the case, then Qiyao Guma took him as the host, and if he wanted to leave the ancient ruins, he must be unable to hide from the other party's perception. Why didn't the other party block it? If I'm not mistaken, it's likely that the immortal King Divine Cauldron was placed in this ruin. The Qiyao Ancient with consciousness came, but it is not very sure. After all, there are still many refining treasures in the sky that can rely on self-consciousness to do this. It's just that grab me and put me in this ancient ruins. The power in the middle has the immortal King Divine Cauldron. Immortal King Divine Cauldron, is this a refining furnace? There was a trace of longing in Yi Feng's eyes. He has always wanted a refining furnace, but unfortunately he has never seen a good one. Not only is it a refining furnace, but it is also an alchemy furnace. The fire used in its refining is the strongest real fire power in the Shangqing heaven. Qiyao Guma chuckled. It's not that easy for you to get it, unless the other party will take the initiative to recognize you. Take the initiative to recognize me? Is that possible? Yi Feng shook his head. He didn't want to think too much about this seemingly illusory matter. That's not certain. Qiyao Guma immediately urged, if it is really the immortal king's cauldron, then he is a restless little guy. He has been doing boring things for tens of thousands of years in this ancient relic. How can you say it can hold back? If it can make it look good, maybe it will let you take it out for fun. You also said that this is only possible, and it is definitely not very likely. Yi Feng rolled his eyes, but still didn't take it to heart. From Qiyao Gumu's consciousness, Yi Feng probably knew that the immortal king's divine cauldron was definitely a level higher than Qiyao Gumu's. During the heyday of the Qiyao ancient wood, it was at the immortal level, which was even higher than the immortal level. That was a level that even the xuanhuan Shenlong hadn't told Yi Feng about. For this, Qiyao Guma didn't say a single word, maybe because it is an existence of immortal level, something higher than immortal level. It doesn't want to talk about it in front of Yi Feng, so as not to lose face. This flood dragon's claw can come in handy at some point, otherwise, it's not as strong as the Nirvana scabbard. Yi Feng shook his head. What a pity. If he can produce a defensive battle magic weapon, then his strength will be raised to a higher level. Now he has the Nirvana scabbard, with which he can use the Nirvana scabbard to perform various sword techniques derived from the dragon sword art. The power is dozens or even hundreds of times that of before. If it is said that when Yi Feng first came to the 5th floor of the ruins, Yi Feng's greatest strength was just able to display a 1,100-year cultivation base, then for him now, even if he meets a strong person with a 1,200-year cultivation base able to fight against it. The power of the eternal treasure Nirvana scabbard is not inferior to that of Void Vine. After tidying up the Tingjiao's claw, Yi Feng turned his gaze to the injured flame skeleton dragon demon. Are you okay? Do you need healing? Yi Feng's consciousness passed over. Although he knew that the lay-on hands he used might not have any effect, it was better than nothing. You must know that in the next journey, Yi Feng would have to rely on the flaming skeleton dragon demon to pass through certain obstacles. The more difficult levels. Although you can't go to the 7th floor of the ruins, you still have to fight for the 6th floor. The flame skeleton dragon demon received Yi Feng's consciousness, raised his huge head surrounded by flames, and glanced at him lightly. Seeing the appearance of the flame skeleton dragon demon, Yi Feng didn't care. Not only ferocious beasts, no matter who is injured in such a dangerous place as the ancient ruins, they will not be in a good mood, Yi Feng can understand. Lay on hands. As soon as Yi Feng raised his hand, a wave of true energy swept over, enveloping the flame skeleton dragon demon. This guy's body is too big, a single lay on hands almost consumed Yi Feng's whole body of true energy. Fortunately he still has the power of true water in his body. Once he activated it, all of it was transformed into true energy, filling his whole body dantian and meridians in the body. However, the power of true water he has now comprehended is still not strong enough, so he will need to rest for a long time to recover his true energy once, and he will not be able to use it again for an hour or two. The same is true of the power of true fire. But now, Yi Feng's power of real fire has almost recovered. Seeing that the flame skeletal dragon demon still looked weak after being shrouded in lay healing, Yi Feng once again condensed a bunch of power of real fire. Seeing the small fireball condensed by the power of the real fire, the eyes of the flame skeletal dragon demon gleamed, and the entire huge body jumped up suddenly as if nothing happened. Roar! With a light mouthful, the flame skeleton dragon demon devoured the power of the real fire in Yi Feng's hand again, and then felt the comfort of being nourished by the power of the real fire all over his body, and he was full of energy. Yi Feng was stunned. Didn't this guy look sick and dying not long ago? Why are you so lively all of a sudden? Is it because of that small cluster of true fire power? Unexpectedly, this beast is quite sinister. Qiao Gumu's consciousness came. It was not injured at all just now. It seems to be pretending like that, just to see your reaction. Good boy, it's fortunate that you didn't go up and try to defeat it, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a good life. Yi Feng. He also didn't expect such a situation. From this point of view, the flame skeleton dragon demon is not stupid, but quite witty. Yi Feng shook his head and continued to move forward. Let's go, the next hall. On the 5th floor of the ancient ruins, there is only one beast guarding the monster level, and there is only one magic weapon that appears after defeating it. The number of magic treasures at the ancient level, even the ancient ruins can't produce as many as 5 pieces, but the immortal artifacts of various qualities seem to be things that can be seen everywhere for the creators of the ancient ruins. Before entering the next hall, Yi Feng condensed the 5-color light ball as usual, threw it to the flame skeleton dragon demon, and then passed through the teleportation gate. Soon, the space around Yi Feng changed, and he came to the next hall. It's the rest hall, continue to the next one. Yi Feng thought in his heart, according to the map given at the beginning, if he wants to go down to the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, he still needs to pass 3 halls. And it has been nearly 4 months since he entered the ancient ruins, half of the time allowed in it has passed. The flame skeleton dragon demon followed Yi Feng all along. It would not allow such a young man with the power of real fire to slip away from under its nose. Judging from the reaction of the flame skeleton dragon demon, this guy was really pretending to be seriously injured just now, which made Yi Feng feel a little emotional. Neither will be too low. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Qiao Gumu, so I took the opportunity to attack it and try to subdue it. In the next hall, there is a treasure chest in the middle, exuding an extremely strong aura of heaven and earth. This. As soon as Qiao Gumu felt the aura scattered in the treasure box, he felt something was wrong. Such a rich aura of heaven and earth, at least it is a reincarnation level treasure of heaven and earth, placed on the 5th floor? Heaven, material and earth treasures at the reincarnation level should be placed on the 6th floor. I don't know, but I can't open this treasure chest by myself. Yi Feng stared at the treasure chest in the center, narrowing his eyes slightly. It can be felt that there is an extremely complicated formation engraved on the treasure box. Yes, there is a blood sacrifice formation on this treasure chest. If the number of cultivators who died in this hall reaches a certain level, the treasure chest will naturally be opened. The consciousness of Qiao Gumu passed on. Blood sacrifice formation? Yi Feng frowned. Yes, according to the strength of the blood sacrifice formation on this treasure chest, if you kill 4 people here, the treasure chest will open, and the portal to the next hall will also open. 4 people. Yi Feng couldn't help but glanced at the flame skeletal dragon demon that occupied nearly half of the hall space. With the flame skeletal dragon demon present, wouldn't those cultivators who entered the ancient ruins come and die? I just have to wait for other people to come over. It's a waste of time. Forget it, let's practice first. Yi Feng sat suspended in a corner, and began to absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding world, accelerating the expansion of the meridians. Now his cultivation level is capped at 430 years, and he still has a fluorescent green stone that can increase his cultivation level by 110 years, but it is a pity that it is not worthwhile to use it now. It would be great if there were some natural and earthly treasures that raised the upper limit of cultivation. Yi Feng thought to himself, looking at the golden treasure box in the center of the hall. He didn't know what kind of material was in this treasure box. According to Qiao Gumu's feeling, the reincarnation level heavenly materials and earthly treasures should be able to increase his 50-year cultivation limit if it is a material that increases the upper limit of his cultivation. This is an incredible treasure. Yi Feng waited for 7 days in this hall. 7 days later, another group of practitioners finally entered this hall. Since it is now the 5th floor of the ancient ruins, the number of practitioners who came here was not many, and they must be in groups of 3 or 5 after all. Only a large number of people can pass the experience here and walk through various halls at the same time. It was a 5-member squad, each with 100 years of cultivation, 3 men and 2 women, and one of them was the scholar from Xuanhuan Academy. Kill it. Yi Feng opened his eyes, looked towards the 5-person team, and held the nirvana scabbard around his waist with one hand. This scabbard is very delicate, and they are not willing to be stored in the storage space. Yi Feng can only hang it on his waist. In front of the blood sacrifice formation, Yi Feng had only one choice to kill, otherwise he would be killed. The flame skeletal dragon demon was entrenched in a corner of the hall, closing its eyes and resting its mind, as if it did not want to participate in this battle. In its eyes, Yi Feng, who possessed the power of real fire, could easily deal with those 5 young men. Therefore, it didn't even bother to move. And Yi Feng also wanted to try the power of the nirvana scabbard. Although it is just a scabbard, it can still be used as a sword to display many sword skills. It's a pity that in these 7 days, it's too late to comprehend the zero sword energy, otherwise it would be easier. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he looked carefully at the 5 young practitioners who entered the hall. Apart from the young scholar from Xuanhuan Academy, there were 2 other men and 2 women whom Yi Feng had seen before in the training hall. As soon as those 5 people entered the hall, they couldn't help being surprised when they saw Yi Feng staying with a huge flaming bone dragon. Why is this kid here alone? One of the tall men was startled when he saw Yi Feng, but immediately after, his attention was taken away from Yi Feng. There is no way, beside the flame skeleton dragon demon, Yi Feng, who has a cultivation base of 400 years, is not impressive at all. Only the scholar of Xuanhuan Academy frowned, as if he didn't understand why Yi Feng and this beast could get along peacefully. Looking at this hall, is it guarding the level of the beast? That kid is waiting for other practitioners to deal with the beast together? Wrong. The scholars of Xuanhuan Academy glanced at the golden treasure chest in the center of the hall, and the translucent lines engraved on the treasure chest, which seemed to have a faint smell of blood. This is... The scholar of Xuanhuan Academy's heart trembled, thinking of the warning from the elders of the master. The formation on the golden treasure box in front of him is obviously a blood sacrifice formation. Only by killing enough people can the blood sacrifice formation be activated, so as to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth in the golden treasure chest, and then move on. Otherwise, everyone will be trapped in this palace, unable to move forward, unable to leave, until the 1-year period expires, trapped to death in the ancient ruins. The scholar quietly looked at the 2 men and 2 women beside him. They were practitioners from other sects he had only met on the 5th floor of the ruins. They were all similar in cultivation level to him, and they came from various sects in various worlds. The existence of the blood sacrifice formation is said to be extremely secretive, and only exists on the 5th floor of the ruins. Do you want to kill all these people? The scholar was thinking about it, but at this moment, the tall young man laughed and looked at Yi Feng, who was not far away. My friend, meeting is fate. May I ask, where did you learn from? Now that we are here, we are comrades in arms against this beast. The tall man said heartily. The scholar of Xuanhuan Academy sighed secretly. It was because of the openness of the other party that he agreed to go forward with the other party until this palace. To be honest, the scholar didn't dislike this tall man, but thought he was a friend he could make. But now, he can only choose to kill it. Perhaps, among the 5 young cultivators who entered this hall, only this scholar knew that Yi Feng might have some connection with that flaming bone dragon. And engraved on the central golden treasure chest is the blood sacrifice formation. In this way, it is impossible for the scholar to choose Yi Feng as an enemy. If possible, he is willing to try to become friends with Yi Feng. The 2 female cultivators next to the scholar were quite pure and pleasant, but the scholar of Xuanhuan Academy knew that they were ruthless, and they were definitely not as pitiful as they appeared on the surface. As for the other person, he was thin and agile, so it was not easy to kill him if he wanted to. In that case, it starts with you. The scholar focused his attention on the tall man in front of him. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he immediately raised his hand, and a blank scroll floated up. Xuanhuan Academy, travel thousands of miles alone. The scholar swayed his true energy, and some scrawled handwriting suddenly appeared on the blank scroll, and then the handwriting was filled with holy light, like a sharp knife sprang out of the scroll, sweeping towards the tall man. I've been on guard against you for a long time, let's do it. The tall man snorted coldly. He had expected this situation long ago, turned around and roared loudly. A deafening sound shocked the students of Xuanhuan Academy directly on the spot. On the other side, those 2 delicate and pitiful female cultivators also had a stern look in their eyes, their true energy spurred on, and each of them swept towards the scholar with an attacking celestial technique. Oh? The scholars of Xuanhuan Academy were a little surprised when they saw this. They didn't expect these people to have such an action. It seems that they also know the existence of the blood sacrifice formation. Although I don't know how many people will be killed by this blood sacrifice formation, the tall man obviously wants to kill him as a scholar first. Unfortunately, they underestimated the scholars of Xuanhuan Academy. My surname is Liu, and my name is Qingshu. I wonder if you have heard of it. The scholar smiled faintly, turned his white palms, and there were more scrawled handwriting on the blank page just now. These handwritings stimulated bursts of tyrannical qi, forming barriers to guard him. There were several loud bangs in succession, and the scholar's Xinqi barrier remained motionless. Lu Shuqing, you are actually Lu Shuqing. The tall man turned pale with shock when he heard the words. His shock was inexplicable. Originally, I thought the scholar was a little Shami from Xuanhuan Academy, but I didn't expect it to be Lu Shuqing. Lu Shuqing, a young genius that Xuanhuan Academy has just begun to cultivate in recent days, is less than 30 years old, and has already reached more than 900 years of cultivation. The most important thing is that this Lu Shuqing has stepped into the holy land of Xuanhuan Academy, and realized the holy light of Xuanhuan on the first floor of the holy land. Since the establishment of Xuanhuan Academy, Lu Shuqing has comprehended the holy light of Xuanhuan at the youngest age, and his future achievements will be more brilliant than his senior brother Lu Ling. When Lu Ling comprehended the holy light of Yunhuang, he was already 200 years old, and this is already very rare. However, Lu Shuqing is a talented evildoer, and he comprehended the holy light of Yunhuang at the age of 30. So what about Lu Shuqing? If the four of us fight together, he will surely die. One of the female cultivators was also shocked, but she immediately reacted with a fierce look on her face. Now they have already started. If they stop, there must be a dead end. It is better to use the strongest immortal technique. Try to see if they can work together to kill Lu Shuqing. Too late. Lu Shuqing showed a faint smile. At first I didn't want to use my full strength, but since this is the case. Yunhuang Academy, Yunhuang Holy Light. A burst of holy light swept out, which could be attacked or defended, and instantly enveloped a man and two women around. Kill. There was a murderous aura in the holy light. At that moment, the tyrannical force in the holy light exploded. The tall man and the two female cultivators were instantly smashed to pieces by the blasting power of the holy light. In the corner not far away, Yifeng watched this series of scenes and couldn't help but froze on the spot. He never expected that before he could make a move, those five guys would already be fighting. But then, he frowned slightly. No, there was another thin guy who disappeared as soon as he started fighting. Want to attack me? Yifeng snorted coldly, and swiped the scabbard of Nirvana in his hand. Brilliant swordsmanship, all directions will be destroyed. Swish. 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 10-sword chi with supreme power merged with the power of Nirvana that destroyed everything, and spread out towards the surroundings. Puff. A figure was hit by the sword chi not far from Yifeng, and was cut into two sections directly. Even the Jinqi barrier protecting the body had no effect at all. Before he died, that thin figure had an inconceivable expression on his face. He never expected that Yifeng could find his position, let alone that Yifeng could kill him with a single strike. Not far away, Lu Shuqing from Yunhuang Academy glanced over with surprise on his face. Yifeng's sword technique is as powerful as his Yunhuang holy light. Originally, Lu Shuqing was still thinking of a way to get rid of that skinny guy who was hiding, but unexpectedly, he was killed by Yifeng. That kid has only 400 years of cultivation. If he is like me and has reached 900 years of cultivation, I'm afraid he deserves to be the strongest among the people in the ancient ruins this time. Lu Shuqing was shocked in his heart, and thought it was okay. He also got an eternal treasure when he went down to the 5th floor of the ancient ruins. Otherwise, he might not be able to guarantee that he would be able to defeat Yifeng. His footsteps certainly cannot stop here. Lu Shuqing was placed high hopes by Yunhuang Academy, but he didn't expect him to get an immortal treasure. But as long as he got a reincarnation level treasure and managed it well, it would be enough to improve the overall strength of Yunhuang Academy. Even, the world where Yunhuang Academy is located has been promoted to a second-class world. Every time the ancient ruins are opened, it is a very good opportunity for the sect forces in the world, but at the same time it also has great risks. Because many powerful forces sent the most talented disciples of the sect to the ancient ruins, but they failed to come out in the end. Not only did they not get any benefits from the ancient ruins, but they also lost the most talented disciples of the younger generation. In just a moment, only Lu Shuqing from Yunhuang Academy and Yifeng were left alive in the entire hall. In addition, the flame skeleton dragon demon entrenched in the corner resting, did not make any movement from the beginning to the end, closed his eyes and meditated, as if anything that happened in this palace had nothing to do with it. Yifeng and Lu Shuqing looked at each other, then smiled at each other. The two sides have met more than once in the ancient ruins, but each time there was not much communication. Only this time, they worked together to kill the other four. At this time, the blood essence of the four dead people seemed to be condensed into a bunch, and then absorbed by the golden treasure chest in the center of the hall. The blood sacrifice formation was finally attracted by the blood essence of those 4 people. At this time, Yi Feng and Lu Shuqing of Yunhuang Academy looked at each other meaningfully, and then Lu Shuqing smiled gently, "Let it be you." Obviously, he wasn't going to snatch the golden treasure chest in the center. Lu Shuqing glanced at the flame-skeletal dragon demon resting in the corner with closed eyes, and seemed to see something, and ran to the other side, trying to stay away from the flame-skeleton dragon demon. He was going to wait here for the arrival of other cultivators, while chatting with Yi Feng, trying to get some words out. In his opinion, Yi Feng must have no way to leave this palace alone, and the light ball in the body of the 4 people who were killed just now did not appear, but was integrated into the blood essence and was sacrificed by the central blood sacrifice formation. Absorb. This made Lu Shuqing a little puzzled. It was really difficult to move an inch on the 5th floor of the ancient ruins. Moreover, the death rate is so high, no wonder not many people can go down to the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, and no one has ever been able to reach the 7th floor of the ancient ruins. Then I won't be polite. Yi Feng nodded. Without saying anything, he stepped forward and opened the golden treasure box that had broken through the blood sacrifice formation. Zizizi. A burst of violent thunder and lightning surged out of the golden box, and immediately after that, a piece of immortal script condensed by purple electricity jumped out of the golden box. It's one word. Yi Feng focused his eyes and found that it was really just a word, but he didn't know that word. He could only feel a concentrated thunder and lightning power from that word. It's actually Zidian Xuanhuan. This time, the Qiyao ancient within Yi Feng's body was even more surprised. I didn't expect to see such a treasure here. Zidian Xuanhuan, what is that? Yi Feng didn't know why, so he sent his divine sense to Qiyao Gumu for questioning. He watched the fairy characters condensed by purple electricity float in front of him, drifting erratically. He was a little uncertain. Should he capture it directly? Let's do it. When you meet Zidian Xuanhuan, eat it without hesitation. The consciousness of Qiyao Gumu came immediately. Eat it. Yi Feng was surprised for a while, although he was a bit puzzled, but the 7 luminaries ancient wood was not enough to deceive him, so he opened his mouth and directly ate the Zidian Xuanhuan floating in front of him in one bite. Goo. Yi Feng only felt a burst of numbing lightning power suddenly penetrate his whole body, making his whole body feel refreshed. What the hell is this? Yi Feng didn't seem to feel any big changes, just a burst of electric tingling, and then it disappeared? Humph, you don't even understand such a precious and rare treasure. Why don't you take a quick look at your Yangshan? Qiyao Gumu snorted lightly. Consciousness came, and he was a little dissatisfied with Yi Feng's reaction. Yangshan? Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then observed the Yangshan inside his body, which surprised him greatly. The wrathful thunder Yangshan, who was originally of mysterious quality, seemed to become more condensed after he ate this purple electric fairy, and his quality level was improved all of a sudden. Even Yi Feng can be sure that if he swallows such a purple electric immortal glyph, his wrathful thunder Yang God will directly become an earth-level Yang God. Yangshan can be recondensed, but the difficulty of recondensing increases, and those materials are also very difficult to find. But now, Yi Feng actually found such a method to directly improve Yangshan's quality. Eating Zidian Xuanhuan has such great benefits for Yangshan. Yi Feng was shocked. That's natural. These fairy texts have been handed down from ancient times, and they are extremely precious. They can only be found in certain extremely ancient sealed places, ruins, battlefield ruins, etc. Qiyao Gumu began to explain. These fairy texts are divided into different attributes. As long as you eat them, the power in them will instantly pour into your Yangshan. Moreover, the power that poured in at that time is only one of them. 1/10 of the power, and the rest of the power will be continuously integrated into Yangshan in the future training process. Yi Feng was even more astonished when he heard this. The power of so much pure purple electricity is only 1/10 of this purple electricity fairy text. So, after I absorb all the purple electricity fairy text, couldn't the young god of furious thunder become a heaven-level young god with strength? The heavenly young god will not only make Yifeng's cultivation speed faster, but also give Yifeng more help in battle. For example, just now, Yifeng was able to find the thin and small man who was hiding, because his wrathful thunder young god was of mysterious quality, a level higher than the opponent. Yanshan's perception ability is far more powerful than his body. Hey! Seeing Yifeng's simple thinking, Qiao Gumu was quite happy to give him a blow. How much power the Zidian xuanhuan can absorb is completely related to your talent. With your talent, it is impossible to absorb all the remaining power. The remaining power in the fairy text can last for at most 1 month. The most talented cultivator I have seen before can only absorb at most 1/10 of the power in a month. Do you think you can let Yang, the god, directly advances to the sky level? It's only 1/10 of it. Then, wouldn't the rest of the power of purple electricity be wasted? Yifeng was quite sorry when he heard this. However, in his heart, he was looking forward to it. He wondered how much power he could absorb from the Zidian xuanhuan with his talent. At least, let the thunder god of fury reach earth-level quality. Yifeng thought in his heart, and raised his head to look at Lu Shucheng of Yunhuang Academy not far away. Seeing Yifeng devouring the Zidian xuanhuan in one gulp, Lu Shucheng couldn't help being a little bit surprised. He didn't know what kind of treasure Yifeng found in the treasure chest. But can such a flashing purple text really be swallowed like this? He didn't say much, just smiled at Yifeng, and then his spiritual thoughts came. Yifeng, it seems that this round of Dragon Sword successor is none other than you. That's not necessarily the case. No one can tell what will happen in the future. Yifeng smiled lightly, and didn't take Lu Shucheng's words to heart. Then I'll go first, and I'll take my leave. He doesn't need to stay here to accompany Lu Shucheng. For him, it is keen to go to the 6th floor of the ruins as soon as possible. After all, if it is a moment later, someone else will enter the 6th floor and enter the treasure house of the ruins first. On the 2nd floor, you get a chance to get a reincarnation level treasure. As for the power of the Zidian xuanhuan that he just absorbed, Yifeng can absorb it as he advances, unless there are some emergencies, otherwise it will not affect his ability to absorb the Zidian xuanhuan. Just like widening the meridians, it can be done at any time, as long as the practitioner's mind can pay attention to that aspect. And with Yifeng's talent, it is very easy to pay attention to several aspects at the same time. Hearing Yifeng's words, Lu Shucheng was a little surprised. Could it be that Yifeng could leave this hall by himself? This is not scientific. After all, this place is already the 5th floor of the ancient ruins, and to pass through a portal, you absolutely need 5 colored balls of light. Instead of just one person, could it be that there are many colored light balls on his body? In other words, this kid has killed a lot of people in the past. As Lu Shucheng thought about it, he saw Yifeng condense a 5-color ball of light and walked into the next hall closest to the entrance to the 6th floor of the ruins. This scene made Lu Shucheng frown slightly, and began to think. Does this Yifeng have light balls of various colors on his body, so he can take the shortest path? It's not scientific. Even if it's a ball of light that kills others, it can only be used 10 times, but along the way, he has never seen Yifeng cooperate with others. This kid has a secret. Lu Shucheng frowned, probably knowing what he should do next. Immediately afterwards, the flame skeleton dragon demon, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the corner of the hall, sensed Yifeng's departure, and finally opened those dark and deep eyes, and stretched his entire huge body. This time, bursting flames flew in the whole hall, causing Lu Shucheng to dodge in a bit of embarrassment. Fortunately, the flame skeleton dragon demon just stretched his waist, and didn't want to do anything to Lu Shucheng. Before leaving, Yifeng condensed the 5-color light ball as usual and threw it to the flame skeleton dragon demon. The guard beast followed suit and opened the door. Yifeng left with the 5-color light ball, and then brightened the white. The power of heaven-level space flashed by, and the huge body disappeared. In the whole hall, only Lu Shuchen was left alone, and the empty flames were flying around. This flame bone dragon is indeed related to Yifeng. Lu Shuchen once again affirmed his guess, with a strange look in his eyes. This trip to the ancient ruins, I am afraid that Yifeng will gain the most. Yifeng didn't know what Lu Shuchen was guessing behind. He had already brought the flame skeleton dragon demon directly to the next hall. It's the Guardian Hall. A few steps away from the 6th floor of the ruins, we finally ushered in a very difficult level, but at the same time as extremely difficult. The rewards of this level are also very attractive. Qiao Gumu's consciousness quickly spread to Yifeng's ears. There is a fairy peach tree in the center of the hall. From the 6 portals around the hall, various beasts will appear continuously. As long as you protect the fairy peach tree well after being destroyed by those ferocious beasts, you will finally get this fairy peach tree. Fairy peach tree? Yifeng glanced towards the center of the hall, and what he saw was a fairy peach tree that was about the size of a person. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the fairy peach tree was very strong. Obviously, this fairy peach tree is of the same nature as the spirit-gathering colorful stone obtained at the place where Mo's family is located. As long as it is placed in one place, it can accumulate the aura of heaven and earth in that place more intensely. Of course, compared to the jeweling stone, the effect of this fairy peach tree must be much better. This fairy peach tree is an eternal treasure. If it is planted on Peach Blossom Island, it will definitely make Peach Blossom Island a top-notch cultivation treasure. Yifeng's eyes lit up. At least, they won't lose to those ordinary sects in the 3rd-tier world. After all, even the ordinary sects in the 3rd-tier world don't necessarily have eternal treasures. The initial condition is that you can protect this fairy peach tree from being snatched by those fierce beasts who come to snatch it. Qiao Gumu's consciousness came into Yifeng's mind. Although there are flame skeletal dragon demons, those fierce beasts may have scruples, but in fact, the flame skeletal dragon demon has not been subdued by you, so it will not help you. The fairy peach tree is as attractive to those fierce beasts as the power of real fire is to the flame skeletal dragon demon. And a mere flame skeletal dragon demon cannot stop their footsteps. It's okay, I'll give it a try. Yifeng's eyes filled with fighting intent. He never relied on others to get to this point. If he relied on the flame skeletal dragon demon for everything, why would he subdue this beast in the future? Now that Yifeng has the scabbard of Nirvana, and the secret book of returning to Zero Sword Chi, and the power of Zidian Xuanhuan still exists in his body, if he wants to guard such a fairy peach tree, it shouldn't be a problem if he works hard. Of course, Yifeng is more confident that having the flame skeleton dragon demon curled up to rest in a corner of the hall will definitely make those attacking beasts have scruples, so they will not be able to exert their strongest power. Ready to start. Yifeng really wanted to challenge himself, so he flew forward directly, trying to get that fairy peach tree into his pocket. But just when his power of space was about to touch the fairy peach tree, a barrier suddenly separated him from the peach tree, and then the 6 gates around the hall simultaneously lit up with a white light of heaven-level space power. 6 ferocious beasts with thousands of years of cultivation appeared at the same time. Yifeng's eyes lit up. The 6 fierce beasts that appeared in this hall, each of them was a powerful existence with 1,000 years of cultivation. If it was before, he might not be able to deal with so many 1,000-year-old beasts at the same time, even if he had the void vines. Of course, bursting out the full power of the void vines would not count. But now, to Yifeng, dealing with such 6 fierce beasts at the same time can only be said to be trivial. Before he entered the 5th floor of the ruins, his strength had reached the level of 1,000-year cultivation. In terms of the total amount of true energy, it was comparable to hundreds of beasts with 1,000-year cultivation. Xuanhuan swordsmanship, all directions will be destroyed. Yi Feng had no pressure in his heart, and he didn't even observe carefully the 6 strangely shaped beasts around him. He waved the nirvana scabbard in his hand, and directly swept 10 black sword chi towards the surroundings. Puff! 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 The sound of 6 sword chi penetrating the ferocious beast was heard almost at the same time. Among the 10 sword chi, 6 of them hit their respective targets accurately, and contained the tyrannical power of extinction, which knocked the 6 fierce beasts away. Instantly tear it to pieces. With the flame skeletal dragon demon following behind, Yi Feng felt that he could not condense the power of real fire, otherwise he would be swallowed by it. In this way, if you want to fight, you can only use other powers. Now that he has the scabbard of Nirvana, the power of purple Nirvana is naturally the first choice for Yi Feng to comprehend. Of course, the power of real fire cannot be left behind, otherwise it would not be fun to anger the flame skeleton dragon demon. Every half a day, 6 ferocious beasts will be released and sent to this hall to snatch the fairy peach tree. You need to guard this fairy peach tree for a month before you can pass this level. Xiaoguma reminded, during this month's spare time, you can try to comprehend the Zero Sword Chi, and also try your best to absorb the power of Zidian Xuanhuan. Yi Feng nodded. This Guardian Palace checkpoint lasted for a month, which was just enough for him to comprehend the return to Zero Sword energy, absorb the purple lightning immortal mantra, and at the same time test the results of his cultivation twice a day. At least in the first half-month, Yi Feng will not have any difficulties. The beasts that appear in the second half-month will become more and more powerful. It will be a real test for Yi Feng. Returning to Zero Sword Chi, Zidian Xuanhuan, these 2 things are the goals of Yi Feng's efforts in this month. After finishing the first wave of 6 beasts, Yi Feng had half a day to practice. He first found a corner in the hall opposite to the flame skeleton dragon demon, then closed his eyes and rested his mind, and began to feel the power of the purple electric immortal glyph still remaining in his body. That is an extremely powerful lightning power. Its level is much stronger than Yi Feng's previous Furying Thunder Young God, and even the Wind and Thunder Eye that he got by chance before is not comparable to the power in Zidian Xuanhuan. After swallowing the purple lightning immortal glyph in one gulp, Yi Feng's Eye of Wind and Thunder seemed to be stronger, and the power of space that could be integrated into it was stronger. But at this time only 1/10 of Zidian Xuanhuan's power was absorbed by Yi Feng. The average person can only absorb 1/10 of the power of Zidian Xuanhuan in a month, but Yi Feng felt that there was no way he could be so weak, so he was going to try to see how much he could absorb in the next half-day. His body is filled with the power of the purple lightning immortal art, spreading to his limbs, but Yi Feng can feel that these powers are constantly weakening. It seems that they are constantly dissipating with the passage of time. The time that these powers can exist is 1 month, and how much Yi Feng can absorb within this month is completely related to his talent. So far, Yi Feng has not met a practitioner with stronger talent than him. Of course, the 7 luminaries' ancient tree came from Shangqingshan and was well informed. Yi Feng might not be considered anything among the elite geniuses of Shangqingshan. Soon half a day passed. Absorbed 1%. Xiaoguma woke up at this time, and after checking Yi Feng's body for a while, he couldn't help being shocked. It took half a day to absorb 1% of the power of Zidian Xuanhuan. After a month, wouldn't it be possible to absorb 60% of the power of Zidian Xuanhuan? This absorption ability is 6 times that of the most talented person he has ever seen before. Logically speaking, the talent of this kid named Yi Feng definitely didn't reach this level. By the way, the god of wrath and thunder, the eye of wind and thunder. Xiaoguma thought for a moment, and felt that the power of Zidian Xuanhuan might be more compatible with the two, so Yi Feng absorbed it faster and more. But even so, it is impossible to reach such a terrifying level. If it goes on like this, Yi Feng will have absorbed almost 70% of the power of Zidian Xuanhuan after a month, so the young god can almost reach the level of heaven. Xiaoguma has never heard of someone who can absorb so much immortal power in a month. and destiny. After thinking about it, Qiao Gumu could only attribute this miraculous phenomenon to the last possibility. Fate. Yifeng's destiny has not come yet. The little destiny he stole before is the destiny of the little spirit root, which can enhance his talent for comprehending immortal arts and other powers. But this is just a small destiny. Even the great destiny that was expelled and hidden by the dragon sword inheritance is just a fake destiny. It's just that in the sky, the most a practitioner can reveal is a false destiny. Only after being baptized by some kind of power in the upper heaven, will the practitioner's true destiny be revealed. Destiny is not something too elusive, it is just a kind of strengthening of the practitioner's own physique. The Xidian xuanhuan was inherited from ancient times, and its level and power are above the destiny. In other words, the power of Xidian xuanhuan is stronger than the power of destiny. Therefore, when absorbing the power of Xidian xuanhuan, the true destiny hidden by the cultivator will also have an effect. Because of this, Yifeng was able to absorb 100% of the power within half a day with his not very outstanding cultivation talent. One of the power of Xidian xuanhuan. Obviously, Yifeng's real destiny is very terrifying. In this way, this son's destiny is extraordinary. Qiao Gumu's heart was awe-inspiring, knowing that he had chosen a remarkable existence this time. However, it did not tell Yifeng about this matter. After all, it is very difficult to reveal one's true destiny. Only when the true destiny is revealed can it play a role in daily life, otherwise it will only be automatically activated when absorbing a more powerful force such as Xidian xuanhuan. Haha, 1%, so to speak, my wrathful thunder young god is expected to break through and become a heaven-level young god. Yifeng showed joy on his face. The heavenly young god can triple the cultivation speed of the cultivator, and can give the cultivator great help in battle, which is equivalent to the clone of the cultivator. In comparison, if Yifeng can promote the thunder god of fury to the heavenly level, then his cultivation speed will be even better, and his strength will be doubled. Heaven-level young god is nothing. Suddenly, the faint consciousness of Qiao Gumu came over. Heavenly young god is nothing? Yifeng couldn't help being a little surprised when he received the faint consciousness of Qiao Ancient Wood. In his understanding, the heavenly grade young god is already the highest quality young god. Could it be that there are other quality young gods above this quality? Just like treasure materials, Yangshan is above the heavenly level, and there are also levels such as the eternal level, reincarnation level, and immortal level. Of course, the effects of each quality of the Yangshan above these are very different. Qiao Gumu continued to explain and introduced, just being the weakest eternal level young god above the heavenly level, its cultivation speed can be increased by as much as 5 times. 5 times. In this way, wouldn't it be possible for a reincarnation level and immortal level young god to increase their cultivation speed 10-fold, or even 20-fold? Yifeng looked awe-inspiring. It seemed that even if he could rely on the Xidian xuanhuan that he swallowed this time to make the young god reach the heavenly level, he still couldn't relax. There are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Now the end that Yifeng knows is far from the end. In any case, Yifeng's Yangshan quality can be improved in the ancient ruins, that's the best. In Xia Qingshan, there are almost no treasures that can improve the quality of Yangshan. After this time, I don't know if you will encounter treasures like Xidian xuanhuan again. If not, if you want Yangshan to improve again, it's going to be a long time coming. Qiao Gumu reminded, so seize the opportunity and raise the young god to the heavenly level. With your cultivation talent, 1 month should be just right. Yifeng didn't think too much, and nodded his head in agreement. Immediately after coming to this hall and starting to guard the central fairy peach tree, half a day later, the second wave of 6 beasts appeared in this hall, through the teleportation gate again. The guardian monsters that appeared this time had 10 years higher cultivation than those of the first wave, but in Yifeng's eyes, they were still just here to deliver food. After easily disposing of the 6 beasts, Yi Feng saw that the corpses of these beasts were all transported away by some kind of power in the ancient ruins, and there was not a single trace left in the entire hall. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng began to study the zeroing sword energy. Returning to Zero Sword Qi is a cheat book obtained from a large sword sect in Shangqingshan. It is conceivable that the force that built this ancient relic is definitely the dominant force in Shangqingshan, or it is a terrifying old man. Monster. Only these two kinds of existence are possible to get so many treasures, and they are willing to put them in the ancient ruins as rewards for others. Only in this way can all kinds of geniuses be attracted to enter in Qingshan, so that they can be gradually excavated by the people who built the ancient ruins. As for which force in Shangqing heaven, Qiao Guma refused to reveal, only knew that it might be the sect force that possessed the immortal King Divine Cauldron. Yi Feng just left it behind. This is too far away for him now. After all, even Qiao Guma didn't even think about going to revenge. After all, the opponent is too powerful and powerful. I am afraid that a random ordinary disciple can kill Yi Feng 1,000 or 800 times. Right now, the most important thing for Yi Feng is to improve his strength. Although his strength is good in the lower Qing Tian, and he is very talented, but in the upper Qing Tian, he is probably nothing, and he must work harder. Since you are born in this world of cultivation, you must reach the peak in your cultivation. Yi Feng has a firm will, and he has gradually gained a better understanding of returning to Zero Sword Qi. Returning to zero swordsmanship, all things return to zero. This is the general outline of all kinds of swordsmanship in returning to Zero Sword sect, and returning to Zero Sword Qi is just one of the basic sword energy gathering techniques, but the basic technique alone is already better than Yi Feng's practice. His sword fighting skills are stronger. Return to Zero Sword Qi, try to quickly condense the attack formation on the tip of the sword with true energy, which requires extremely high attainments in the formation, and the usual comprehension practice is completely different from when facing the enemy in front of the battle. When confronting the enemy, the situation is urgent, and it is even more difficult to quickly condense the attack formation on the tip of the sword. People with unstable minds cannot cultivate the sword energy to zero. And all the essence of guiling sword energy is concentrated on the 28 attack formations that can be condensed, which are the powers of the 28 constellations. It would take an ordinary cultivator more than 10 or 20 days to comprehend any star attack formation, but it only took half a day for Yi Feng to comprehend the first attack formation, the power of stars. In this way, after half a month, I will just be able to comprehend the zero sword energy. Yi Feng was full of anticipation in his heart, and started the hard and boring training for the next half-month. The power of the Zidian xuanhuan gradually faded away in Yi Feng's body, and the 28 attacking formations that returned to Zero Sword Qi were gradually comprehended by Yi Feng, day after day. In the Guardian Hall, there are also various ferocious beasts who come to attack and want to snatch the fairy peach tree. These ferocious beasts have higher cultivation levels each time, and each time they come, their cultivation base is 10 years higher than the last time. Twice a day, half a month later, Yi Feng had killed 30 waves, a total of 180 beasts. The last wave of ferocious beasts has been cultivated for 1,300 years, and Yi Feng is already struggling to deal with them. If it wasn't for the flame skeletal dragon demon resting on the side, giving those ferocious beasts mental suppression, Yi Feng would have been defeated. After a while, he became a meal for those ferocious beasts. But it should be much better in the future. Yi Feng's eyes revealed a strong confidence. He finally comprehended all of the 28 attack formations with Zero Sword Qi. Finally, you can try to return to Zero Sword energy, which comes from the power of the powerful swordsmanship in Shangqingshan. And the Zidian xuanhuan was similar to what he expected on the first day. Yi Feng had comprehended 30% of the power of the Zidian xuanhuan in half a month, and he had already been successfully promoted to an earth-level young god. In another half a month, let Yi Feng absorb the rest of the purple lightning immortal glyph, and he will be able to have a heavenly young god, which is equivalent to having a clone to help fight. Although the sky-level young god is nothing in the eyes of Qiao Gumu, it is still a very high-end quality in Xia Qingshan. After all, even those young and powerful people in the first-class world only have such a sky-level young god. Soon, the next wave of beasts robbing the fairy peach tree came. They were 6 giant rats with teeth and claws, each with a cultivation base of 1,310 years. Of course, once entering this hall, there is the suppression of the flame skeleton dragon demon. These fierce beasts can only be used for 1,210 years at most, and they have been suppressed for a full year. 100 years of strength. The flame skeleton dragon demon suppressed these fierce beasts in terms of realm and level, not the suppression of strength and cultivation. Between fierce beasts, there is a natural instinct and nature to bow to the king. Return to zero sword energy, everything will return to zero. Yifeng looked awe-inspiring, and with the scabbard of Nirvana in his hand, the 28 constellation formation was condensed in an instant, and one after another, light blue zero-returning sword energy swept out towards the surrounding 6 ferocious beasts. Originally, if he used the sword fighting technique, if he wanted to destroy such a 1,300-year-old ferocious beast, he would have to kill each of them several times. But now, as soon as Gui Ling's sword energy came out, all those beasts were killed with one blow. 1 month will pass quickly. Yifeng has been in the Guardian Hall for a month, and the beasts that robbed the fairy peach tree that appeared last time have been cultivated for more than 1,500 years. But to Yifeng, this is still just a trivial matter, at most it will waste some time. The last wave consisted of 6 ferocious beasts, with a cultivation base of 1,600 years. It might be a bit difficult for me. Fortunately, the flame skeleton dragon demon suppressed the power of these ferocious beasts, giving me some opportunities. Yifeng glanced at the flame skeleton dragon demon who had been resting in the corner of the hall for a month, and thought in his heart. During this month, Yifeng had to condense the power of real fire every day to be devoured by the flame skeleton dragon demon. Over time, the surface of this big guy seemed to have changed a little. Those burning flames were originally light red, now it is developing in the direction of scarlet. This is just a preliminary change, and if the flame skeletal dragon demon really relies on the power of real fire to evolve, it will take at least 100 years at this rate. Yifeng was a little puzzled. The flame skeleton dragon demon seemed to be a little dissatisfied recently, because Yifeng's mind was not on comprehending the power of real fire, but on absorbing the purple electricity fairy text and comprehending the zero sword energy. Otherwise, in the second half of the month, after returning to zero sword chi, he put his mind on comprehending another power in the power of Qiao, the power of Nirvana. There is no other reason. After Yifeng has the Nirvana scabbard, his ability to comprehend the power of Nirvana is much stronger than that of other 7 luminous powers, and the comprehension speed is at least 10 times higher. At this time, Yifeng's first consideration is of course to comprehend some more powers of Nirvana, so as to enhance his combat effectiveness, and increase the affinity with Nirvana's scabbard. But now it seems that the power of the real fire cannot be ignored, otherwise Yifeng will not be able to bear the anger of the flame skeleton dragon demon. Finally, a heavenly young god. A gleam flashed in Yifeng's eyes. The power of the purple lightning immortal glyph in his body finally dissipated within a month, and he absorbed 60% of it, just as he had expected at the beginning. The sky-level wrathful thunder young god should probably be called the purple lightning young god. Yifeng summoned him, and saw that his body was surrounded by purple lightning, especially the pair of eyes of wind and thunder, which turned into eyes of purple lightning. It is also the power of space that is condensed with profound energy. For the power of mysterious space, the current Yifeng finally fully comprehends it. If you can comprehend the power of the Earth-level space, you will be able to freely enter and exit the third and second-class worlds, which will be more beneficial to your future cultivation. After all, only in the high-level worlds can some high-level treasures of heaven and earth appear. Yi Feng thought in his heart, in Zia Qingshan, Yi Feng has already absorbed all the low-level treasures of heaven and earth, and looking for them in the lower world will be half the effort. If he can go to the higher world, then Yi Feng's cultivation will become easier. Of course, none of this compares to the sky. If he could go to Shang Qingshan, another higher world, then Yi Feng felt that his strength should improve faster, but unfortunately, if he ran there with his current strength, he could only be mermaid. Dispelled this idea. Swish! Yi Feng summoned Zidian Yangshan, and a figure shining with purple lightning appeared beside him. The shattered xuanhuan sword will be used by the Yang god. After a while, the strength of the last 6 fierce beasts is not bad. This Zidian Yang god has been promoted to a heaven-level quality. It should be able to hold 2 of them, and I will take the other 4 beheaded and killed, and then come back and deal with it slowly. Yi Feng made up his mind and prepared the scabbard of Nirvana. This is his strongest weapon now, and the power of Nirvana contained in it is far beyond ordinary people's imagination, but the current Yi Feng is unable to display it, not to mention that the scabbard of Nirvana is not complete. The most essence of it is the condensate of the power of Nirvana was separated by the builders of the ancient ruins, and it is unknown where it was placed. According to what Qiao Guma said, if you can find the Nirvana power condensate condensed in the Nirvana scabbard, this scabbard can be regarded as a reincarnation-level magic weapon. Even if it is held by Yi Feng, it can exert extreme great power. What's more, I am afraid that even those existences, with 2,000 years of cultivation, may not necessarily be Yi Feng's opponents. Eternal-level magic weapons can already increase the strength of practitioners exponentially, and the power of reincarnation-level magic weapons is even more terrifying, especially for low-level practitioners. Its effect is simply unparalleled. Even for high-level cultivators, high-level magic weapons are very effective, and they can better display the true power of these magic weapons. Yi Feng's cultivation base of 400 years is really too weak, so after obtaining a magic weapon of this level, his self-improvement will be very obvious. Soon, 6 tyrannical auras appeared from the 6 gates of the hall, and 6 silver-toothed snakes appeared in front of Yi Feng. It turned out to be a silver-toothed snake with a cultivation base of 1,600 years. Yi Feng was a little surprised that such a flying snake chose to self-destruct when it encountered the flame skeleton dragon demon before. But now, he faced a total of 6 such silver-toothed snakes. But at this time, he is no longer what he was before. If it was him in the past, if he encountered such 6 fierce beasts, he would definitely have to run away. But now, his strength is enough to deal with it easily. Purple Electric Yang God, go! With Yi Feng's thought, the figure flashing with purple lightning teleported out, blocking in front of the 2 silver-toothed snakes. As soon as the 2 silver-toothed snakes saw it, they immediately targeted Zidian Yangshan, and 2 powerful chi swept over. Puff! Zidian Yangshan took these 2 blows obstinately, but remained indifferent. Zidian flashed on his body, covering the 2 silver-toothed snakes in an instant. But on this side, Yi Feng's own strength is much stronger than Zidian Yangshan. Return to zero sword energy. The Nirvana scabbard in Yi Feng's hand swept across, and the light blue piercing sword energy passed by, piercing the body of one of the silver-toothed snakes in an instant. Due to the suppression of the flame skeleton dragon demon, these silver-toothed flying snakes followed suit, and they could only show strength of less than 1,500 years of cultivation, and were easily killed by Yi Feng. With my current strength, I can easily kill an existence with a cultivation base of 1,500 years, and this is all due to the return to zero sword chi and the Nirvana scabbard. As for the return to zero sword chi, I only have the first cheat book in my hand. It is almost impossible to understand more. The Nirvana scabbard and the other 2 separated parts are impossible to find. It seems that it will not be too easy to improve the strength in a short time. Yi Feng shook his head, continued to use the zeroing sword energy, and killed the remaining silver-toothed snakes. Soon, the 6 silver-toothed snakes were all eliminated by Yi Feng, and the barrier around the fairy peach tree in the middle was finally lifted. After working hard for a month, Yifeng finally passed the level of the Guardian Hall, and he can get the fairy peach tree in the center. And at this moment, 5 bright white rays of light flashed through a portal in the hall, and then 5 figures came into the hall. Yifeng was about to reap the hard work of this month. When the 5 people appeared in front of him, he immediately became vigilant. The cultivators who can reach the 5th floor of the ancient ruins must be very tyrannical existences. If those 5 people unite to deal with Yifeng, Yifeng may not be able to bear it. Therefore, as soon as the other party appeared, Yifeng didn't hesitate, and came to the fairy peach tree in the center of the hall, then uprooted the fairy peach tree and threw it into the space of the blood stone. This fairy peach tree is a living thing. Of course Yifeng would not put it in the storage space of Dragon Sword token. Fortunately there is the blood stone, otherwise Yifeng would not be convenient to take the fairy peach tree away. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng teleported towards the teleportation gate leading to the next palace. Stop. The 5 people who had just arrived at this hall immediately noticed Yifeng's actions, and at the same time, they also noticed that the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth that filled the hall had suddenly disappeared. Obviously, the treasure of this palace was just taken away by Yifeng. Swish! Swish! 2 of them reacted quickly, and they came to the teleportation gate that Yifeng wanted to go in an instant, blocking Yifeng's way. Those were 2 young men who looked somewhat similar. They both had horse faces. Naturally, they had been cultivated for more than 900 years. Otherwise, it would be impossible to come to this place. After all, it is impossible for everyone to be such an evildoer as Yifeng. Hand over what you just did, or you will know the consequences. One of them stared at Yifeng with a cold face and said threateningly. It was obvious that they were bullying Yifeng alone. The thing just now? What is it? Yifeng pretended to be surprised, and asked innocently. Don't pretend to be garlic, be honest. The other was furious, holding a big sword in his hand, and immediately wanted to swing it at Yifeng. Yifeng wanted to take advantage of the other party's surprise and launch a sneak attack, but he didn't expect the other party to strike first. It seems that these 2 people are definitely not good at each other. In this ancient ruins, it is useless to say anything, the most direct thing is to speak with strength. That being the case, Yifeng has nothing to be polite about. It is no exaggeration to say that although the current Yifeng has only cultivated for 400 years, his current real combat power definitely exceeds that of any young man in the ancient ruins. The Nirvana scabbard swept out mercilessly, and the zeroing sword energy swept towards the 2 people in front like lightning. What? The 2 of them didn't expect Yifeng to resist at first. After all, this kid's cultivation base is so low, he is only in his early 400 years, how could he be their opponent? It's probably because of some kind of luck that this kid came to such a deep place. But now, as soon as Guiling's sword energy came out, the 2 of them instantly realized that they had underestimated the kid in front of them. Such a sword was powerful enough to kill an existence with a cultivation base of 1,500 years. Although they are all outstanding young people, they are still powerless to fight against Yifeng's zero sword chi. He erupts with the strongest strength, which is at most equivalent to 1,000 or 200 years of cultivation. It's just layers. Puff. Puff. 2 voices came out, and the 2 of them couldn't resist the sharpness of the zeroing sword energy. They were pierced through the dantian by Yifeng in an instant, the core of the pill was shattered, and their bodies were destroyed into ashes by the power of extinction. The other 3 didn't react to this instant incident. By the time they realized what had happened, the battle in the arena was over, and Yifeng killed the 2 of them neatly, leaving no corpses behind. Boy, do you know who they are? It's extremely cruel to kill like this. Immediately a thin and short man jumped out, pointed at Yifeng's nose and cursed. Who are they, and what do they have to do with me? Yi Feng replied lightly, turned his head, and glanced at the remaining three people. All three are men, one is thin and short, and the other two look older, all in their 40s or 50s. It can be regarded as taking advantage of less than 1,000 years of cultivation. They came to the ancient ruins to try to get some money. Bundle. I have worked hard in this hall for a month. How can it be so easy for these guys to come in and want to be fishermen? Yi Feng thought in his heart, snorted coldly on the surface, looked at the remaining three people and said, then tell me, who are those two arrogant guys? They are the chief disciples of the great virtue world, and they have a bright future. If the elders of the great virtue world know about it, your entire world will be destroyed, and nothing will grow. The thin and short man immediately threatened, if you don't want us to reveal the matter, then hand over what you just got. Otherwise, even if you leave here alive, you will not have a good life in the future. Dade world? Yi Feng was a little surprised. The two of them just now turned out to be young cultivators of the first-class world, but, such a guy, it is absolutely impossible to be the chief disciple of the great virtue world. Yi Feng, who said he was just playing tricks, still believed it. Tang first-class world, can only cultivate such weak guys? Most likely, like Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, real elites will not take risks in ancient ruins. Well, you're right, killing people from the great virtue world will make life difficult for me in the future. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and said teasingly, however, there is another way that can let us settle this matter happily. Any solution? The thin and short man also squinted his eyes. Don't think that you can kill those two guys in an instant, and you can fight against the three of us. You are not qualified. If you want to make any plans, give up your thoughts as soon as possible. It's true that these three people's cultivation bases are the same, especially those two middle-aged men, which makes Yi Feng a little unpredictable, but this is not a problem. Yi Feng's strength has reached 1,500 years of cultivation. How could he be afraid of the three guys in front of him? What's more, the flame skeleton dragon demon is still squatting aside. Yi Feng took away the fairy peach tree, and the flamebone dragon demon had woken up from his rest, but because there appeared 5 cultivators who wanted to become fishermen, the flamebone dragon demon did not move for the time being, as if it was still sleeping on the side. This also made the remaining 3 people a little puzzled, wondering what this beast is doing here. But this is not important. A guard beast is not a very powerful thing in their eyes. Even if they fight, they can deal with it 1 or 2 times, and even kill it. The flame skeletal dragon demon squatted aside, but Yi Feng moved. The way is, as long as I kill you, the people in the Dade world will not know anything about this side. While Yi Feng sent out his spiritual thoughts, he swept out the scabbard of nirvana, and the zeroed sword chi was like urging ghosts and gods to die, and enveloped the remaining 3 people with the tyrannical power of nirvana. The 3-sword chi made the expressions of the 3 people solemn in an instant. The kid in front of me with a cultivation base of only 400 years is too terrifying, right? The 3 of them just watched from the sidelines and didn't feel much about it, but now that they face Yi Feng's sword energy in person, they realize how monstrous this kid is. No, if this continues, we are not opponents. One of the middle-aged men snarled, "Brother, you go first, I will block him." Said that the whole person separated into 3 avatars, and went straight to block Yi Feng's 3-sword chi. Puff. 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 The 3 incarnations were cut off by the zeroing sword energy in an instant, but the middle-aged man vomited blood in an instant, and his face turned pale all of a sudden, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Yi Feng frowned slightly. He didn't expect that among these 3 guys, there was someone with such spirit, who actually sacrificed himself for others. However, those 2 middle-aged people seemed to be brothers, and it was understandable that this middle-aged man could make such a choice. But this kind of spirit obviously couldn't move Yi Feng. If you want to be a fisherman, you must be prepared to lose your life. Yi Feng laughed out loud, swept out the Nirvana scabbard in his hand, and returned to zero sword energy to fly away again. The middle-aged man standing in front of the other two was directly pierced by this return to zero sword energy, and his dantian core was shattered together, spitting out fresh blood, and then his whole body turned into fly ash, shattered by the power of extinction. Go! Seeing that Yi Feng was so fierce, the remaining two had already started to act when the previous man stood up to resist the sword energy. They each teleported to the side of the teleportation gate, gathered 5 color light balls, and prepared to enter it. There are 5 color light balls. It seems that these guys really killed a lot of people before. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he quickly chased after him, but his movements were not as fast as the opponent's. After all, the opponent moved 1 step earlier than him. After a while, the two figures disappeared and finally went to the next hall. Chase. Yi Feng immediately made a decision. Those two people knew that he had killed 2 practitioners in the Great Virtue World. If the news spread, it would be very bad for him. Although only 2 ordinary cultivators from the Great Virtue World were killed, if the Great Virtue World is not worthy of face, they will definitely find trouble with Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Those 2 must be hunted down to avoid future troubles. Yi Feng didn't even think about it. The 5-color light ball condensed in his hand, and passed through the teleportation gate as well. Swish! Yi Feng came to the passage leading to the next hall, and what he saw was the astonished expression of the thin and short man and the middle-aged man. The 2 of them never expected that Yi Feng would be able to catch up. After all, Yi Feng was here alone before. How could he happen to have the 5-color light sphere? They chose this gate. Leave first, remember to tell the people in Dade World what happened here, and avenge me. Seeing this, the thin and short man said immediately, with a look of determination on his face. Okay, even if you don't tell me, I won't let this kid go. My brother died at his hands. The rest of the middle-aged people turned to leave with hatred on their faces. Puff. He just turned around, trying to call out the teleportation array that left in the passage, when the thin and short man suddenly jumped up, and the dagger in his hand pierced his back. Fresh blood splattered out. The middle-aged man tried his best to turn around, and saw the short and thin man who had let him leave to take revenge just now, holding a dagger, stabbing into his body, crushing his core. You, despicable. The middle-aged man tried his best to say a few words, then lost all strength and fell to the ground. The thin and short man smiled disdainfully. The situation is stronger than people, and it's too late to run now. Of course I have to think about myself. He turned his head and looked at Yi Feng. Brother, you are stronger than me. Maybe it's easy to kill me, but in this ancient ruins, if you can guarantee to kill me, you will definitely be able to leave alive? Why don't we join forces? How, with our strength, we can easily go down to the 6th floor and get reincarnation-level treasures. Speaking of this, the dagger in the thin and short man's hand drew a light wind, and then bombarded the silver wall beside the passage, but saw a shallow mark on it. Yi Feng was a little surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that the thin and short man in front of him actually had a real combat power of about 1,400 years. Moreover, it is impossible for this kid to reveal all his strength in front of others. He will definitely have some reservations. That is to say, the real combat power of this thin and short man is almost the same as that of Yi Feng. This guy, it's a good idea. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. No matter what the other party was thinking, Yi Feng didn't have to listen to it. Such a person who stabbed a knife in the back, Yi Feng can't believe him. Instead of cooperating with him, it's better to solve it as soon as possible, so as to avoid future troubles, and at the same time keep the secret, so as not to let this matter spread to the ears of people in the Dade world. There is no problem with cooperation, your strength is very strong. Yi Feng said lightly, put away the sheath of nirvana in his hand. The thin and short man was obviously relieved, and then he smiled, and wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere in the arena, but at this moment, a sharp sword aura suddenly swept from the front. You. Go back on your word. The skinny and short man was furious. Yifeng actually said to cooperate on the surface, and directly attacked him while he was relieved. Each other. Yifeng chuckled. In terms of meanness and shamelessness, he was not as good as that thin and short man. At least let Yifeng stab someone who worked with him in the back, he still wouldn't do it so straightforwardly. And this thin and short man in front of him killed the middle-aged man he had worked with so simply and neatly. This kind of intention is undoubtedly more despicable and shameless than Yifeng's current behavior. Returning to Zero's sword, Qi attacked, and the thin and short man couldn't dodge in a hurry, so he could only resist. An ancient defensive magic weapon appeared in front of him, but he didn't have time to mobilize its power. It was hit by Guiling's sword energy, and then penetrated. After a loud bang, Yifeng pierced through that eternal shield magic weapon, and then another Zero returning sword energy swept over. The speed at which Yifeng condensed the attack formation of 28 stars was really too fast, and the speed at which the zeroing sword energy was released was extremely terrifying. Puff! The heart of the thin and short man was pierced at once, and collapsed under the bombardment of the force of Nirvana. You, despicable! The thin and short man exhausted his last strength, stared at Yifeng and said a few words. These words were exactly the same as what his middle-aged male accomplice had said to him not long ago, before he died. In terms of meanness, I'm not as good as you. Yifeng smiled faintly, and watched the thin and short body gradually being destroyed by the force of Nirvana, dissipating until it disappeared completely. However, the body of the middle-aged man was still in this passage. Cultivators who can make it this far must have a lot of good things on them, and they can't be wasted. As soon as Yifeng thought about this, he went forward and began to search for the middle-aged man's body, and soon found many high-quality treasures, which surprised Yifeng inexplicably. Most of the young cultivators who have come to the ancient ruins, especially those who have broken through to the current level of the 5th floor, have cultivated for more than 100 years. Under such circumstances, if these cultivators obtain some treasures of heaven and earth in the ancient ruins, and increase their cultivation base and upper limit of cultivation base, they will not immediately absorb the aura of heaven and earth in it. It's okay to talk about the upper limit of the cultivation base, but if they absorb the heavenly materials and earth treasures that improve the cultivation base, if they reach 1,000 years of cultivation base, they will be sent out by the ancient ruins immediately. Not only that, but all the treasures obtained from the ancient ruins will be taken back together, which is tantamount to a waste of time. Because of this, when Yifeng searched the middle-aged man's body, he found many high-quality natural materials and earthly treasures. This time he made a lot of money. A total of 8 treasures of heaven, material, and earth that have been improved in cultivation, with a total of 202 years of cultivation. With the addition of 3 treasures of heaven, material, and earth that increase the upper limit of cultivation, the upper limit of cultivation can be increased for a total of 70 years. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Without hesitation at all, he began to absorb these natural materials and earthly treasures on the spot. If the power I use, the power of Qiyao, is not so destructive, this time I just focus on killing other cultivators, I am afraid that I can raise my cultivation base to 100 years. Yifeng shook his head. If Qiyao's power is not so destructive, even if he has cultivated for 100 years, his real combat power may not be stronger than it is now. Coming to the ancient ruins this time, the improvement for Yifeng was really great, it made him look completely new. It took a whole day for Yifeng to absorb all the natural materials and earthly treasures on his body that raised the upper limit of his cultivation, which happened to raise the upper limit of his cultivation to 500 years. The middle-aged man still used up some of the treasures of heaven and earth that raised the upper limit of his cultivation, otherwise Yifeng would have been able to raise his cultivation for more than 200 years in one fell swoop. But the current situation is already considered good. Yifeng didn't expect anything else. Soon. 500 years of cultivation. Yifeng stood up, with strong confidence blooming in his eyes. That's it, his strength is stronger, now he can kill ordinary cultivators and beasts with 1,600 years of cultivation with a single strike. And on him, there are still treasures of heaven and earth that have been upgraded for a total of 100 years, which have not been absorbed. Unfortunately, there is no upper limit for cultivation and can only be used later. At that time, it was urgent to hunt down these two people. I didn't have time to send the 5-color light ball to the flame skeleton dragon demon. I'm afraid this guy was in a hurry. Yifeng shook his head, hurriedly turned around and ran to the palace, where the fairy peach tree was guarded before. The flame skeletal dragon demon was dangling anxiously in this palace, trying to bombard the surrounding silver palace walls with its powerful flames from time to time. Obviously, Yifeng chased and killed others and left for a day, which made this guy uneasy, afraid that Yifeng would just run away like this. Now that Yifeng came back, the flame skeleton dragon demon gradually calmed down, and started staring at Yifeng again, begging for the power of real fire. Yifeng had no choice but to gather the power of real fire in his hand. The next hall, Yifeng brought the flame skeletal dragon demon to the next hall, and found that it was a relatively relaxed labyrinth hall, accompanied by various small formations, disturbing the sight and hearing. In this palace, the flame skeleton dragon demon was quite puzzled, because its body was too big, and it could only be placed in a long strip in the maze, and it couldn't be curled up at all. It's like playing the snake game to the end, the funny look is exactly the same. Yifeng led the way in front, and this guy followed behind. In the end, he walked around several times with his long body, and finally found the exit to the next hall. In this labyrinthine palace, Yifeng also opened a few treasure chests, and got some materials for refining magic weapons and condensing the young god, which are of no great use to him, but it is very useful to take them back to the people on Peach Blossom Island. Okay. After all, the materials obtained here are all ancient level materials. If you gather a set of materials with the same attributes to condense Yangshen, the condensed Yangshen will be heaven level or even higher level from the beginning. Of course, in this case, it will take more time to condense Yangshen, and it will definitely not work out in a few years. Yifeng condensed a Xian level young god, and absorbed the power of Zidian Xuanhuan to upgrade to a heaven level young god. This kind of situation is rare even in Shangqing Tian. After all, no one is as terrifying as him in talent. The next step is the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. I hope no one has been here yet. Yifeng thought in his heart, took a step forward, and prepared to go down to see the situation. Before he chased and killed those two guys, he didn't take the road leading to the 6th floor, so he retreated and walked forward again. After passing through the maze palace, he immediately came to the entrance to the 6th floor. Other cultivators must not be as relaxed as Yifeng, who can go wherever he wants, because 5-color light balls are needed to pass through the 5th floor of the ancient ruins. Even snatching other people's light balls is not so easy. After all, one can come to the 5th floor of this ancient ruins. Which cultivator is not a ghost spirit? They are all very powerful and not easy to mess with. It is even more difficult to snatch a light ball of one color. That's why the team Yifeng saw were all 5 people, because it was more convenient to walk together. To put it simply, it is difficult for other practitioners to move an inch on the 5th floor of the ancient ruins. Every time they pass a hall, they have to wait for other people to arrive before they can move forward. And Yifeng doesn't need it. So he was also the first practitioner to descend to the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. When he stepped forward, the bright white power of heaven-level space enveloped his whole body, and then he found himself in a place similar to the 1st floor of the treasure house of the ruins before. The difference is that it is now on the 2nd floor of the treasure house of the ruins, and all the treasures placed in it are reincarnation-level treasures. Finally, I will come into contact with an existence higher than the eternal level. Yifeng was a little excited, and immediately began to observe the various treasures in the second floor of the relic treasure house. Materials that increase the upper limit of cultivation, absorbing one piece, can increase the upper limit of cultivation for 60 years. The treasures of heaven, material, and earth that can improve one's cultivation level can even allow a cultivator to increase 130 or 40 years of cultivation level in one fell swoop. Any reincarnation level magic weapon here, after getting it, the combat power will rise to another level. Yifeng's eyes lit up. The entire second floor of the treasure house of relics was full of things that any cultivator in Xiaqing Tian would covet, but unfortunately, he could only choose one of them now. Huh? At this moment, Qiao Guma suddenly felt a bit surprised. Go to the corner and have a look. It seems to be something related to your Nirvana scabbard. What? Yifeng was taken aback when he heard the words, then he looked into a corner, only to see a pitch-black consciousness body, like a dense fog ball, falling into a deep sleep at this moment. This fog of energy is nothing but the consciousness of the power of Nirvana. A look of ecstasy appeared on Yifeng's face. It turned out to be on the second floor of the ruins treasure house. Nirvana scabbard, in the analysis of Qiao Gumu, is divided into 3 parts, that is, the body of the scabbard, the consciousness of the scabbard, and the condensed body of the power of Nirvana. The original Nirvana scabbard should be an immortal level magic weapon. Every time one more part is obtained, the Nirvana scabbard can be upgraded to a higher level. The Nirvana scabbard that Yifeng got now is an ancient magic weapon, and now that he has seen the consciousness body of the power of Nirvana, the combination of the two can advance the Nirvana scabbard into a reincarnation level existence. I finally came to the second floor of the ruins treasure house. So many ready-made reincarnation level treasures are waiting for me. If I choose the Nirvana consciousness body, it is only a reincarnation level treasure after combining it with the Nirvana scabbard. It seems a bit uneconomical. Yifeng pondered in his heart, and quickly made a decision. I'll choose this Nirvana consciousness body. I can also get other reincarnation level treasures by breaking through the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, but if I don't take this Nirvana consciousness body now, I won't have a chance in the future. Yifeng made a choice, and the Annihilation consciousness body located in the corner of the 2nd floor of the relic treasure house fell into his hands. It didn't come to his hand, but directly merged into the Nirvana scabbard hanging on his waist. At this moment, Yifeng felt that the Nirvana scabbard seemed to be different from before. Its consciousness is sleeping. If it wakes up, maybe you can learn some sword skills from it. The consciousness of Qiao Guma came. In terms of level, the consciousness of this Nirvana scabbard is at the same level as mine, and its knowledge will not be much less than mine. Yifeng nodded, slightly disappointed. It turned out that the consciousness of the Nirvana scabbard was still in a deep sleep. Originally, Yifeng thought that with the consciousness of the Nirvana scabbard, he could combine it with the Qiao Ancient Wood to get more information about the Qing Tian and the forces that built the ancient ruins. Now it seems that we still have to wait for the conscious body to wake up. As for how to wake it up, Qiao Guma didn't say anything, and Yifeng certainly didn't know, so he could only take one step at a time. But no matter what, the Nirvana scabbard in Yifeng's hand has finally been promoted to another level, becoming a magic weapon of reincarnation level. The current Yifeng, using his full strength to zero sword energy, can kill a powerful existence with a cultivation base of 1,700 years. Even the Lu Ling from Yunhuang Academy, whom Zhang Xinyan subdued, and the Mo Meng he had seen before, were only weaker than Yifeng. If he went a few steps forward, Yifeng would be able to kill all existences with 2,000 years of cultivation. Kill. A trip to the ancient ruins made Yifeng's strength rise directly, and his main improvement was not cultivation, but treasures. The Nirvana scabbard, the reincarnation level magic weapon, just this one, let his strength rise in a straight line. You must know that this is a higher level existence than the previous Void Fujiki. After returning, Qiao Ancient Wood will give hundreds of void vines, which can properly arm the people in Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng had some expectations in his heart, but now is not the time to think about it. After obtaining the sleeping consciousness body of the Nirvana scabbard, white light lit up around Yi Feng, and he was quickly teleported back to the rest hall on the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. In the entire 6th floor of the ancient ruins, there are only 38 halls in total, one starting hall, one leading to the 7th floor, and the other 36 halls, which are crisscrossed. It takes 6 steps to go from any road in order to reach the palace leading to the 7th floor. Here we go. Yi Feng took a step forward, and the flame skeletal dragon demon behind him followed closely. The current flame skeletal dragon demon has benefited, and it is even more inseparable from Yi Feng. The power of real fire has a great effect on it. The next palace. The bright white sky-level space power flashed past, and after Yi Feng passed through the passage, he came to the next hall, and found that it was another guarding beast. The 1,800-year-old guardian beast, the spirit of the magic crystal. The consciousness of Qiao Gumu immediately passed over. This fierce beast, you alone, are absolutely no match. Seeing the cultivators who came with you, it is already very difficult to pass this level of guarding the beast. No one can reach the 7th floor of the ruins, the cultivators in the lower sky are too weak. Yi Feng ignored this guy's complaints, because as he entered the palace, the huge body of the flame skeleton dragon demon followed closely. Originally, the guardian beast in the shape of a humanoid crystal at the center would not wake up until the number of practitioners in this hall reached a certain level. But when the flame skeleton dragon demon came, the crystal spirit opened its crystal eyes. This is a crystal man made of black crystals all over his body. He has cultivated for 1,800 years. His strength is nothing special, but his strength lies in his profound cultivation, far surpassing those cultivators who entered the ancient ruins. Even the current Yi Feng is far from being his opponent. The flame skeleton dragon demon has a cultivation base of 1,500 years, but its real combat power is the same as mine. It is only about 1,700 years old, and it can only deal with fierce beasts like the silver-toothed Tingjiao. Against the spirit of the magic crystal, it is definitely not an opponent. Yi Feng immediately analyzed the current situation. It seems that only by joining forces with the flame skeleton dragon demon and letting the heaven-level Zidian Yang god fight, can we try to deal with this demon crystal spirit. Thinking of this, Yi Feng glanced at the flame skeletal dragon demon, only to see that this guy was looking at the spirit of the crystal in the center, and looked at each other with fierce eyes. Obviously, the eyes of the flame skeleton dragon demon immediately attracted the hatred of the demon crystal spirit. Swish! The spirit of the magic crystal is not big, and its movements are as light as lightning. It instantly came to the flame skeletal dragon demon, raised its hand gently, and a tyrannical strange force instantly condensed, as if it wanted to penetrate the huge body of the flame skeletal dragon demon. Purple electric Yang god, go! Yi Feng condensed his true energy, and Zidian Yangshan's figure drew out a flash of lightning, and instantly came behind the magic crystal spirit, holding the Chuanmong sword in his hand, and slashed towards the magic crystal spirit. Bang! A loud noise. Afterwards, the entire huge body of the flame skeleton dragon demon was blasted into the wall of the silver palace. The cultivation level of the magic crystal spirit was too high, and the flame skeleton dragon demon couldn't resist it at all. Fortunately, although this guy's cultivation base is only 1,500 years old, but fortunately, he has a good breed and blood, so he withstood the blow of the magic crystal spirit and was not directly killed. But at this time, Yi Feng's Zidian Yangshan sword had already slashed heavily at the back of the magic crystal spirit. Zizizi! There was a sound of friction, and the spirit of the magic crystal seemed to be able to resist Zidian Yangshan's sword just by relying on its physical body. No, that's not right, that's the defensive cover of the magic crystal spirit. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw the clue at a glance, and then he flicked the sheath of nirvana in his hand. Dragon Sword Ju, Broken Sword Technique. To deal with the shield of true energy, the power of Dragon Sword Ju's sword-breaking technique has been increased by 10 times, which is more effective than zeroing sword energy. A jet of black broken sword energy carried a trace of extinction power in Yifeng's body, and swept towards the spirit of the magic crystal that was entangled with Zidian Yangshan. The sword-breaking technique that incorporates the power of nirvana is the most direct nemesis against defensive methods such as true chi shields. When that jet-black broken sword chi bombarded the true chi mask on the surface of the magic crystal spirit's body, the true chi mask was like paper paste, and it was broken into pieces in an instant. The spirit of the magic crystal immediately noticed the existence of Yifeng next to him. Originally, it felt that Yifeng had only 500 years of cultivation, so it didn't care. The presence. The spirit of the magic crystal immediately turned around. With a wave of the crystal condensed arm, a tyrannical strange force swept over, condensed into an arrow, and penetrated the space to come to Yifeng. Keeping swordsmanship. Yifeng did not panic, layers of sword energy barriers condensed and blocked the arrow's path. Bang bang bang. One after another, the sword energy barrier was shattered layer by layer, but when all the sword energy barriers were broken, the arrow condensed by the magic crystal spirit was finally offset and disappeared. But at this moment, the flame skeletal dragon demon who had just been repelled and hit the wall finally came to his senses, suddenly attacked from behind, and spewed out the power of real fire that had been brewing for a long time. The magic crystal spirit's chi shield had just been broken, and it was defenseless. It was instantly enveloped by the power of this real fire, like being swallowed by a fire dragon with its mouth open. Superior. Yifeng didn't miss this opportunity. He didn't even think about waving the nirvana scabbard in his hand, zeroing the sword energy. 3 consecutive streaks of pitch-black zero-returning sword chi plunged into the sea of flames in an instant, and the feeling of hitting the target 3 times in a row spread to Yifeng's mind. Hit, the spirit of the magic crystal has been injured. Yifeng showed joy, and urged the Zidian Yangshan beside him to condense the power of purple electricity all over his body, and passed it into the sea of flames. Immediately, purple electricity, real fire, and sword energy were scattered in the field, and the spirit of the magic crystal in it, he was hit hard all of a sudden. Roar. The flame skeletal dragon golem seemed to have regained its confidence, and flew forward with its teeth and claws open, smashing the magic crystal spirit in the sea of flames with a slap. Then he opened his mouth wide, and continued to swallow the entire sea of flames into his stomach. These real fire powers are precious, and they will not be wasted at will. Jingle. The spirit of the magic crystal shattered to the ground, and then a bright white light of sky-level space power flashed in the center of the entire hall. A pair of crystal wings, made of black crystals, appeared in the center of the hall. As a magic weapon produced on the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, this pair of magic crystal wings is at the reincarnation level. Yifeng showed joy, and stepped forward to take away the pair of magic crystal wings. A pair of black crystal wings are 10 meters long when stretched out. If you activate them with true energy, they can be attached to Yifeng's back, making him look like a fallen angel. Obviously, the magic crystal wing not only has the function of flying, but the most precious thing is that it also contains the complete power of heaven-level space. As long as Yifeng drives it with true energy, he can use part of the power of heaven-level space. Of course, the higher the cultivation level, the more heavenly space power one can use. Now with Yifeng's cultivation base, the power of heaven-level space that he can use may only be able to send an ant to a first-class world, but if he wants to send a person to a first-class world, at least he has to wait for him to reach a 1,000-year cultivation base, only when you get to the realm of Tao. Anyway, this magic crystal wing has improved Yifeng's strength again, but this improvement is not in frontal combat power, but in flexibility. With this pair of magic crystal wings, he is sure to avoid the attack of any cultivator or beast with a cultivation level below 1,500 years. Even if it is attacked by a cultivator with 2,000 years of cultivation, he can avoid a large part of the power, and then resist the remaining small part with his own strength, relaxed and happy. Now, I can kill a strong man with a cultivation base of 1,700 years, and even more so, I can do well under the hands of a strong man with a cultivation base of 2,000 years. Yi Feng's eyes released confidence. His strength is getting stronger and stronger, and it shouldn't be too far away from obtaining the identity of the heir of the dragon sword. If it is said that before entering the ancient ruins, Yi Feng was not very confident in becoming the inheritor of the dragon sword, but now, he knows that the day when he can obtain the inheritance of the dragon sword is not far away. Just the Qiao ancient wood and the Nirvana scabbard he got are no less than the existence of the ancient dragon sword, not to mention that neither of them is complete. If the last part of the Nirvana scabbard is condensed after getting it, and restoring the Qiao ancient wood to its full strength, Yi Feng can fight against the entire dragon sword Immortal Palace by himself. Of course, neither of these 2 points can be achieved now. It will take time for the 7 luminous ancient wood to recover. As for the Nirvana scabbard, no one knows where the part of Nirvana's condensed power will appear. After destroying the spirit of the magic crystal, Yi Feng moved forward again, followed closely by the flame skeleton dragon demon. After the two sides teamed up to deal with the spirit of the magic crystal this time, although there was no communication, they had a rare tacit understanding, which made the flame skeleton dragon demon appreciate Yi Feng a little bit. This kid has a good sense of combat. Moreover, there are so many treasures on him, and when he cultivates, his strength must be very strong. Follow this kid, maybe you can really get enough real fire power, and then open the door of evolution. The flame skeleton dragon demon's thoughts are gradually tilting towards Yi Feng's direction. The next palace. As soon as Yi Feng passed through the portal and came to this hall, he felt a burst of intense flame power sweeping from the surroundings, causing him to immediately display the sword guarding technique, and layers of sword energy barriers surrounded him. Yi Feng stabilized his mind, looked around, and found that this was a test level for the power of flames. This hall is full of fierce flame power, which is definitely the strongest flame power in Xiaqing Tian, but unfortunately, there is still a big gap compared with the real fire power. As long as there is the strength of 1,500 years of cultivation, can almost resist the invasion of these flame powers. But for Yi Feng, it was naturally not a problem. The power of real fire in his body is several levels higher than the power of fire in this palace. Immediately afterwards, the huge body of the flame skeletal dragon demon was transported into this hall. It felt so good to be burned by the flames. It's almost like taking a bath. The flame skeletal dragon demon opened its mouth and completely swallowed the flame power of the entire palace, making Yi Feng's surroundings instantly quiet. The power of these flames is a rare treasure for other ordinary cultivators in Xiaqingshan. If you can comprehend some, you will be able to use them with ease. After all, it is the power of flames that is beyond the level of Xiaqingshan. Yi Feng felt a little regretful. He has the power of real fire in his body, so he doesn't need the power of fire, but if he can bring it back to Su Feiying and the others, that would be great. Just a second thought. In the end, they will all have void vines, and it is too late to comprehend the power of the void, and the power of these flames does not seem to have much effect on them. After all the flames were swallowed by the flame skeleton dragon demon, a small flower appeared in the center of the hall, which was a treasure of heaven and earth. It can increase the practitioner's 50-year cultivation limit. Yi Feng did not hesitate to absorb the aura of heaven and earth from that little flower, and then continued to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth that he had searched from the middle-aged man before, raising his cultivation level to 550 years. His strength has once again increased, and his confidence is more abundant, but it is a pity that he suddenly thought of a problem, which made him have to pause for a while and continue to move forward. By the way, the body of the Annihilation Scabbard is on the first floor of the Relic Treasure House, the Sleeping Consciousness is on the second floor of the Relic Treasure House, and the condensed body of the power of Nirvana is likely to be on the 3rd floor of the relic treasure house? Yifeng frowned slightly, and guessed, but I can't go to the 7th floor of the ancient ruins myself, so I was transported to the 3rd floor of the treasure house of the ancient ruins. Perhaps I should wait here for a while, and then let others go to help me see if there is a condensate of the power of extinction? Hey, brat, you think too much. If you let someone else enter the 7th floor, who is willing to get something for you? You must choose the immortal magic weapon that you can use, which will make their world a first-class treasure. Baby of the world. Qiao Guma said mockingly. Not necessarily. Yifeng squinted his eyes. Didn't you say that no one has ever been to the 7th floor of the ancient ruins? Anyway, I can't go down, so it's not a loss to help others down. Even if that person doesn't give me the power of extinction, it can be regarded as owed me a favor, and it will definitely be beneficial to me when the time comes. It's beneficial to you, but if that person is favored by someone who goes to heaven, and then that person shakes out the news that I'm in your body, then what will you do? Qiao Gumu snorted softly, obviously very upset. How could I be stupid enough to tell others about your existence? Yifeng said lightly, if it wasn't for someone I could trust, I wouldn't help him go to the 7th floor of the ruins. Let's go back to the starting rest hall on the 6th floor and wait. Of course, Yifeng would not listen to Qiao Gumu. What Yifeng was thinking about was what was best for him. At the same time, the existence of Qiao Ancient will also be taken into account. Of course, there are not many candidates who can gain Yifeng's trust to send him to the 7th floor of the ruins. After much deliberation, there is only one person. That is the Killing Star from the Soul World, but with the cultivation base of the Killing Star, it is still unknown whether he can safely reach the 6th floor of the ruins. Others, such as Lu Shuqing from Xuanhuan Academy, although he seems to be very polite to Yifeng, Yifeng always feels that this guy cannot be trusted. His intuition is sometimes quite accurate. If this guy comes, Yifeng still won't treat him. He explains these things. During the long wait, Yifeng began to practice. The flame skeletal dragon demon was entrenched in a corner of the hall, sleeping soundly. Qiao Gumu was upset, and began to treat Yifeng indifferently. This guy didn't try hard to answer Yifeng's questions. But Yifeng didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, the Qiao ancient tree took him as the host, so he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. With 550 years of cultivation, the current Yifeng is countless times stronger than when he first entered the ancient ruins, and all this has only changed in a few short months. It seems that in the process of cultivation, opportunities are indeed very important. Yifeng had a deep understanding of this. If he had been in the world of cultivating immortals all his life, it would be impossible for him to have the strength he has now until he dies of old age. While training and waiting, Yifeng took out the fairy peach tree and put it aside. He was not afraid that other cultivators would come and rob him. Anyway, now he and the flame skeletal dragon demon combined have a very strong fighting power, at least not it was robbed by a group of 5 practitioners. Others have just arrived at the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, and they have at most 1 or 2 ancient level magic weapons, but Yifeng has 2 reincarnation level magic weapons, the Nirvana sword sheath and the magic crystal wing, plus the Tingjiao claw. Eternal magic weapon. As for the Qiao power of the Qiao ancient wood, it has not been counted by Yifeng. Anyway, it is impossible for this thing to come out to help him fight now. After practicing for 7 days, from the direction of the 5th floor of the ruins, the bright white light of the power of heaven-level space finally lit up, and then 3 figures appeared in the training hall on the 6th floor of the ruins. The 3 figures are extremely embarrassed, but each one has a very strong cultivation base. It is obvious that they have gone through a tough battle when they reached the 6th floor of the ruins. Among the 3 people, there was a beautiful female cultivator whom Yifeng had met once before. She was one of the group of people she saw when she went out from the 1st floor of the relic treasure house to the rest hall on the 5th floor of the relic. At that time, Luo Guandu was with this beautiful female cultivator, and there was another strong man with a beard, but at this time, Luo Guandu and the strong man with a beard were gone, only the beautiful woman was left. None. In order to fight for the qualification to go to the second floor of the ruins, you actually fought. Yifeng opened his eyes, looking at the three people who just teleported in with great interest. Obviously, when the fifth floor led to the sixth floor of the ruins, the 5-person team, or the 4-person team, experienced a fierce battle. The first person to enter the sixth floor of the ruins is eligible to enter the treasure house of the ruins. So these people, of course, desperately wanted to be the first to break into it. After exchanging the light ball in the previous hall, they immediately fought. In the end, only 3 people were able to reach the sixth floor of the ruins, and they were still seriously injured. Under such circumstances, no one can reach the 7th floor of the ancient ruins. Yifeng looked at the condition of the 3 of them, and couldn't help but shook his head. The 3 of them, including the beautiful female cultivator, were all scarred and severely wounded. There are many checkpoints on the 6th floor, go to the 7th floor of the ancient ruins. Oh, it's you. The beautiful female cultivator raised her head and saw that Yifeng was already in the hall. She was full of joy and disappeared, because she thought she was the first to pass through the 6th floor of the ruins, but she didn't. Think of someone earlier than her. Not only earlier, but also seems to come alone. The beautiful female cultivator gritted her teeth, her exquisite face was a little pale, and she finally tried her best to reach the 6th floor of the ruins, but she was preempted like this, no one would be reconciled. However, she still had to consider how to move forward on the 6th floor of the ruins. May I ask what your name is? The beautiful female cultivator looked at Yifeng with big eyes and asked. She made it clear that she wanted to cooperate with Yifeng. Yifeng came here alone with a flame skeleton dragon demon, obviously very powerful. Hey, you really deserve to be Princess Xuanhuan, what a big air. Another young man who came in with the wandering nun laughed. Before asking others' names, you didn't give your name. Do you really think that everyone knows you? The young man was also seriously injured. Obviously he also wanted to catch up with Yifeng, so he mocked that beautiful female cultivator. With these words, the beautiful female cultivator who spoke blushed a little, and couldn't help showing shame. My name is Yuan, and I come from the world of Yuan. May I ask your name? The appearance of Princess Xuanhuan is quite attractive this time, but it's a pity that Yifeng has no interest in her. Although Yifeng has no interest in Princess Yuan world is a first-class world. If something happens in the future, it would be good to have one more friend. My name is Yifeng. Yifeng said his name, and then continued to rest his eyes in front of the flame skeleton dragon demon. Because of the flame skeletal dragon demon behind Yifeng, the 3 of them, including Princess Xuanhuan, did not dare to approach Yifeng, but this did not prevent everyone from communicating. I am Situ Shou from Dawn World. Brother Yi is really a master. He was able to come to the 6th floor of the ancient ruins so early. The young man who mocked Princess Yuan immediately introduced himself. What he didn't show was that he guessed that the current Yifeng must have a reincarnation-level treasure, which they couldn't match. The Dawn World is only a third-class world, but with reincarnation-level treasures, it is very likely to create a second-class world in the long run. Of course, it is impossible for Situ Shou in the Dawn World to have a reincarnation-level treasure. In fact, just like Sha Xing in the Soul Realm and Song Xing in the Sky Realm, this Situ Shou has high hopes from the mainstream sects in their respective worlds, wanting them to come to the ancient ruins, get more natural materials and earthly treasures, and then promote them. The power of the whole world. Therefore, the 3 people in front of Yifeng are naturally very afraid of Yifeng. But they didn't know that Yifeng had not 1 but 2 reincarnation-level treasures, and it was even easy to go to the 7th floor of the ruins, but they couldn't go there, so as not to attract the attention of some people in Shangqingshan. It's not a master, it's just luck. Yi Feng smiled slightly, but he was very polite to Situ Shou. There is another man who looks like a child. His cultivation level is not inferior to that of Princess Xuanhuan and Sida Shu, but he seems very indifferent. He has no intention of befriending Yi Feng, and just looks at Yuan and Sida Shu coldly from the sidelines. Communicate with Yi Feng. Of course, Yi Feng would not take the initiative to post cold butts, so he simply pretended not to see the little boy. Princess Yuan and Situ Shou quickly chose a corner to rest, and didn't say anything to Yi Feng. After all, under the current situation, they all thought that Yi Feng was waiting for others to try to advance on the 6th floor of the ruins. For them, the 6th floor of the ruins is still a very difficult test. It is not easy to pass through it, and this is basically their last journey. As long as they can pass any checkpoint, it is worthwhile for them to leave the ancient ruins. After all, they can get a reincarnation-level treasure. Whether it is a ready-made magic weapon, or a material, or a treasure of heaven and earth, they are all extremely rare things. Of course, it is not so good if you get the treasures of heaven and earth that improve your cultivation level. After all, it is something that can be obtained from the outside world, and the effect is not so good at best. Yi Feng was silently waiting for the person he trusted to arrive. The killing star in the soul world has no advantage in cultivation like Yi Feng. Although other aspects of combat power are not weak, and talent is also high, but I am afraid that he is not as monstrous as Yi Feng. It is still not certain whether you can pass through many checkpoints and reach the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. Another 7 days passed, and in the rest hall, Yuan, Situ Shou, and the little boy had almost recovered from their injuries. At this moment, a bright white light flickered at the entrance, and finally another group of people came to the ancient ruins. 6 floors. Yi Feng opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the scholar of Yunhuang Academy, Lu Shucheng. He looked a bit embarrassed in his attire, but he was still very graceful, and he came to the hall gracefully. Followed by a strong bearded man who turned out to be Princess Yuelong's previous associate. When he saw Yuelong as soon as he came in, he beamed with joy. Obviously, the two had no choice but to separate in the previous level, and now they are reunited, so they are naturally happy. Little goddess, fortunately you are safe. The bearded strong man looked frightened and hurried to Princess Yuelong, as if he cared about her very much. Don't take a bite out of a little goddess. The beautiful Princess Yuan had a look of displeasure on her face. Brother, how are you doing on the 5th floor? Not bad. As the bearded man spoke, the two quietly communicated. It turned out that the bearded man was the elder brother of Princess Yuelong. Yi Feng was quite surprised when he saw it. He didn't expect that both of them could come to the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. Obviously they were very talented. Brother Yi, we really met again. Lu Shucheng spotted Yi Feng, glanced over, and said with a smile. Yi Feng nodded, looked behind him, and finally saw a blurry figure flying over. The sole cultivator of the soul world, Killing Star. The identity of the Killing Star is probably a prince of the soul world, and he also came to the ancient ruins with the hope of the soul world on his shoulders. At this time, he reached the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, which is basically his limit. If he wants to go forward even a step, are difficult. Seeing Yi Feng here, Shaxing seemed very surprised. After all, it is almost a miracle to be able to reach the 6th floor of the ruins with the original 400-year-old cultivation base, but the current Killing Star, after so many levels of experience, has reached 700-year-old cultivation base. Even so, coming to the 6th floor of the ancient ruins was a difficult task, and I almost died several times on the way. But the current Yi Feng has only 550 years of cultivation. This surprised Shaxing, especially since Yi Feng was very close to a 1,500-year-old flame skeleton dragon beast behind him, making people wonder about the relationship between the two. And some people in the hall began to discuss, pointing in the direction of the Yankee dragon demon. Yi Feng didn't pay attention to these people, but walked straight towards Shaxing. He didn't take a close look at the other people who followed Sha Xing to the rest hall. Including the 3 previous Princess Xuanhuan, there are now a total of 8 people, plus 1 Yifeng, in this hall, and these are almost all who can reach the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. After that, no one had the chance to come down. Sha Xing, come with me, how about it? Yifeng sent out his divine thoughts straightforwardly, expressing his thoughts towards Sha Xing. Now in the rest hall on the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, everyone is preparing for one thing, which is to start the experience on the 6th floor of the ruins. Therefore, they must find enough people and form a team to advance together, otherwise not only will they not be able to pass through the portal, but it will be difficult to pass through the gates of the palace. It is very important to choose who to be with. There are only 9 people in the entire hall, and there are 7 color marks, so 2 people will definitely be eliminated. There are 2 repeating colors, Yifeng's blue, and Killing Star's purple. Hearing Yifeng's invitation, Sha Xing seemed a little surprised. Sha Xing thought that if he could reach the 6th floor of the ruins, his journey would come to an end. After all, compared with another practitioner of the purple light ball, his cultivation base was too far behind, and others would definitely not choose to form a team. The more people there are, the more difficult it will be to distribute the loot. Therefore, it is enough to choose one person from each color of the light ball, and just go down like this, and you can go as far as you can. The other 7 people in all the halls are looking at each other, to see who their comrades in arms will be on this trip. When they looked at Yifeng and Sha Xing, several of them couldn't help but shook their heads, their cultivation was too low, and being with them was obviously seeking their own death. So, the remaining candidates have been determined, right? This person is my friend, I want to take it with me. Suddenly, a rough voice sounded. It was actually a bald man following behind Sha Xing, with a ferocious expression on his face. While speaking, he pointed to the killing star in front of him, expressing that he would bring the killing star with him. It's Ba Outyan of the Tyrannosaurus world. This person has a good cultivation base. He already possesses an ancient magic weapon, and he has gained something on the 5th floor. He cannot be offended. The Tyrannosaurus world and the Soul Realm have always had a good relationship. It is normal for people who want to bring the Soul Realm with them in the ancient ruins, but the people in the Soul Realm are too low level. Many people discussed a lot, and finally came to the conclusion that even if the cultivation base of Sha Xing is too low, with Ba Outyan from the Tyrannosaurus world supporting him, other people dare not have any opinions and can only bring him along. Yifeng squinted his eyes. He didn't expect that Sha Xing had an accomplice among so many people. How about you come with me? Yifeng continued to spread his spiritual thoughts to Sha Xing. Killing Star was obviously hesitant. He glanced around and asked, "Who is your teammate?" "Just me," Yifeng said lightly. "Sorry about that." Killing Star also said lightly. Since Ba Outyan of the Tyrannosaurus world speaks for him, he must seize this opportunity, walk a few more steps in the 6th floor of the ruins, strive for a reincarnation level magic weapon, and then try to upgrade the soul world to a 2nd-class world. Yifeng didn't understand his wish. And Yifeng didn't need to understand, since Sha Xing didn't want to follow him to the 7th floor of the ruins, then there was no need for Yifeng to stay here. "Okay, I wish you the best of luck." After Yifeng finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to leave. Etc. Suddenly someone called out to Yifeng. It wasn't the soul cultivator of the soul world, but a female voice. Princess Yuelong of the Yueyuan world saw Yifeng was about to leave, so she hurried up. "What's the matter, Princess Yueyuan?" Yifeng chuckled, and glanced at the beautiful girl. "I'm with you." Princess Yueyuan came to Yifeng, stared into his eyes, and said with her chest out. Yifeng was a little puzzled. He wanted Sha Xing to go to the 7th floor of the ruins with him, but Sha Xing was not happy, so why did Princess Yuelong come to join in the fun? With Princess Yueyuan, Yi Feng only has two sides, and he doesn't know what the world of Yueyuan is like. If he chooses to take Princess Yueyuan to the 7th floor of the ruins, it may be wrong. But Yi Feng can't go by himself. After much deliberation, if he wants to try to obtain the condensate of the power of Nirvana, Yi Feng really has to take Princess Yueyuan to go. After all, it is impossible for other people in this palace to be willing to follow Yi Feng. It was clear that Yi Feng was alone, there was no future with him. Princess, no. The elder brother of Princess Yuelong, that bearded man, immediately jumped over, his face paled in shock. You must not follow him. The 7 of us, no matter how bad we are, can advance to 2 halls. The 2 of us join hands, there must be something to gain. Brother, you follow them. Princess Yueyuan said calmly, I am the symbol of the purple light ball. Since Ba Outyan wants people from the soul world to follow, I will definitely be excluded, and it is meaningless to follow there. This? The bearded man didn't know what to say, so he stomped his feet. Anyway, you are not allowed to follow this kid. He glanced at Yi Feng with a look of suspicion, obviously felt that Yi Feng was not a good guy, and he had no strength. Maybe once Yueyuan followed Yi Feng, he would never see this beautiful sister again. Then I'll take you with me, follow me. Yi Feng smiled softly, grabbed Princess Yueyuan's wrist, took the opportunity to condense the 6-color light ball, and handed it to this beautiful girl. Princess Yuelong was amazed, but she found 6 colored light balls in her hand. She couldn't help being shocked. How did Yi Feng give her 6 colored light balls by himself? Presumptuous. When the bearded man saw Yi Feng pulling the princess's wrist, he was furious, and wanted to attack Yi Feng with a magic spell. Roar. At this moment, the flame skeleton dragon demon who had been sleeping beside him finally moved. As soon as he woke up and stretched his waist, a mass of tyrannical flames flew towards the surroundings, enveloping the bearded man all at once. Not good, Ning. The bearded burly man was shocked when he saw this, and immediately gathered his whole body's true energy, and cast a defensive magic technique to resist the tyrannical flames. Let's go. Yi Feng didn't care. He pulled Princess Yuelong and took a few steps forward. He came to the gate that he had already passed through before. Then the 6 color light spheres condensed, aroused the power of heaven-level space, and a bright white light flashed up. Swish. 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 With 3 consecutive white lights, the bodies of Yi Feng, Princess Yuelong, and the flame skeleton dragon demon disappeared from the hall at the same time. Before leaving, Princess Yueyuan glanced back and saw that the bearded man was still struggling with the flames, but he was fine, so she breathed a sigh of relief and gritted her teeth. She saw Yi Feng's extraordinariness, and wanted to bet the rest of the journey on Yi Feng. Facts have proved that her choice is not only correct, but also too correct. The figures of the 3 disappeared, and the bearded man in the hall quickly cleaned up the flames, and looked at the door where the 3 disappeared with hatred. I didn't expect that the flaming bone dragon had an affair with that kid. But, Yuan, it's very inappropriate to follow the past like this. While thinking in his heart, he turned his head and shouted, we will also follow and pass through that door. After all, there are many people and strength. If we walk together, we will be able to pass the checkpoint, and maybe we can reach the 7th floor of the ruins. No, you all follow me. Ba Outyan at the side immediately said in a deep voice, pointing to the other door, let's go this way, just the 7 of us, go all the way. If you don't want to follow, you can leave at any time. No one is willing to back down at this time. After all, what is in front of them is a reincarnation-level treasure. Lu Shuqing of Yunhuang Academy squinted his eyes, looked at the door Yi Feng left with Princess Yuelong, and then shook his head. Don't worry about that kid. He is running around like this on the 6th floor of the ruins, and his life is in danger. However, how could that kid always have so many balls of light? Lu Shuqing shook his head. He was not optimistic about the actions of Yi Feng and Yuan. even if there was such a 1,500-year-old beast following him, it would still be in danger on the 6th floor of the ruins. Let's go. Lu Shuqing made a sound, agreed with Ba Outyan's statement, took the lead in condensing his own light ball, and handed it to the other 6 people. After exchanging the light spheres, the 6 of them walked towards the door that Ba Outyan said, except for the bearded and strong man who was with Princess Xuelong, he was not quite reconciled. However, he and Yue Yuan are the only hope of Yue Yuan's world. Since Yue Yuan has no chance, the heavy responsibility of obtaining reincarnation-level treasures falls on him. I hope Yue Yuan is safe and sound. The bearded man thought in his heart, and followed the 6 people through another gate. Yi Feng led Princess Yue Yuan through the portal to the next hall. This hall was the place where Yi Feng and the flame skeletal dragon demon joined forces to deal with the magic crystal spirit, but at this time, the magic crystal spirit had been wiped out by Yi Feng, so this hall was safe. Not only that, the next hall was originally full of flames, but it is now safe. Yi Feng just wanted to take Yue Yuan to the entrance to the 7th floor of the ruins quickly, and then explain some things to her. If he can get the condensate of the power of Nirvana, Yi Feng can upgrade the scabbard of Nirvana to immortality level, and it is a magic weapon that surpasses the general immortal level. As the first cultivator ever to enter the 7th floor of the ruins, what kind of situation Princess Yue Yuan will encounter is hard to predict. Yi Feng is just making a bet. Hey, why is there nothing in this palace? Princess Xuelong followed Yi Feng to this hall, a little surprised. Although she was shocked that Yi Feng could casually give her a 6-color ball of light to let her pass through the portal, she didn't ask too much. After all, she could see that this was Yi Feng's own secret. Because I have been here before, there was a magic crystal spirit guarding it, but now I have killed it. Yi Feng explained. You came alone? Yue Yuan was surprised. Of course there is it. Yi Feng glanced at the yin skeletal dragon demon who was following closely behind. Yue Yuan also took a look at the lazy beast, but didn't speak. She didn't know what to ask. Why did this beast follow you? This is Yi Feng's own secret. Yue Yuan knew that she would not be able to ask anything if she asked, so she simply didn't ask. But deep down in her heart, Yue Yuan felt that it was the right time to follow Yi Feng this time. To be able to advance alone on the 6th floor of the ruins, Yi Feng's strength is self-evident. The 2 of them and 1 beast went to the next hall again, but there was still nothing. Yue Yuan couldn't help being surprised. How long has Yi Feng been here? He actually cleared the checkpoints of the 2 temples by himself. In this way, this Yi Feng probably already has 3 reincarnation-level treasures. Attention, I don't know what level the next hall is, but after 4 more halls, we can go to the 7th floor of the ruins. Yi Feng was about to go to the next hall, and then reminded, our goal is the 7th floor of the ruins. When these words came out, Yue Yuan was really shocked. No one has ever been able to reach the 7th floor of the ancient ruins, or in other words, there is no precedent for practitioners who have left the ancient ruins alive to reach the 7th floor. Even the 7-person team of Lu Shuqing and Ba Outyan can only advance 1 or 2 palace levels in the 6th floor of the ruins. As long as they lose 1 person, they will no longer be able to go down to the 7th floor of the ruins. After all, without the ball of light, they couldn't move forward. But Yi Feng seems to be different. Yue Yuan nodded hastily, and secretly felt that following Yi Feng this time might be a great opportunity. Of course, it might also be that she fell into a big pit. However, wealth are in danger, and if Yue Yuan wants to be better among the many cultivators in the first-class world, the only way to do it is to fight hard in the ancient ruins. Soon, 2 people and 1 beast came to the next hall. At this time, Princess Xuelong still had doubts about Yi Feng being able to take her to the 7th floor of the ruins. After all, if Yi Feng was so strong alone, why did he have to bring other people with him? Wouldn't it be better to go alone? Could it be that Yi Feng also lacked a purple light ball? Looking at Yifeng's appearance, this doesn't quite look like him. Shaking her head, Yueyuan raised her head, her spiritual consciousness spread out to the surroundings, and found that this is a trial stone level, and there is a trial stone floating in the center of the hall. If you can use the power of 1,500 years of cultivation, you can pass this level. Yifeng frowned slightly. This was not a problem for him and the Yankee Dragon Demon, but not necessarily for Princess Yueyuan. He couldn't help asking, Yueyuan, can you achieve a cultivation level of 1,500 years, power? Princess Yueyuan's cultivation base is 980 years, and she will almost be sent out by the ancient ruins, but how much power she can gain is still unknown. After all, not everyone is as evil as Yifeng. Moreover, she was not alone all the way, so even if she obtained any treasures on the 5th floor of the ruins, she must have obtained not many. It is not bad to have an eternal magic weapon. Sure enough, Princess Yueyuan blushed, and then shook her head. I can only use the power of 1,400 years of cultivation at most, 1,500 years, it is a bit difficult for me. Speaking of this, Princess Yueyuan's eyes were a little red. She never thought that she finally got a great opportunity, and she couldn't move forward because of such a reason. It's okay, you use the magic crystal wings first. Yifeng casually tossed out the reincarnation-level magic weapon, the magic crystal wings, which exuded a tyrannical and strange power that lifted Princess Yueyuan's spirits. Yifeng actually lent her the magic crystal wings? How generous! Are you not afraid that she will swallow this magic crystal wing for herself? However, when she thinks that Yifeng can easily unleash the power of 1,500 years of cultivation, and the flame skeletal dragon demon is still watching, Princess Yueyuan understands that Yifeng is completely confident and is not afraid of her doing anything wrong. Thought. In order to be able to move forward, without any hesitation, Princess Yueyuan grasped the magic crystal wing with one hand, and then formed a palm with Xian Xiansu, using the palm fairy technique, and finally was able to hit 1,000 shots after incorporating the strange power of the magic crystal wing. The power of 500 years of cultivation. A burst of white light lit up on the trial stone, and Princess Yueyuan was qualified to pass through the hall. Yifeng waved the Nirvana scabbard in his hand at will, and a wave of zero-returned sword energy swept out, instantly meeting the requirements of the trial stone level. His sword, which had exerted the power of 1,700 years of cultivation, made Yu, the princess, was amazed. Naturally, the flame skeleton dragon demon passed easily, the bright white sky-level space power flashed by, and the figures of the 2 and 1 beast disappeared instantly. The next hall, the treasure hall. In this palace, there are only 4 treasures floating in the center, without any barriers, which makes Yifeng happy. The harvest time has come again. As for Princess Yueyuan, her eyes shine even more. Sure enough, following Yifeng was the right choice. There are 4 treasures suspended in the hall, namely 2 treasures of heaven and earth, and 2 treasures of reincarnation level. Perhaps, the few halls before coming to this hall are relatively difficult levels, so here is a pure treasure level. Unfortunately, among the 4 treasures, each of Yifeng and Princess Yueyuan can only choose one. 2 reincarnation-level magic weapons, one of which is a copper bell, shining with bronze brilliance, looks extremely ancient and long-lasting. Judging from its aura, it should be a defensive magic weapon. The other one was a long sword made entirely of flames. Yifeng's eyes lit up when he saw it. This reincarnation-level flaming long sword does not improve Yifeng himself much, but if he takes it away and brings it back to everyone on Peach Blossom Island, it will definitely be a great killer. In particular, Xiaoyu's Yang God is the Yang God of the fire system, and the soul of the dragon condensed by the 3 souls and 7 souls is also the flame dragon. If she can get this long sword, her strength will be greatly improved. Even with Xiaoyu's current cultivation base, as long as she can get this flaming long sword, her strength can be comparable to that of Zhang Xinyun and Duochan. In other words, Being able to display a terrifying combat power of 1,000 years of cultivation is beyond the reach of other practitioners of 1 or 200 years of cultivation. A reincarnation-level magic weapon, with one piece, can upgrade a world to a second-class world after a few years. Treasures of this level, even for the killing star of the soul world and the young master Songxing of the sky world, are absolute treasures that cannot be found. I want this long sword. With one hand, Yi Feng took the flaming long sword to his side. Of course Princess Xuanhuan won't compete with Yi Feng, but it's a pity, after all, compared with this flaming long sword, the role of the defensive bronze bell is certainly not so obvious. However, a reincarnation-level magic weapon is already extremely rare for Princess Xuanhuan. Her original plan was to obtain a reincarnation-level magic weapon in this ancient ruins, and she has finally achieved this goal until now. Thank you, Mr. Yi, I will return the magic crystal wings to you. Princess Xuanhuan smiled sweetly, returned the magic crystal wings, and took away the bronze bell in the center of the hall. Yi Feng readily accepted the demon crystal wings, and now he has a scabbard of nirvana, a pair of demon crystal wings, and a long flame sword, all of which are reincarnation-level magic weapons. Among them, the hilt of the flaming long sword was engraved with the two ancient words, destroying yen, so it was called the ancient sword of destroying yen. In addition, there is a fairy peach tree, an ancient magic treasure Tingjiao's claw, and as for the ancient wood of Qiyao, Yi Feng didn't bother to include it. Go ahead. Yi Feng put away many magic weapons, said to Princess Xuelong, and handed the 6-color light ball to her. Yu Yuan nodded, followed closely behind Yi Feng, and walked to the portal leading to the next hall together with the flame skeleton dragon demon. At this moment, Yu Liang couldn't help but wonder what would happen to the other 7 people on the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, including her brother. She looked back at the 2 remaining treasures of heaven, material and earth in the hall, and thought to herself that even if other people came to this hall, they would not be able to get the reincarnation-level magic weapon, but only the reincarnation-level heaven, material and earth treasure. Although one of these 2 treasures of heaven, material and earth has been raised to the upper limit of 50 years of cultivation, and the other has been raised to the upper limit of 160 years of cultivation, compared with the reincarnation-level magic weapon, their practicability is still far behind. After all, heaven, material and earth treasures are disposable items, but magic weapons are always by your side. Everyone knows how terrifying it is to have a reincarnation-level magic weapon to improve the combat effectiveness of a cultivator. The current Princess Xuanhuan is almost certain that after possessing this big clock, a cultivator with a cultivation base of 1,700 or 800 years will never be able to break through her defense. When her cultivation base improves, she reaches the realm of Taoism and even becomes an immortal. The role of this ancient bronze bell will be brought into full play. You go to the lower passage first, and I will come right away. In front of the portal, Yi Feng said to Princess Xuelong. Yu Yuan didn't doubt that he was there, nodded, and directly opened the portal with the 6-color light ball, and went to the passage leading to the next hall. Even if there is a fraud, she can summon the teleportation array to leave the ancient ruins as quickly as possible, and leave the ancient ruins. Anyway, she got the copper-colored ancient clock, and she has already made a solid profit on this trip. In addition to the treasures she got before, she can guarantee that she will definitely be one of the winners who benefited the most from this trip to the ancient ruins. Of course, there is no way to compare with this freak Yi Feng. After the graceful figure of Princess Xuanhuan disappeared from his eyes, Yi Feng turned his head and sent out his consciousness towards the flame skeleton dragon demon. Go and bring me the fairy grass in the middle, and I will devour some real fire for you. Power. As soon as he heard the words power of true fire, the flame skeleton dragon demon immediately became excited, turned around and took the fairy grass that had raised the upper limit of cultivation in his mouth, and threw it to Yi Feng. Among the ancient ruins, the current flame skeletal dragon demon is also considered an adventurer, so it naturally occupies a place that can obtain treasures. Yifeng made a decisive decision and absorbed all the natural and earthly treasures on his body on the spot. An hour later, Yifeng's eyes opened, and his eyes burst out. His cultivation had finally been raised to 600 years. Hey, if I hadn't opened up more meridians in your body for you, based on the first 2 pictures of the dragon sword you practiced, you wouldn't be able to break through the 500-year cultivation base. Xiao Gumu proudly sent awareness to Yifeng. Thank you, senior. Yifeng curled his lips and didn't take it seriously. Anyway, the trip to the ancient ruins is coming to an end soon. How much his cultivation base has improved is of little significance. Even if he can't improve in the ancient ruins, he can immediately return to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword and start to comprehend the 3rd piece of the Dragon Sword formula picture. Of course, since Xiao Gumu has a way to help Yifeng break through the limitation of cultivation, it is naturally a good thing. He is not afraid of being discovered by someone from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Anyway, the ancient ruins are also a mysterious place to Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. What? When Yifeng directly said that he had an adventure in the ancient ruins, no one would suspect anything. Anyway, it is impossible for Yifeng to expose the existence of Qiao ancient wood at will. After being promoted to 600 years of cultivation, Yifeng will be able to kill an ordinary existence of 1,800 years of cultivation in one go. Compared to other cultivators, this is a completely heaven-defying existence. But Yifeng was not satisfied. If Princess Xuanhuan can go to the 7th floor of the ruins and take out the Nirvana power condensate from the Nirvana scabbard, then Yifeng's strength will go up to a higher level, even directly approaching the superpower of 2,000 years of cultivation. Strong. The level that was once unattainable was right in front of Yifeng, waving at him. Soon, Yifeng, who had been promoted to 600 years of cultivation, went to the passage leading to the next hall together with the flame skeleton dragon demon. Princess Xuelong waited for a long time, seeing that Yifeng's cultivation had grown even deeper. She couldn't help but glance at him and said nothing. Probably that big guy helped him obtain a treasure that raised the cultivation base, or the upper limit of the cultivation base. Yu Yuan didn't ask any more questions, and there was no need to ask any more. Let's go, the next hall. Yifeng greeted Yu Yuan and went straight to the next hall. On the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, there are very few treasure chest levels that require competition like before, so Yifeng didn't think too much before moving forward. After the bright white sky-level space power flashed by, Yifeng found that he had come to a hall of formation level. This is the Suzaku Oven Array. Xiao Gumu immediately jumped out, and his consciousness spread to Yifeng's mind. It's really lucky, hurry up and learn it while cracking it. Suzaku Oven Formation, what is that? Yifeng didn't know what to do, and asked aloud. It is a sect that uses fire in Shangqingshan. It uses the most powerful formation. Now that you have the power of real fire, if you understand the Suzaku Oven Formation, it will be easy to hold your territory in the future. Xiao Gumu simply explained. It turned out to be a defensive counterattack formation. Yifeng thought in his heart, now that he wants to increase his power, he must let everyone in Peach Blossom Island have a good enough cultivation environment. The original Thousand Phantasm Illusion realm is nothing to Yifeng now. After all, any 1,000-year-old master who has attained the Tao realm can see through the Thousand Phantasm Illusion realm. Therefore, it is imminent to learn a new formation comprehension. And right in front of him, there was the appearance of the Suzaku Oven Array, which was indeed an excellent opportunity. Good. Yifeng nodded, ready to start comprehending. The range of the Suzaku Oven Array is in the center of the entire hall, and there is still a lot of space beside it. Yu Yuan followed Yifeng into the hall, and obediently floated without saying a word. Just watch this level. I'll destroy this Suzaku Oven Formation. Yifeng said to her. The reason for this is that in the process of breaking the formation, he can also comprehend the layout of the formation, and thus learn to set up the Vermilion Bird Oven Formation. If Yueyuan was also involved in breaking the formation, Yifeng's comprehension level would be greatly reduced. Moreover, relying on this method to comprehend the arrangement of formations, only Yifeng's level of talent can do it. Even Yueyuan, it is difficult to think of such a method. So when she heard Yifeng's request, she was a little puzzled. When encountering formation barriers in the ancient ruins, wouldn't it be faster to crack them with more people? Why didn't Yifeng let her participate in breaking the formation? Could it be that he was full of confidence? However, it is really puzzling. Why not save time if you can save some time? Of course, the current Yueyuan is very obedient to Yifeng's words. Although she is puzzled, she still does it, and starts to rest with her eyes closed, practicing to broaden her meridians. Immediately afterwards, the flame skeletal dragon demon entered the palace. Roar. Its body is too big. As soon as it came in, a part of its body was covered by the central Suzaku oven array, and instantly a huge oven phantom appeared out of thin air, and the terrifying flame power instantly enveloped the flame skeletal dragon demon. Hoo-hoo! The flame skeleton dragon demon didn't care, and took a few breaths casually, and then blew away the power of the flames, and then entangled its body around the hall, avoiding the central Suzaku oven array. Being disturbed by the flame skeleton dragon demon, the operation of the Suzaku oven array seemed to be abnormal. Quickly enter the Suzaku oven formation and look for the eyes of the formation, Xiaogumu reminded. Yifeng immediately dodged and broke into the Suzaku oven formation, and found that there was no flame power attacking him, probably because he was blown by the flame skeleton dragon demon just now, and the flame power dissipated temporarily. Soon, Yifeng found a crimson stone in the Suzaku oven array. His eyes lit up. It's the profound stone of extreme flame. This is a heaven, material, and earth treasure equivalent to a reincarnation level treasure. Its main function is to condense Yangshan, or to arrange formations with flame attributes. Take it away, quick. Xiaogumu immediately reminded. It turned out to be an extremely flaming sky-black stone. The power of this Suzaku oven formation is far beyond your imagination. If the flame skeletal dragon demon did not follow, we might all suffer. Yifeng's heart trembled. He took the extreme flame sky profound stone away with one hand, and threw it into the storage space of the Dragon Sword Order. Immediately afterwards, he discovered that the power of the entire Suzaku oven formation began to weaken, because the extreme flame profound stone was the main formation eye of this formation, and the other 4 small formation eyes were not made of very good materials. The power of the array has been greatly weakened. You can study this Suzaku oven array carefully. Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he was thankful in his heart. If the flame skeleton dragon demon hadn't interfered a bit, he really couldn't have managed to get this Suzaku oven formation so smoothly. One wait is 1 month. Within this month, Yueyuan was practicing at the side of the hall, without showing any signs of impatience. And Yifeng, in the vermilion bird oven formation, defended against those flames with the magic crystal wings, while comprehending the arrangement structure of the formation. It has been more than half a year since they entered the ancient ruins, and in the past month, no one has passed the checkpoint and came to where they are now. If nothing else happened, the 7 people on the other side, including Lu Shucheng, Sha Xing, and Ba Outyan, had all left the ancient ruins. Either he died or he left. Anyway, it is estimated that no one is still wandering in the ruins. According to the law of opening the ancient ruins in the past, it took about half a year for all the people inside to go out. The current Yifeng and Princess Yueyuan have spent more time in the ruins than usual. But Princess Yuelong was not in a hurry. She knew that her real chance was after following Yifeng to the 7th floor of the ruins. Now, she felt that Yifeng was going to take her to the 7th floor of the ruins as a helper, so she didn't think much about other things. Finally realized, you can go to the next hall, which is also the last hall on the 6th floor of the ruins. Yifeng got up and finally completely destroyed the vermilion bird oven array, waved his hand to condense 6 colored light balls, and threw them to Yuan and Yankee Dragon Demon each. 2 people and 1 beast headed towards the next hall. And at this very moment, in the third-class world Chensi world, on the edge of the jungle clearing at the entrance of the ancient ruins, there are many powerful people from various worlds gathering. They all came here to waiting for the genius practitioners, from their respective sects, to appear from the ancient ruins. It's a pity that even if some geniuses are indeed extremely talented in cultivation, they will be kept in the ancient ruins forever. However, these strong people will not leave until the last moment of the opening of the ancient ruins, for a year. At this time, 5 bright white rays of light flowed out one after another, attracting the attention of all the powerful people in the field, including the xuanhuan Shunlong from the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and the 2 daughters Zhang Xingyun and Duachan who were already waiting outside. Who is out? If you come out at this time, you have successfully reached the 6th floor of the ruins. The bright white light gradually dissipated, and 5 young men, with profound cultivation, appeared in front of everyone. However, these 5 people are very weak compared with the strong people of other major sects present, but those strong people present have completely focused their attention on these 5 people. Everyone knows that the young strong men who can reach the 6th floor of the ruins will become the most influential figures in the world in the future. It's Ba Outyan of the Tyrannosaurus world. It's really enviable that there will be such a talent in this second-class world. Situ Shou of the Dawn world, it seems that the Dawn world is finally about to rise this time. There is also Prince Yukiishin from the Yuan world. He really deserves to be a person from the first-class world. That soul cultivator is a person from the third-class world of the soul world. Can't imagine that there are so few first-class worlds who can enter the 6th floor of the ruins this time? That's right. Could it be that only people from the Yuan world and the Dade world have entered the 6th floor of the ruins? Among the 5 people, besides Ba Outyan, Sidu Shou, and Sha Xing from the Soul Realm, there is also Princess Yuelong's elder brother, the bearded man, Prince Yukiishin, and a cold man from the Dade world. There are 2 other guys, most of whom have fallen on the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. Fortunately not disgraceful. Sha Xing condensed his soul body, flew up coldly, found the place of everyone in the soul world, and greeted them. His elder brother, Han Xing, was among the group of souls. When he was on the 5th floor of the ruins, he couldn't find enough collaborators, so he could only withdraw first. How was the harvest this time? Among the soul group, an old man's soul greeted him, and asked with the unique divine sense of soul cultivators. The magic weapon of the reincarnation level was snatched by me. Sha Xing replied coldly, but his tone was uncontrollably agitated. It's not his fault. It's really a reincarnation-level magic weapon of great significance. If it weren't for Ba Outyan's protection, he still wouldn't be able to get this magic weapon this time. After all, 7 people walked together, and there will only be at most 1 reincarnation-level magic weapon in each palace. Thousands of difficulties. This time on the 6th floor of the ruins, we managed to advance through 5 halls and got 4 reincarnation-level magic weapons. Only people from the Dharma world did not get them. After we go back, we must be careful that people from the Dharma world come to take revenge. Sha Xing glanced vigilantly at the cold man in the Dade world. And that gloomy man just happened to glance at Sha Xing, and cast a disdainful expression towards him, with threats in his eyes. Obviously, although in the ancient ruins, he killed the star by cooperating with other people to crowd out the cold men in the world of Dade, but after leaving the ancient ruins, the power of the world of Dade is stronger than that of Ba Outyan, Sha Xing, and others. Too powerful. If you want to fight against the great virtue world, I'm afraid you can only rely on the Yuan world, which is also a first-class world. The old soul cultivator thought for a while and said, feeling the menacing look of the cold man in the great virtue world, a shadow cast over his heart. Although it is said that Sha Xing obtained the reincarnation-level magic weapon in the ancient ruins, whether he can keep it is still a question. Their soul world is only a third-class world, and now everyone knows that they have a reincarnation-level magic weapon. I am afraid that many forces around will make their minds on the soul world. It is a blessing and a curse. Like the reaction of the soul realm, as the local forces of the ancient relics, the major sects of the Dawn world gathered together to welcome the return of Situ Sho from the Dawn world. In the past, there were young practitioners in the world of Chenzi who had obtained reincarnation-level magic weapons, but they were snatched away by other worlds until today. The one who snatched their reincarnation-level magic weapon was the Dharma world. This time, it seems that they still want to deal with the Dade world. Fortunately, with the help of Yueyuan world this time, even if the Great Virtue world wants to attack our reincarnation-level magic weapon, it must be more careful. An elder of the sect in Chenzi world analyzed, the Great Virtue world arbitrarily snatches all kinds of resources from other worlds, complains loudly, and deliberately prevents other worlds from developing and growing. However, the Yueyuan world is dedicated to making friends with major forces, and all the other worlds. Cooperate with the big world and jointly explore more unknown areas under the sky. Cooperating with the world of Yueyuan is the only way out for our Chenzi world now. Even the third-class world is trembling in front of the first-class world. As if to show off to the group of arrogant elements in Dade world, many experts from Dawn world, Soul world, Tyrant Dragon world and Yueyuan world immediately gathered together to communicate privately. Obviously, these four major worlds have obtained reincarnation-level magic weapons in the ancient ruins this time, and the combined power is extremely strong, but it will take a long time for the young people who have obtained the magic weapons to develop. Before that, they must unite together to fight against the predators of the Dade world. Let's go. The powerful sects in the Great Virtue world saw this and walked away. Before leaving, they all cast a covetous look at all the sects present. All sect forces in the world know about the ambitions of the Dharma world, but now, no one from other worlds goes to talk to people from the Yueyuan world. After all, everyone is afraid of getting into trouble. Let the several alliances of the Yueyuan world fight against the Dade world this time. This is the thought in the minds of most of the people present. But at this time, from the Soul realm, two pretty girls came. Killing Star, may I ask if Yi Feng is there? It was Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun who came here. The two women were worried about Yi Feng, knowing that Yi Feng and Sha Xing had some kind of friendship, so they came here to inquire, trying to know Yi Feng's whereabouts. Yi Feng? Sha Xing condensed his soul body and appeared in front of the two women, with a somewhat apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, I can't persuade him in that situation. He and Princess Yuelong left alone, and now I don't know where to go. Where is it? But I'm afraid it's more ominous. To Yi Feng, Sha Xing is still apologetic. He got the reincarnation-level magic weapon this time, and he returned with glory, but he also relied on Ba Outyan from the Tyrannosaurus world. Not only has Soul Realm and Balong world been on good terms, but in the ancient ruins, Sha Xing and Ba Outyan have also cooperated quite a few times. What? Not with you? The two women were a little disappointed, but they thought it was okay. As long as they didn't get the news of Yi Feng's death, everything would be possible. Back to the people of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, the flaming silhouette of Xuanhuan Shenlong asked, how? There is no news about Yi Feng, but he will be fine. The two women spoke in unison. This remark made many people from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace laugh, including Lin Xuanqi, another practitioner of the Dragon Sword inheritance, who laughed and shook their heads. That Yi Feng hasn't come out yet, he probably fell into the ancient ruins. The gathering place of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. The xuanhuan Shenlong turned into a flame figure and stood in front, followed by the two daughters Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun. And behind the three of them, Lin Xuanqi, another Dragon Sword inheritance practitioner, and some other ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace who came to enter the ancient ruins. Among these disciples, only one of them entered the 5th floor of the ancient ruins, and the rest retreated out of hatred on the 3rd and 4th floors. As for Lin Xuanqi, he was threatened by other cultivators to drive him out of the ancient ruins when he was on the third floor of the ruins, but he didn't say it out. As for the other 13 ordinary disciples, after going through some twists and turns, only 11 of them survived. However, dead people are common in ancient ruins, so it's not a big deal. Seeing that Yi Feng hadn't come out yet, whether it was Lin Xuanqi or the other ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, they all gloated over his misfortune. After all, if Yi Feng hasn't come out yet, it means that he has reached the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. Of course, it's not necessarily true, maybe he only stayed on the first few floors, and didn't dare to go down and didn't leave. But no matter what, they were all happy to see Yi Feng die in the ancient ruins, otherwise, wouldn't they be weak compared to Yi Feng? Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, with worried faces on their pretty faces, looked at the forest glade at the entrance of the ancient ruins, praying in their hearts. The sect seniors from Soul Realm, Tyrannosaurus World, Dawn World, and Yueyuan World finally discussed the preliminary countermeasures, and then gathered together and left, leaving only 1 or 2 people with good cultivation to observe the next situation of the ancient ruins. Seeing this, many murderers in the Dade world naturally led their team to leave, leaving no one behind. After the description of the vicious young man, they knew that there was no one worth waiting for in the ancient ruins, so they might as well leave early and prepare for the robbing of other worlds. After all, reincarnation-level treasures are not simple existences. If you can snatch reincarnation-level magic weapons from the Soul World and the World of Morning Light, it will be an excellent thing for the Dharma world. On the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. In the last hall leading to the 7th floor of the ruins, Yi Feng and Yu Yuan are resting. At this time, Princess Xuelong had an uncontrollable excitement on her pretty face. Just now, the two teamed up to deal with a guard beast with 1,800 years of cultivation, and it was extremely easy. The entrance to the 7th floor of the ruins, it's right in front of you. No one has ever been able to go to the 7th floor of the ruins, and Princess Xuelong couldn't help being excited. Just now in this hall, after the 1,800-year-old guard beast was beheaded by 2 people, a series of reincarnation-level pendant magic weapons appeared. This is a magic weapon for defense, and it also has a little power of time, so Yi Feng obtained it as a matter of course. The time pendant, when resisting the attack of other people's magic, can display a time barrier, and integrate a little time power into the protective barrier, thus greatly increasing the defense ability. To put it simply, Yi Feng, who possessed the time pendant and the wings of the magic crystal, even in the hands of an ordinary cultivator with a cultivation base of 2,200 years, can handle it with ease. Although he may not be able to kill the opponent, there will be danger. Of course, this only refers to the general situation, and does not include the situation where the opponent also has a reincarnation-level magic weapon. Now Yi Feng has a total of 4 reincarnation-level magic weapons. Except for the ruined flame sword that he is going to bring back to Xiaoyu, the other magic weapons are all for him to use by himself, raising his combat power to another unbelievable level. Below is the 7th floor of the ruins. This is a 7-color light ball. You can go. Yi Feng mobilized the power of the 7 lights in his body, condensed the 7-color light ball, and handed it to Princess Yueyuan. There is one thing I want to ask. Princess Xuelong took the 7-color light ball and looked at him in surprise. It seems that Mr. Yi has no idea of going down together? For some reason, I can't enter the 7th floor of the ruins, so after you go down, there is something I want to ask you. Yi Feng explained, since you are the first cultivator ever to enter the 7th floor of the ruins, after you enter it, the ancient ruins will automatically transfer you to a place called the Treasure House of the Ruins. First, you will arrive at the ruins, the 3rd floor of the treasury. Here, I would like to ask you to observe, if there is a power condensate similar to the breath of this scabbard. If there is, help me bring it out. Wait, you mean, you won't come down with me? Princess Yueyuan couldn't help interrupting Yi Feng's words. Yes, you go, I won't go. Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. Princess Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. Obviously, the current situation made her a little embarrassed. Going to the 7th floor of the ruins alone is obviously a dead end, but if she can really enter, the treasure house of the ruins alone is enough to make her she was jealous. However, Yi Feng said that when he reached the 3rd floor of the relic treasure house, he needed to find something for him. So, Princess Xuanhuan can't choose what she likes. For Yi Feng, who brought her here, Princess Xuelong would definitely listen to him. After all, without Yi Feng's words, she would not have been able to get the reincarnation level copper bell magic weapon. However, she wants to go down to the 7th floor of the ruins, but it is risky. She had no idea what was on the 7th floor of the ruins. What if something happened? I just haven't finished. At this time, Yi Feng said lightly, as the first cultivator ever to enter the 7th floor of the ruins, you can also be teleported to the 4th floor of the ruins after you choose my power condensate on the 3rd floor of the ruins. Level, pick a treasure of a higher level than immortal level. A higher level than the immortal level. Princess Xuelong fell into a daze all of a sudden. She comes from a first-class world. In her family dynasty, there is an immortal magic weapon guarding it. It is the strongest existence in this world. No one can match it, so it can protect the world. But now someone told her that there are stronger existences in this world than the immortal magic weapon. Subconsciously, Princess Xuelong didn't believe it, but seeing Yi Feng swearing, she also felt a little nervous. Shouldn't this be true? In any case, the front is indeed a portal leading to the 7th floor of the ruins. If you go in alone, at least in a short period of time, you will not encounter any danger. Okay, I'll go. Just to confirm what Yi Feng said, and to help Yi Feng, Princess Xuelong finally made a decision. Seeing that this girl made up her mind so quickly, Yi Feng felt a little surprised. Yi Feng couldn't help asking, you don't think about it too much? After all, this time is unusual and extraordinary. If you are not careful, you will encounter a situation that will never be restored. Don't think about it, I'll go. Princess Xuelong smiled slightly, her eyes were full of brilliance, her appearance was alluring. If you really want something from me, how can you lie to me about these situations? Haha, that's good. Yi Feng laughed loudly, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the ruins. After you obtain the treasures on the 3rd and 4th floors of the treasure house of the ruins, you may encounter other things. Of course, I can't tell right now. However, if there is really a condensate of the power of Nirvana, I hope you can come out of the entrance of the ruins and give it to me. This is what I need most. It's a deal. Princess Xuanhuan nodded heavily and stretched out her hand. Yi Feng also stretched out his hand and held her delicate little hand together, making a promise. With the 7-color light ball, Princess Xuanhuan walked towards the portal leading to the 7th floor of the ruins. After looking back for the last time, she finally stepped into the bright white light of the portal. Seeing Princess Xuanhuan's slender figure gradually disappearing from sight, Yi Feng stood up and prepared to leave the ancient ruins. Big guy, come with me, and take you out of this ruin. Yi Feng turned his head and looked at the flame skeleton dragon demon with a smile, directly condensed a 6-color light ball and threw it to the opponent, then picked a teleportation gate at random, and went to a passage through the power of heaven-level space. I choose to leave. With a thought in Yi Feng's mind, a bright white teleportation array finally appeared beside the passage. This is the easiest way for cultivators to leave the ancient ruins. As for the other halls on the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, Yi Feng would like to explore more. After all, they are not particularly dangerous, and there is still a chance to get more reincarnation-level magic weapons. It's a pity that the Qiyao ancient wood in his body is already urging him to leave quickly, lest Princess Xuelong enter the 7th floor of the ruins, and someone from the upper Qing Tian will find him, which would be bad. There is nothing wrong with Yi Feng, it's just that the 7 luminaries ancient wood doesn't want to be caught by the people of Shang Qingshan. Bright white brilliance flowed, Yifeng's figure disappeared from the ancient ruins, and finally appeared in the sky above the entrance of the ancient ruins after a while. Surrounded by towering green trees, many strong men from various higher worlds are waiting by the side, and faintly tyrannical auras radiate in the space, making the whole space seem to tense up. As soon as Yifeng's figure appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around, and all eyes were cast in his direction. It's Yifeng. Yue Chan and Zhang Xinyun had been paying attention to the field from beginning to end, and at this moment they burst out in surprise and flew up. Great, Yifeng is fine. The flaming figure transformed into the xuanhuan Shenlong watched from the side, and finally nodded with satisfaction. He really deserved to be a practitioner of the dragon sword inheritance, and did not disappoint him. As for whether something can be brought out from the ancient ruins, it is not important to the xuanhuan Shenlong. The important thing is that Yifeng's current cultivation has reached 600 years, which is nearly 2 times higher than when he entered the ancient ruins. Century. This is already a big improvement, not to mention staying in the ancient ruins for so long. It is impossible to say that Yifeng did not get any magic weapon. Lin Xuanqi stood under the shade of a tree, chatting with the other 11 ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. As soon as everyone saw Yifeng's figure appearing in the center, they immediately chattered. I didn't expect that Yi could come out alive. It's really not easy. So what if he comes out alive? He is definitely not as good as the 5 people who came out last time. Those 5 people have reached the 6th floor of the ancient ruins and obtained the reincarnation level magic weapon. That's right, just looking at Yifeng coming out alone, he can't reach such a deep place. After all, even if he has improved, he only has 600 years of cultivation at this time. Everyone was discussing, but Lin Xuanqi's face was not very good looking, and even the 2 maids behind him were a little trembling. Lin Xuanqi's complexion was not good-looking, and he might want to vent his anger on these 2 maids. Yifeng has stayed in the ancient ruins for so long, and he has improved his cultivation for 200 years. But he, Lin Xuanqi, was kicked out of the ancient ruins early on, and only got a few Taoist artifacts and a high-grade immortal artifact. As for his own cultivation base, he has only improved for a decade or so. Compared to Yifeng, the results he has achieved are vastly different. In addition to Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there are also several other directions, and many people look excited. Oh shit! A strong man with a beard got up from the shade of the tree in an instant, and flew towards Yifeng's place with his true energy. This person is the Prince Yukaishan of Yueyuan World. Stinky boy, where did you get my sister? Yu Qitian was still far away from Yifeng, so he yelled at him, waved 2 palms unceremoniously, and 2 incomparably sharp true energy swept towards Yifeng. His attack without warning surprised many people around him. Yu Qitian is in existence with a cultivation base of nearly 1,000 years, and he even reached the 6th floor in the ancient ruins, and obtained a reincarnation-level magic weapon. With such strength, he actually took action against a young man with 600 years of cultivation. Also, in what he said, he asked the young man, where did he take his sister? Could it be that Princess Yueyuan followed this young man away? No wonder Yu Qitian hasn't left yet, it seems that he is waiting for Princess Yuelong here. Seeing the true energy in Yu Qitian's 2 palms, the people around couldn't help admiring. He is indeed a young genius of the first-class world. Just 2 casual palms have such power, which is much stronger than some young geniuses in other worlds. Although the cultivation base is less than 1,000 years old, the 2 palms of Yu Qitian faintly reached the power of a 1,600-year cultivation base. It seems that the young man who just came out of the ancient ruins is going to be unlucky. And Yifeng's spiritual consciousness in the center suddenly felt 2 bursts of true energy attacking, his eyes were like lightning, and he was slightly angry. Those 2 bursts of true energy actually slammed into Yue Chan and Zhang Xinyun, who were flying over. If he didn't stop them, Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun would definitely die. These two palms only have the power of 1,600 years of cultivation. Yifeng didn't care, he directly held the xuanhuan sword, and a wave of zero returning sword energy swept out. Puff! Puff! A beam of zero returning sword energy collided with two strands of true energy in Yu Qitian's palms, instantly crushing each other, and then broke through the sky towards Yu Qitian himself. And Yifeng stepped forward to meet him, protecting Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun behind him. Yu Qitian, your sister went to the 7th floor of the ruins, she is doing very well. Yifeng snorted lightly and said, but what is your intention of doing this indiscriminately? Seeing that Yifeng defeated Yu Qitian's true energy easily, and said these words again, the audience was in an uproar. When Yifeng said these words, everyone around was shocked. Yu Qitian's younger sister went to the 7th floor of the ancient ruins? How can this be? You know, it has been tens of thousands of years since the day when the ancient ruins were discovered. For such a long time, no one can go to the 7th floor of the ancient ruins. Many cultivators can pass through the 6th floor of the ruins. As for Yu Qitian's younger sister, Princess Xuelong, who went to the 7th floor of the ancient ruins, they almost suspected that they heard it wrong, and then they realized that this kid named Yifeng must be teasing them. However, this guy with only 600 years of cultivation was able to defeat Yu Qitian's two palm chi at once. It seems that his strength is not bad, and he must have gained something in the ancient ruins. However, this kid is a member of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, even if he is a person from first-class worlds such as Xuanhuan World and Dade World. If he wants to move him, he has to think carefully, and other people don't have the guts. Huh? The flaming figure transformed into the xuanhuan Shenlong was at the side, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he could see the extraordinariness of Yifeng's counterattack this time. At this time, Yifeng's strength was beyond the level of 600 years of cultivation, and even surpassed the existence of 16 or 700 years of cultivation. This made xuanhuan Shenlong a little curious. What did Yifeng, this little bastard, experience in the ancient ruins? He glanced at Yu Qitian in Yueyuan World not far away, but didn't make a move immediately, but wanted to see how far Yifeng was now. And Yu Qitian saw that his two palm chi were easily defeated by Yifeng. He couldn't help being a little surprised. This kid actually has such strength? It's because I was too casual. It's not surprising that I was defeated by him with such two palms. Yu Qitian thought in his heart, but he had a slightly higher opinion of Yifeng, and didn't pay much attention to it. Hearing what Yifeng yelled, Yu Qitian snorted coldly, and said loudly, the 7th floor of the ancient ruins, are you kidding me? If my sister went to the 7th floor, why didn't you follow in? Ridiculous, tell me, what happened to my sister? She went to the 7th floor of the ruins, believe it or not. Yifeng chuckled, took Yuechan and Zhang Xingyun's slender hands, turned around and left. Seeing his attitude, Yu Qitian couldn't help being furious, but seeing that Yifeng was heading towards the gathering place of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, he couldn't help calming down. Although he is a person from the first-class world and the prince of the first-class Xueyuan dynasty, Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is not easy to mess with. Dragon Sword Realm is only a second-class world, but the overall strength of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is no less than those sects in the first-class world. It's just that the entire world of Dragon Sword Realm, and only Dragon Sword Immortal Palace has reached the level of a first-class world, so this world cannot be promoted to a first-class world. However, although Yueyuan World is a first-class world, many sects in it are not monolithic, and the strength of Yueyuan dynasty is not much stronger than that of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Yu Qitian restrained the pace of catching up, but flew up, looked towards the direction of the people of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and said loudly, I will wait for my sister here. If she still dies after 3 months, if it doesn't appear, our Yueyuan dynasty will be at odds with your Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Haha, Prince Yuqitian is really bold. Yifeng laughed, and then snorted coldly, however, there are many risks in the ancient ruins. How can it be smooth sailing? Even if Ling Mei encountered something on the 7th floor of the ruins, what does it have to do with me? Just blame it on me. I'm afraid, is it wrong? Stop talking nonsense, I'll just wait here. Yu Qitian snorted, and casually found a shade tree beside him to sit down and rest, keeping his eyes on Yifeng's direction all the time, as if he was afraid that he would run away. In fact, if Yifeng wanted to leave, Yu Qitian couldn't stop him at all, but now Yifeng had to wait for Princess Xuanhuan to come out, so he was not in a hurry to leave. He took the two daughters back to where everyone in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace was. How? The flame figure of the xuanhuan Shenlong didn't move, but the consciousness came to ask about the situation. The situation is good. I have obtained 4 reincarnation-level magic weapons. In addition, I am here waiting for Princess Xuanhuan to come out from the 7th floor. She should bring me another treasure. Yifeng answered truthfully. Oh? There was a trace of surprise in the eyes of xuanhuan Shenlong, and then there was a look of appreciation. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. It seems that I still underestimate you. Senior won the prize, I'm just lucky. Yifeng smiled lightly, and glanced at Lin Xuanqi, who was behind the xuanhuan Shenlong. This guy still hasn't reached 500 years of cultivation. It seems that he didn't get much from the ancient ruins, and he didn't even go down to the next few floors. You must know the treasures of heaven and earth in the back. 10 years of cultivation. It must be a matter of luck. Lin Xuanqi muttered behind him. He didn't hear what Yifeng said. He got 4 reincarnation-level magic weapons, but he just felt that Yifeng stayed in the ancient ruins for so long, more or less he would encounter some adventures and get more rewards than him thing. If you let him know that what Yifeng got was actually 4 reincarnation-level magic weapons, then he must have wanted to die. He is also a practitioner of Dragon Sword inheritance. Why is there such a big gap between him and Yifeng? Hearing Lin Xuanqi's muttering, xuanhuan Shenlong didn't give an explanation, but secretly shook his head. Compared with Yifeng, Lin Xuanqi's gap is not small. How much he can advance in the ancient ruins is not just a matter of luck. Yifeng was able to obtain 4 reincarnation-level magic weapons, which is unprecedented in the entire world. Being able to achieve such an achievement is definitely not something that can be achieved by luck alone. Regarding more matters, xuanhuan Shenlong didn't ask any more questions, but just glanced at Yifeng's nirvana scabbard hanging on his waist, with a curious look in his eyes. Obviously, even at the level of the xuanhuan Shenlong, they are all curious about this magic weapon, whose main body is immortal. It contained a strong power of extinction, which made the xuanhuan Shenlong feel a little palpitating. If it wasn't for its cultivation being much higher than Yifeng's, it might start to get nervous. Among the 5 young practitioners who came out first, only Yu Qitian stayed here to wait for his sister. The other Sha Xing, Ba Outyan and others had already left. Under the shade of the tree, Yu Qitian stared at Yifeng firmly, not letting go of his slightest movement. Of course he also noticed the nirvana scabbard on Yifeng's waist. He felt awe-inspiring, but he didn't take it too seriously. Reincarnation-level magic weapon, he also has it. If something happens to my sister, I will definitely take your life. Yu Qitian thought bitterly. For Yu Qitian, his sister Yueyuan has been held in the palm of his hand since he was a child. With Yueyuan's talent, as long as there are no accidents, it will be a matter of time before he becomes a fairy in a few years. But now, Yueyuan followed Yifeng, but disappeared in the ancient ruins. When Yifeng stopped among the crowd of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, he didn't go to observe the situation of Lin Xuanqi and other ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, but directly pulled Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun to the side to whisper. But at this moment, all eyes were on Yifeng. Seeing the 2 beautiful women beside him, they knew that this guy must be a practitioner of the Dragon Sword inheritance, and the 2 beside him were his maids. It seems that this young man will definitely stir up the whole world in the near future. Even Yu Qiqian didn't seem to take it seriously, and he seemed to have such a mysterious relationship with Princess Yuan, which made people's imagination run wild. Suddenly, a white light flashed over the ancient ruins again, and the power of heaven-level space flashed again. Everyone's eyes were focused on the past, but after a while, they were taken aback. What, it turned out to be a fierce beast? Suddenly, a bone dragon with flames all over its body appeared at the entrance of the ancient ruins. It seemed to be looking around suspiciously, and then a little excitement flashed in its cold eyes. The flame skeleton dragon demon came out. Yi Feng could tell at a glance that the flame skeletal dragon demon was finally excited because he had left the ancient ruins and regained his freedom. This is probably more worthy of celebration than it found Yi Feng, a cultivator with the power of real fire. However, this 1,500-year-old flame skeletal dragon demon immediately felt a strong crisis, because it suddenly discovered that there was a large group of unfathomable and powerful practitioners around this place, and some of them had even matured. The existence of immortals. The flame skeletal dragon demon glanced around, finally found where Yi Feng was, and quickly flew towards him, attracting the attention of the surrounding practitioners. Is this fierce beast related to the young man who just came out of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace? There are so many strong men with profound cultivation around, and Yi Feng is in front of the terrifying xuanhuan Shenlong, so the flame skeleton dragon demon dare not make any mistakes, and even crawled to Yi Feng's side slightly, obediently squat down. This guy, is he so obedient? Seeing this, Yi Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be a bullying thing, but he was right after thinking about it. Yi Feng can defeat the flame skeleton dragon demon with a cultivation base of 1,500 years, let alone it is said that there are so many tyrannical practitioners present. When Princess Yuan appears from the 7th floor of the ruins, I can try to subdue this big guy. Rather than saying that Yi Feng is confident in his own strength, it is better to say that he is confident in several reincarnation-level magic weapons such as the Nirvana sword scabbard. With these magic weapons, Yi Feng's combat power can be improved, otherwise, relying on his own strength alone, he still cannot fight. Confront Yu Qiqian. With Yi Feng's full strength now, beheading Yu Qiqian is as easy as chopping vegetables. After all, Yi Feng can display the power of 1,800 years of cultivation, while Yu Qiqian has more than 1,600 years of cultivation. With a difference of 200 years of cultivation, that power is a world of difference. Yu Qiqian didn't dare to move in the middle of the field, so the others naturally wouldn't make any moves, they just whispered in secret, discussing the current situation. Yi Feng communicated with Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, and knew that the two girls had been waiting beside the xuanhuan Shenlong since they came out. During this period, there was nothing else except waves of practitioners appearing from the ancient ruins. Something special happens. Yi Feng started to practice, and by the way comprehend the power of Qi Yao in the cultivation body. Of course, the priority is to comprehend the power of real fire and the power of nirvana. Time passed day by day amidst the confrontation between the crowd, and with each passing day, Yu Qiqian became more angry at Yi Feng. And Yi Feng was also a little strange. If Princess Yuan just went to the 7th floor of the ruins, entered the 3rd and 4th floors of the treasure house of the ruins to pick 2 magic weapons, wouldn't it be so slow? A month has passed by in a hurry. Yi Feng, how do you explain now? Yu Qiqian's anger finally endured to the extreme. Even with the presence of the mysterious fire dragon, he couldn't stop him from questioning Yi Feng. Young man, don't bully people too much. A faint sentence of consciousness from xuanhuan Shenlong came out, like the sound of bells, drums, and thunder, making Yu Qiqian stunned on the spot. After a full 3 seconds, Yu Qiqian finally came to his senses, sweat dripping from his forehead, but this guy is determined, and he won't be scared off by the xuanhuan Shenlong. Yi Feng, if my sister doesn't come out, I will kill you. Yu Qiqian roared, don't hide behind the elders of the sect, stand up if you have the guts, let's fight to the death. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. Yi Feng stood up. It's not his style to fight cowardly, since the opponent is chasing after him, then Yi Feng doesn't mind giving this guy some flair. Swish! Yi Feng moved and reached the center of the field. To deal with Yu Qitian, although Yi Feng's cultivation level is almost low, but he has the power of Qi Yao, plus the profound mystery of zeroing sword energy. As long as he uses a nirvana scabbard, it is enough to defeat him. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't back down, but stood up instead, Yu Qitian was overjoyed. This kid is courting death. If Yi Feng hid behind the xuanhuan Shenlong, then Yu Qitian would have nothing to do, but now that Yi Feng stood up by himself, he would be seeking his own death. Yu Qitian condensed his true energy instantly in his hands, and took out a huge and incomparably long knife from the storage space. This long knife, the handle alone is more than 3 meters long, longer than Yu Qitian's whole body, and the blade is the same size as a human being. Added together, the total length is astonishingly 6 meters. This is a magic weapon of the reincarnation level, which is exactly what Yu Qitian got from the 6th floor of the ancient ruins. Moon-killing sword Meng! Yu Qitian yelled, and slashed straight down with his saber. A blade with a power of 1,650 years of cultivation came towards Yi Feng violently. Keeping swordsmanship. Without any hesitation, Yi Feng stretched the scabbard of nirvana in his hand, layers of jet-black barriers of sword energy condensed in front of him, and unexpectedly easily blocked Yu Qitian's Yu slaughter blade light. Wow! Everyone around was shocked when they saw this. This practitioner of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace actually withstood Yu Qitian's attack again with his 600-year cultivation base? If Yi Feng resisted Yu Qitian's carelessness the first time, then this time, it was definitely a manifestation of Yi Feng's own true strength. It's pretty good. The corners of Yu Qitian's mouth curled up, and his unshaven appearance seemed to be full of fighting spirit. For him, an opponent without strength would only make people unappetizing, but Yi Feng was very in line with his expectations. Only the stronger the fighting power can arouse his desire to fight. Whoa! Swinging the long knife, 3 consecutive moon-killing blade lights swept towards Yi Feng, and then Yu Qitian condensed the power of stimulating space to surround Yi Feng's area. The fiery figure in the form of the xuanhuan Shenlong didn't try to stop it, but watched calmly from the side. As for the other ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace and Lin Xuanqi, they looked at the direction of the two people's battle expectantly. They wanted to see how Yi Feng, who had stayed in the ancient ruins for so long, could survive Yuan World Prince's subordinates. Took a few tricks. Swish! Without any hesitation, Yi Feng also condensed the power of mysterious space, and integrated the power of time in his body, turning it into a sharp blade. Although he can't use the power of time to control time, but the level of the mysterious space power integrated with the power of time is much higher than the mysterious space power condensed by Yu Qitian. This sharp blade broke through Yu Qitian's space force barrier in an instant, and then Yi Feng's figure flashed, and he easily dodged the 3 Yu Qitian's Yu-killing Dao lights. Yu Qitian was a little surprised when he saw this, but he didn't expect that the kid in front of him had a higher level of space power than him, which meant that this kid's cultivation talent was much stronger than him. If they could become friends, Yu Qitian would be very happy, but it's a pity that this kid abducted Princess Yuan, and now that Princess Yuan is missing, she might be used by this kid and fall into the ancient ruins. Thinking of this, Yu Qitian felt even more angry. The reincarnation-level giant long knife in his hand suddenly danced, and the light of the Yu-killing knife swept towards the surroundings like a whirlwind. This move was an indiscriminate attack, and the mysterious power was condensed from the reincarnation-level giant long knife, which circulated wantonly in the surrounding space, causing some practitioners with relatively low cultivation levels to retreat involuntarily. They were afraid that if they stayed near this area, they would be affected by the fish in the pond. And Yi Feng was the first to bear the brunt of this whirlwind of moon-killing saber light. Bleeding Tooth Pendant. Seeing this, Yifeng took out this low-grade immortal artifact without hesitation, activated the bloodthirsty power hidden in it, and Yifeng's entire strength instantly increased to the level of 50 years of cultivation. Immediately afterwards, he waved the scabbard of Nirvana in his hand, with brilliant swordsmanship. The world is useless. Dragon Sword Ju, keep swordsmanship. Yifeng used 2 defensive sword techniques one after another, and saw layers of pitch-black sword energy barriers condensed around his body, blocking the surrounding moon-killing sword glows. It's my turn to do it next. The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, and the wings of magic crystal flashed behind him in an instant. The tyrannical sky-level space power surged out, allowing Yifeng to break through the space in the blink of an eye, and came to the back of Yu Qitian in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng put away the wings of the magic crystal, and then concentrated the power of Nirvana on the Nirvana scabbard in his hand, and a zero-returning sword energy attacked Yu Qitian from behind. What? Yu Qitian didn't have time to react at all. How did Yifeng break through the space so quickly and come behind him? The speed at which Yifeng used the magic crystal wings just now was really too fast, so fast that some other cultivators who had been cultivating for 10,000 years to become immortals could not see it. The reincarnation-level magic weapon, the magic crystal wing, incorporates the power of heaven-level space. Even the existence of 10,000 years of immortality is rarely able to comprehend. But the condensing speed of guiling sword energy was too fast. Yu Qitian didn't have time to react at all. Only at this moment, Yu Qitian had only time to block it with the giant saber of reincarnation level in his hand, and the pitch-black Nirvana sword energy was like a broken bamboo, knocking out Yu Qitian's entire sturdy body, turning heavily in the air 2 laps and then hit the ground dusty. Destroy the enemy with one sword. The entire arena was silent. No one knew that Yifeng, a young man with only 600 years of cultivation, was able to defeat Yu Qitian with a single strike. Even the flaming figure of the xuanhuan showed a hint of shock in his eyes. It seems that Yifeng indeed obtained 4 reincarnation-level magic weapons in the ancient ruins. The pair of black wings just now should be another reincarnation-level magic weapon, right? It actually contains the power of the sky-level space. You must know that even the current xuanhuan has only just comprehended the power of the sky-level space. Young Master Ye's strength has progressed rapidly. I never thought he could reach such a level. Surprised by the side, Yuechan discussed with Zhang Xinyun. Well, but he has been improving very fast. I still remember when I first met him, he was still at Yanqing University. Zhang Xinyun's clear eyes flashed with longing. From the time she met Yifeng to the present, Yifeng's strength has been increasing rapidly, and she will never be able to catch up. When Yifeng was able to defeat Yu Qitian with a single sword, Zhang Xinyun was still only able to deal with a guy with a cultivation base of less than 1,000 years. It seems that the advantages of innate ghosts and spirits are still not as good as geniuses. Zhang Xinyun sighed slightly, but her eyes were full of joy. After all, the stronger Yifeng was, the better it was for her. As for the other ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Lin Xuanqi, and his 2 maids, they obviously didn't think so. The ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace are better. They just feel that Yifeng is indeed worthy of being a trainer of Dragon Sword inheritance. This is the level of Dragon Sword Master, well-deserved reputation. The scene in front of them made these Dragon Sword Immortal Palace disciples feel a little admiration for Yifeng. Don't say it's time for 600 years of cultivation like Yifeng. Even if each of them has nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, they can't compare with Yu Qitian at all. Yifeng just defeated the enemy with a single sword, and he undoubtedly became the idol of these ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. As for Lin Xuanqi, he was very upset. He is also a practitioner of Dragon Sword inheritance. Why is there such a big gap between him and Yifeng? Such good luck. Lin Xuanqi was dissatisfied, and felt that Yifeng's current strength was mostly due to luck. And in the next 4 training sessions, Lin Xuanqi will definitely do better than Yi Feng. Of course, it is not certain whether what he thinks will come true. Yi Feng didn't take Lin Xuanqi seriously anymore. The gap between the current Lin Xuanqi and him was too great. However, Yi Feng did not ignore the other party. After all, the other party may also increase their strength instantly because of a series of adventures. Snort. Yu Qiqian was smashed by Yi Feng's sword, dragged to the ground and dust flew up. Shock flashed on his face. He couldn't help but snorted coldly. The dignified prince, who has obtained a lot of training resources in the world, can't beat a trainee who inherits from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Doesn't this mean that Dragon Sword Immortal Palace's ability to cultivate the next generation is stronger than Yueyuan World? Yu Qiqian's personal face is even more embarrassing. You boy, very good. Yu Qiqian did not provoke Yi Feng anymore, but directly admitted defeat. You are strong, no wonder you can break into the 6th floor of the ruins alone, but you killed my sister. This matter will not end. Soon my father will be here, and you are ready to give him an explanation. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was in an uproar. Yu Qiqian's father is coming. Oh my god, the strongest person in the Yueyuan world will appear in front of them? This is not a dream. But thinking about it, even Princess Yueyuan seems to have been lost by that Yi Feng in the ancient ruins, so it's normal for the world's strongest Yueyuan to appear. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Feng in the field with pitiful eyes. At the gathering place of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, even the xuanhuan Shenlong frowned. The strongest person in the Yueyuan world is Yu Qiqian's father, who is titled Emperor Jinyue. His cultivation base is dozens of times higher than that of the xuanhuan Shenlong, and the words of the xuanhuan Shenlong alone will definitely not be able to withstand Emperor Jinyue. If you want to compete with Emperor Jinyue, the current Dragon Sword Immortal Palace only has the Dragon Sword heirs from the previous generation. It's a pity that the descendant of the Dragon Sword from the previous generation is now missing, and it is impossible to come to the rescue, not to mention that guy has a weird temper. Even if he knew the situation here, he might not be willing to come to help. Yi Feng, this son, must not be captured by Emperor Jinyue. The xuanhuan Shenlong made up his mind and secretly sent a signal towards the interior of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. As for who will be sent to help, xuanhuan Shenlong doesn't know, but what is certain is that Yi Feng can get 4 reincarnation-level magic weapons in the ancient ruins, and the elders of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace will definitely not sit idly by. But at this time, Yi Feng had already returned to the side of xuanhuan Shenlong. Senior Xuanhua, is Yu Qiqian's father very strong? Yi Feng asked immediately. Much stronger than me. Xuanhua Shenlong said solemnly. This is difficult. Yi Feng also fell into deep thought. In the ancient ruins, he really didn't expect to encounter such a situation after coming out, and it would be so troublesome. I don't know where Princess Yueyuan is now. Could it be that he was taken away by someone and went to Shangqingshan? If this is the case, then it will be troublesome. Yi Feng has no solution to the current situation. He can only pin his hopes on Princess Yuelong, who may appear. If Princess Yueyuan does not show up in the end, it is still a question whether Dragon Sword Immortal Palace can resist the Emperor Jinyue. Emperor Jinyue is now more than 1,000 years old, and finally has a son and a daughter, and they are all pampered like treasures. Now that Princess Yueyuan has disappeared in the ancient ruins, she must be furious. Isn't that right? I think the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace might be in trouble this time. That kid named Yi Feng really caused trouble. This kid, it's not good to provoke anyone, but he actually went to provoke Princess Yuelong. He deserves to be unlucky. But don't forget, the power of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace should not be underestimated. If Emperor Jinyue wants to move them, he has to weigh it carefully. Hey, what a good show. Practitioners from all over the world are talking about it. Compared with the strength of the Yueyuan dynasty and the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, even if they are stronger, they are not much stronger. If the background of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is added, it is even more likely that it will be slightly better than Yuan Dynasty. After all, in history, Dragon Sword Immortal Palace has produced many strong men who are astonishing in the past. The overall strength of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is not obvious because of the small number of people. The total number of people in the Yuan Dynasty reached hundreds of billions, and the overall strength is naturally much stronger than that of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace with only tens of thousands of people. But in terms of individual strength, apart from Emperor Xuanhuan this time, there are really few who can compare with the successors of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. It's a pity that the real strongmen of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace have died, injured, or disappeared, so that the overall strength of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is not that strong. Are you sure that Princess Yuan went to the 7th floor of the ruins? Xuanhuan asked Yi Feng. Of course I'm sure. I could go by myself, but for some reason, I couldn't, so I let her go. Yi Feng explained briefly. He didn't lie, and of course he didn't tell the matter about Qiao Gumu, it was his own secret after all. What's more, Qiao Ancient Wood will definitely not allow Yi Feng to reveal its existence. Xuanhuan nodded. Since Yi Feng is so sure that Yuan went to the 7th floor of the ancient ruins, then he will have something to rely on when negotiating with Emperor Xuanhuan. What's more, the ancient ruins are places where people are easy to die. Even if Yuan was killed in it, there is actually no one to blame. However, Emperor Xuanhuan was extremely defensive, and reasoning might not be very effective. Just when Xuanhuan was thinking, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, and then a burst of ancient and tyrannical oppression enveloped the audience. It is the authentic power of heaven-level space. Especially on the side of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Yi Feng, Yue Chan, Zhang Xinyun and others were almost oppressed and couldn't breathe. Fortunately, the xuanhuan tried its best to protect them, which relieved their pressure, but they couldn't completely resist the opponent's aura. Emperor Xuanhuan's cultivation has improved again. Xuanhuan was shocked. Tens of years ago, when it met Emperor Xuanhuan, the other party did not have such a pure power of the sky-level space behind him, but now, he has cultivated the power of the sky-level space to perfection and reached the pinnacle. Who bullied me, Yuan Dynasty? A loud shout came down from the sky, shaking everyone's ears numb, and then a burly figure broke through the void and walked domineeringly. It was a majestic man in a purple-gold silk robe, 2 meters tall, with a serious and calm face. A ring shining bright white moonlight on his hand instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the arena. That is the magic weapon passed down from generation to generation in the Yuan Dynasty that surpasses the immortal level, the Scar of the Moon. In this world, there are not many magic weapons that surpass the immortal level. The Scar of the Moon is one of them. It is because of this that the Moon Dynasty can guarantee its dominance in the first-class world of the Moon. Emperor Xuanhuan's cultivation is also unfathomable. He has comprehended the power of space to the extreme, and I am afraid that he has comprehended the power of time to an extremely profound level. As soon as Emperor Xuanhuan appeared on the stage, the moonlight shrouded his body around him, which aroused heated discussions among all the practitioners around him. As expected of the top powerhouse in this world, he shocked the audience as soon as he appeared on the stage. But he didn't last long. The surrounding sky-level space power flashed again, and the space in front of Emperor Xuanhuan distorted. After a while, the space power shrank, and an old figure appeared around. Elder Dry Sword. The xuanhuan immediately saluted behind him, and the figure formed by the flames bent down and bowed. Elder Dry Sword? Yi Feng raised his head and stared at the old figure that appeared in front of Emperor Xuanhuan, and found that it was a white-haired old man with his eyes closed, a snow-white scabbard hanging from his waist, and a white robe floating in the air. As soon as this old man appeared, his surroundings immediately seemed to be plunged into a world of ice and snow, which invisibly offset Emperor Xuanhuan's aura. Old man Kujian, how dare you stop me? Emperor Jinyue's thick eyebrows twitched. He raised his right hand wearing the scar of the crescent moon, and pointed at Elder Kujian. Elder Kujian didn't speak, his eyes were tightly closed, but his figure was like an iceberg standing in front of Emperor Jinyue. At this moment, in Yifeng's eyes, Elder Kujian's figure was like an indestructible iceberg, resisting the astonishing Emperor Jinyue for him. In the arena, two invisible auras collided together, completely distorting the space between Emperor Jinyue and Elder Kujian. The strongest existence in Xia Qingshan appeared in front of Yifeng at this time. Too strong. The flaming figure transformed from the xuanhuan side with emotion. Even for an existence like it that has already become a fairy, the cultivation of Emperor Jinyue and Elder Kujian still make it unattainable. How many years of cultivation do they have? Yifeng couldn't help sending out his divine thoughts, and asked the xuanhuan. 100,000 years of cultivation is the realm of the immortal king. Xuanhuan answered with yearning. 100,000 years of cultivation. Yifeng was taken aback by this number. It turns out that on top of the 10,000-year immortal realm, there is also the 100,000-year immortal king realm, and the immortal king realm is considered to be the strongest existence in Xia Qingshan. In the arena, Emperor Jinyue and Elder Kujian's cultivation bases were almost the same, but there was still a huge gap between the two sides. That is, Emperor Jinyue was wearing a magic weapon that surpassed the immortal level, the scar of the crescent moon. And around the waist of Elder Kujian, there is only an ordinary scabbard that is not even an immortal magic weapon. At most, it can be regarded as a middle-grade or high-grade fairy artifact. Compared with the scar of the crescent moon, the gap is too far. There is only one magic weapon beyond the immortal level in the entire dragon sword inheritance, and that is the ancient dragon sword, which is also the foundation of the dragon sword immortal palace. It's just that the ancient dragon sword has its own powerful consciousness, and even those who have been in charge of the dragon sword in the past can only be said to be used by the dragon sword, not by the dragon sword. This is different from the scar of the crescent moon. No one knows the origin of the ancient dragon sword, but there is no doubt that such a huge sect power in the dragon sword immortal palace is inherited by the ancient dragon sword. In the current situation, the ancient dragon sword has not appeared, and no one knows when the dragon sword will appear. Old man Kujian, get out of the way, that kid is just one of you who has experienced it, and has not yet become the master of the dragon sword. Why bother to tear yourself apart for him? As soon as Emperor Jinyue spoke, the entire space began to tremble, making all the practitioners around tremble with fear, as if just one word from him could kill everyone around him. Elder Kujian's white hair and white robe fluttered, his figure didn't move at all, and he didn't say a word, but there was a bit of chill from the scabbard around his waist, offsetting the tyrannical aura exuded by Emperor Jinyue. Elder Kujian not only protected the people of Longjian Immortal Palace behind him, but also separated Emperor Jinyue from everyone else, protecting all the practitioners present. His silence made Emperor Jinyue very unhappy, very unhappy. With a movement of Emperor Jinyue's burly body, the scar of the moon in his hand instantly emitted an incomparably strange light, condensed into a sword light, and swept towards Elder Kujian. Exercising swordsmanship in front of the people of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, overestimate one's abilities. The xuanhuan chuckled behind him. Then, I saw the scabbard floating from Elder Kujian's waist, circled twice in midair, and then the snow-white sword energy burst out, enveloping the light of the sword energy from the scar of the moon. After the bang, the sword energy from both sides disappeared. Elder Kujian remained motionless, but Emperor Jinyue took 3 big steps back. In this duel, Elder Kujian won the battle. Snort. Emperor Jinyue snorted coldly, and didn't care. The scar of the moon continued to condense the strange bright moonlight, and in an instant, 3 moonlight sword auras swept towards Elder Kujian. Elder Kujian still didn't make any moves, but facing 3 sword chis attacking at the same time, he seemed a bit unable to resist. Snow-white sword energy condensed from the scabbard around his waist, like a wind and snow, drifting out in an instant, engulfing two of the moonlight sword energy in it, followed by a blast, shattering the two moonlight sword energy. Immediately, the remaining beam of moonlight sword chi was close at hand, attacking the face of Elder Kujian. Jia jia. Jia jia. Suddenly, a gloomy smile seemed to come out from the endless void, followed by a burst of deep demonic energy emerging from the void, instantly surrounding that beam of moonlight sword energy. This scene made the Elder Kujian's old face slightly surprised. I don't know who appeared to help him. Who is so bold, dare to stop me, Emperor Xingyue? Emperor Xingyue was furious, feeling that all three of his moonlight sword chi had been defeated, knowing that this time he might not be facing only the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace as an enemy. Emperor Xingyue, do you still remember me? Jia jia. A strange and gloomy voice spread, and then a pupil with billowing devilish energy suddenly broke into the field and floated above the Elder Kujian. Myriad World Demon Eyes. Yi Feng, who was behind, was stunned when he saw this, and then he was startled. It turned out that the Myriad Realms Demon Eye, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, had arrived. Unexpectedly, the Myriad Realms demon pupils would be at the same level as Elder Kujian and Emperor Xingyue. Could it be that the body of the Myriad Realms demon pupils has reached the level of 100,000 years of cultivation? Yi Feng didn't know, he knew too little about the Myriad Realms Demon Eye. So it's the ghost-faced demon lord. Emperor Xingyue recognized the person coming, and couldn't help squinting his eyes. I have already felt that part of you has escaped, but now you still have only one pupil free. What can I do? Even if there is only one pupil, so what? Myriad Realm Demon Eye Jia Jia laughed loudly. As long as your plan can be ruined, I will be very happy. Joining forces with the strong people of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is really a joyful body and mind. The people of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace would not cooperate with a villain like you. Come, let me catch you first. Emperor Xingyue glanced at Elder Kujian at the side. Without thinking too much, he casually moved the mark of the moon in his hand, and the bright moonlight swept towards the magic pupil of 10,000 realms shrouded in black energy. Snort. Elder Kujian seemed to snort softly from the bottom of his heart, but silently let everyone in the field feel his slight anger. Immediately afterwards, the snow-white scabbard around Elder Kujian's waist condensed snow-white sword energy, which turned into layers of sword energy barriers, protecting the magic pupil of the world. The main body of the Myriad Realms Demon Eye is the ghost-faced demon lord. Although the ghost-faced demon lord is very strong, he only has one eye pupil right now, so he will definitely not be able to withstand the attack of Emperor Xingyue. Since Myriad Realms Demon Eye helped Elder Kujian would naturally reciprocate. Okay, you guys really teamed up. Emperor Xingyue laughed back in anger, and the scar of the crescent moon radiated more and more bright moonlight. At the same time, the space around the field began to distort continuously. One after another the space passages appeared, and one after another, the powerful people in the realm of immortality appeared from them. Yueyuan world unexpectedly came out in full force. In an instant, thousands of powerful and terrifying beings surrounded the entire field, and even the space was completely sealed off. None of you can escape. Emperor Xingyue roared angrily. The disappearance of his daughter made him hysterical. The powerhouses of the Yueyuan world came out in full force, and the face of the xuanhuan Shenlong suddenly became dignified. This is terrible. I didn't expect Emperor Xingyue to be so shameless that he would recruit thousands of experts from the realm of immortals. Not only xuanhuan Shenlong, but also other experts in the field, even those who are in the realm of becoming immortals, their faces changed drastically. Under the current situation, if Emperor Xingyue is upset, they will all be buried here. How to take revenge in the future is a matter for the future, but these people are now in great danger. Who would have thought that such a big mess would be caused because of the princess being married for a month? Thousands of strong men in the realm of immortals, all of whom have cultivated for more than 10,000 years, covered the sky and covered the earth, surrounding the entire dense forest at the entrance of the ancient ruins. Hey! What a big scene! In Yifeng's body, Qiao Gumu smiled coldly. In Shangqingshan, any small sect has such power. It's a shame to be besieged by such a weak sect in Qingshan. Come on, what are you going to do now? Yifeng was quite dissatisfied with the fact that Qiao Ancient Wood was still bragging about the superiority of Shangqingshan, so he stopped it from continuing, and instead asked if it had any solutions. No, either you are arrested, or you can only wait for that little princess to come out obediently. Qiao Gumu refused to show up, and even if he did, it wouldn't be able to do anything against Emperor Xingyue. At this time, the flame skeletal dragon demon crawling behind Yifeng did not show any more fearful expression, but instead seemed a little angry because he felt the hostility from the people in Yueyuan world. The flame skeletal dragon demon is ready to go. Once it fights, it will definitely fight those people desperately. Originally a ferocious beast from the heavens, the flame skeletal dragon demon was used to strong people, and even his parents were stronger than Emperor Xingyue. How could it be afraid of these fairyland guys in front of it? At best, you can fight to the death, but you can't surrender. The fierce gleam in the eyes of the flame skeleton dragon demon made Yifeng quite emotional. It seems that this beast is still very fierce. If you want to subdue it, you can only rely on the power of real fire, otherwise don't let it have no compromise. Elder, why don't we hand over Yifeng, so we can keep the piece of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace? At this time, an ordinary disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace couldn't stand the coercion of the immortal realm all over the sky. You must know that these ordinary disciples have not even reached the 1,000-year cultivation level, let alone face the existence of the 10,000-year immortal realm. That's right. For Yifeng, it's not worth fighting against a powerful force like the Yueyuan dynasty. That's right, it's too irrational to cause trouble. I suggest handing Yifeng over. Shut up. Xuanhuan Shenlong's expression turned cold, and he scolded extremely seriously. Our Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, why did we need to abandon our disciples to keep our peace? He coldly observed the few people who just made suggestions, and knew that the achievements of those people in the future of cultivation had stopped here. After reaching the 1,000-year cultivation base, the most important thing to advance to become an existence in the Tao realm is to cultivate the state of mind. With humiliation and stains on the mind, it will be very difficult to improve the Tao realm. No matter how talented and evil, the achievements are very limited. Those people immediately lowered their heads, but they were not angry in their hearts. If ordinary disciples like them offended Emperor Xingyue, Elder Kujian probably wouldn't show up. Let's fight against the entire Yueyuan dynasty. However, these few people have never thought about it. With their abilities, why do they need Emperor Xingyue to take action? As early as the beginning, Yu Qitian had dealt with them. When Yifeng and Yu Qitian were fighting, Elder Kujian and Xuanhuan Shenlong didn't help. It all depended on Yifeng's own strength. Yifeng, take the initiative to come with me. I can ask my father to be magnanimous and spare your life, otherwise you will die. Yu Qitian came out not far behind Emperor Xingyue, pointed at Yifeng and shouted, not only that, even the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace will be implicated by you, falling into fire and water. Can you bear it? Master Yi. Yuechan stood behind Yifeng. Her expression was not very good. No one can face this situation with a good face. Except Yifeng. Then let's go with you. Yifeng said lightly, Yuechan, Xiaozhang, you stay here, don't tell your family what happened here. The two women nodded silently. If Yifeng wanted to leave, they couldn't stop him. However, just as Yifeng took a step, the flaming arms of the Xuanhuan Shenlong came across. Don't be impulsive, we are here for everything. Following these words, the space began to distort again in the outer circle of those immortal realm powerhouses of the Yueyuan dynasty, and one after another, the powerhouses of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace appeared one after another. Although the number of people in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is not comparable to that of Yuan Dynasty, the average strength of each person is much stronger than that of Yuan Dynasty. In the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, 100 people appeared, instantly crushing the aura of thousands of people from the Yuan Dynasty. These 100 people have different forms, and there are even many incarnations, like the xuanhuan Shenlong. They are the maids of the dragon sword successors of the past, and the souls of the dragons transformed from 3 souls and 7 souls. Compared with the thousands of immortal realm powerhouses in the Yuan Dynasty who were dressed in exactly the same attire, each of the 100 people in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace has tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Like xuanhuan Shenlong, it is not comparable to those young people who have just entered the realm of immortals. Very good, Elder Kujian, you are determined to oppose our Moon Dynasty. Emperor Xingyue laughed wildly. I haven't seen such a big battle for a long time. Since you Dragon Sword Immortal Palace are uncompromising, let's speak with strength. Elder Kujian didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, only his white hair and white robe fluttered, and the white scabbard around his waist was dotted with his lonely figure. Everyone on both sides stared at each other with glaring eyes, and the situation was tense. However, just when everyone thought that a bloody battle was about to begin, an orange light suddenly lit up at the entrance of the ancient ruins nearby. It's the power of time. In Yifeng's body, Qiao Gumu instantly realized the power represented by that ray of light. However, other people on the field did not have such insights. They stared at the entrance of the ancient ruins one by one, and were a little puzzled by the sudden vision. What is that orange glow? Immediately afterwards, before everyone else could react, a burst of holy and terrifying power descended on the audience in an instant, and the orange light of the power of time in the center was even more dazzling, instantly covering the entire dense forest near the entrance of the ancient ruins. It's the people from Shangqingshan who have come. Qiao Gumu turned pale with shock, and then his breath gathered, and he fell into complete silence. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. The people from Shangqingshan have come? Could this have something to do with Princess Yuan going to the 7th floor of the ruins? Sensing the aura of the person from the Shangqing heaven, the Qiao ancient wood in Yifeng's body did not hesitate at all, and gathered all the aura at once, not daring to reveal the slightest bit, for fear of being discovered by the people from the Shangqing heaven. After all, the current Qiao ancient would escaped from the ancient ruins, which is equivalent to a fugitive from the Qing dynasty. When the fugitive saw the police, he naturally tried to escape. Yi Feng didn't care, but focused all his attention on the entrance of the ancient ruins, where the orange power of time grew stronger and stronger, gradually covering the entire audience. Several figures appeared over the crowd one after another. Even thousands of superpowers in the realm of becoming immortals were completely suppressed by the vague auras of the figures at this time, and they were almost breathless. Even Emperor Xingyue, who was originally the most aura, seemed to have encountered a natural enemy at this time, and his aura shrank all of a sudden, no longer as arrogant as before. Who is it? Emperor Xingyue and Elder Kujian, both of whom have cultivated for 100,000 years, have become existences in the realm of fairy kings. At this moment, they seemed to sense something from those figures. Each of them opened their eyes and looked over, with shock in their eyes. What did the two of them feel? Others don't know. All the powerhouses in the arena, including many beings from Yuan Dynasty and Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, are all staring at the sky above the ancient ruins in a daze. Among those figures whose aura was astounding, a slender figure slowly appeared, and a beautiful face gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the orange light, what appeared was the figure of Princess Yuelong. Yuan. Yifeng raised his head, a little surprised, but this was within his expectations. Daughter? Younger sister? Emperor Xingyue and Prince Yukaishan behind him were stunned at the same time. What is the situation in front of him? Originally they thought that Princess Yuelong had died in the ancient ruins, but now it seems that this is not the case. Not only did he not die, but he got a great opportunity. It should have really entered the 7th floor of the ancient ruins and opened the mysterious treasure. Princess Xuanhuan glanced at Emperor Xingyue and Yu Qitian, apologetic in her gentle eyes, but then she shifted her gaze to Yifeng, who was at the side. Immediately, slightly raised her slender hands. In her hand, a starry crystal longbow slowly condensed a crystal starlight arrow, aiming at Yifeng's direction. Yifeng frowned slightly, locked on by that crystal starlight arrow. An extremely dangerous feeling came into his mind. Princess Xuanhuan, what's going on? Yifeng didn't know why, but Princess Xuanhuan's arrow had completely locked him in. Not to mention the power of the mysterious space that he has comprehended, even the power of the heavenly space can't make him move half an inch to avoid this arrow. Swish! In an instant, the crystal starlight arrow shot towards him. Yifeng didn't have any ability to resist, and was shot by the crystal starlight arrow. However, he didn't feel the slightest pain in the next moment. In vivo. It is an extremely concentrated force of extinction. This crystal starlight arrow sent a condensate of the power of extinction. Yifeng was taken aback, raised his head to look at Princess Xuanhuan, only to see that she just smiled at him, then turned around, her figure gradually faded, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Those few extremely tyrannical blurred figures also disappeared with the disappearance of Princess Xuanhuan's figure. The tyrannical power belonging to the people of the Qing dynasty dissipated, making everyone in the field feel relieved. Finally gone. Everyone's eyes focused on Yifeng at the same time, with an extremely strange mood. Emperor Xingyue and Yu Qitian cast their eyes on Yifeng, and immediately noticed that there was an extra string of crystal bracelets in the young man's hand. It's my sister's bracelet. Yu Qitian was taken aback. It was the last gift given to Princess Xuanhuan by their mother before she died, and it was also Princess Xuanhuan's most cherished one. However, it seems that it was given to Yifeng just now. Grab it back. Emperor Xingyue recovered from the tyrannical aura that enveloped the audience just now, and immediately returned to his previous domineering appearance, looking at the crystal bracelet in Yifeng's hand, staring at it. No, father. Yu Qitian quickly stopped him. My sister once told me that she will only give this bracelet to the person she loves most in the future. What? Emperor Xingyue was taken aback. Doesn't this mean that Yifeng is Yu Yuan's favorite person? I'm afraid that's the case. Father, think about it. My sister can go to the 7th floor of the ancient ruins and meet those existences stronger than you. That's a great chance. Yu Qitian quickly analyzed and said, and this great opportunity was brought to her by Yifeng. In the ancient ruins, he and his sister had an experience. If there is some relationship between them, it is not necessarily true. Here, the people in Yueyuan world looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to do next. As for the people from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, seeing that the people from Yueyuan world had no intention of fighting, they also got together in 2s and 3s to discuss the situation that just happened. Where did those vague and powerful figures come from? Yifeng was probably the only one who could maintain his composure on the field at this time. Even the elder Kujian of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace has some mood swings at this moment. After all, how many existences can be found stronger than him in this world? Those figures just now are too shocking. Yifeng, on the other hand, was currently concentrating on the changes in his body. The force of nirvana that was sent into the body by Princess Yuelong's arrow quickly fused with Yifeng's body, and at the same time, the nirvana scabbard hanging on his waist also fused. The consciousness that was still sleeping in the nirvana scabbard was turned into pure nirvana power, and began to integrate into Yifeng's core. The power of nirvana that Yifeng comprehended is getting stronger and stronger. That arrow actually has the ability to directly comprehend power? Yifeng turned pale with shock, but he couldn't control this phenomenon at all. Quietly, the black nirvana scabbard around his waist completely turned into pure nirvana power. Together with the nirvana power condensate sent by Princess Yuelong, it entrenched in Yifeng's core, adjacent to Dragon Heart. It's unbelievable, now I can directly use these powers of nirvana. Yifeng soon discovered that with his current 600-year cultivation base, he could use the power of nirvana with a cultivation base of 600 years. In this way, he could use the power of nirvana more than using the scabbard of nirvana. Because these powers are already comprehended by Yifeng himself. After merging the power of nirvana, Yifeng's combat power instantly soared. Originally, he used the nirvana scabbard to perform attacking and killing swordsmanship, and at most he could kill around 1,800 strong men. If you use defensive swordsmanship, coupled with the magic crystal wings and the time pendant, it can withstand at most a powerful practitioner with a cultivation base of 2,200 years. But now, after merging the power of nirvana, he can kill an ordinary cultivator who has cultivated for 2,000 years with a single strike. And cultivators who have not reached the 2,500-year-old cultivation base have found it difficult to hurt him. The comprehension of the power of nirvana directly raised Yifeng's level of strength to another level. Of course, the current Yifeng's cultivation base is still too low, so his actual combat ability is too weak. Compared with a cultivator who has become an immortal, he is like an ant, which can be destroyed at the flick of a finger. Improving his cultivation has become the most urgent thing for Yifeng now. Soon, Yifeng woke up from the fusion of the power of extinction, and found that the Qiyao ancient wood in his body had returned to normal. What luck, with the help of the star crystal bow, I have directly comprehended the power of nirvana. Qiao Gemu's consciousness spread to Yifeng's mind. The bow of star crystal? Yifeng was puzzled. Could it be that the crystal bow that exudes starlight in Princess Yueyuan's hand is the bow of star crystal, a rare magic weapon? Snort. Qiao Gemu felt a little uncomfortable. The bow of the star crystal is a magic weapon that surpasses the immortal level, a super god level magic weapon. Every super god level magic weapon, even in the upper heaven, is an extremely precious existence. Only the power that created the ancient ruins can take out one and give it to Princess Yueyuan. Super god level magic weapon. Yifeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect a magic weapon that surpassed the immortal level, and was called a super god level magic weapon. Then, the scar of the crescent moon owned by Emperor Xinyu is also a super god level magic weapon? Yifeng glanced at Emperor Xinyu's hand. Hey, that's just a broken super god level magic weapon, but in terms of power, it is indeed much stronger than the immortal level magic weapon. Of course, it can't be compared with the star crystal bow. Qiao Gemu explained. Yifeng nodded, expressing his understanding. At this moment, everyone around finally slowly recovered from the scene just now. Old man Kujian, there is something, how about we discuss it? Emperor Xinyu was tall and mighty, looking down at Elder Kujian of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Elder Kujian has white hair and a white robe, and the snow-white scabbard around his waist makes him look even more indifferent. Knowing his virtue, Emperor Xinyu didn't wait for him to answer. He pointed to the direction where Yifeng was, and said, "This emperor wants to make a marriage contract for his daughter. Let Yifeng become the emperor's son-in-law." Although it was said to be a discussion, Emperor Xinyu's tone was unquestionable and could not be refuted at all. Engagement. Everyone around took a breath for a moment, and they didn't expect things to change so quickly. Is it related to this bracelet? Yifeng looked at the crystal bracelet in his hand, and remembered that it was worn by Princess Yueyuan all the time. It was said to be her mother's relic. Behind him, both Yuechan and Zhang Xinyu were a little surprised, and at the same time felt a little uncomfortable. They felt that the level gap between them and Yifeng was getting bigger and bigger. The current Yifeng could be favored by the most powerful Emperor Xinyu in the world and accepted as his son-in-law. Dream. Such a gap made them feel a little uneasy. Will Yifeng forget about them one day? Forget about their friends who grew up together on Earth and Peach Blossom Island. Also, on Peach Blossom Island, there are Su Menghan, Long Wainer, and the others waiting for him to go back. If he really became the son-in-law of Emperor Xingyue, how would he face those girls when he went back? Elder Kujian didn't speak, and looked at Emperor Xingyue faintly, and passed a trace of spiritual thoughts to him. Ha ha ha. Emperor Xingyue laughed out loud immediately. Old man Kujian, if you agree today, you have to agree, and if you don't agree, you have to agree. My emperor has taken a fancy to this kid, and he will definitely make him my son-in-law. Father, he is the trainee of this generation of Dragon Sword successor, look. Yu Qitian chuckled at the side, and added fuel and vinegar. Oh? Not bad, not bad. Emperor Xingyue immediately waved his hand, and said to Elder Kujian, in my opinion, this is the case, you don't have to continue your Dragon Sword successor's next experience, let Ji Feng become this year's Dragon Sword master. Although this kid's cultivation base is not good enough, but his strength and talent are the best choice, he is the successor of Dragon Sword. Emperor Xingyue roared out sentence after sentence, which stunned everyone in the surrounding Yueyuan dynasty and Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, as well as onlookers from other worlds. Make Yi Feng the son-in-law of Emperor Xingyue? Let Yi Feng directly become the Dragon Sword master of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace? What luck! Is it because Princess Yueyuan went to the 7th floor of the ruins and shot an arrow at him? As for where the current Princess Yueyuan went, everyone in the arena was guessing, but only a few people such as Emperor Xingyue and Elder Kujian knew something. Faced with the strength of Emperor Xingyue, Elder Kujian was a little moved. In the final analysis, these two proposals of Emperor Xingyue are only good for Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, but not bad. But the bad thing is that directly making Yi Feng the successor of Dragon Sword is not in line with the traditional rules. If it is so hasty, not quite right. As for the marriage contract with the Yueyuan dynasty, Elder Kujian has no objection. The descendants of Dragon Sword in the past, including himself, are all 3 wives and 4 concubines, accompanied by beautiful women. However, with a powerful father-in-law like Emperor Xingyue around, and Princess Yuelong went to the mysterious place, Yi Feng might be alone in the future. But it's okay. Practitioners put strength first, and women are only secondary. The marriage contract is acceptable, so I can agree to it. Elder Kujian finally uttered a word, with the icy coldness of wind and snow in his voice, which made people freeze to the bone marrow. But you don't need to intervene in the matter of inheritance. This statement is wrong. Myriad Realm Demon Pupil suddenly stepped in from the side, glanced at Yi Feng and said, this kid is very talented, and I was rescued by him. If he can't become the successor of Dragon Sword, I think your Dragon Sword Immortal Palace can't either. It needs to be passed on. Instead of procrastinating, it is better to be decisive and let him become the Dragon Sword holder. This series of scenes made Yi Feng, the person involved, stunned. What's happening here? Another forced marriage, another inheritance. Yi Feng is quite willing to directly become the heir of the Dragon Sword, but he is afraid that there are no such rules in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and these old guys are not willing to agree. But the marriage contract with Princess Yuelong, what kind of trouble is this going to be? Yi Feng asked himself. Everything with Princess Yuelong was pure in the ancient ruins, without any emotions between men and women. Why did Emperor Xingyue come to force the marriage outside? Myriad Realms Demon Pupil's intervention made Elder Kujian hesitate a bit. Even the demon eye of Myriad Realms was saved by this Yi Feng? It seems that Yi Feng's talent is really outstanding. Snort. Elder Kujian snorted coldly, go back to Immortal Palace. As soon as the words came out, more than 100 people from all the surrounding Dragon Sword Immortal Palaces trembled in their hearts, knowing that Elder Kujian would definitely deal with this matter immediately after returning. There is no doubt that Yi Feng's good day is coming. Many people cast envious glances at Yi Feng, but Yi Feng himself didn't feel much. After all, he has been in contact with the existence of the world of the upper Qingtian now. For the strongest in the lower Qingtian, he is shocked. Emperor Yu, Elder Kujian and others will not feel that they look up too much. What he lacks now is the accumulation of cultivation, and this is nothing in the eyes of those high cultivation practitioners. At least, Yi Feng can quickly reach the realm of 1,000 years of enlightenment. Yi Feng only felt a burst of bright white sky-level space power surrounding him, and then the surrounding space distorted, and in an instant, his surroundings became a large fairy palace scene. In an instant, he was brought back to Dragon Sword Immortal Palace by Elder Kujian. Together with them, there are hundreds of other Immortal Realm powerhouses from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, as well as a few ordinary disciples who went to the ancient ruins together, plus 2 daughters, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun, as well as Lin Xuanqi and his 2 maids. Looking at the vast expanse of the Immortal Palace in front of them, Lin Xuanqi and several other ordinary disciples heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. They finally came back. Being on their own territory is reassuring. The aura of Emperor Zhenyue just now was too much pressure for them, not to mention the blurred figures from Shang Qingshan who appeared later. Come with me. Elder Kujian's cold words brought Yi Feng towards the broken void in the center of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Elder, what should I do here? Yi Feng asked casually. What he cares most about right now is of course the inheritance of Dragon Sword. As for the engagement with Princess Xueyuan, that can be postponed. Dragon Sword decides for himself. Elder Kujian's words were very succinct, but Yi Feng immediately understood that the current Dragon Sword Immortal Palace must ultimately need Dragon Sword itself to make a decision. For example, directly promoting a cultivator to be a successor of the Dragon Sword, even the elders of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace cannot decide. Soon, the figures of the 2 appeared in the center of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, in front of a huge sword-shaped building. A sword hilt is like a mountain. The blade of the sword stood upright, like a sword piercing the thick earth below, enough to make some barbarians worship it as a miracle. Compared with this huge fairy sword, buildings like pyramids on the earth are nothing at all. Elder Kujian led Yi Feng to float in front of the huge fairy sword. He didn't speak, just closed his eyes, as if he was communicating with some existences with spiritual thoughts. Not long after, Yi Feng received a burst of spiritual thoughts that seemed to come from an ancient time. Young man, from today onwards, you will be the Dragon Sword Master of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, shouldering the important task of inheriting the Dragon Sword. This sentence lifted Yi Feng's mind. Compared with the exchange with the simple Dragon Sword in the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, the burst of divine thoughts in front of him is more ethereal and long-lasting, as if it has been preserved from thousands of years ago until now, and finally passed into his mind. The power of the front and back seems to differ by tens of thousands of times. This is the main body of the Dragon Sword. What you have seen before is just a clone of the Dragon Sword. Elder Kujian seemed to see Yi Feng's doubts, and explained lightly from the side. The difference between the main body and the avatar? That's it. Yi Feng suddenly realized, and at this moment, even the Qiao ancient wood in his body was shocked by the divine sense of the Dragon Sword itself. This is. The consciousness of Qiao Guma came into Yi Feng's mind. The main body of this Dragon Sword is definitely above the super god level. If converted, it is a cultivator equivalent to 1,000,000 years of cultivation. It's terrifying. A super god-level magic weapon whose power is equivalent to that of a cultivator who has cultivated for 1,000,000 years. In Xiaoqing Tian, the most powerful ones only have 100,000 years of cultivation. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Sword body is also a magic weapon of super god level, and it has the power of 1,000,000 years of cultivation. No wonder, the background of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace made Emperor Zhenyue feel afraid. The inheritance of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace must only be the clone of this Dragon Sword. However, this is already an immortal magic weapon, which will greatly enhance your strength. Qiao Gumu immediately explained, making Yi Feng nod his head. In recent days, he has encountered too many extremely tyrannical beings, so he is a little numb at this time, not too surprised, but calmly analyzing the next situation. After inheriting the dragon sword, he can choose to let Yuechan and other girls live in the dragon sword immortal palace. However, considering that the women's cultivation bases are not very strong, they may be looked down upon in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and Yi Feng does not want to rely on Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, so it is better to go back and create a holy place for them to practice. There are these things in the arrangement of the fairy peach tree, the extremely hot black stone, and the vermilion bird oven formation. If Yi Feng arranges them on Peach Blossom Island, the improvement effect of Peach Blossom Island will not be as good as that of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Not too much difference. The most important thing is that Yi Feng wants to create a powerful force by himself, first establish a foothold in Xia Qingshan. His goal is not just to clear the sky. Swish! A burst of tyrannical aura came out from the huge fairy sword, followed by a bright white quaint sword glow, sweeping towards Yi Feng. It was a sword, a simple dragon sword. Although this sword is only a clone of the dragon sword itself, it is still an immortal magic weapon, and it is almost a top existence in Xiaqing Tian. Snapped. Yi Feng held the ancient dragon sword in one hand, and then a burst of soul-stirring power penetrated into his limbs and bones, and the aura of heaven and earth overflowed, and his cultivation level was directly raised by 100 years. Immortal magic weapon, the power is really terrifying. Yi Feng felt his 700-year cultivation base, his eyes burst into light. Finally became the successor of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and won the experience of Dragon Sword inheritance ahead of schedule. In 3 months' time, the succession ceremony will be held in the Immortal Palace. At that time, all the powerhouses of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace will come to celebrate for you. Get ready. Elder Kujian said calmly. He was also the heir of the Dragon Sword, and had mastered the ancient Dragon Sword, so he knew Yi Feng's feelings very well. He turned and left, leaving a sentence before leaving. As for the marriage contract with Emperor Xingyue, you should think about it yourself. If you decide, you don't need to report to the elders, you can decide on your own. Another engagement. Yi Feng couldn't help being a little embarrassed. How should this engagement be handled? For the issue of the marriage contract, Yi Feng didn't make any good plans, so he could only wait for a while. Now, he had to get acquainted with the simple dragon sword in his hand first, to see how far his strength had reached. In the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there is a hall dedicated to testing combat power, called the Sword Test Hall. You can go there. The ancient dragon sword has the wisdom of the dragon sword itself, and there is a trace of the consciousness of the dragon sword itself, reminding Yi Feng. Longjian, how many clones have you released so far? Yi Feng couldn't help asking such a question. Every avatar will be reduced to ashes after completing its mission, and this one of yours will be the same. When your identity as the heir of the dragon sword is taken off after 1,000 years, this ancient sword will be shattered. The consciousness of the ancient dragon sword was passed into Yi Feng's mind. I see. Yi Feng nodded. Propelled by the power of Xian-level space, he soon returned to the entrance of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace and found Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun. Yuechan, Xiao Zhang, let's go to the sword trial hall. Yi Feng's figure flashed to the side of the two women. The two women nodded together. Yi Feng was taken away by Elder Kujian just now. The two women really worried about him for a long time, and they didn't feel relieved until seeing Yi Feng again at this time. Etc. On the side, Lin Xuanqi was waiting with his two maids. When he saw Yi Feng approaching, he immediately uttered a voice and stopped him. What's wrong? Yi Feng glanced at him. Now you are the heir of the dragon sword? Lin Xuanqi looked complicated, and glanced at the simple dragon sword on Yi Feng's waist. His eyes were full of envy. Originally, he thought that he still had a chance to compete with Yi Feng, but he didn't expect that Yi Feng would directly become the successor of Dragon Sword, and he would not be given the slightest chance. From now on, he is Yi Feng's sword servant, and his maid will also become Yi Feng's maid, subject to his jurisdiction. That's right, you'd better stay where it's cooler. Yi Feng waved his hand and smiled lightly. You don't have to think about being my servant, there is no need for that, let's go. After finishing speaking, Yi Feng's xuanhuan-level space power urged him, and together with Yue Chan and Zhang Xinyun, he flashed to the interior of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and began to look for the location of the Sword Trial Hall. Lin Xuanqi stood at the entrance of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace for a long time, his face ashen. Yi Feng did not allow him to become a sword servant, that is to say, from now on he would not even be qualified to practice dragon sword art. If there is no dragon sword art, how will he exist in the future? The two maids behind him also obviously knew the seriousness of this matter, so they kept silent and bit their lips tightly. Lin Xuanqi, they can't count on it. This kid is arrogant but has no real strength. Instead of following Lin Xuanqi, they might as well go back to their own world and be a monk in the lower realm with peace of mind. A beloved man lives a lifetime. Suddenly, a figure with flames all over broke the space and appeared in front of him. Because Yi Feng directly became the heir of the Dragon Sword, this time you other competitors have a chance to enter the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace and become a disciple of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Lin Xuanqi, would you like to go? It's the xuanhuan Shenlong, coming to speak. When Lin Xuanqi heard this, his face was overjoyed. It's really great that there is such a thing. That is to say, he can continue to practice without abolishing the dragon sword art. As long as it continues, the strength will become stronger one day, and it becomes possible to surpass that Yi Feng again. Wait for me, I, Lin Xuanqi, am no worse than you with the surname Yi. Lin Xuanqi snorted, nodded, and said to xuanhuan Shenlong, of course I want to go and participate in the assessment. With my talent, there is absolutely no suspense in becoming a disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Xuanhuan Shenlong nodded lightly, and then said, your maids can also join. If they pass the test, they can become disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Apart from these two maids, where are the other maids? In the 5th class world, the xuanhuan world. Lin Xuanqi answered truthfully. Okay, I'll send them here. You guys are ready to participate in the experience assessment. After xuanhuan Shenlong finished speaking, he mobilized the power of space and sent Lin Xuanqi and others to a side hall for them to rest. At this moment, Yi Feng brought Yue Chan and Zhang Xinyun to the sword testing hall of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. This is a place that looks like an arena. In the center of the giant arena, there is a simple giant sword, which is used to test the power of swordsmanship. There are 108 notches on the giant sword, and each notch requires 100 years of cultivation to light it up. A cultivator only needs to go up with one move, and when a few notches light up, he will know how many years of cultivation power he has. At this time in the sword testing hall, some ordinary disciples from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace were testing. When they saw Yi Feng bringing the two girls in, they were all a bit puzzled. Immediately, he saw Yi Feng's simple dragon sword hanging on his waist. It turned out to be a new generation of dragon sword successor. These Dragon Sword Immortal Palace disciples were surprised one by one, started whispering, turned their eyes to Yi Feng and the two girls, and pointed at them. They came to try the sword hall. Do they want to test how much strength they have? Hee, although I didn't expect the speed to be so fast, but that kid clearly only has 700 years of cultivation, how could he be recognized by Lord Longjian? It's hard to say. Some geniuses, relying on their own strength and high-level magic weapon, can also exert a terrifying power of 2,000 years when they have cultivated for 700 years. 700 years of cultivation and exerting 2,000 years of power is too difficult. I think it is impossible for the descendant of the dragon sword to do it. That's right, even in the history of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, the descendant of the Dragon Sword with the lowest cultivation level has already attained the Tao realm. With a cultivation base of 1,200 years, he can only exert the power of 2,500 years. Leaping over 1,300 years of cultivation is already extremely strong, and this young man in front of him will definitely not be able to do it. Everyone was talking about it, which made Yi Feng, who entered the sword test hall, a little puzzled. With his current 700-year cultivation base, if he doesn't use the immortal dragon sword, he can display the power of 1,900-year-old cultivation base. But if you use the ancient dragon sword, you can at least have the power of 2,400 years of cultivation. Immortal-level magic weapon can improve the strength of practitioners so directly, without any fancy. Immediately, Yi Feng didn't care about other people's discussions, but let Yuechan and Zhang Xingyan stay in the distance, and he approached the giant sword in the center of the sword test hall step by step. First of all, he didn't take out the simple dragon sword on his waist. Since he came to the sword test hall once, he wanted to fully understand how strong he is now. Dragon Sword Ju, sword fighting technique. Yi Feng used his fingers as a sword, condensed his true qi, did not use the zeroing sword qi, the simple dragon sword, and the power of nirvana, just such a simple sword qi, instantly slashed on the giant sword in the center. The simplest sword qi, Yi Feng used it, and slashed it on the trial giant sword. Boom! There were 108 notches on the trial giant sword, and 12 notches lit up in an instant, representing the power of Yi Feng's 1,200-year-old sword. This time, many disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace laughed. It turns out that this new generation of Dragon Sword heirs is at this level? I thought it was awesome, but in the end, I can only display the power of 500 years of cultivation. This point can be easily achieved by some of the cultivation geniuses present. Yi Feng didn't care about the expressions of the people around him, but he thought to himself, out of the 1,200 years of cultivation, 700 years belong to his own cultivation power. The remaining 500 years of power is the improvement given by foreign objects such as the heavenly purple lightning yang god after practicing the dragon sword art. Next, return to zero sword energy. Yi Feng condensed sword energy, a snow-white sword energy, conceived and swept away. Boom! 15 notches suddenly lit up on the giant trial sword, representing that Yi Feng's sword has the power of 1,500 years of cultivation. At this moment, many people around him looked sideways at him. His strength spanned 800 years, which was already quite a terrifying existence. Among the genius disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace present, the strongest was only at this level. At this time, everyone considered Yi Feng to be a little bit respectful, but Yi Feng's actions were not over yet. Next, the power of extinction. Yi Feng once again condensed the sword energy, but this time the sword energy was embellished by the power of nirvana into a pitch-black color, and the broken space swept away. Boom! 20 notches suddenly lit up on the trial giant sword. After being comprehended by Yi Feng, the strongest power of Shang Qingshan, he directly gained the power of 500 years of cultivation, which is extremely tyrannical. Moreover, the nature of the power of nirvana made his sword energy invincible, and even the trial giant sword seemed to be a little damaged. However, this trial giant sword must be set here by the dragon sword itself, and it is not so easy to be destroyed. Until now, Yi Feng didn't know what kind of level the dragon sword itself is, and could it also come from the heavenly heaven? In other words, there are other wider worlds in this world, which are unknown. When the 20 notches lit up, everyone around was stunned. With a power spanning 1,300 years of cultivation, is this Yi Feng going to defy the sky? Horrible. This has reached a relatively high level among the successors of the dragon sword in the past, and more importantly, Yi Feng has not used the power of the dragon sword yet. Everyone looked in the direction of Yi Feng, and saw that Yi Feng was holding a simple dragon sword in his hand, and was about to cast a sword energy. However, at this moment, Yi Feng suddenly frowned slightly. The power of the dragon sword grows with the improvement of your cultivation level. Your current 700-year cultivation base can make the dragon sword have the power to improve your 350-year cultivation base. If you have a 1,000-year cultivation base, because the dragon sword can improve your cultivation for 500 years. The awareness came from Gupu Longjian, making Yi Feng nod his head. It seems that there is no need to test. The strongest strength he can display now is 2,350 years of cultivation. If he can achieve 1,000 years of cultivation and become a strong Taoist, then his strength will take another leap. However, there is still a lot of distance between 700 years of cultivation and 1,000 years of cultivation. Immortal magic weapon, Dragon Sword's avatar, can actually have the ability to improve with the improvement of cultivation base, which makes Yi Feng quite surprised. However, there must be an upper limit to the power that the dragon sword can increase. After all, the dragon sword itself is certainly not invincible. A super god-level magic weapon, equivalent to a strong man with 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Yi Feng couldn't help but think, which one is stronger, the dragon sword itself, or the star crystal bow obtained by Princess Xuanhuan? Judging from Yi Feng's impression of contacting the two, it seems that it is the dragon sword itself, and its power is even stronger. However, Yi Feng couldn't be sure about the details. After all, he was still far away from that level. Yi Feng took the two girls and left the sword testing hall, followed by Gupu Longjian's instructions, and headed to the center of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace where Elder Kujian took him just now. In the upside-down giant sword that soared into the sky, there are pictures of the practice of dragon sword art one after another, from the first picture of the golden dragon spinning sword that can be cultivated to 200 years, to the one that can be cultivated to 500 years. The picture of the dragon sword soaring to the sky with a cultivation base of 1 year, followed by the third picture is the picture of a flying dragon with a cultivation base of 1,000 years. Logically speaking, Yi Feng's cultivation base cannot break through the shackles of the cultivation map, but with the 7 luminaries ancient tree, he doesn't have to worry about this problem. It's just that, if he doesn't comprehend the next training map, Yi Feng will not be able to learn more advanced sword skills, and in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, the truly powerful sword skills are all included in the later training pictures. For example, the picture of the flying dragon and the sun, which contains a very practical swordsmanship, which is 9 days a day. This is the most commonly used sword technique when the disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace are practicing outside, and it is also the most widely spread sword technique. For more profound swordsmanship, there are not so many disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Weaker swordsmanship is not so powerful deterrent. Only the Sunshine 9 Heavens move is the most common and powerful swordsmanship in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Compared with the previous sword fighting technique, it was like the difference between the moon and the sun. As much power as the sword fighting technique can exert, it can exert dozens of times of power in 9 days. It is the super stunt of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Soon, Yi Feng asked Tuachan and Zhang Xingyun to wait outside, and took the simple dragon sword alone, and entered the huge sword that pierced the world from the hilt. The first floor, the picture of the golden dragon spinning sword. Second floor, dragon sword soaring to the sky. Yi Feng came to the first and second floors of the great sword of heaven and earth one after another. Finally, he saw the original pictures of these 2 pictures. He understood right away. Not only that, the 6 swordsmanship that he had practiced and comprehended before, namely fighting swordsmanship, phantom swordsmanship, dragon control, breaking swordsmanship, entangling swordsmanship and guarding swordsmanship, have improved at the same time, and are stronger than before. Looking at the original picture of the Dragon Sword Ju training picture, it greatly improved Yi Feng. When he came to the 3rd floor of the Great Sword of Heaven and Earth, he finally saw the third training picture of Dragon Sword Ju, the picture of Flying Dragon and Shining Sun. When Yifeng saw this picture, he was immediately overwhelmed by the masculine aura shown in the picture. At that moment, his mind lost control. If it wasn't for the coolness of Shenlong's heart flowing through his whole body in time, he might have just it will take many days to wake up. How? The consciousness of the ancient dragon sword came to ask. A little touched. Yifeng's eyes burst into light. In the next period of time, he will comprehend the flying dragon sunrise map here. If he fully comprehends it, his strength will definitely rise to another level. 3 months passed by in a hurry. Yifeng comprehended the flying dragon sunrise map in the great sword of heaven and earth, while the two daughters Ruichan and Zhang Xinyu returned to Peach Blossom Island to inform everyone about the situation here, and explained the situation to the women. Yifeng might not be able to go back for a while. 3 months later, Dragon Sword Immortal Palace will hold an inheritance ceremony. This is not just for show, but has great significance to Yifeng. Not only can you get to know each other with many bigwigs and strong men in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, but you can also get the infusion of the Dragon Sword body in the inheritance ceremony, opening up the destiny for him. Yifeng's destiny has been erased for too long, but there is still the real destiny mentioned by Qiao Gumu, which has not been discovered. From the looks of it, the level of the dragon sword itself is no lower than that of the Qiao ancient wood, so it should be because it knows the existence of the real destiny. I don't know, what is my true destiny? Yifeng thought in his heart and raised his head. At this time, he was coming out of the meditation space. After any dragon sword descendant got the ancient dragon sword, he could freely enter and exit the meditation space to practice. However, there are certain restrictions on entering the meditation space. After all, the power of time contained in the ancient dragon sword is not unlimited. Every year, the inheritor of the dragon sword can only enter the meditation space for 1 month to practice and comprehend. As for Yifeng, in the past 2 months or so, he comprehended the flying dragon sunlight map in the great sword of heaven and earth, and soon achieved results, successfully cultivating the dragon sword art to this level. Immediately afterwards, he had a preliminary understanding of the swordsmanship recorded in the Flying Dragon Days chart, which was held for 9 days, and in the remaining 10 days, he opened the meditation space of the ancient dragon sword and entered it for comprehension. 10 days in reality, 10 years have passed in the meditation space. In the past 10 years, Yifeng's cultivation has not changed much. Due to the slow increase of the upper limit of cultivation, so far he has only increased the upper limit of cultivation for 50 years. His cultivation naturally followed closely behind, allowing him to reach the strength of 750 years of cultivation. And in the past 10 years, his greatest achievement is to fully comprehend the essence of the 9 heavens. This sword technique seems to contain extremely profound laws of order, making Yifeng feel as if he has obtained a treasure, and he is mesmerized. Even compared with returning to Zero Sword Chi, it has its unique advantages. The 9 days of the sun seem to contain the power of the sun, one of the powers of the 7 suns, but it is different from the power of the sun. It took Yifeng 10 years to finally clearly feel that the power contained in the Sunshine 9 Heavens sword art is the combination of the sunshine power and another mysterious power, which is even stronger than the pure sunshine power. Even Qiao Gumu was amazed by it. The level of the dragon sword body is definitely not lower than the Qiao ancient wood, and even much higher than the Qiao ancient wood. After all, the 9 days of the sun is just a swordsmanship that can be cultivated with 500 years of cultivation. In the Shangqing heaven, it will take at least thousands of years to touch the immortal art that contains the power of the sun. Returning to Zero Sword Chi contains the power of destruction, but the power is concentrated in one point, which is more suitable for single combat. But for 9 days, the power can be dispersed and gathered, and it is more adaptable. Yifeng figured out the difference between the two sword techniques. In the future, if it's a one-on-one fight, it's better to use zero sword energy. After all, it's faster and more powerful than Sun Yao Jiutian. But if it is a more complicated and chaotic situation, it is better to actually fight on the 9 days. After 10 years of comprehension, Yi Feng had a very strong understanding of the Sun Yao Nine Heavens swordsmanship, and also took the time to comprehend the power of Qi Yao's power and the power of real fire. The power of real fire can be used for alchemy and weapon refining. Now my power of real fire has been cultivated for 200 years, which is countless times stronger than at the beginning. If the flame skeleton dragon demon meets again, he should be able to. I like it very much. Yi Feng smiled lightly, thinking in his heart. The fierce beast you raised is now being raised in the Sword Beast Academy. If you want to see it, you can go and have a look. The faint consciousness of the ancient dragon sword came. Yi Feng nodded, followed the guidance of Gu Pu Lan Jian, and went to the Sword Beast Academy in the corner of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. The area occupied by Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is too large. If Yi Feng hadn't comprehended the power of mysterious space, it would be impossible to reach the Sword Beast Academy within 1 day. Comprehending the power of mysterious space is the basis for free movement in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and it is also a sign for the disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace to advance from the outer sect to the inner sect. Those who followed Yi Feng to the ancient ruins before were only the outer disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and their strength belonged to the bottom of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. When they came to the Sword Beast Academy, 2 guards of the Sword Beast Academy squatted on the side. Stop, who is it? The 2 young men saw Yi Feng, stood up together, and stopped him. The inheritance ceremony has not yet started, and Yi Feng's existence is only spread among some people in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and it is far from spreading to the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. In particular, the guards of the Sword Beast Academy like this sit for months at a time and rarely have the opportunity to get in touch with outside news. Who? Yi Feng did not speak, took out the ancient dragon sword, and displayed it in front of the 2 of them. When the 2 saw it, they were shocked. See the person in charge. It's okay, I just came to see my beast. Yi Feng waved his hand and smiled. The person in charge, please follow me. One of the youths said, and led the way to bring Yi Feng into the Sword Beast courtyard. As for the other youth, he still had to guard at the entrance of the Sword Beast courtyard. In the Sword Beast Academy, there are some relatively vicious beasts, the flame skeleton dragon demon species, which is quite noble in the Sword Beast Academy, but the pity is that its cultivation base is too low, only 1,500 years old, its strength weak. In order to prevent the flame skeletal dragon demon from being bullied, it was kept in a separate place. When Yi Feng arrived, the huge flaming bone dragon wagged its tail pitifully towards Yi Feng as if it had been ravaged hundreds of times. Boom! With one wave of Yi Feng's hand, a huge fireball condensed by the power of real fire flew towards the flame skeletal dragon demon in an instant. Seeing this, the flame skeletal dragon demon was overjoyed, jumped up and swallowed the fireball in one gulp. Some kind of change happened to the whole dragon body in an instant, and the flames on his body became more vigorous. It can be seen that if there is more power of real fire, the level of this flame skeletal dragon demon will instantly increase like a volcanic eruption. This day is not far away, and one can feel the joy that the flame skeletal dragon demon exudes from the bottom of his heart. Being able to see Yi Feng, a cultivator with the power of real fire, again, the flame skeleton dragon demon felt that the grievances he had suffered in the past 3 months were nothing. Yi Feng smiled lightly, stretched out his hand to caress the skull of the flame skeleton dragon demon a few times. The beast did not resist. Yi Feng knew that he had completely subdued this ferocious beast, and now his own strength was already much stronger than the flame skeleton dragon demon, but only when it absorbed enough power of real fire, it would become Yi Feng's side again. A big help. The Dragon Sword inheritance ceremony was held as scheduled. Near the giant sword of heaven and earth in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there is an altar surrounded by tens of thousands of ancient swords. No one is allowed to enter here at ordinary times, and it will only be open during inheritance ceremonies. Because every time the inheritance ceremony is opened, the dragon sword itself will descend, opening the destiny for the dragon sword holder. For the disciples of the entire dragon sword immortal palace, this is an extremely important day. During the inheritance ceremony, every disciple who participated in the inheritance ceremony will gain some insights. These comprehensions will not only improve their cultivation speed for a period of time in the future, but also enhance their compatibility with the dragon sword swordsmanship, thus exerting more powerful power. Every dragon sword disciple is unwilling to miss such a good opportunity. After all, such an opportunity is rare once in 1,000 years. An inheritance ceremony is at least comparable to their 10 years of hard work. Some highly gifted disciples can even be reborn during the inheritance ceremony and suddenly realize a deeper level of power, for example, from the power of the mysterious space to the power of the earth-level space, etc., it is also unknown. To put it simply, it only takes 1 day to participate in an inheritance ceremony, but it is equivalent to 10 or even decades of hard work behind closed doors. As the protagonist of the inheritance ceremony, Yi Feng naturally attaches great importance to this ceremony. After going to the Sword Beast Academy to have a look at the flame skeleton dragon demon, Yi Feng took the beast with him and went to the ancient sword altar near the great sword of heaven and earth together. In the early morning, the rising sun in the dragon sword realm is bigger and hotter than that on the earth. Maybe the sun is closer, or maybe the sun has a larger volume. But this temperature is not a problem for all the disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Even if they were cooked in a frying pan, they wouldn't be able to harm them at all. After all, these were the elite among cultivators, and if any one of them ran to the earth, it would be enough to set off a shocking wave. It is easy for any disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace to rule the entire earth. But they won't be so unscrupulous to rule a world that doesn't even have a hierarchy. What's the use of that? Yi Feng brought the flame skeletal dragon demon down from the sky and flew into the ancient sword altar, attracting the attention of thousands of people around. That is the successor of the dragon sword this time. It is said that he has only cultivated for 700 years, but he can display the power of more than 2,000 years. His strength is extraordinary. Compared to his strength, his talent and potential are the most promising, right? As long as you give him time, he will definitely become the pillar of my Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. However, it is said that this son made an exception and directly became the master of the Dragon Sword after half of his experience in the inheritance of the Dragon Sword. If he has not experienced the next few rounds of experience, his ability may not be enough. There was a lot of discussion among the people, for Yi Feng, a cultivator at such a young age, became the holder of the dragon sword. These guys whispered one by one, with envy and disdain, joy and contempt. But to Yi Feng, what these people think has nothing to do with him. His gaze focused on some distinguished seats, not far away. On those seats, there were more than a dozen former Dragon Sword Masters, who are now members of the Dragon Sword Presbyterian Church. Some are old, some are young, some are middle-aged, but without exception, they are all men. It seems that a woman cannot become the holder of the Dragon Sword. Regarding this phenomenon, Yi Feng curled his lips. This Dragon Sword is obviously sexist, but this is his business, it has nothing to do with Yi Feng, and he can't control it. There are at least dozens of people who have been in charge of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. How come there are more than 10 people here? Yi Feng was a little puzzled. Not all those in charge will eventually enter the Presbyterian Church. The faint consciousness of Gu Pu Longjian came. If you perform well, you can touch a deeper level, so you don't have to stay in this world. You have 7 obsidian ancient trees in your body, so you should know that this world now belongs to Xia Qing Tian. Besides that, there is also the existence of Shang Qingshan. I see. Yi Feng suddenly realized that it turns out that even stronger dragon sword wielders, after their cultivation reaches a certain level, have already gone to Shangqingshan. Of course, apart from Shangqingshan, this world. Gupu Longjian realized this, and suddenly paused. When you reach the corresponding level, you will understand. Now, go to the center of the ancient sword altar and accept the opening of the real destiny. I really look forward to it. Gupu Longjian thought so in his heart. As for Yi Feng, he had already started to pay attention, otherwise he would not have promoted Yi Feng to be the dragon sword master after Emperor Zhenyue proposed it. Yi Feng's talent surprised Longjian. Even in the higher level world where it is located, there are very few such characters. However, no matter how talented a cultivator is, his cultivation base cannot be improved too quickly. Precipitation is a very important part of the cultivation process. Although the current Yi Feng has comprehended a lot of powers, but he lacks precipitation, and there is still a distance from the great perfection when he uses them. This distance needs to be given Yi Feng more opportunities to practice in order to make up for it. Otherwise, Yi Feng would never be regarded as the top cultivator. Perhaps, the current Yi Feng is already one of the best among young people in Qingshan. However, in the world where the dragon sword itself is, it is nothing more than that. Yi Feng nodded, and flew towards the center of the ancient sword altar. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, Yi Feng went to the sky in the center of the ancient sword altar, floating quietly, while the flame skeleton dragon demon watched suspiciously from the side, not quite sure what Yi Feng was going to do. Immediately afterwards, a flash of sword light seemed to come from the endless void, covering the entire ancient sword altar. Although the original ancient sword altar was shrouded in the early morning sun, at this moment, it seemed that another bigger and hotter sun was hitting the ancient sword altar. The main body of the dragon sword has appeared. A vigorous dragon broke through countless layers of space and descended from the sky. A pair of dragon eyes looked like a king overlooking the world, and then the whole dragon body condensed into a beam of sword light, and chopped down on the top of Yi Feng's head. Boom! Yi Feng felt a bang in his head, and then lost consciousness. And the other dragon sword Immortal Palace disciples present, including more than a dozen members of the Presbyterian Church of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, began to absorb the tyrannical aura brought by that flash of sword light. These auras brought mysterious powers that did not belong to Xiaqing Tian, which greatly benefited all the practitioners present. Even, soon a core disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace realized something from it, and his whole body broke through the void, and bright white light flashed. He actually comprehended the power of heaven-level space. When the bright white power of heaven-level space beside the core disciple shone, many practitioners around showed envious eyes. Senior brother Yishibai is indeed a genius of the sky, and he suddenly realized the existence of the power of heaven-level space. With 3,000 years of cultivation and comprehension of the power of heaven-level space, senior brother Yishibai can be called a monster. In our Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there are only a handful of people who can comprehend the power of heaven-level space after 3,000 years of cultivation. After the brief exchange, everyone stopped talking, and continued to work harder to understand something from the aura brought by the descending of the dragon sword itself. And the core disciple of Longjian Immortal Palace, who had comprehended the power of heaven-level space, suddenly opened his eyes in white clothes. After comprehending the power of heaven-level space, I really feel different. It seems that the surrounding space is different. Yishibai felt the power of heaven-level space in his body, suddenly frowned slightly, and raised his head to look at Yi Feng in the center of the ancient sword altar. This person has only 700 years of cultivation, and he can display the power of more than 2,000 years, which is much stronger than when I was 700 years of cultivation. Yishibai pondered, thinking in his heart that although he is a genius in the sky, he comprehends the power of space, the sword technique of the sun and 9 heavens, etc. very fast, but compared with this Yi Feng, there may still be a lot of gaps. As expected of a genius who became the holder of the dragon sword halfway through, it seems that he will achieve unlimited achievements in the future. Of course, as a genius all along, Yi Shubai will not give up easily. There was a small smile on the corner of his mouth, thinking in his heart, Yi Feng, originally in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, no one could compare with my talent in white clothes, but now, with you as my opponent, it is conceivable that I will definitely win. Lots of fun. No one knows about the idea of clothes being white. In the arena, the dragon sword body descended, breaking through countless layers of void, and the infinite aura brought down from the upper realm was gradually absorbed by the many disciples of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace present until it was completely absorbed, and the entire ancient sword altar returned to its former tranquility. More than a dozen members of the Presbyterian Church opened their eyes and raised their heads to look at Yi Feng in the center. Immortal Root Destiny. Everyone was surprised that this time the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, the person in charge of the Dragon Sword turned out to be the Immortal Root Destiny. Immortal Root Destiny, which means that this person's talent for cultivating immortals is extremely terrifying, and can make this person comprehend the cultivation speed several times faster, but in the past, the Immortal Root Destiny was hidden, and in many cases it would not have any effect. But now, the Immortal Root's Destiny is activated by the Dragon Sword body, which means that Yi Feng's future growth rate will be faster than before. However, Yi Feng seemed to have been planted with 7 layers of restrictions in Yi Feng's body at this time. In order for your power to have a precipitation environment, you must break the 7 restrictions in your body before you can continue to comprehend other powers. The divine thoughts of the Dragon Sword's body vaguely echoed in Yi Feng's mind. 7 layers of prohibition. Yi Feng felt in his body the 7 layers of restrictions around the Dantian core, respectively, and its powerful and mysterious power seal. Now he can't even break the weakest first layer of restrictions. Therefore, his cultivation is now limited to less than 1,000 years. Although the cultivation base is restricted, the comprehension of the power of Qiyao, the power of space, and other powers is not hindered. Yi Feng thought in his heart, raised his head, and glanced at the sky. The dragon sword body came through the lower realm of countless layers of space, and has already left at this time, and even the spiritual energy from the upper realm that it brought has been completely absorbed by the disciples of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace present. However, Yi Feng gained the most from this inheritance ceremony. His immortal root mandate was finally unlocked completely. Since then, his talent has more than doubled than before, and the speed of comprehending any power has been shortened by more than half. Originally, Yi Feng's talent was terrifying, but now he is the real genius. Even in Shangqingshan, or the world where Longjian's main body is, Yi Feng is still a monster-like genius. Not only that, but his talent in swordsmanship is particularly outstanding. Therefore, when the dragon sword body left, 3 sword lights were left in his mind, representing the 3 moves of swordsmanship respectively. Each of these 3 moves of swordsmanship is extremely powerful, and it is the top swordsmanship in the world where Dragon Sword itself is located. Even if Yi Feng only learned one of the swords, it would be enough to stand out from the crowd in the lower sky. These 3 moves of swordsmanship are naturally stronger than returning to Zero Sword Qi and Sunshine 9 Heavens, but with Yi Feng's current cultivation base, he is not qualified to comprehend those 3 moves of swordsmanship. If the difficulty of 3-stroke swordsmanship is the same as that of running, then the current Yi Feng is a baby who has not yet learned to walk, and he is still far behind. After reaching the 1,000-year cultivation base and attaining the Dao realm, you should be able to practice the first sword technique among them. Yi Feng guessed in his heart. Congratulations, young Master Yi, from now on, you will be the Dragon Sword Master of our Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. When Immortal Palace has important matters to be decided, your opinion is very important. Beside the elder Kujian, a handsome young man flew towards Yi Feng with a smile. May I ask what your senior is called? Yi Feng saw that this young man's cultivation base was unfathomable, and he was at the same level as elder Kujian, so he immediately asked respectfully. Lin Wangchuan. The corners of the handsome young man's mouth were slightly raised, and his smile was as warm as a spring breeze. Yi Feng, you are on the same level as us, and even your achievements will be higher than mine in the future, so you don't need to be too restrained in front of our elders. Gone. The seniors are the seniors, they are much better than the juniors, and deserve the respect of the juniors. Yi Feng didn't hesitate, and just threw it out with one sentence. Lin Wangchuan laughed and nodded. In this case, our elders have decided to send 3 core disciples to protect your safety. What do you think? The Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, the holder of the Dragon Sword, cannot be dealt with indiscriminately outside. Therefore, people who are much stronger than Yi Feng must be allowed to protect Yi Feng. At the same time, Yi Feng must not be too dependent and powerless. Therefore, the strength of the core disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is just right, neither too high nor too low. Moreover, protecting the holder of the Dragon Sword is also an experience for the core disciples. Safety? Yi Feng was surprised. After becoming the holder of Dragon Sword, would there still be such benefits? But for Yi Feng, such benefits seemed to be useless. He couldn't help objecting, and soon 3 core disciples were selected by Lin Wangchuan. This is Isubai, a leader among the core disciples. Now that he has cultivated for 3,000 years, he has just realized the power of heaven-level space. He can take you freely into and out of some first-class worlds. However, if it is not particularly necessary, it is better not to go there. Wait for the world to wander. Lin Wangchuan first introduced a handsome young man in white. That young man looked at Yi Feng indifferently, with a challenging look in his eyes. After introducing Isubai, Lin Wangchuan introduced 2 other women to Yi Feng. They are also the core disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, one Yu Yao and one Ling Xian. Both of them have 2,600 years of cultivation. Compared with Yi Feng, they are much stronger, but compared with Isubai, there are some gaps. Can I go home now? After the introduction, Yi Feng didn't pay attention to Yu Yao and Ling Xian's admiring eyes towards the suit, but asked Lin Wangchuan directly. As one of the most outstanding core disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Isubai will naturally be favored by many outstanding women. Yi Feng is not surprised. Even if the 3 of them showed affection in front of him, Yi Feng would act as if they didn't see it. What does private affairs have to do with him? What Yi Feng thinks now is to hurry back to the earth. It has been 3 months since Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun went back. How is Peach Blossom Island now? Of course, unless there is something important in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, you can go wherever you want. Lin Wangchuan laughed, turned around and left in a graceful manner. Yi Feng then turned his head to look at the 3 core disciples, senior brother Yishibai, senior sister Yu Yao, and senior sister Ling Xian. Please forgive me. Hearing what Yi Feng said, Yishibai's expression was still indifferent, and he responded with a light snort. But the sweet-looking Yu Yao was a little upset. Director Yi, your cultivation level is too low after all. If you are strong enough, you don't need our protection. You can't say that either. Ling Xian, who was more mature and dignified, smiled and shook his head. If Yi Zhizhang's cultivation base is high enough and doesn't need our protection, how can we get along with? Having said that, Ling Xian turned his head sideways and looked at Isubai with soft eyes. Obviously, what Ling Xian meant was that fortunately Yi Feng's cultivation base was not high, otherwise they wouldn't be able to get along with Isubai if they didn't need their protection. Thinking of this, Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. I'm afraid your lives won't change much from now on. Since senior brother Yishibai has comprehended the power of heaven-level space, please trouble senior brother Yishibai to keep an eye on me. When I'm in unstoppable danger, it's just a favor, and I don't need to be protected all the time. With 3 light bulbs by his side, Yi Feng didn't need it at all, not to mention that Yu Yao and Ling Xian simply wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get dressed. Yishibai responded coldly, then nodded towards Yi Feng, turned and left. He has to hurry to comprehend the power of heaven-level space that he has just comprehended. Maybe he can take advantage of this power to take it to the next level, and have a preliminary understanding of the power of time. The figure in white clothes disappeared, causing Yu Yao and Ling Xian to look at each other, and then glared at Yi Feng bitterly. It's not good for someone to protect him personally, but he even sent them away. This Shi Zhizhong is really mad at him. Yu Yao and Ling Xian each snorted coldly, turned around and left without saying hello to Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't take it seriously. He turned his head and greeted Yanshou Dragon Demon. Let's go, I'll take you home. From now on you will be the guardian beast of our Peach Blossom Island. Ho ho. Although the flame skeleton dragon demon didn't quite understand what the guardian beast meant, but it seemed awesome, and couldn't help roaring majestically twice, and the huge flame bone dragon hovered in the air. It couldn't be easier for Yi Feng to return to Peach Blossom Island from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. When he uses the mysterious space power, he can open the space channel leading to Peach Blossom Island. Propelled by the power of the mysterious space, Yi Feng stepped into it step by step with the flame skeleton dragon demon. The surrounding space was distorted, and he was about to take Yi Feng back to the Peach Blossom Island after a long absence, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a shock in the surrounding space, followed by a sudden change in the surrounding scene. It seems that the target he is advancing on is no longer Peach Blossom Island, but after the teleportation light dissipates, what Yi Feng sees is an incomparably vast prairie, 7 big round moons lined up in a row in the night sky. It illuminates the whole earth like day. Where is this? Yi Feng was puzzled for a while, and then he heard a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha, Yi Feng, you have finally come to our Yueyuan world. The familiar voice, which I heard 3 months ago, turned out to be Emperor Xingyue. Yi Feng was shocked. This guy actually blocked him when he returned to the earth from the Dragon Sword realm with the power of mysterious space, and took him captive to the world of Yueyuan. Immediately afterwards, Emperor Xingyue's burly and extraordinary body appeared in front of Yi Feng. The scar of the crescent moon in his hand shone strangely under the light of 7 moons. Beside Emperor Xingyue, there is a bearded and strong man named Yu Qitian. He is the prince of the Yueyuan dynasty, and the precious son of Emperor Xingyue. At this time, Yi Feng was staring at Yi Feng with some malicious intentions, which made Yi Feng shudder. What do you two do? Yi Feng quickly calmed down, looked at Emperor Xingyue, and asked. It's really unlucky to be caught by a forced marriage, Yi Feng thought to himself. Got engaged. The two said in unison. Peach Blossom Island, noon. Everyone is living in an orderly manner as usual, practicing cultivation, and competing with each other. In a courtyard, Yue Chan, Zhang Xinyun, Su Feiying and other women were discussing the dragon sword soaring to the sky together, trying to make progress. At this moment, a cheerful dragon roar came from above the island. This dragon roar made Yue Chan and Zhang Xinyun happy. It's the ferocious beast raised by Mr. Yi, that flame skeleton dragon demon. Yue Chan took the lead in explaining and stood up. So, Yi Feng is back? Su Menghan blinked playfully and cutely, her pink face was full of excitement. She hadn't seen Yi Feng for so long that she was thinking about him in her dreams, for fear that Yi Feng would encounter any danger in those unknown high-level worlds. Without any hesitation, the girls unleashed the power of space and came to the sky above Peach Blossom Island in an instant. A 100-meter-long flaming bone dragon was tossing and frolicking over Peach Blossom Island. Many members of the Battle Soul Army, led by Yang Shunning, had already surrounded the flaming bone dragon. Uncle Yang, let them disperse, this is one of our own. Zhang Xinyun hurriedly asked Yang Shunning to disperse the crowd. This flame skeletal dragon demon is not kidding. If he gets angry, the entire Peach Blossom Island will be sunk. Yang Shunning heard the words and immediately dispersed the many soul cultivators of the War Soul Army. However, the girls searched and searched, but none of them saw where Yi Feng was. Stop teasing, Hua Hua, didn't Mr. Yi come back with you? Yuechan stepped forward and asked the jubilant flame skeleton dragon demon. As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention was focused, but they saw that the tossing body of the flame skeleton dragon demon suddenly stopped, and then it seemed a little puzzled, and looked around. Hey, where is Yi Feng? Countless question marks appeared on the head of the flame skeleton dragon demon. On Peach Blossom Island, everyone was in a panic. What should I do? Yi Feng has disappeared. Huahua said that Yi Feng was going to teleport it with it, but it came, but Yi Feng didn't. Could it be some accident? It's very possible that when Yuechan wanted to come to our Earth for the first time, didn't something happen too? All the girls started talking one after another, and couldn't help but start to worry. I haven't seen Yi Feng for a long time. I didn't expect such an accident to happen at this time. It makes people worry. Because they were fairly familiar with the flame skeleton dragon demon, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun took on the responsibility of communicating with this fierce beast. The two women brought the flame skeleton dragon demon to the side of Peach Blossom Island and let it fly on the sea. With such a big beast, there is no place for it to stay on Peach Blossom Island. I am afraid that the facilities on the entire island will be destroyed by it. It's like raising a husky that only knows how to move its mouth at home, and it must be kept out of the door. Two women, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded the flame skeleton dragon demon. Huahua, where did Yi Feng go? Yuechan transmitted her divine thoughts with utmost gentleness. The flame skeletal dragon demon only knew that Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun were Yi Feng's women, so he didn't dare to mess around, and crawled obediently, but when he heard Yuechan's spiritual question, it felt a little bad. It didn't even notice that Yi Feng was gone. How does this make it answer the question of this Yi Feng woman? The flame skeletal dragon demon only felt that he was too wronged, and it was not his fault, but he had to bear it. However, in order to be able to eat the delicious power of real fire, it told itself that all this would pass. He got lost. With 4 simple words, the flame skeletal dragon demon replied to Yuechan with his divine thoughts. Yuechan was speechless and looked at Zhang Xinyun. Zhang Xinyun glanced at Yuechan, and knew that her inquiry was fruitless, so she thought, it might be useless to ask this big guy, but now everyone has no other choice. Huahua, have you comprehended the power of mysterious space? If so, go back and see what's going on. Zhang Xinyun asked tentatively. On Peach Blossom Island, only the flame skeletal dragon demon has the power to cross space. However, upon hearing Zhang Xinyun's words, the flame skeleton dragon demon shook his head vigorously, as if letting him go back would mean death. This made the two women sweat coldly, thinking that this beast is waiting to be afraid in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. The flame skeletal dragon demon's cultivation has reached 1,500 years, and the two women will naturally not be able to force it. If this big guy becomes ruthless, the whole earth will suffer. Therefore, Yuechan could only comfort her. Okay, Huahua, you can rest near here, and don't run around. I don't think it will run around. It's afraid that if it runs away, it won't be able to see Yi Feng. Zhang Xinyun shook her head. This big guy refused to go back to Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, because he was afraid that Yi Feng wouldn't be able to find it when he came back, wouldn't he? Since Yi Feng brought it here, it is determined to stay here and wait for Yi Feng to come back. Facing such deadheadedness, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun must be helpless. Others on Peach Blossom Island were even more powerless. The only ones who could get close to the flame skeleton dragon demon were Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun. If anyone else got close, they might be eaten by it. I can only wait. If there is no news from Yi Feng for too long, the flame skeleton dragon demon will not be able to sit still, and will automatically run back to Dragon Sword Immortal Palace to inquire, right? At this time, Yuechan and Zhang Xinyun could only guess like this, and told everyone this conclusion. Everyone could only wait restlessly on Peach Blossom Island. The moon is close to the world, on the endless grassland. This is the most expansive piece of land in the Yuan dynasty. It is rich in all kinds of ores, natural materials, and earth treasures, and it has raised thousands of high-level practitioners in the Yuan dynasty. At this time tonight, Emperor Xingyue came here, brought Prince Yuqishan with him, and forcibly captured son-in-law Yi Feng. Tell me, what do you want? Yi Feng sat on the ground with a weed in his mouth and asked as if he was not afraid of death. I'm engaged to my sister, and I'll let you go when I'm done. Prince Yuqishan said it as a matter of course. He had a little admiration for Yi Feng. My sister is beautiful and beautiful. How many people want to kiss Fengzi and have no chance? Why did you not even want to give you a chance? You have to know that this kind of thing is about emotion. Yi Feng glanced at him and said calmly, Princess Yuan and I just met by chance. How could it develop into a marriage contract? If Princess Yuan finds out about this, she will be heartbroken, right? His father and elder brother actually wanted to marry him off regardless of his own feelings. No need to talk nonsense. Emperor Xingyue waved his hand. If you get engaged, you are engaged. You have no other choice. As the overlord of Yuan world, Emperor Xingyue has always been famous for his domineering, and this time is no exception. Facing Yi Feng, this burly emperor showed his majesty. At this moment, the space around Yi Feng twisted for a while, the power of heaven-level space flashed, and a white elegant figure came lightly. Emperor Xingyue, is it inappropriate to kidnap someone from my dragon sword immortal palace like this? A cold voice floated out from the figure's mouth. When Yi Feng saw it, he was actually dressed in white. Yi Shubai is the core disciple of Longjian Immortal Palace, a genius among geniuses, with a cultivation base of 3,000 years. His real strength may have reached more than 4,000 years, very powerful. But, what he is facing at this time is Emperor Xingyue, who has a cultivation base of more than 100,000 years. In front of Emperor Xingyue, Yi Shubai was like an ant, but he dared to break the void alone? Oh? He's actually a core disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Yi Feng, you're such a shameless man that you actually let someone protect you. Yu Qiqian was taken aback at first, then said to Yi Feng with a look of disdain. You're a man who is outrageous. You actually asked my father to tie me up here. If you have the guts, we'll single them out. Yi Feng was not afraid at all, he retorted and looked at Yu Qiqian contemptuously. Yu Qiqian was half dead from anger. Where is Yi Feng's opponent now? Not to mention that Yi Feng has already obtained the inheritance of the dragon sword, holding the ancient dragon sword of the immortal grade in his hand. Well. Emperor Xingyue looked at Yu Qiqian and Yi Feng, and felt that his son was still too young, and he was speechless in a few words. But he was a little surprised at Subai's courage. Yi Shubai, if you leave now, I can pretend that you haven't been here before, otherwise, I don't mind bringing you back to Yuan Palace together, to be with this kid like Yi Feng. Emperor Xingyue squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Shubai. The white clouds in the clothes were light and the wind was light, and under the bright light of the 7 moons, he said coldly, then take me away. The guy's an idiot. Yi Feng felt that he had already identified Yi Shubai. What is the use of going to Yuan Palace with him? Up to now, the elders of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace have not appeared, and it is clear that Yi Feng has tacitly made Yi Feng the son-in-law of Yuan world. Could it be that this Yi Shubai was ordered to come here to find out the truth? Yi Shubai glanced at Yi Feng, but didn't speak. Yi Feng couldn't figure out what this guy meant, so he simply ignored it, stood up, and said to Emperor Xingyue, the engagement was forced by you. I personally never agreed to it. I didn't before, I won't now, and I won't in the future. Won't. Take this sentence back, I can pretend that you didn't say it. Emperor Xingyue snorted lightly, and glanced at Yi Feng. The words have been spoken and cannot be taken back. Yi Feng spread his hands. Today, he has no other choice but to be ashamed like this. Anyway, Princess Yueyuan went to Shangqingshan and got the super god-level magic weapon Star Crystal Bow. With such an existence, his future achievements will definitely be higher than Emperor Xingyue. Should I offend Emperor Xingyue, or Princess Xuelong? For this multiple-choice question, Yi Feng will still do it. Not to mention that the current Princess Yueyuan may have some powerful backing. The power to build the ancient ruins is an existence that even Qiyao Ancient Tree fears. What if someone in that faction takes a fancy to Princess Xuelong? Yi Feng and Princess Xuelong got engaged, didn't they offend those horrible guys? Yi Feng will not be afraid of trouble, but he will not cause trouble for no reason, especially when there is no benefit. Getting engaged to Princess Yueyuan is of no benefit to Yi Feng. In that case, let's go back and prepare for the engagement ceremony. By the way, I had prepared a lot of dowry for you, but now it seems that I have to forget it. Emperor Xingyue said intentionally or unintentionally. The word dowry undoubtedly touched Yi Feng's nerves. When the princess of the Yueyuan dynasty gets married, how much dowry will be given? Perhaps Yi Feng can double the cultivation of the entire Peach Blossom Island at once. For a cultivator, the only useful dowry is the existence of natural materials, earthly treasures, magic weapons, and so on. How could the dowry given by Emperor Xingyue be unusual? But Yi Feng just thought about it, swallowed his saliva, and put it behind his mind. After going through so much, Yi Feng still has some concentration. If he can't help but accept the dowry, Yi Feng will be finished when Princess Xuelong and the people from Shangqingshan come down. At least, before his own strength has been cultivated, he is not willing to provoke forces that are too strong to compete with. Yi Shubai and Yi Feng were brought back to Yueyuan Palace together. The palace of the Yueyuan dynasty was built between a glacier, carved out of ice and snow, and the dome of the snow-capped mountain was as high as 10,000 feet, which was not inferior to the magnificence of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Yi Feng and Yi Shubai were put under house arrest together in the same room, staring at each other. By the way, senior brother Yisubai, what is the fourth picture of Dragon Sword Ju training? Nothing to do, Yi Feng began to ask Yi Shubai about the practice of dragon sword art. The fourth picture is the picture of the dragon trapped in black ice. It starts from 1,000 years of cultivation and continues to 2,000 years of cultivation. Yi Shubai didn't hide his secrets. In fact, there is nothing to hide about these things. After reaching a 1,000-year cultivation base, a cultivator must comprehend the world, cultivate the Tao fruit, and then practice the Dao Ju. Otherwise the cultivation progress will be extremely slow and almost impossible. Go ahead. Cultivate Dao fruit, practice Dao Ju? Yi Feng was surprised, he had never heard of this statement before, so he asked about it in detail. Yi Shubai explained patiently, and soon Yi Feng understood the changes that cultivators would face after 1,000 years of cultivation. Once 1,000 years of cultivation is reached, the speed of raising the upper limit of the cultivation level of the cultivator's cultivation method that the cultivator has cultivated before becomes very slow. Only 1,000 and 1,000 years of cultivation is in the early days, at most 1,010 years is considered strong. Because they don't know how to cultivate the Tao. Dao fruit is the strongest reliance for practitioners to continue to improve after attaining the Dao realm, just like the Yang God condensed after 100 years of cultivation, but it is more important than the Yang God. If there is no Yang God, the practitioners can still cultivate from 100 years of cultivation to 200 or 300 years, and so on, before they feel that they encounter obstacles and progress slowly. But if one does not achieve Dao fruit, the cultivation base of the cultivator will almost stagnate after 1,000 years of cultivation base. After condensing the Dao fruit, one has to practice the Dao Ju, that is to say, after 1,000 years of cultivation, the cultivator has to change to a new way of cultivating immortals. The original mental methods are just ordinary mental methods, which are no longer applicable after attaining the Tao realm. Only by repracticing the Dao Ju can the cultivation base continue to grow, and thus moved towards the realm of becoming a fairy for 10,000 years. It is another long journey from 1,000 years of cultivation to 10,000 years of cultivation. The fourth training map of Dragon Sword Ju is Dao Ju. Starting from a certain star map behind the star alchemy code, it is also a Taoist formula. But other than that, Yifeng has never encountered any Dao Ju. In that case, we have to find Taoism for everyone on Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng was a little puzzled. He thought that he could cultivate to the end with the mind of cultivating immortals, but he didn't expect that he would have to change his mind after 1,000 years of cultivation. But in this way, there is no need to worry about the low level of other people's cultivation skills on Peach Blossom Island. At that time, I will find a stronger Taoism for them. As long as they reach the 1,000-year cultivation base, then everyone will be on the same starting point again. Gathering Dao fruit will not only allow you to continue to practice on the basis of 1,000 years of cultivation, but it will also enhance your perception of the power of the entire world. Ishubai continued, according to my experience, condensing the Dao fruit of ordinary quality can double your perception of the power between heaven and earth, such as the power of space and so on. So, isn't it much easier to comprehend the power of space and time after condensing Dao fruit? Yifeng was surprised. Yes, because of this, it is very rare for you to comprehend the power of mysterious space at the Yongshan stage. Ishubai looked at Yifeng, with a challenging look in his eyes. I comprehended the power of Xian-level space when I cultivated for 900 years. However, I must be earlier than you when I comprehended the power of heaven-level space. Oh? Yifeng squinted his eyes. When you cultivated for 3,000 years, because of the dragon sword's main body descending in the inheritance ceremony, you comprehended the power of heaven-level space. You mean, when I cultivated for 3,000 years, I still can't comprehend the power of heaven-level space? Ishubai smiled faintly, exactly. In Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, even if it is a core disciple with high talent, if he wants to comprehend the power of heaven-level space, he has to step into the fairyland after 10,000 years of cultivation. There are indeed not many people like Ishubai in history, and he has enough capital to be proud. But in front of Yifeng, it's hard to say whether his pride can be maintained. Yifeng smiled, but didn't speak. How talented he is, even he himself doesn't know now. Isn't he talking big now? You can only take one step at a time, anyway. Now Yifeng doesn't care about competing with Ishubai. The most important thing is to steadily improve his strength. The key point is that Yifeng doesn't know how to undo the 7 layers of restriction imposed by the dragon sword itself. If it takes a long time to untie it, wouldn't he be unable to reach the 1,000-year cultivation base and condense the Dao fruit? In that case, it will be very difficult to comprehend the power of heaven-level space. Yifeng spent several days happily communicating with Ishubai in Yueyuan world. Immediately afterwards, Emperor Xingyue brought Yifeng to appear in front of the courtiers of the Yueyuan dynasty, introduced him, and invited guests. Emperor Xingyue's move was naturally to consolidate his position in the Yueyuan dynasty. His daughter is engaged to the successor of this generation of dragon sword inheritance, that is to say, Emperor Xingyue has a close relationship with Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Is it possible for him to settle down together? At the banquet, Yifeng just walked through the scene casually, but found that many people in the scene had strong breaths and unfathomable cultivation levels, probably comparable to Emperor Xingyue. The first-class world Yueyuan dynasty is not called indiscriminately, just like the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, in which the immortal king realm with a cultivation base of 100,000 years exists. There are several people who serve as important court officials of the Yueyuan dynasty, together with Emperor Xingyue maintain the dominance of the Yueyuan dynasty. Of course, it is worth deliberating whether these important court officials are so loyal. Yifeng naturally wouldn't think about such boring things. After the engagement banquet went through the motions, Yifeng was sent back together with Ishubai, and from then on, he was regarded as the son-in-law of the Half-Moon dynasty. Why do you say half? Because he didn't take Princess Yuelong's dowry, it can be said that he was forced by Emperor Xinhua and left himself a way out. After returning to Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Yifeng bid farewell to Yishubai. "Thank you, senior brother Yishubai, I will bid you farewell, we will meet later." Close left without looking back. From this core disciple, Yifeng learned a lot of things after 1,000 years of cultivation, which benefited him a lot in the future on the road of cultivation. At the same time, Yifeng also had a detailed plan in mind for the cultivation and development of everyone on Peach Blossom Island. When Yifeng finally came back from the Yueyuan dynasty, there was a third-class world soul world separated by countless layers of space. What? You said that Yifeng not only appeared from the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, but also became the inheritor of Dragon Sword for the first time, and most importantly, he was engaged to Princess Yueyuan of Yueyuan World? The Prince of the Soul World, Sha Xing, couldn't help being shocked when he heard the report from his subordinates. That Yifeng, obviously only marching together with Princess Yueyuan, was able to let Princess Yueyuan enter the 7th floor of the ancient ruins. This is already a very incredible thing. But now, that Yifeng has directly become the holder of Dragon Sword, which makes Sha Xing somewhat regretful. Yifeng was the one who invited him first. If he hadn't refused, wouldn't he be the one who reached the 7th floor of the ruins now? However, the opportunity will not come again, it is fleeting. Sha Xing shook his head and didn't think much about it. Because I still have some friendship with Yifeng, I must visit him. Sha Xing made a decision, then stood up suddenly, ready to discuss this matter with his father. Sha Xing's father went to the Yueyuan world to discuss with the left minister of the Yueyuan dynasty about dealing with the Dade world. He just came back, and it seems that the situation should be good. Soon, Sha Xing Piafei came to his father's bedroom. "Father, I have something to ask." Sha Xing's father, as the overlord of the third-class world of the Soul Realm, also has tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Although he has not reached the realm of the Immortal King, his strength is not far behind. As a soul cultivator, most of the cultivators in the soul world are invisible, and so is Sha Xing's father. Seeing Sha Xing approaching, his father didn't condense his soul body at all, but a majestic voice came, "Speak." The inheritor of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Yifeng, has now officially become the master of the Dragon Sword, and has also made a marriage contract with Princess Yueyuan. "My servant wants to meet him," Killing Star said. "Are you sure he will still be happy to see you now?" Sha Xing's father asked lightly. "Not sure, but of course I have to try it now." Kill Xingdao. "Go, pay attention to safety." "That Yifeng, where is it now?" the star-killing father asked. "He has returned to his hometown, a world without rank." As Sha Xing spoke, he condensed the power of Xian-level space and probed towards the earth where Yifeng was. "It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, you will be shocked when you see it. There are so many strong people." The soul body condensed by Killing Star had a dignified expression. "Father, the earth is currently surrounded by a group of monks from the Tianjia world. It seems that they are plotting something wrong. Shall we go to help?" "Oh?" Upon hearing this situation, Sha Xing's father finally couldn't sit still. His soul power condensed into a soul body. A tall and burly figure appeared in front of Sha Xing. His eyes were huge, and the color of thunder flashed in them. "The heavenly armor world, that is a second-class world that even our soul world dare not provoke. How could you even plan to play a non-level world?" Sha Xing's father, the thunder in Ming Xing's eyes kept flickering. He quickly raised his hand and waved. "Very good, this time we will go to rescue the earth. Yifeng is your friend, we must not stand by." A flash of astonishment flashed in Sha Xing's eyes, and then suddenly understood. The current Yifeng is not what it used to be. When he received an assassination mission to go to Earth and wanted to kill Yifeng, he had no idea that this guy could become so powerful in such a short period of time. What makes Yifeng strong now is not his cultivation, but his identity. Father Pluto is so determined to help the Earth, the idea must be to get close to Yi Feng, so that he can get close to the two behemoths, Dragon Sword Immortal Palace and Xuanhuan Dynasty. It is precisely because of this that even the Tianjia world dares to provoke it. You must know that it is a second-class world, much stronger than the current Soul world. People in the Soul world are ready to go, since they want to help, they must not be too shabby. Earth, Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng's figure finally descended, and he returned to this familiar place. A series of memories swept through his mind, which made him deeply moved. There is no time for cultivating immortals. Since he has entered the meditation space several times, it seems to him that he has experienced decades. However, for everyone on Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng's departure was only a year or two away. Yi Feng frowned. He was not frowning at the situation on Peach Blossom Island, but at the situation outside the Earth. Through the power of the mysterious space, he felt that in the space outside the Earth, in the solar system, many powerful monks from other worlds were gathering continuously, as if they wanted to plot evil against the Earth. Who are they? Yi Feng was stunned, and then became angry. The current Earth is just a world without hierarchy, as fragile as a piece of paper. Unexpectedly there are other worlds to make decisions. Obviously, these guys are here for him, Yi Feng. Otherwise, why did no one come to the Earth before, but now there are a lot of people? Without any hesitation, Yi Feng immediately descended to Peach Blossom Island. Those powerful monks outside the Earth are not something he can deal with at all. Anyone who comes here has a cultivation base of thousands of years. Followed by them, there are also some extremely huge big guys, which seem to be like spaceships, and some are like a planet, but they exude extremely powerful aura of heaven and earth, as well as various mysterious powers. For the current Yi Feng, he must call in support immediately. With him alone, it is absolutely impossible to protect the Earth. In this case, he must let the people from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace come over. Senior brother Yishibai, I didn't expect to trouble you so soon. Yi Feng condensed the power of space, passed through layers of space, and transmitted it to Yisubai's ears. The elders of the Asgard Palace already know about the affairs of your world, but this matter is beyond our scope, so you can resolve it yourself. Yisubai's answer is always cold. Yi Feng's expression darkened when he received Suibai's spiritual thoughts. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace doesn't care about this? Damn. Yi Feng couldn't help expressing contempt for Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and at the same time, he was deeply dissatisfied with his cultivation base. If he was given some more time, after his cultivation base rose, would such a matter still need Dragon Sword Immortal Palace to take action? It's a pity that the current Yi Feng can only make the worst plan. If those monks really want the Earth, then Yi Feng can only give up. There are so many people in the world, Yi Feng will definitely not be able to protect them. It is no problem to protect his own people with pills. Yi Feng's base is not limited to this one, he also has Nanling in the Immortal Cultivation realm, and the Star Alchemy Temple in the Desolate realm. Just as he landed on Peach Blossom Island, ready to explain the situation to everyone, and when he led them away, a series of spatial forces twisted and appeared around his body. Immediately afterwards, a familiar figure appeared in front of Yi Feng. Kill the star? Yi Feng frowned slightly. What appeared in front of him was the soul body condensed from the killing stars of the soul world. At this time, what is the purpose of killing the star? It's me, Brother Yi, we meet again. Killing Xing smiled softly. This time you are in quite a lot of trouble. Those around you are all monks from the Tianjia world. This is a second-class world. Although only a small number of people have come, it is not something you can deal with. I persuade Father, he is gathering troops to help you. Oh? Yi Feng looked moved. It turns out that those guys outside the Earth are monks from the second-class world, but since they are from the second-class world, and this killer belongs to the soul world, how dare the third-class world come to confront the second-class world? After thinking about it, Yifeng quickly realized that Xing must want to make friends with him. After all, it was a miracle that he took Princess Xuanhuan to leave on the 6th floor of the ancient ruins, and finally sent Princess Xuanhuan to the 7th floor of the ruins. With this relationship, Yifeng is already a young genius worth making friends with. Not to mention, Yifeng's talent is monstrous, and his future achievements will be limitless. Thank you. Yifeng cupped his hands towards Xing, with sincerity in his eyes. Unexpectedly, at this kind of time, it was Xing who came to help by chance, but Longjian Xiangong kept silent about it. Dragon Sword Xiangong is responsible for Yifeng's life, but not for the lives of people on Earth. Yifeng understands this. However, Yifeng was still very angry. This Dragon Sword Immortal Palace was simply cheating. If it weren't for the awesome appearance of the Dragon Sword itself, Yifeng really wanted to throw away the simple Dragon Sword. Of course, the ancient Dragon Sword is still a great source of strength for him now, and it is impossible to throw it away, but the seeds of dissatisfaction with the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace have been planted. Time flies. Yifeng enveloped the entire Earth with mysterious space power, but found that the governments of various countries on the Earth have also found something wrong, especially the two military powers of Huogua and Migua. On Huogua's side, a metal planet with strange behavior was discovered. It has just adjusted its orbit and is rapidly revolving around the Earth. In Huogua, the highest military base. Due to the emergency phenomenon just discovered, the military department gathered all the main leaders of the country together to think about countermeasures while watching the scene observed by the satellite. What the hell is that? Is it a satellite newly researched by the United States? Impossible. The metal planet is at least 200 million kilometers away from the Earth, and its orbit has already intersected with the orbit of Mars. It is impossible for the technology of the United States to launch it at such a long distance. Yes, the most important thing is that this metal planet appeared suddenly, without any warning before. I firmly believe that the current United States absolutely does not have such advanced science and technology. This planet, rather like the Death Star in Star Wars, looks terrifying. There was a lot of talk, and finally someone couldn't take it anymore and stood up and said, "Anyway, let's ask about the situation in the United States first." As soon as the words came out, everyone agreed. But soon, the situation from the United States made them ashamed. On the side of the United States, a large-scale space battleship was discovered, and it just lay beside Mars, 80 million kilometers away from the Earth. Such news, the two major powers will naturally not announce it to the public. In the end, the leaders of the United States and China, together with the leaders of Russia, finally launched an online meeting, and the three sides discussed fiercely. Before long, they decided to send radio waves towards the foreign object found in space to try to communicate with the mysterious being. Originally, the leaders of the three major countries did not have much hope, but to their surprise, the other party responded quickly. Exile Yifeng. The simple 4 words made the leaders of the three major countries dumbfounded at the same time. On Peach Blossom Island, Yifeng has landed on the island with his killing star. The safest thing to do now is to let them all leave Peach Blossom Island and go to Xiaoxianji and other places, and then start fighting here. Yifeng and Xing discussed together, and soon, the news of Yifeng's return spread throughout the island. All the girls, the Battle Soul Army, and everyone in the Dragon Blood Army gathered as quickly as possible, and appeared in front of Yifeng together. Don't rush to be happy. Yifeng saw the joyful expressions on everyone's faces, and immediately waved his hands and said seriously, "We are facing a big crisis now. We will explain the details later, but now." As soon as Yifeng said this, everyone who had just prepared to welcome Yifeng back was dumbfounded. Isn't it a happy event for Yifeng to come back? How can we face a big crisis? In the eyes of everyone, no matter how big the crisis is, it seems that Yifeng can solve it alone. It's a pity that this is just a beautiful thought. If that's the case, why would Yi Feng ask them to practice? We are surrounded by powerful enemies. Yi Feng said in a deep voice, glanced at everyone, and then realized that Lin Shiqing was not there, and quickly asked, "Where did you sister Lin go?" "She's in Yanjing, hey, I just got a call." Long Wanner answered immediately, and then the phone rang, and it turned out that it was Lin Shiqing calling. Due to the evacuation of the Qianxiang magic array, Taohua Island has been able to receive radio signals normally, and the mobile phone can also be connected. Long Wanner picked up the phone, and Lin Shiqing's anxious voice came from the opposite side. "Wanner, is Yi Feng back?" Originally, Lin Shiqing often called to ask about Yi Feng's news, but she had never been so anxious like today. Obviously, the Earth was facing the moment of survival, and she couldn't calm down. "Just came back, I'll answer the phone for him." Long Wanner opened her beautiful eyes, glanced at Yi Feng, and handed over the small mobile phone. Yi Feng nodded and took the phone, then asked, "Shiqing, did you find anything? There are so many uninvited guests from outside the Earth. With the technology of the Earth, we should be able to find some clues, right?" "Yeah, just now my dad called me and said that some people came outside." When Lin Shiqing said this, she lowered her voice. "Those people have a high level of technology. I suspect they came from other worlds, or they may be aliens." "It's people from other worlds." Yi Feng confirmed Lin Shiqing's guess, and then asked, "So, your dad has already contacted them?" "Well, at the summit meeting of major powers, the discussion has come to a conclusion." Lin Shiqing said, with strong indignation in her tone, "Those people don't know why, but they made a request to exile you. As long as you are exiled, they will retreat." "What, banish me?" Yi Feng was taken aback, not knowing what this meant. "It means driving you out of the Earth." Lin Shiqing explained. "Erased from the Earth?" Yi Feng became more and more puzzled. If he did this, what good would it do for those people in the heavenly armor world? There is no doubt that those people from Tianjia world are targeting Yi Feng, so they actually want the forces on Earth to drive Yi Feng out of Earth. If Yi Feng doesn't leave Earth, wouldn't it be inconvenient for people from Tianjia world? Do it? Yi Feng just thought for a while, then said to Lin Shiqing, "Then what does your father mean?" Hearing Yi Feng's question, Lin Shiqing seemed a little embarrassed. Of course he meant that he would not do this, but he is not the only one who has the final say on Huagua, not to mention, the leaders of the world's major powers are discussing together now. "That is to say, everyone agrees to expel me?" Yi Feng chuckled lightly. Yi Feng has no friendship with people from other big countries on the Earth, and even hostile to people from the United States. It is normal for the leaders of the world's big countries to discuss such a result, and it does not surprise Yi Feng. As for Lin Dishan's opinion, it's really not very important. Yi Feng believes that the other party must still want to protect him, but facing this situation, Lin Dishan's ability can't do much at all. Any one of those monks from the Tianjia world could destroy the Earth. But if this is the case, what are those guys worrying about? After thinking about it, Yi Feng couldn't think of anything, so he looked at the soul cultivator Sha Xing and said, "Sha Xing, in your soul world, is there any record about my current world?" "This world?" Sha Xing looked around, felt the space around the Earth with his heart, frowned and shook his head. "Forgive me for not being deep enough, I can't feel anything." Yi Feng nodded, and said to Lin Shiqing on the phone, "I probably know the situation, I'll go talk to your dad right away. Why don't you come to Peach Blossom Island first?" "I'll go with you." Lin Shiqing was worried that Yi Feng would do something. "Alright, I'll find you soon." Yi Feng agreed, and then hung up the phone. At this time, the killing star on the side pulled Yi Feng. "Brother Yi, our soul world has not been rising for a long time, and we were only promoted to the third-class world 300 years ago, so some ancient things may not be very clear. But if I ask my father, maybe there will be results, so I will go and ask you." "Thank you very much." Yi Feng nodded and said solemnly, "The situation is urgent now, let's talk about the rest later." In times of crisis, there are not many people who will help Yi Feng. On Earth, on Peach Blossom Island, there are many people who will help Yi Feng, but there is no doubt that they all have Yi Feng as their backbone. When Yi Feng is in danger, their cultivation is not enough to help Yi Feng. Xing quickly activated the power of the mysterious space, and the broken space went back to the soul world, and asked his father. His father is a peerless powerhouse who single-handedly promoted the soul world to the third-class world. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation should be enough to know some things. Existences at the level of Emperor Xingyue and Long Jian must know something about the earth, but why don't they say? Thinking about it, Yi Feng shook his head at the same time, and after explaining to everyone on Peach Blossom Island, he activated the power of space and teleported to Yanjing all at once. Yanjing is one of the world's most cosmopolitan cities, but after visiting the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace and Yueyuan Palace, Yi Feng didn't think this place was so spectacular. Of course, there are still many people in this place, very many. Yi Feng had comprehended the power of mysterious space, so he no longer had to worry about not being able to find anyone. He casually condensed the power of space to observe, and found where Lin Shiqing was. Yanjing Lin's family, in the villa community. Lin Shiqing was pacing anxiously in the room when Yi Feng's figure suddenly appeared behind her, and he stretched out his hands to wrap around her slender and boneless waist from behind. "Honey, do you miss me?" Yi Feng said softly. "Damn ghost, hurry up and go see my dad with me." Lin Shiqing didn't need to turn her head to know that it was Yi Feng who came, and said anxiously immediately. The current Lin Shiqing, with a cultivation base of 180 years, seems to have a deeper comprehension of the star refining code, but in Yi Feng's eyes at this time, the power of star refining in her body is quite weak. After all, the current Yi Feng has come into contact with the Qiyao power of Shang Qingshan. "Let's go." Yi Feng smiled lightly and nodded. With the help of people from the Soul Realm, he was not worried about what the people from the Tianjia world would do to the earth. And the opponent's target is him. At most he can leave the earth and go to Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Can this group of people still fight to Dragon Sword Immortal Palace? Yi Feng brought Lin Shiqing and the two together, activated the power of space in the blink of an eye, and teleported to a top-secret China's highest military base in Yanjing. The figures of him and Lin Shiqing appeared directly in the central conference hall of the military base, which surprised many Huagua leaders around them. The heavy guards and protection of the military base are actually ineffective against these two people. But soon, everyone was surprised, because one of them appeared in front of them was the protagonist of this incident, Yi Feng, and the other was Yi Feng's woman, Lin Shiqing, who belonged to one of the high-ranking officials of the Hua Kingdom. "Daughter." When Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing appeared together in the central hall of Huagua's most heavily guarded military base, everyone in the conference hall was stunned. This is the whole of China, and it can even be said to be the most heavily guarded place on the entire earth. Let alone two people, even two bacteria can't get in. But now, Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing suddenly appeared in front of him. This made them feel unbelievable. Several of them wiped their eyes, wondering if they had read it wrong, and after a while they were sure that it was indeed Yi Feng who appeared in this central hall with Lin Shiqing. There were a total of 7 people present, each of whom was a bigwig in Huagua today. In addition to Lin Dedian from the Lin family, there were also people from the Yanjing Miao family, Shen family, and Wang family. In addition, when encountering such an unreasonable matter, the director of the National Security Bureau is naturally among them. In addition, there are 2 military leaders who are discussing this matter together. Yi Feng, how could you appear here?" The middle-aged man from Miao's house in Yanjing immediately stood up, pointed at Yi Feng with one hand and made a trembling sound. "Why can't I be here?" Yi Feng wondered, could it be some kind of taboo for him to appear here? Once upon a time, when Yi Feng had just been reborn on Earth, he was bullied by people from Yanjing Miao's family, but now, the entire family of the other party was not taken seriously by Yi Feng. If Yifeng is willing, a city like Yanjing can be destroyed with a flick of his fingers, and the destructive power is no less than the finest nuclear bomb. Ahem, everyone, please be patient. After Lin Dedian was stunned for a moment, he immediately coughed twice, stood up and waved his hands, telling the others who stood up to sit down, since Yifeng is here, and my daughter is here, everyone can continue to discuss the issue just now. Is there anything else to discuss? The middle-aged man of Yanjing Miao's family had a gloomy expression on his face. Yifeng, a brat, although he discovered the teleportation array leading to other worlds, he is unwilling to hand over the core technology to the country, which has caused delays in technology. Unable to go up to the next level. Now, he has attracted powerful civilizations from other worlds and pointed out that he should be exiled, so we have only one choice, exile Yifeng. That's right, this matter was caused by Yifeng, of course he is responsible for it alone. Another head of the military department of the Miao family faction nodded, and agreed, the technology of the extraterrestrial civilization is very advanced. At such a long distance, our nuclear bombs can't hit them. It is impossible to fight against them. If that's the case, why are they threatening us to exile Yifeng? Just charge up and fight. Lin Dedian objected fiercely, and then glanced at Yifeng. Yifeng, you still know the most about this matter, why don't you explain the details to everyone? As soon as this was said, some people present nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man from the Miao family and the military boss were not very happy, but seeing that everyone was like this, they could only nod their heads. Alright, let's listen to what this kid has to say. On the big screen in the conference room, many leaders of the two major military powers of the United States and Russia were displayed. Seeing that Yifeng and Lin Shiqing were allowed to come in from the Hua country, they were all stunned. But when they saw that the person concerned had come, they stopped discussing and chose to listen to what Yifeng had to say first. Yifeng nodded to Lin Dedian, this father-in-law, even in the moment of life and death of the whole earth, still protects him. It can be seen that Lin Dedian really has nothing to say to him. Lin Dedian must have done enough work to suppress him for so long about the teleportation formation, but this must have caused Lin Dedian dissatisfaction among many people. After the matter here, I will go to other high-tech worlds to buy some technology, bring it back to Earth, and develop Earth technology. Seeing Lin Dedian like this, Yifeng finally made up his mind to have a trip. At that moment, he raised his head and glanced at the people present, and said bluntly, I am also very surprised that people from Tianjia world will come to you this time. After all, I have never had any interaction with them before. Frankly speaking, the current me, the current Earth, is definitely not the opponent of Tianjia world. Tianjia world? As soon as this word came out of Yifeng's mouth, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. They didn't know if Yifeng was talking nonsense, or if he really had such a name. Yifeng ignored them and continued, they asked you to exile me. I don't know the reason, but what is certain is that they dare not do anything rashly to the Earth. It must be because the Earth makes them feel afraid. What's more, now there are foreign aides who are willing to help me, so it's no problem to repel these enemies, so don't panic. That's right, of course Yifeng would not be willing to be expelled from the Earth, leaving this world where his relatives are present. Since the people from the Tianjia world are coming to make trouble, Yifeng will fight them to the end. Although Yifeng's cultivation level is not enough, he has friends and a backer. What's more, the Earth itself seems a bit weird, which makes people in Tianjia world have scruples. Humph, what nonsense. The middle-aged man in the Miao family jumped out, pointed at Yifeng's nose and cursed, what is there on Earth that makes such a powerful alien civilization feel afraid? Let us exile you just because you offended them, and I don't want to wipe out the whole Earth. If you insist on saying that the Earth is special, then you should explain clearly what makes the Earth scare them. It's ridiculous. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, thinking in his heart that the military power of the Chinese country on the Earth, plus the military power of the United States and Russia is already very strong, but if they are combined together, they are not their opponents, so what should the other party be afraid of? I don't know yet, but I will investigate sooner or later. Yifeng's expression turned cold. Because you are the leader of Huagua and have contributed a lot to the country, I won't embarrass you, but if you decide to exile me, then I can only say sorry. What do you think? If you let me go, then come and drive me away? What he said was a bit rascal. With the current strength on earth, let alone drive away Yifeng, it is very difficult to even injure him. 750 years of cultivation is equivalent to 2004 or 500 years of actual combat power. Even if all the bombs in the world exploded in Yifeng's body, they would not be able to hurt him a single bit. However, to deal with a guy like the middle-aged man from the Miao family, Yifeng had no choice but to use rogue tactics. This kind of person is used to bullying others, and he must be bullied. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the middle-aged man from the Miao family immediately had the urge to vomit blood, but a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Come on, take this kid down for me. At this critical moment in the country, he deliberately inciting internal strife is treason. No, it is a crime against humanity. A group of soldiers entered the conference hall in an instant and surrounded the conference hall. Seeing a group of armed base soldiers rushing into the meeting room, Lin Dedian immediately slapped the table and stood up, angrily said, "Important meeting, all armed personnel withdraw." No, there is an emergency at the meeting, and you need to do it. The middle-aged man from Miao's family pointed at Yifeng with one hand, and said with a ruthless face, "Arrest this hostile element who broke into the conference hall of the base, and wait to be dealt with." He made a good idea, arresting Yifeng. Maybe he can give it to the extraterrestrial visitor at that time, so as to build a good relationship with the extraterrestrial visitor and become a key figure in friendly exchanges with the extraterrestrial civilization. In this way, he will leave a glorious name in the entire history of human civilization. However, his idea is good, but it is a bit difficult to implement. When those soldiers turned their gazes to Yifeng just raised his hand lightly, and these soldiers felt a strange force completely restraining themselves, unable to move at all. These iron-blooded soldiers have undergone devil-like training, and their hearts have been honed to the point where they are not afraid of death, so they are qualified to join the protection force of this secret base. But now, as soon as Yifeng raised his hand, they couldn't move even a moment, which made all of them sweat, and the color of horror flashed in their eyes. "What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you hurry up?" The middle-aged man from the Miao family shouted loudly, but the soldiers remained motionless. A dozen iron-blooded men seemed to be frozen, and their long shadows were projected on the floor of the conference hall, which looked a little weird. "Don't call them, and don't try to catch me, you don't have that strength yet." Yifeng chuckled, and glanced at the middle-aged man from the Miao family. "Uncle, what's your name?" "You don't know that I..." The middle-aged man in the Miao family was furious. His profile picture would appear on various TV stations and magazines in Huagua throughout the year, but this kid in front of him didn't even know him. "He is Miao Quan. Lin Shiqing leaned against Yifeng and said in a voice. "Oh, Uncle Miao Quan, hello." Yifeng suddenly realized, and nodded with a smile. Miao Youchuan's self-esteem was finally comforted, and he thought that this kid still remembered who he was. If he knew that Yifeng only knew about it through Lin Shiqing's reminder, he would probably die of shame. Then, Miao Youquan, the power you have may not be useful to me, because the power gap between us is too great. Yifeng said while shaking his head, and glanced at the big screen in the conference hall. The military leaders of both the United States and Russia were paying attention to the situation in Hua. He ignored it, but glanced at the entire conference hall in front of him, and then his expression turned cold. "I don't want to say the second time, Yifeng, will not leave the earth, let alone watch the earth encounter such an enemy. I don't care. I will repel them, so you don't need to take any action, just stay with me obediently." This sentence was mainly addressed to Miao Quan. As for Lin Dedian, hearing Yifeng's words, he felt quite emotional. A small high school student in the past, but now he can become so tough, even he can't cover Yifeng, all because of his strength. The scientific and technological strength of the Earth is really too weak. It is far different from Yifeng's personal strength, let alone those stronger extraterrestrial civilizations. Since Yifeng is confident, let him try. Lin Dedian spoke up and agreed. No, this is related to the safety of the entire Earth. How can you just hand it over to a young man? Immediately, people from the Yin Jingshan family stood up to object, and looked at Yifeng. Old Lin, no matter how much you trust him, but now he is not on the same side as our Earth, otherwise, the space technology would have already died. A breakthrough has been made, but he's not willing to contribute, so what does that say? That is to prevent you from facing danger. What do you think will be good for the Earth after mastering space technology? Yifeng sneered. It's nonsense. Technology is a double-edged sword. As long as it is used well, it can benefit all mankind. The people from the Shen family in Yanjing said stubbornly, wanting to dispel Lin Dishan's idea of supporting Yifeng. Could it be that because nuclear energy is so dangerous, we can't use nuclear energy to generate electricity for the benefit of mankind? The power of space is different. Yifeng shook his head. I don't want to talk to you. I didn't come here to discuss with you, but to tell you. None of you can stop my actions. Yifeng decided to play a rogue. Shiqing, let's go first, Uncle Lin, come back to Peach Blossom Island with me, to avoid any danger. Yifeng glanced at Lin Dedian. No. Lin Dedian shook his head. I want to stay here and fight with the country. Although your place may be safe, but... These words made many people in the room stand in awe, including Yifeng. Uncle Lin, I will not let you down. Yifeng said solemnly. Go. Lin Dedian nodded. Yifeng glanced at Lin Shiqing, nodded, activated the power of space, and left the conference hall with Lin Shiqing. After the figures of the two disappeared, the people present hadn't reacted yet. Why did this person disappear like this? By the way, space technology. The eyes of Miao Quanquan and others present showed a look of greed. It turns out that as long as space technology can be used, such seemingly impossible technology as teleportation can really be realized. How important this will be to the entire human society and the Earth change. No, you must get the space technology. Miao Yuquan quietly made a decision, but he couldn't do it alone, so he had to bring several people together. He turned his attention to the other people in the conference hall. Except for Lin Dedian, everyone could be his partner. Swish. Yifeng brought Lin Shiqing back to Peach Blossom Island, and at this time, the power of the space around Peach Blossom Island surged, one after another. Strong men who had achieved Taoism and even reached the realm of immortality appeared within Yifeng's detection range. People from the soul world are here. Sha Xing and his father Ming Xing appeared in front of Yifeng together. Brother Yi, my father has a clue about your world, but he doesn't know much about it. He can only tell you a general idea. As soon as Sha Xing saw Yifeng, he immediately waved his hand and sent a divine thought. Oh? Yifeng's expression became serious, and he quickly stepped forward to meet him. What's weird about the Earth will be his biggest reliance on the invaders from the Tianjia world, so it's impossible for him to ignore the news brought by Sha Xing. Yifeng knew in his heart that after this time, his relationship with the Soul Realm would become very good, and there might be some rifts between him and Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Sha Xing and Ming Xing floated in front of Yifeng together, condensing a soul body. Ming Xing's face was solemn, and he sent out a divine thought to Yifeng. Your world called Earth is really too long ago. I asked Emperor Xingyue, and only then did I get some inside information. In the ancient times of Earth, there are some superpowers. They are terrifying and powerful existences that are far inferior to Emperor Xingyue. These powerful beings have offended many people and forces during their rise, and brought the Earth into crisis several times. Therefore, before leaving, these superpowers issued a ban on the entire world. Whoever dares to attack the Earth will have to facing their wrath. Some forces did not believe in evil and invaded the Earth. As a result, the entire force was uprooted. Since then, the Earth has become a taboo place, and forces such as Dragon Sword Immortal Palace dare not enter at will. Emperor Xuanhuan reminded me, on the Earth, you cannot use the power of more than 10,000 years of cultivation, otherwise it will attract superpowers from ancient times. After the Pluto divine sentence was passed on, he laughed at Yi Feng, little brother Yi, since you are from this Earth, then you will be protected by our soul realm, and you will be safe and worry-free along the way. Indeed, existences with a cultivation base of more than 10,000 years would not dare to act wildly in the world of the Earth. As for existences under 10,000 years, Pluto would not be afraid of each other. However, what if they target the soul world? Yi Feng raised a difficult problem. The Tianjia world is a second-class world, and its strength is not even a little bit stronger than the soul world. If it attacks the soul world will definitely not be able to resist it. At that time, it will only be wiped out like the world where the Star Refining Valley is located. Don't worry about that, Soul Realm has reached a contract with Dawn World, Tyrannosaurus World, and Yueyuan World, and the offensive and defensive alliances will help each other. Pluto chuckled, if they dare to call, they will have to face the wrath of the four worlds. Do they dare? Besides, if they attack the soul world, you can also ask the seniors of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace to help. After all, the battlefield is not, the Earth is gone, and Dragon Sword Immortal Palace will not have any scruples. Well, that's how it is. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. In fact, he understood all of them when he thought about it, but he still had to confirm it with Mingxing himself. Those who left the ancient ruins before Yi Feng, Sha Xing, Sidu Shou, Ba Outyin, and Yu Qitian, all got reincarnation-level magic weapons, and formed an alliance after they came out. The original intention of forming an alliance must be to guard against harassment from the Great Virtue World, but the expansion of the scope of the alliance and the mutual assistance of an offensive and defensive alliance are not too exaggerated. There are as many worlds in Xia Qingshan as there are ants, and there are hundreds of first-class worlds alone. If you don't make friends with friendly worlds everywhere, even if it is a first-class world, it will be difficult to gain a foothold in Xia Qingshan. Since there are such stories and taboos in the ancient times of the Earth, it will be easy for these people in the Tianjia world. Yi Feng nodded, a strange look flashed in his eyes. It seems that the Earth in ancient times had a very high world level. The superpowers mentioned by Emperor Xuanhuan are likely to be the legendary characters such as Pangu and Hongjun on the Earth, or they may be the legendary Zeus and other gods in the West. I just don't know, where are these superpowers now? Is it a world like Shang Qingshan? Yi Feng has no way of verifying these, but... Brother Yi, why don't we discuss something? Mingxing's eyes were shining brightly, and he asked Yi Feng, in our soul realm, let one person appear, displaying the power beyond 10,000 years to become a fairy, and deliberately attract the superpowers from your Earth, what do you think? Obviously, Pluto is equally curious about the superpowers in the ancient times of the Earth. After all, those superpowers have already reached a certain level, stepped into another time and space, and left this world. For Pluto, the realm of Immortal King with a cultivation base of 100,000 years is already close at hand. What he is worried about, only after reaching the realm of the Fairy King. Could it be that he can only die of old age in this world? The realm of the Immortal King is far from the end of cultivation. As a generation of geniuses, Pluto built the soul world into a third-class world. He is definitely ambitious and domineering, and will not be satisfied with a first-class world. He knows that there are higher levels of existence in this world, so he has to climb up. In that case, isn't that senior of your soul world? Yi Feng frowned slightly. Let people in the soul world exert power beyond the 10,000-year immortal realm, and if they really attract superpowers from the ancient times of the earth, that person will definitely not be able to escape, and will be buried with the people in the Tianjia world. That's right, once the superpowers of the earth come, they will seal us up and kill them. Pluto groaned, and his divine thoughts came, but there is no other way. If people from my soul world and the Tianjia world fight head-on, I will lose more. According to what I said, not only can all the Tianjia world people who are buried with them can attract superpowers. Having said that, Ming Xing paused, pushed Sha Xing in front of Yi Feng, and said solemnly, "At that time I will let everyone else in the soul world leave, and I will leave Sha Xing to you. Though super strong, will only be attracted by the power of 10,000 years of cultivation, and then obliterate all existences above the Tao realm, but the killing star is not within this range, he can stay and face it with you." It turned out that this was his idea. Yi Feng suddenly realized that this Ming Xing sacrificed a strong man who became a fairy under him, and his purpose was to give his son a chance. Just like the arrival of the dragon sword itself, if the superpowers of the earth descend, they will definitely bring a lot of breath from the upper realm, which will be of great help to the cultivators. In that case, then fine, but, Uncle Pluto, can you find someone who voluntarily sacrifices? Yi Feng asked. Haha, of course. Pluto laughed and waved his hand, and a cold-looking young man condensed his soul power and appeared in front of him. Bane Xing, just follow the previous agreement, just wait for my signal, and you will start to act. Yes. The ruthless man named Fu Xing nodded. It's hard for you. There was a gloomy look in Ming Xing's eyes, and he patted the shoulder of Fu Xing. No problem. Misfortune closed his eyes. The fate of misfortune was given by the adults. It is only right to sacrifice for the adults. What's more, it can avoid the sacrifice of more people of the same clan. Yi Feng was in awe. There are such people in the soul world who are willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the overall situation. I wonder if such a person can still be found on the present earth. Yi Feng didn't know, nor was he interested in knowing. Uncle Pluto, help me take this beast away first. Its 1,500-year-old cultivation base may also be affected by superpowers. Yi Feng pointed down, the flame skeleton dragon demon who was resting on Peach Blossom Island. No problem. Pluto nodded, waved his hand, the power of heaven-level space was condensed, and he left the earth with all the warriors of the soul world in an instant, leaving only the cold soul cultivator floating in midair. This 10,000-year-old soul cultivator is about to die, but his expression is full of determination and generosity. Pluto left with everyone in the soul world. On Peach Blossom Island, apart from the original people on Peach Blossom Island, there are only killer stars and curse stars who are about to die. There are so many people from the Tianjia world, most of them just want to deter you, but unfortunately, we never thought that our soul world would come up with such a plan. The soul body condensed by Sha Xing floated beside Yi Feng, squinting his eyes, and sent a divine thought to Yi Feng. Please. Yi Feng said. This time, he undoubtedly owed the soul realm a favor, and he will make up for it when he has the opportunity in the future. Having said that, he is also quite curious about whether those super powerhouses from the ancient times of the earth will come to this world, and if they come, what kind of powerful and prominent existence will they be? The answer will be known soon. Late will change, I will do it now. Fu Xing nodded to the remaining killing Xing, then glanced at Yi Feng, said nothing, his body flashed, and the power of space sent him to the outer space. After reaching the 1,000-year cultivation base and attaining the Tao realm, practitioners can survive in a vacuum environment. The evil star has been cultivated for 10,000 years, so naturally, there is no problem. His figure came to the space beyond the earth, he glanced around, and his consciousness spread towards the vast space around him. The many powerful beings in the Tianjia world suddenly discovered this alien that appeared beside them, and immediately paid attention to it. Everyone, get ready, some abnormal situations may appear later. Everyone concentrate on me, maybe it will be very helpful to your cultivation. Yifeng summoned all the people on Peach Blossom Island, and reminded them, if the superpowers come, they will definitely bring some powerful aura from the upper realm, and these auras will be of great benefit to our cultivation. It is said that during the Dragon Sword inheritance ceremony, some disciples comprehended the power of heaven-level space with 3,000 years of cultivation. Is it true? Killing Xing was beside Yifeng, and asked quietly with his spiritual thoughts. It is true. Yifeng nodded, thinking of Su Bai. And those super powerhouses on Earth shouldn't be much worse than Dragon Sword itself, right? Otherwise, Emperor Xinhua and the others wouldn't be so afraid. Everyone on Peach Blossom Island has long been ready. They felt extremely uneasy about not being able to help Yifeng. Now they had the opportunity to improve their cultivation and strength, so of course they couldn't let it go easily. The next moment, a burst of bright light lit up in the sky, and the power of the cursed star exploded in space. With 10,000 years of cultivation, in the realm of immortals, his power is endless, and he can even smash the earth with one punch, and even gradually disintegrate the sun. This kind of power erupted suddenly, causing a dazzling light spot to flash in the space. Not only Yifeng and the others, but even billions of other ordinary people on the earth saw this abnormal scene in the night sky. Except for the leaders and military of several military powers, no one took this to heart. After all, there was a light spot in the night sky. Who knows what it is? Most of the time, the country is messing with something again, and ordinary people don't need to care about it at all. In fact, even if they wanted to care about it, they couldn't care about it, because soon, when the power of the 10,000-year immortal of the disaster star broke out, a burst of even more powerful power descended instantly, enveloping the entire Earth. Unless you use the power of space, you won't be able to observe the scenes outside the Earth at all. Several military powers became violent at the same time: China, America, Russia, etc. During the online meeting, they immediately exchanged information and found that no matter which country they were, they all suddenly lost their sense of being outside the Earth. Not only those extraterrestrial civilizations that suddenly appeared, even the sun and the moon cannot be detected with scientific instruments. With the naked eye, only the sun and the moon can be seen, but other stars and the like are also covered by the extremely tyrannical power. The superpower from the ancient times of the Earth has finally arrived. Protecting the Earth is its first priority, followed by cleaning up those monks who dare to invade the Earth's Tianjia world, as well as a cursed star from the Soul world mixed in it. Yifeng couldn't even perceive what happened in space in detail. Like Sha Xing, he encountered many obstacles in the detection of mysterious space power. However, immediately afterwards, an extremely strong force, similar in nature to when the dragon sword descended, swayed down, enveloping the entire Earth in one fell swoop. This force is invisible and invisible. If you are not a cultivator, you can't feel it at all. The higher your cultivation level, the more deeply you will feel it. These are the powers from the upper world brought by the arrival of the superpowers in the ancient times of the Earth, which are of great benefit to people's cultivation. It's a pity that I can't see what the superpowers on Earth look like. Yifeng felt a little pity. The other party deliberately didn't show his figure, or deliberately covered it up, so as not to let himself be exposed in front of him. With Yifeng's strength, it is impossible to find out what happened. Now he can only do one thing, and that is to try to comprehend something from the power of the upper realm, just like Ishubai comprehended the power of heaven-level space from it. What power should I choose to comprehend? Yifeng hesitated for a moment, and then quickly made a decision. Now he has comprehended the power of nirvana, and the power of Qiyao cannot be superimposed, and it will be useless if he comprehends more. That being the case, why not try to comprehend the power of Earth-level space? There are tens of thousands of powerful forces in the upper realm, but Yifeng can clearly feel the breath of each of them. His celestial destiny makes him comprehend all kinds of power far beyond ordinary people. The power of the earth-level space, come here. Yifeng shouted in his heart, urging the pale core to run quickly, and at the same time, using the simple dragon sword in his hand as bait, he quickly absorbed the power of the surrounding and even distant earth-level space to his side. The powerful talent started to work. It didn't take long for Yifeng to feel his body and mind stretch, and his comprehension of the power of space had a breakthrough. The power of semi-earth level space. Yifeng's eyes shone brightly, and he felt that his comprehension of space was more profound. The level of space power contained in the power of the upper realm was too high. Yifeng only absorbed a small part of it, and he understood half of it. Super space power. The arrival of the superpowers from the ancient times of the earth brought much more power from the upper realm than when the dragon sword itself descended. Perhaps, it may be possible to comprehend the power of the earth-level space in one fell swoop. As soon as Yifeng thought about this, he continued to seize the time and put all his thoughts into comprehending the power of the earth-level space. And everyone on Peach Blossom Island did not waste this opportunity. Su Feiying, Zhang Xingyun, Yue Chan, Su Menghan, Long Waner, Xiao Yu, Xiao Qi, and others closed their eyes and meditated hard, comprehending the mysterious power descending from the upper realm and surrounding them. Killing Star beside Yifeng also did not let go of this rare opportunity. Originally, his father, Pluto, asked him to stay here to see what kind of existence those superpowers on Earth really were, so that Pluto had a sense of breaking through the realm of the immortal king. But unexpectedly, these superpowers would not even show up, directly blocking their prying eyes. Killing Xing didn't get entangled, and immediately began to comprehend the mysterious power in the power of the upper realm. What should we understand? By the way, the power of space, before, I was just confused about the power of the earth-level space. The clothes of the dragon sword Immortal Palace can comprehend the power of the sky-level space, so he may not be able to understand the power of the earth-level space from it. Force. He did as soon as he thought of it, but Sha Xing quickly discovered that the space power around him was completely absorbed by Yifeng beside him with the help of the simple dragon sword. But he himself can only absorb a little bit of the power of space. This guy's talent and strength are really terrifying. No, it won't work to comprehend the power of space around him. Sha Xing immediately thought of it, and then aimed at another layer of power, the power of the heavenly soul. It is rumored that this is the most mysterious and powerful power for soul cultivators, and these upper realm powers also include the power of the heavenly soul. You can try to comprehend it, but the comprehension of the power of the heavenly soul is more difficult than the power of the heavenly space. Immediately, Sha Xing's eyes flashed with confidence. Just the power of the heavenly soul, even if you can't comprehend all of it, you can comprehend some of it, and it will also greatly improve my strength. As soon as he said it, the power of the heavenly soul among the powers of the upper realm rushed towards his condensed soul body at the same time. On the other hand, the people on Peach Blossom Island grasp any power from the upper world and immediately absorb it. They don't have much knowledge, and they don't know which power is strong, which power is weak, and which power is more practical. However, it is precisely because of this that everyone on Peach Blossom Island has the possibility to reap huge gains from this opportunity. If they had to go into a dead end and compete with Yifeng to comprehend the power of space, the gains would definitely be very small. Among the upper realm forces, waves of space power were absorbed by Yifeng one after another, and even gradually, the upper realm power that covered the entire Earth no longer had the existence of space power. The power of space was absorbed by Yifeng alone. Not only because of his powerful talent, but also because of the ancient dragon sword in his hand. Gupu Longjian's consciousness is connected to the main body, so he naturally knows how rare the opportunity is, so he takes the initiative to help Yifeng absorb the power of the earth-level space. You must know that Gupu Longjian is an immortal magic weapon. If you attack fiercely, who can beat him? Just 5 minutes later. Boom! There seemed to be a bang in Yifeng's mind, and then he felt that the surrounding space suddenly became transparent, and at the same time, he could still feel the space barriers leading to the second-class world. The power of the Earth-level space, I realized it. Yifeng opened his eyes, feeling that his power level had risen again. Comprehending the power of Earth-level space did not improve his combat effectiveness much, but it was easier to escape. If originally, it took him 10 seconds to cross from the world where the Earth is to the world of cultivating immortals, now it only takes 1 second to cross directly. The significance of comprehending the power of space at a higher level is obvious to cultivators. But at this time, the power from the upper realm was still very abundant, which made Yifeng think. Can't languish. Start absorbing the power of real fire. Without any hesitation, Yifeng began to absorb the power of the real fire, preparing to comprehend one of the powers of the 7 luminaries. He has already comprehended the power of nirvana, but the power of real fire can feed the flame skeletal dragon demon and let it evolve, which is also a force that cannot be ignored. Most importantly, the power of real fire can also be used for alchemy and weapon refining, which will make it much easier for Yifeng to develop Peach Blossom Island. The power of heaven-level space is not what Yifeng can comprehend now, let alone the power of space, and the power of the upper realm has been absorbed by him, and it is used to comprehend the power of earth-level space. The power of real fire is his best choice at present. He absorbs and comprehends power and scrupulously here, and the astonishing talent he displayed has attracted the attention of a powerful existence in space. Huh? This little guy is a bit interesting. I didn't expect such a talented junior to appear on the Earth today. He is of Eastern blood. It seems that we can pay attention to it a little bit. The figure of the powerful existence seemed to be hidden in the fog, making it hard to see clearly, but it seemed that he was smiling slightly. Around this powerful existence, all the monks in Tianjia world have been wiped out, not a single one remains, even the planetary facilities in the shape of the Death Star, and the giant spaceship have been completely destroyed, leaving nothing to be seen. Did not stay. Of course, the same is true for the Scourge of the Soul world, with no bones left. Since this is the case, let you absorb more and grow up quickly. As soon as the powerful existence stretched out its hand, the crack from the lower realm opened wider, and another burst of upper realm power swept down towards the earth. Yifeng was comprehending the power of real fire, and he felt that the upper realm power in the air seemed a little thinner. Just as he felt a little regretful, he felt a more violent upper realm power descending. Hey, why did you come twice? Yifeng was puzzled. Naturally, he didn't know that he had attracted the attention of a super strong man. He couldn't let go of such an opportunity. Not long. The power of real fire, success. Yifeng waved his hands, and 2 groups of terrifying flames condensed out, making people feel like 2 suns. The power of this condensed flame is enough to directly burn cities like Yanjing to ashes on the earth. There is still power from the upper realm, then continue. Yifeng felt that there was still time, so naturally he would not waste it, and immediately began to absorb the power of the void from the power of the upper realm. Now the power of the void he absorbed is extremely high concentration, 100 times stronger than the power of the void possessed by the Qiyao ancient wood, so using these powers of the void to comprehend, the speed of Yifeng's comprehension of the power of the void has increased by more than 100 times. Not long after, the power of the upper realm was absorbed by him again. Immediately afterwards, another gust of wind of power swept over, like an inexhaustible spring breeze, covering the entire earth with strong upper realm power. This is the gospel for practitioners. Sha Xing was full of emotions. It is good to have a backstage. This super strong man descended to the earth, and actually blew the wind of power 3 times. If he could come like this once a day, he would be able to comprehend the power of heaven-level space in just a few days. Just cultivating in such a wind of power, the speed is more than 100 times faster than usual. It's a pity that such opportunities are extremely rare, even for the disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, it only happens once in 1,000 years. And now with Yifeng, Shaoxing has directly enjoyed it 3 times, which made him extremely emotional. It seems that luck is really very important in the process of cultivation, and it is also very important who you make friends with.